Chapter 1. Sanyan Air Sure Airban Jiang Qi. Initially, no one paid heed to this extraordinary occurrence. It was merely a fleeting video circulating online, a flicker of electricity at a baby's fingertips, the sudden speech of a neighbor's old dog, and the emergence of a colossal bronze structure in space. It was not until the skeletal framework of the old world collapsed amidst the torrents of the new era that each individual's fate was irrevocably altered. Lushan Shi, Lushan Gaozhong, San Yin, Air Shi Airban. The languorous afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting its glow upon the open textbooks. The air was infused with the fragrance of gardenias wafting in from outside, mingling with the subtle scent of youthful perspiration. On the stage, the physics teacher, Wang Weihua, was distributing the examination papers from the second mock exam. Jiang Qi. From the last row of the classroom, the second seat from the left by the window, a boy stood up in response and walked steadily to the podium. Wang Weihua gazed at the approaching student, his eyes crinkling behind his glasses as he patted Jiang Qi's shoulder and remarked, "Once again, Jiang Qi has achieved a perfect score. He is the only one in the entire grade to solve the final complex problem concerning electromagnetic fields." He handed the exam paper to Jiang Qi, nodding slightly. "Well done, keep it up." Jiang Qi accepted the paper with an expression of calm composure and returned to his seat amidst the admiring gazes of his classmates. Their eyes were filled with envy, yet there was no hint of surprise, for to them, it was entirely expected that Jiang Qi would attain full marks. It would have been abnormal had he not. Jiang Qi could very well be deemed the most exceptional student since the establishment of Lushan Gaozhong. Not only did he consistently score above 730 in every exam, but his athletic prowess also reached the level of a national second-class athlete. Aside from being somewhat dull, introverted, and lacking in social skills or friendships, he possessed no significant flaws. As Wang Weihua adjusted his glasses, he continued to distribute the exam papers, calmly announcing each name. "Zhang Haitao, your calculations were too hastily done, and you skipped crucial steps, resulting in lost points. Next time, be clearer. Li Siki, your foundational questions were satisfactory, but your reasoning in the comprehensive questions was lacking. Zhao Peng, you made 3 incorrect selections that should not have been wrong. Pay attention. How many times must I emphasize this? Carelessness. Lin Wei, good job. You've improved this time. Your reasoning in the second question of the major problem was correct, and you finally raised your score. Wang Chong, your force analysis diagram is flawed. You misidentified the points of action, leading to subsequent errors. Review your notes thoroughly and revisit the foundational models." After distributing all the papers, Wang Weihua cast a sweeping glance across the class, his expression darkening as he stated, "This second mock exam was a dismal failure for the majority of you, with only a few exceptions. I understand that the incessant online chatter has left you restless and distracted from your studies. Whether these rumors hold any truth is not what we should debate now. Let me ask you this. What is your current identity? You are students in your 3rd year. How many days remain until the college entrance examination? 28 days. Do these hearsay matters take precedence over your future? Why not take a leaf out of Jiang Qi's book? Observe his unwavering focus." The students bowed their heads at his admonition, yet many wore expressions of defiance. Study. Study. That taciturn Jiang Qi. Has he ever shown interest in anything beyond academics? If the world were truly as tumultuous as the internet suggested, what use would studying be? Old Wang would merely preach about hearsay, but those videos and photographs were all too real. Could they truly be dismissed as mere fabrications? "I know what you are thinking," Wang Weihua continued. "You find my words cliched, but let me tell you, even if those rumors are true, even if superpowers were to descend upon you tomorrow, the pursuit of knowledge remains paramount. It is perhaps more critical now than ever." Noticing several students nearly ready to voice rebuttals, Wang Weihua asked, "Do you disagree with my assertions? Let us entertain a hypothetical. If you were to awaken superpowers, what abilities would you wish to possess? How would you intend to utilize them?" "Zhao Peng, you should be the first." Zhao Peng, a slight and feeble boy, was taken aback at being called upon, his expression one of bewilderment. "Huh? Me?" Wang Weihua pointed at him. "Yes, you. Aren't you the one who speaks often? Share your thoughts." Zhao Peng hesitated. "Teacher, is this permissible?" Wang Weihua replied, "Speak freely. Today we embrace freedom of expression. Zhao Peng's gaze began to wander, a hint of cunning in his eyes as he seemingly pondered seriously. If I could choose a power, I would want the ability to become invisible, so that no one can see me, not even the cameras. Then I could sneak into the homes of the wealthy and borrow some of their trivial belongings that they wouldn't even notice, without a trace. As he finished, he chuckled awkwardly, a blend of embarrassment and pride. The other students erupted with laughter, mercilessly mocking him. "Fa, you crack me up. Look at you, Xiaopeng. You're dreaming big, my friend." Wang Weihua refrained from passing judgment, saying, "All right, you may sit down." Next, Zhang Haitao. Zhang Haitao, a plump boy with a prosperous visage and squinting eyes, stood up and declared, "I wish to possess the ability of teleportation, to go wherever I desire with a mere blink. I could sleep 2 extra hours in the morning. After class, I could instantly arrive at the cafeteria, eating whatever I want without waiting in line." His enthusiasm grew as he spoke, eliciting another round of laughter from his peers. "I'm impressed by these two. As expected from you, big guy. Order me some chicken wings." Wang Weihua, without judgment, turned his attention to Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, what are your thoughts?" Lin Wei, the class's literary representative, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, fair complexion, and a dimpled smile, was the object of admiration for many boys. "Teacher, I wish to gain the ability to heal hearts. Through my singing, I hope to touch more souls, helping everyone to let go of prejudice and barriers and coexist harmoniously." Upon her declaration, many boys felt their hearts melt. She truly is different. Her kindness shines through. "I want the ability to manipulate metals. I'll build houses, repair bridges, swiftly erecting steel frameworks. Fast and safe. It can also be used for combat. A few strikes, and I could take down any extraterrestrial invader. I want the power to communicate with animals. That way, I could become a pet influencer and gain millions of followers overnight. I wish to have photographic memory. I want to predict the future. Lottery tickets. Overnight wealth is not a dream. Control fire. Fly. Become invisible. Pause time. Hey, hey, hey." Several boys exchanged knowing glances, their laughter silenced by a single glance from Wang Weihua, who quickly restored order. A few girls blushed and playfully chastised them. The atmosphere in the classroom was thoroughly enlivened, with each student racking their brains to conceive the superpower they desired, eagerly awaiting their turn to stand and dazzle their peers. However, amidst this bubbling excitement, Jiang Qi remained absorbed in his exercises, silent as a stone. Wang Weihua's gaze lingered on him for a few moments, yet he refrained from posing a question to Jiang Qi. Subconsciously, Wang Weihua seemed to feel that questioning Jiang Qi on such matters would be an affront to this exemplary student. After a brief pause, Wang Weihua gently clapped his hands, signaling for silence. "All right, many of you have shared your ideas. They are amusing, yet rather rudimentary. Your perspectives on the utilization of fantastical powers remain confined to personal satisfaction, akin to primitive beings discovering flint and solely contemplating its use for cracking nuts, oblivious to its potential to ignite the flames of civilization. For instance, Zhao Peng, your desire to use invisibility to steal from the rich, setting aside the morality of the thought. Have you considered how such an ability would function? Is it bending light around your body or altering your own material properties? If you could comprehend the principles underlying this power, you might inadvertently catalyze a revolution in metamaterials or optical camouflage technology. Consider the vastness of the market, both military and civilian. Is there truly a need for you to take anything? You are, in essence, a mobile treasure trove. Furthermore, Zhang Haitao, your instantaneous movement pertains to the manipulation of space. Should it ever become a reality, it would fundamentally validate avant-garde physical theories, potentially proving that space can indeed be folded and distorted, thus demonstrating the feasibility of warp engines. You would become the darling of cutting-edge physics laboratories worldwide. Each exhibition of your abilities could aid humanity in unraveling the mysteries of space, propelling interstellar travel from mere dreams into tangible reality. The opportunity to participate in the advancement of human civilization, along with the honor and value it entails, far surpasses the triviality of being the first to secure a portion of braised meat in the cafeteria. What is metal? We commonly recognize gold, silver, copper, iron, manganese, and zinc as metals. But what of uranium, thorium, plutonium, and americium? Should you possess the ability to manipulate these radioactive metals, even controlling their half-lives and nuclear fission, you would effectively be a walking source of radiation in a nuclear reactor, embodying a strategic capability that far exceeds merely wielding metal as a weapon. Subsequently, Wang Weihua proposed more advanced applications for each individual's abilities. Many students privately mused. Wang Laoshir's thoughts are remarkably clear. He must have contemplated this extensively in private. Wang Weihua concluded, "Do you understand my point? Regardless of what you may face in the future, whether the world changes or whether you acquire any extraordinary abilities, learning will always remain the most vital pursuit. Should supernatural powers exist, they would merely represent a new tool. As tools grow more powerful, the necessary cognizance, control, and sense of responsibility required to wield them increase exponentially. Your previous speculations, be it instantaneous movement, healing, object manipulation, or communication, do any of them not demand profound understanding as a foundation? Knowledge is the key to deciphering the rules governing the universe, the cornerstone for harnessing any power and navigating any change. The more extraordinary the power, the greater the need for exceptional wisdom to govern it. Without the armament of knowledge, even the mightiest tools can inflict harm upon oneself and others, leading to calamity and serving no benefit to the world. Thus, let us return to the fundamentals. Regardless of whether tomorrow dawns bright or tumultuous, learning, mastering knowledge, honing your thinking, and enhancing your understanding is perpetually your imperative. During these 28 days, what should you be doing? Must I reiterate? Upon his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The previously restless crowd was suddenly subdued. 10 minutes later, the bell rang, and Wang Weihua, not prolonging the lesson, gathered his lesson plan and teacup, gracefully departing the classroom. Chapter 2. The Strange Flower. Once Wang Weihua exited, the classroom erupted in a cacophony. Old Wang's words do hold a semblance of truth. If one possesses supernatural abilities and still must learn, then what is the point of such abilities? I believe old Wang is correct. Consider it. A petty thief with supernatural powers versus a highly educated individual with the same abilities. The outcomes would differ vastly. The thief would resort to unscrupulous gains, theft, and destruction, while the educated individual could utilize their powers to achieve far greater things. Society's investment and expectations would be entirely dissimilar. The nation would be willing to allocate vast resources to maximize the potential of that educated individual. Knowledge determines the platform upon which you stand and the resources you can mobilize. I disagree. Have you considered that the destructive capacities of highly educated individuals differ fundamentally from those of the average person? A typical individual might cause the death of several hundred, but an educated person, as Wang Laoshir mentioned, could manipulate radioactive metals. If their intentions were nefarious, what could they unleash? His statement sent shivers through many classmates. Indeed, if a highly educated individual with supernatural abilities chose to act maliciously, the consequences could extend beyond hundreds or thousands. Entire cities or nations could suffer. What you describe does exist, but one cannot deny the positive guiding value of knowledge over power. Education does not encapsulate everything. Enough. Isn't the crux of the matter whether supernatural abilities truly exist? Has the world genuinely changed? It's true. Such occurrences are becoming increasingly frequent. Have you not seen? Just yesterday, across the ocean during the morning rush hour, a man suddenly transformed into a being of fire within a packed subway car. Flames erupted instantly. The screams, my heavens, reportedly dozens perished. I saw it too. It's gone viral in our group. The official narrative calls it a serious public safety incident. What nonsense. No accident unfolds like that. It was certainly not an ordinary fire. It was undoubtedly supernatural. By this morning, the video had disappeared. There's more. My cousin, interning at the Meteorological Bureau, mentioned they've detected numerous unexplainable phenomena. They are not known natural occurrences. And those videos online showcasing bizarre animal behaviors and rampant plant growth, they are proliferating, and it's impossible to suppress. A girl, her voice tinged with anxiety, asked, "If things have truly changed, what should we do?" "Who knows?" someone answered blankly, but Wang Laoshe is right. Regardless of change, knowledge, at the very least, can offer us a measure of understanding and reduce our fear, perhaps. This statement lacked conviction. In the front row, Lin Wei turned back and inquired, "Wang Chong, what do you think? Do you believe it's real? Has the world truly changed?" Wang Chong, taken aback, noted that Lin Wei was the class beauty, rarely engaging him in conversation. Yet amidst his surprise, he straightened his back, striving to appear insightful. While considering all these reports, it seems unlikely to be mere coincidence. The world may indeed be changing. Perhaps, in the end, it will come down to individuals' adaptability to new environments or the luck of awakening abilities. Lin Wei nodded slightly, as if genuinely listening, though her gaze continually drifted toward Jiang Qi at Wang Chong's side. Jiang Qi possessed striking almond-shaped eyes, rounded and slightly upturned at the corners, with lashes longer and denser than many girls. However, he exuded an aura that discouraged approach, often lowering his eyelids or regarding others with a distant gaze, which diminished the natural warmth of his eyes. Wang Chong remarked, "As for the college entrance examination, it may not hold much significance anymore." Wang Laoshe emphasized the importance of knowledge, which is indeed true, but perhaps it pertains to a different kind of knowledge. After Wang Chong spoke, Lin Wei immediately turned to Jiang Qi, her tone imbued with anticipation, asking, "Jiang Qi, what is your perspective?" Though Jiang Qi was taciturn and difficult to approach, perhaps that very quality garnered him considerable attention among the girls, many of whom wished to draw near, yet hesitated to be overt. Jiang Qi placed his pen on the desk, contemplating for a moment before stating, "The rumors circulating online are a mix of truth and falsehood. However, I believe that excessive discussion of these unverified claims only serves to squander time, yielding no meaningful insights." Upon hearing Jiang Qi's words, Wang Chong felt a surge of intense, almost instinctual aversion. Squandering time? Meaningless? Was he truly putting on such airs? The fears and uncertainties that weighed heavily on everyone, affecting their sleep, had become mere trivialities to him. What vexed Wang Chong further was Jiang Qi's condescending tone, as if he alone were enlightened while the rest were merely foolishly clamoring. Wang Chong opened his mouth, poised to retort. Yet before he could, Jiang Qi interjected, "Unless." Lin Wei asked, "Unless what?" Wang Chong swallowed his rebuttal, eager to hear the wisdom that would follow this unless. But just then, a commotion erupted outside. "What is that? Oh my!" A cacophony erupted from the window. "It's Chun Hao. What is he doing?" Within the classroom, students rushed to the window, peering outside, their astonished exclamations filling the air. Their voices shifted and tore as a result of extreme shock. Jiang Qi, standing closer to the window, rose and stepped to its edge. Several individuals crowded near the window. A girl was leaning forward against the frame, her hands bracing it, gazing down in terror. Jiang Qi, towering over her, effortlessly glanced over her head and looked outside. There, upon the bright lake of the school, approximately 20 meters from the shore, bloomed a peculiar flower. How to describe its strangeness? It did not emerge from mud or aquatic plants. Rather, it seemed to float upon the water's surface as if unanchored. Its stalk was neither woody nor herbaceous, but possessed a profound and pristine quality reminiscent of liquid sapphire, flowing with a deep azure luminescence. 7 elongated leaves, slender like serpentine tongues, radiated an eerie, overly saturated brilliance under the afternoon sun. The flower, or rather, the entity that could be termed a flower, hovered at the apex of the stalk. It was not composed of traditional petals, but resembled a miniature nebula, continuously weaving and unraveling, presenting an utterly pure and ineffable shade of blue. Most bizarrely, it appeared to transcend the laws of perspective. Even from hundreds of meters away, Jiang Qi could discern every intricate detail, as if it were an image pinned upon his retina. Stepping back, it did not diminish in size. Moving forward, it did not enlarge. Just a few meters before this extraordinary blossom, the captain of the school basketball team, Chun Hao, was swimming towards it, his face aglow with a near-manic fervor. Jiang Qi's earlier utterance of "unless" now resonated profoundly within him. Indeed, the anomaly had truly descended upon his vicinity. Chapter 3: Extraordinary Powers. Extraordinary powers! Extraordinary powers! By the banks of Minghu, teachers and security personnel hurriedly arrived at the scene, gasping for breath as they pushed through the throngs of onlooking students. Chenhao, come back. Don't go over there. That thing is not right. Chenhao, stop. The teachers, frantic with concern, shouted and pleaded with him. If anything were to happen to Chenhao on school grounds, they would bear the blame. Chenhao, listen to your teachers. It's dangerous. Come back quickly. At that moment, several security guards exchanged glances, uncertain whether to risk jumping into the water to rescue him or to wait and see what would unfold. In truth, even if they leaped in at that instant, it would be far too late. In the water, Chenhao heard the shouts but paid no heed. Instead, he quickened his pace, a fervent light gleaming in his eyes. Stop. Go back. How could that be conceivable? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Could they not see? The world had already transformed. The wondrous flower before him was irrefutable proof. If he merely touched it, or perhaps consumed it, he might ascend to greatness and acquire the rumored extraordinary powers. Just like in the television dramas, this was extraordinary power. This was a chance to alter his destiny. Who would not yearn for it? Who would not covet it? Therefore, he would not stop. He would not turn back. With every stroke, Chenhao drew ever closer to that flower. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Within moments, it was but a hair's breadth away. At that moment, everyone realized with stark clarity that no one could deter Chenhao. They could only watch helplessly as he swam towards the flower. But what would transpire? Would it be nothing? Or an unimaginable catastrophe? The unknown is perpetually the most terrifying. No one knew whether that flower was a blessing or a curse. This suspenseful fear was more suffocating than any known danger, leaving them to wait passively. Jiang Qi stood by the window, like the others, silently observing this scene. Finally, Chenhao broke through the last wave and reached the flower. In a near-reverent manner, he extended his right index finger, cautiously and slowly touching it. At the moment of contact, the flower shed its original form, transforming into a dazzling blue light that surged through Chenhao's fingertip and into his body. Then, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Defying the laws of physics, Chenhao began to rise slowly from the water. First his chest and abdomen breached the surface, then his knees, and ultimately his entire being. Water droplets cascaded from his school uniform as he floated like a deity. Chenhao raised his right hand, and a column of water spontaneously ascended. He lifted his left hand, and another identical column of water rose synchronously beside him. On the shore from the upper floors, all witnesses to this moment were engulfed in sheer astonishment. Then, a brief silence shattered into a cacophony of gasps filled with shock, fear, and confusion. How is this possible? Chenhao has gained extraordinary powers. It's real. Extraordinary powers. Supernatural phenomena. It's all true. Is this still the world I know? Whether the world had undergone a cataclysmic change was no longer up for debate. It was manifesting in the most direct, irrefutable manner, brazenly descending upon Minghu. Initially stunned, Chenhao quickly adapted. He lowered his gaze to his hands, and the corners of his mouth began to curl uncontrollably upwards, widening into a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha! Is this power? Is this extraordinary ability? I have attained it. Extraordinary strength. My strength. Ha 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 ha! Those who witnessed this moment, the classmates, the security personnel, the teachers, felt their emotions of regret, jealousy, resentment, and greed magnified infinitely. He had genuinely acquired extraordinary powers. But why? Why was it Chenhao? If only I had jumped in too, if I had dared to seize it, would the power to control water, to float in the air have been mine? In classroom 22 of grade 3, Lin Wei's lips parted in disbelief, rendered speechless. How could this be? Was it not a dream? Jiang Qi's gaze sharpened as he absorbed everything unfolding before him. He was no fool, nor was he merely a diligent student. On the contrary, he was profoundly rational. Previously, when extraordinary powers had not truly manifested around him, endless discussions based solely on chaotic information from social media were of no benefit to him. Could one gain supernatural abilities merely by commenting online? Clearly not. He understood that the only course of action was to focus on the present, to live when it was time to live, and to study when it was time to study. But now it was different. Supernatural phenomena and extraordinary powers had materialized before him. He did not panic, nor did he feel fear, unlike the others who floundered in confusion. Instead, he sought to comprehend the scene before him, diligently collecting information. It appeared that touching this peculiar flower was one way to obtain extraordinary powers, though it remained uncertain whether it was the sole method. Moreover, the location of this extraordinary flower might be linked to the surrounding environment. For instance, if this blue flower appeared on the surface of the lake, could the power of fire be found amidst flames? Would the ability to manipulate metals be associated with metal itself? Were all flowers of the same form, or did they differ? Furthermore, could the powers of invisibility and mind control, rumored online, also be acquired through this means? And what was the probability of these peculiar flowers appearing? Did one appear within a certain area, one per city, or perhaps one per country? Jiang Qi's gaze eventually returned to the suspended figure in the center of the lake, laughing maniacally. Currently, with a limited sample size and insufficient information, Jiang Qi could not draw further conclusions. Above Minghu, Chun Hao felt his strength surging, a newfound sense of superiority blossoming within him. Chun Hao came from a less than fortunate family. His parents had divorced when he was 4, and he had since lived with his father, who, despite his humble occupation as a truck driver, had not provided him with a sense of dignity. He could never boast about his father's profession like others could. He loathed the lingering scent of smoke and instant noodles that clung to his father from the cramped driver's seat. Yet now, endowed with extraordinary powers, he looked upon the principal's astonished visage, the homeroom teacher's terror-stricken expression, and the varied reactions of his classmates, envy, jealousy, and fear, filling him with a sense of elation. Ha ha! Look, behold, look at these mortals still struggling on the shore. Look at them. From this moment on, I shall no longer exist on the same level as them. I am an extraordinary being, while they remain mere, ordinary creatures. The highest authorities of the school, the teachers who had once reprimanded him, and the students who had once looked down upon him, all were now beneath him. This chasm of identity surpassed any social status imposed by society. All the rules that had once oppressed him, the grades that had made him feel inferior, the families he had envied, the existences he had admired, none of it mattered anymore. He had broken free. He had transcended. Chun Hao's face involuntarily bore an expression of near pity, a gaze of condescension from an extraordinary being towards the masses. From this point forward, he would no longer be troubled by money or status, while they would continue to struggle in the mire of existence. However, before this feeling of superiority could fully bloom, Chun Hao suddenly sensed something amiss. This disquiet arose from deep within his body. The power he had just mastered seemed to, upon becoming familiar with his body, suddenly harbor a certain disdain for him, as if it yearned to withdraw. Yet this withdrawal was anything but gentle. It was frigid, brutal, and unyielding. It resembled a cat trapped in a bag, desperately wishing to shred everything to pieces. Chun Hao gleaned from the reactions of those on the shore. He witnessed the principal, teachers, and classmates gradually displaying expressions of horror, their hands covering their mouths. Chun Hao stiffly lowered his head, only to see in the reflection on the water's surface that he was rapidly disintegrating, abstracting. The texture of his skin, muscles, and bones dissolved like inferior oil paint, flowing, being pulled, twisted into countless unnameable lines, first his knees, then his waist and abdomen, and finally his entire body. No, no, Chun Hao shouted. Throughout this ordeal, he felt no pain or anything else for that matter. He was oblivious to what was transpiring, yet he was acutely aware that he was vanishing in a manner that defied comprehension. A profound fear, penetrating to the very depths of his genes, surged forth from the crevices of each cell. Chun Hao cried out in despair, futilely extending his hand, instinctively attempting to grasp the dissipating self. Yet every struggle appeared utterly ludicrous, his outstretched hand also transforming into mere lines within his vision. Chun Hao could no longer feel his body. Ultimately, only his head remained atop a dense mass of lines. He sensed his vision beginning to blur, an indication that his eyeballs were also becoming line-like. In the final moment of disintegration, an image abruptly intruded upon his soon-to-be vanished mind. It was from his first year of high school, when he was punished by his homeroom teacher for bullying a classmate. He himself was indifferent, yet his parents were summoned. In the cramped office, the teacher rebuked him sternly, while his father, clad in old work attire stained with gasoline, nodded and bowed repeatedly to the much younger teacher, repeatedly saying, "Thank you for your trouble. Yes, yes." My child is ignorant. I will certainly discipline him well. He recalled the emotions he felt at that time, hating his father's obsequious demeanor before the teacher, loathing his father's ineptitude. If only his father were a corporate executive, a wealthy man, would the teacher dare to scold him so? And it left him embarrassed as well. Yet, simultaneously, there was a twinge of pain deep within him, a heartache he was reluctant to acknowledge. Dad. Chun Hao uttered the final syllable, and in the next moment, his head, barely maintained, shattered into a heap of meaningless lines. Then, the lines lost their cohesion and silently vanished into the air, as if erased by this world. Minghu returned to an eerie calm. The afternoon sun remained resplendent, casting its light upon the rippling water surface. On the shore, an oppressive silence reigned. The principal's outstretched hand froze mid-air. The homeroom teacher's hand, covering his mouth, remained suspended. The security guards held their postures of either advancing or retreating, resembling statues. The students' faces bore traces of shock, fear, and the jealousy from moments prior. Chun Hao's manner of disappearance was too incomprehensible. No explosion, no smoke, no trace of flesh or residue, as if everything that had just occurred had never existed. Jiang Qi stood by the window, a feeling of pity rising within him. He was not well acquainted with Chun Hao and was even aware of the poor reputation he had within the school. Yet that was inconsequential. This was a living being, vanishing in a manner that transcended understanding. It was difficult not to be moved by it. Simultaneously, a wave of uncertainty engulfed him. Why? From the outset, it appeared that Chun Hao had indeed acquired extraordinary powers and had manifested them. But why then did he disintegrate? Was the power itself unstable? Or had Chun Hao inadvertently violated some principle? Or was he simply unworthy? Was the method of acquisition flawed? Or was this peculiar flower merely a trap, with the true means of obtaining extraordinary abilities being entirely different? These thoughts raced through Jiang Qi's mind at breakneck speed. But in the next moment, within the void where Chun Hao had vanished, Jiang Qi suddenly saw a blue light hurtling towards him, his body's reflexes surpassing those of ordinary people, instinctively attempting to sidestep. But it was too late. The streak of light moved faster than the limits of neural response. With a faint sound, the light penetrated unimpeded into his chest. To be precise, it entered the jade pendant nestled within his chest. This pendant, which he had found at the age of 5 during a family trip to Pingchuan province, was something his father had inquired about, only to learn it was merely ordinary jade, not precious. At that moment, a warm sensation emanated from the pendant, and something seemed to materialize in Jiang Qi's mind. He immediately turned to Lin Wei beside him and asked, "Did you see anything just now?" Lin Wei, lost in thought, looked over, her beautiful eyes now filled with an immense void. "I saw it. It was terrifying." Chun Hao, is he dead? Where'd he go? How can a person just disappear like that? Jiang Qi, do you think he is dead or went somewhere else? Jiang Qi gazed at Lin Wei's pale face, an understanding dawning in his heart. She had not seen it. That streak of blue light was visible only to him. Chapter 4. The official intervention less than half an hour after the incident involving Chun Hao. The police arrived, swiftly taking control of the scene. The entire Minghu area was cordoned off, and all students were instructed to remain in their classrooms, prohibited from going outside. On the shore, the principal was sweating profusely as he recounted the events to the leading detective, Zhang Wanyan, while other teachers supplemented the details. After understanding the situation, Zhang Wanyan approached several eyewitness students, preliminarily confirming that the principal's account was largely accurate and the surveillance footage could corroborate it. He promptly issued orders. "Principal Ma, please calm the students immediately, inform all classes to dismiss early, and organize an orderly evacuation of students. Regarding the earlier incident, a unified statement should be issued. There was an unexplained violent energy fluctuation on the lake surface, suspected to be a rare meteorological phenomenon causing strong static electricity or magnetic field disturbances, resulting in the tragic disappearance of student Chun Hao, with search and rescue efforts underway." He paused, his tone suddenly serious. "Notify all students. Any private discussions are prohibited, and the dissemination of unverified information is strictly forbidden. Especially, do not post any unverified content online. Understood. Understood." The principal nodded repeatedly, as if released from a great burden. Ultimately, the police department was willing to take on this responsibility, ensuring that the blame would not fall on the school. Although this explanation was riddled with flaws at this moment, An official statement that could barely gloss over the situation and prevent greater panic was far more important than the truth. However, the senior year head, Huang Yeyang, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Officer Zhang, with less than a month until the college entrance examination, this is a critical time for final preparations. And every minute counts. If we let them leave early, what if it affects the entire grade's exam readiness, or even their performance on the test? Zhang Wanyan furrowed his brow, his tone icy. Director Huang, this is not the time to discuss the college entrance examination. This is not an ordinary accident. This is a significant unknown event that could trigger widespread panic and social unrest. The safety of the students, the stability of the campus, and the control of information are the paramount tasks. No matter how important the college entrance examination is, one must have a life to take it. Can you guarantee that staying here will not lead to a second Chenhao? Can you assure that it won't trigger collective panic? Do you want to make this place the focus of public attention? Huang Yeyang's face shifted between shades of green and white. The principal tugged at Huang Yeyang's arm, signaling him to cease speaking. Zhang Wanyan's approach aligned with the interests of the school. The principal nodded obediently, saying, "Understood, Officer Zhang. I will promptly organize the students to leave the school. As for the parents, the school will issue a unified notification adhering to the guidelines you have established." Zhang Wanyan acknowledged with a nod. "Yes, Principal Zhang, I entrust this matter to you. By the way, who is the teacher of the deceased student?" Among the teachers, a pale-faced woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, trembled as she raised her hand. "It is I, Officer Zhang. I am the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Year 3. Wang Yi." Zhang Wanyan directed the young officer beside him. "Xiao Zhao, please assist Teacher Wang in notifying the students' parents and urge them to come to the school as soon as possible. For now, do not disclose specific reasons over the phone. Just inform them that there has been an emergency situation involving their child at school, requiring their immediate presence." The young officer promptly took action. "Yes, Officer Zhang." With all directives issued, Zhang Wanyan gazed solemnly at the water surface. In the past month, the peculiar occurrences in Lushan City had been increasing alarmingly. Abnormal animal behavior, bizarre plant mutations, and mysterious disappearances, not limited to the incident at Lushan High School, but also involving various occurrences concerning flowers that he had managed. Thus, when the principal recounted how the student vanished, he felt no doubt. The inexplicable disappearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the fate of victims in another case he had dealt with. Zhang Wanyan had a keen intuition. Perhaps the true chaos was only just beginning. In the future, such incidents would proliferate across the nation. He could only hope that the higher authorities would swiftly establish a department to address related events. In Class 22, Year 3, many students wore expressions of lingering terror and confusion. They had been ordered to remain in the classroom, which inadvertently provided ample space for discussion. At this moment, voices rose in a cacophony of unease. What could the police do? That phenomenon could not be explained by science. Chenhao just vanished. Could the police even seize the air? This was utterly bizarre. It felt as though they were trapped in a dream. I found something. There are mentions online regarding the flower incident, but the original video is nowhere to be found, and the entry cannot be searched. Only a single screenshot remains. Someone claimed to have seen a flower while flying, but thought it was a trick of the eye. Where? Show me. Share it with me. Forward it. Quick. Is it in the group? Post in the group. I shared it on my circle. This video. Look at the comments. A young boy touched a flower and died, just like Chenhao. He also vanished. Jiang Qi did not participate in the discussion. He was preoccupied with his own transformation. At the moment the blue light penetrated the jade pendant on his chest, he feared he might disintegrate like Chenhao. Yet now, more than half an hour later, nothing had transpired. The information that suddenly appeared in his mind remained dormant, merely a sensation of existence. So, what exactly is the situation now? Why did that blue light actively fly towards him? What is the jade pendant? How does it attract and contain blue light? Should he not worry about meeting the same fate as Chenhao? Even though Jiang Qi prided himself on being calm and rational, his thoughts began to spiral. He needed time, a tranquil environment, to examine the changes in the jade pendant and within himself. Amid the discussions, homeroom teacher Wang Weihua hurriedly entered. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on Wang Weihua. Gazing at the youthful, terrified faces before him, he found it difficult to articulate his impending words. "I am very sorry, students. I am saddened by the incident concerning Chenhao. Unfortunately, An accident has occurred. The preliminary judgment from the police and school authorities indicates that a rare meteorological phenomenon or magnetic field disturbance in Ming Lake led to the unfortunate disappearance of student Chen Hao, who fell into the water. Experts are still analyzing the specific cause, and a search and rescue operation is currently underway. As soon as his words fell, the classroom erupted. No, teacher, this is no accident. This is clearly a supernatural phenomenon. An accidental fall into the water. Disappearance. Teacher Wang, he swam over. Then his entire being transformed into lines. What meteorological phenomenon can cause someone to fly? What magnetic field disturbance can control water from a distance? Search and rescue? He's already dead. How can we search for him? The school is preparing to cover up the truth. Chen Hao died in vain. Do the police know something? Wang Weiwa banged on the podium. Quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. I understand that you all have doubts. There are many questions, but the incident has occurred. The most important thing now is to ensure everyone's safety. Wang Weiwa sighed. In any case, please follow the school's arrangements. The school has already notified you to leave early. Everyone, pack your belongings and head home immediately. Class monitor, please keep track of the students. Dormitory students should contact their parents to confirm their return methods and times. After arriving home, each student must reply in a class group to confirm they have arrived safely. Furthermore, Wang Weiwa added, regarding Chen Hao's matter, no one is allowed to discuss it privately, and no unverified information is to be posted online. Complying with this is for your own good. With that, Wang Weiwa felt a sense of helplessness, as if he had become an accomplice. In the classroom, students were filled with discontent and resentment. They felt betrayed. Betrayed by the school. Betrayed by the authorities. They harbored distrust towards both the school and the officials. But as students, what could they do against such power? They could only yield. After notifying the students, Wang Weiwa departed, likely heading to another meeting. A pervasive sense of despondency filled the classroom, with some students even in tears. Jiang Qi quietly packed his backpack. Though there was little to take home, it was merely a symbolic gesture. It seemed the only thing worth celebrating in this situation was that none of the teachers assigned homework. That could be considered a dark joke. Wang Chong, observing his calm demeanor, could not help but scoff. Chen Hao has died, and you feel nothing? You have no emotions at all? Jiang Qi looked at him, continuing to zip up his bag. What do you expect me to feel? Wang Chong retorted, Chen Hao is dead. A living person is gone. The classmates are terrified. And some girls are crying. Did you not see? Jiang Qi stared directly at him. I saw. And then what? Chen Hao's death is a fact. I will not use his demise to frighten myself. If possible, I would remember him as he lived, but frankly speaking, he often bullied classmates, didn't he? Wang Chong's face turned crimson. Just then, a voice called from the doorway. A boy with chestnut short hair leaned in, waving vigorously. Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi. Let us go. Jiang Qi slung his backpack over his shoulder, bypassing Wang Chong, and exited the classroom. The boy with chestnut short hair was Jin Yang, Jiang Qi's only friend in high school. In their first year, Jiang Qi and Jin Yang were in the same class. Jin Yang was sunny and cheerful, handsome, and caught the attention of a girl in their class. Although he rejected her bold confession, it drew the jealousy of her pursuers, who continually provoked Jin Yang. At that time, Jin Yang wanted to avoid trouble and did not wish to escalate the matter, but the girl's pursuers were determined to not let it go, even contacting outsiders to prepare to deal with Jin Yang harshly after school on Friday. During that time, although Jiang Qi appeared solitary and indifferent, his almost instinctual observational skills had kicked in, documenting everything happening around him. After discovering their plan, Jiang Qi reported it to the police before school ended on Friday. Saving Jin Yang. Jiang Qi had never claimed credit for this act, yet Jin Yang seemed to regard him as his savior, thus began to approach Jiang Qi actively. Initially, Jiang Qi kept everyone at arm's length, yet Jin Yang was like an indomitable cockroach. Day after day, he unwaveringly brought snacks and fruits to Jiang Qi, tirelessly regaling him with corny jokes, accompanying him to the restroom, and sitting beside him in the cafeteria. Under his relentless pursuit, Jiang Qi eventually acquiesced to his presence, and they became friends. Jin Yang casually draped an arm over Jiang Qi's shoulder, inquiring, "What were you discussing with your deskmate? I thought you weren't well acquainted." Jiang Qi replied, "Nothing much, just some casual chatter. Tell me, how do you feel about Chen Hao's death?" Jin Yang pondered for a moment before chuckling. expressing gratitude for the holiday gifted by Chun Hao. Noticing the look in Jiang Qi's eyes, he hurriedly clarified. Don't give me that look. Chun Hao is a brute. Are you unaware of how he bullied his classmates? One of his favorite games with the vice captain of the basketball team was to make the bullied student kneel, with each of them taking turns slapping the student, asking which side hurt more. If the bullied student said the left side hurt, the one on the right would feel disrespected and slap the left side. Conversely, if the bullied student said the right side hurt, the one on the left would feel disrespected and slap the right side. At this point, you might think it would be better if it hurt equally, right? No. If they said it hurt equally, both sides would feel disrespected and they would both slap him. Do you know how this game can be stopped? Jiang Qi contemplated and said, they stop when they get bored of playing. Exactly. Jinyang exclaimed. They stop when they grow tired of it. Don't you think such a person is a scourge? Luckily, he hasn't acquired any special abilities. Otherwise, he could turn the entire school into a solitary game. He deserves his fate. However, Jinyang added, Chun Hao's death was indeed quite horrifying. Let us leave quickly. I don't want to linger in this cursed school for even a second. I just want to go home and play games. Come on my place, Jiang Qi. Jinyang tempted. I'll have my aunt make your favorite spicy chicken, and we can duo until dawn. Jiang Qi understood that Jinyang was instinctively trying to escape the cognitive dissonance he had witnessed, seeking to pull himself back to a semblance of normalcy, even if it was just a temporary numbness. Yet, he was destined not to have his wish. Jiang Qi shook his head. No, you go ahead and play. Jinyang, puzzled, asked why not. What will you do at home? It's so dull being alone in your rented place. I have my reasons, Jiang Qi replied, looking at him. Jinyang, the world has changed. Your family has connections. Once you return, ask your parents to pay attention to these matters. By gathering information now, you can be better prepared and stay a step ahead. Jinyang scratched his head. Oh, okay. Today was indeed a bit terrifying. I'll tell my mom and dad to dig for information. I'll let you know the moment I hear anything. Chapter 5. Yu Gui upon exiting the teaching building. A refreshing breeze enveloped Jiang Qi. He gazed towards Ming Hu, where several individuals clad in white lab coats had gathered, appearing to be technicians. Jiang Qi pondered deeply. The authorities arrived on the scene in less than 10 minutes after the incident. They swiftly took control, sealed off Ming Hu, evacuated the crowd, standardized the narrative, managed information, and mobilized technical personnel with remarkable efficiency. This indicated that the police or higher authorities had experience in handling such events. They possessed a clear contingency plan and, indeed, rich experience in dealing with such anomalies. Clearly, beneath the tranquil surface of daily life, strange currents had long been stirring, far from the sudden occurrence he had imagined. It was just that he, along with the vast majority of ordinary people, lived in a glass dome, isolated from the truth. Now, these students were witnessing everything up close and clearly. It was hard to consider it merely misfortune. By the banks of Ming Hu, Zhang Wanyan seemed to sense something, turning his head to pierce through the crowd, precisely locking onto Jiang Qi, who lingered at the exit of the teaching building. Captain Zhang? Asked his colleague Xiao Zhao. Following his gaze, all he saw were a few clueless high school students, particularly a boy with chestnut hair who appeared rather foolish. What are you looking at? Any discoveries? Zhang Wanyan withdrew his gaze, saying, nothing much, just a few students. He turned away from the teaching building, his eyes returning to the lake's surface, stating, based on eyewitness accounts and the footage from the surveillance, generate a preliminary simulation drawing as soon as possible. Additionally, notify the technical team to analyze both the lake bed and water samples, focusing on detecting unknown organic compounds, residual traces of special energy, and any anomalous biological pheromones. He wondered what those individuals were measuring with their instruments. The people were gone. What else could they measure? Perhaps they would check for Chun Hao's molecules in the air? Jinyang glanced over and began to mock, ultimately laughing at himself. But even if there were molecules, they'd be bad ones. Jiang Qi shot him a reproachful look. Can you refrain from joking at a time like this? It's really inappropriate. Noting the look in Jiang Qi's eyes, Jinyang asked, what? Am I wrong? Jiang Qi shook his head. There are indeed many things that can be measured. Theoretically, anything that has existed leaves traces, especially concerning Chun Hao's reaction when he touched that flower, the blue light burst, the brief levitation, the manifestation of water manipulation abilities, and even the moment of his disappearance. All these processes might leave behind anomalous energy fluctuations or particle radiation traces. Furthermore, The water samples might contain unknown substances resulting from Chun Hao's dissolution. Air samples could similarly harbor unique volatile molecules or aerosols. In addition, there are indirect informational correlations. But the longer time drags on, the more severe the decay and dispersion of physical traces become. That's why they are in such a hurry. Jin Yang opened his mouth to ask, so, does that mean there really are molecules of Chun Hao in the air? Jiang Qi's lips twitched slightly. After all that he said, Jin Yang distilled it down to the 6 words, there are molecules of Chun Hao in the air. However, Jiang Qi conceded, you might be onto something. Just as he finished speaking, Jin Yang suddenly straightened up, taking deep breaths. Jiang Qi asked, what are you doing? Jin Yang earnestly replied, explaining between breaths, I'm going to inhale Chun Hao and then excrete him like waste. Jiang Qi sharply retorted, what a sight. Reaching the school gate, Jiang Qi came to a halt, saying, all right, you wait here. I'll head off first. He appeared as though he wanted to maintain a distance from his foolishness. Jin Yang grabbed him, saying, hey, Cheesy, don't go. My family's driver is here to pick me up. He'll be here any moment. I can give you a ride back. It's just a quick step on the accelerator. Jiang Qi replied, no thanks, it's only 500 meters. I'll just walk. You take longer to drop me. Jin Yang expressed disappointment. All right then. Jiang Qi turned and left. Message me when you get home. Watching Jiang Qi's retreating figure, Jin Yang called out once more, hey, Jiang Qi, be careful. Don't touch any strange flowers or plants. If anything happens, just reach out to me. Jiang Qi did not turn back, but raised his hand, waving in Jin Yang's direction. Got it. On the way home, Jiang Qi took out his phone to search for information about the flower. But what he found was quite similar to what other classmates had previously discovered. Vague snippets, quickly deleted posts, screenshots that had been circulated multiple times, and some seemingly relevant but unverifiable comments. The traces of the flower on the internet seemed to have been erased by an invisible hand. After crossing several streets, Jiang Qi arrived at the Jinxiu Huafu community, where his home was located. However, calling it home was somewhat inaccurate, as it was merely a rented apartment, a one-bedroom with a living room, bathroom, and kitchen costing 2,800 yuan per month, reduced to 2,000 if rented annually. Given that it was a school district property, this rent was considered reasonable. Indeed, Jiang Qi is not lacking in funds. After the passing of his parents, he inherited a substantial sum of money, amounting to several hundred thousand. For Jiang Qi, it is more prudent to rent a residence that is closer and safer, rather than opting for a more distant, inferior, and cheaper accommodation. At this stage of his life as a student, nothing holds greater significance than his studies. The time he saves from commuting can be devoted to solving additional problems. As for money, Jiang Qi does not perceive it as a future dilemma. He swiped his card to enter the building, took the elevator to the 8th floor, retrieved his key, and opened the door to Unit 801. The living room was furnished in an exceedingly minimalist manner. A beige fabric sofa was placed against the wall, opposite which hung a 52-inch LCD television. On the windowsill, several pots of green pothos and hanging orchids flourished, their vibrant leaves indicating they had received diligent care. Jiang Qi placed his backpack on the sofa and sat down. He then took out a jade pendant. Historically, the Yellow River has undergone 7 significant alterations in its course. The first of these occurred in ancient times in 602 BC, during the 5th year of King Ding of Zhou, when the river shifted northwards in Pingchuan province, an event referred to as the Day Gudu. At the age of 5, Jiang Qi's parents took him on a trip to Pingchuan province, one of the destinations being the site of the Yellow River's first diversion. His father, a photographer, aimed to capture a series of works concerning the river's changes. While playing, Jiang Qi discovered this jade pendant. Initially, his parents were astonished, but after consulting experts, they concluded that its age was indeterminate. The pendant bore no inscriptions or engravings and was ultimately regarded as an ordinary object. However, noticing Jiang Qi's fondness for it, his mother fashioned a red cord, threading the pendant onto it and hanging it around young Jiang Qi's neck. Since then, he has worn it continuously, only removing it during baths. This pendant holds memories of that last family trip, the last time Jiang Qi witnessed his mother's radiant and healthy smile. At this moment, Jiang Qi cradled the pendant in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. The pendant was shaped with a sharp upper section and a flat lower end, exuding an ancient charm. Its surface was polished to a remarkable smoothness, the edges rounded, with a diameter of about 7 centimeters and a moderate thickness, perfectly fitting in his hand. These details were so familiar to him that he could describe them with his eyes closed, having caressed it countless times over the years. However, today felt different. Jiang Qi brought the pendant closer to his eyes, utilizing a sliver of daylight filtering through the window to observe it more intently. The pendant still retained its warm feel, yet it now seemed to emanate a deeper, more vibrant source of heat. Its surface appeared to reveal exceedingly fine patterns. Under Jiang Qi's gaze, the patterns grew increasingly distinct, gradually forming recognizable ancient script. Jiang Qi softly read the inscription, Shui Xuan Gui, Zhang Xuan Du Zikfan, Shanxian Ying Shi, Tebai Keng Sheng. As he uttered these words, it felt as if something had been triggered. Suddenly, a silent explosion occurred. In the next instant, the pendant vanished. Jiang Qi felt an overwhelming brightness followed by utter darkness, as if his soul had been extricated from his body. All sensory perceptions, sight, hearing, touch, even the sensation of gravity, vanished entirely. After what felt like a second, yet could have been several minutes, when Jiang Qi opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in an infinite, utterly silent void. There was no up or down, no past or future, only a vast and profound expanse. The disappeared pendant resided at the absolute center of this boundless space. It was beyond description, for it was infinitely high, infinitely large, a feeling of insignificance, stemming from the instinct of life, overwhelmed Jiang Qi as he faced the majestic pressure of the universe's ultimate creation. In this realm, the pendant finally regained its original form. It appeared as if it were made of condensed ink, shimmering with a watery light. Jiang Qi willed his body to ascend, and at the sharp tip of the pendant, he noticed a swirling pattern resembling the Milky Way, at its center adorned with a gem that sparkled like a star. As he controlled his descent, he observed the body of the pendant, which was inscribed with an image of a water deity commanding a dragon. The relief depicted the water deity standing upon a dragon, sword in one hand and the can hexagram in the other, the dragon's body entwined with the meandering river, vividly lifelike. Along the pendant's body, in vertical inscriptions, were the very words he had just read. Jiang Qi continued to descend, and at the base of the pendant, he discerned the pattern of the sea eye of the Guishu, intricately carved with coral reefs and the playful waves of the Chiwen. The central sea eye slightly concave, also set with a gem. After examining the front, Jiang Qi shifted his focus to the back of the pendant. To his astonishment, he saw 4 divine beasts engraved: a dragon-headed toad, a snake-necked fish-tailed creature, a green phoenix holding a pearl, and a black tortoise bearing a tablet. The 4 beasts interlinked in a circular formation. Jiang Qi's heart raced with realization. He understood that he was likely within his own consciousness space, akin to the Taoist concept of the mud pill palace, the upper dantian, or huangting. The pendant before him was not an ordinary jade piece at all, but rather yugui. The yugui, as it is known, was an ancient ceremonial jade artifact used by emperors and lords during court visits, sacrifices, and funerals, traceable back to the ancient Shang dynasty. The rites of Zhou records that the gui varied in shape and size according to ranks and purposes, with distinctions such as the gui, zhengui, huangui, exingui, gonggui, gubai, pubai, sigui, and luogui. To facilitate governance, the Zhou emperor mandated periodic court visits from the lords, bestowing each lord with a jade gui to hold during these visits as a symbol of their status. However, after the Warring States period, the gui fell out of favor in society, and by the Han dynasty, it had vanished from everyday life, only to be crafted in limited quantities by nobility to signify their status. Later, a certain emperor presented a yugui to the Maoshan sect, and it became a ceremonial artifact used in significant Taoist rituals, also known as the incense tube. Jiang Qi had not recognized it before, partly due to his lack of consideration in that direction, and partly because it was too small. But now he realized this was its true form. Furthermore, judging by the engravings and inscriptions on this yugui, they bore no resemblance to the historically recognized gifts from emperors to lords or Taoist yuguis. They were more akin to the legendary yugui bestowed by the Jade Emperor to deities. Such grandeur could not possibly exist without extraordinary significance, especially not within the realm of his consciousness. Could it be that this was not merely an emergence of extraordinary abilities, but rather a resurgence of spiritual energy? Were the divine beings, once confined to mythological texts and murals, the overseers of cosmic laws, set to descend upon the world anew? Even though Jiang Qi had mentally prepared himself, at this moment, he found his consciousness shaken by the very theories he had previously deduced. Just then, without time to ponder further, a stream of information surged into Jiang Qi's mind. Name, Luo Gui Master. Jiang Qi, race, human, lifespan, 18, Luo Gui Mastery, 0.00001. Gui Master attributes, strength, 7, average for mundane, 5, muscular initial refinement, agility, 8, average for mundane, 5, body like a spirit monkey, constitution, 8, average for mundane, 5, vitality abundant, intelligence, 9, average for mundane, 5, clear mind, spirit, 9, average for mundane, 5, solidified intention, charm, 8, average for mundane, 5, natural essence, power level, middle mortal. Status, awakening, dormant energy, 365. Potential dormancy period, 5 years. In a state of deep slumber, the master, Guizhu, exists in an absolute state of safety, impervious to disturbance, harm, or observation. Within this dormant condition, Guizhu's state remains constant, devoid of the need for sustenance or excretion. When awake, Guizhu gains 1 point of slumber energy each day. While in deep slumber, he expends 0.2 points daily. In this slumbering state, he accumulates 0.0000001 points of strength, agility, and constitution every second. It is imperative to locate a water source promptly for the slumber. The essential condition for slumber is that Guizhu's true form must be enveloped in absolute water source. Under the overwhelming torrent of information, Jiang Qi's astonishment reached unprecedented heights. Countless chaotic thoughts assailed his wavering worldview. However, his long-honed emotional management skills soon enabled him to regain control over his mind. Calmness was paramount, regardless of the enigmatic origins of Luo Gui. It presented him with an unequivocal advantage in this tumultuous world, where danger lurked at every corner. He must comprehend and utilize it. At first glance, Luo Gui bestowed upon him 2 extraordinary core abilities. The first was absolute longevity. If his interpretation was correct, the lifespan indicated was infinite, signifying that he possessed eternal life, which corresponded to the second ability, slumber. Otherwise, if he continuously slumbered, he would eventually deplete his lifespan, rendering Luo Gui's emergence meaningless. Regarding the second ability, slumber, as long as he remained within an absolute water source, he would gain 0.0000001 points of strength, agility, and constitution every second. This figure appeared negligible at first, but compounded over time, it became formidable. A single day of slumber yields an enhancement of 0.0864, while a year would amount to 315. Adding this to his original values would bring him close to 40. What does a strength, agility, and constitution of nearly 40 signify? The average for an ordinary person hovers around 5, meaning 40 is equivalent to the combined strength of 8 average individuals. Moreover, this is merely the enhancement after 1 year of slumber. What if it extended to 3, 5, or even 10 years? He could potentially become superhuman. Furthermore, Jiang Qi possessed infinite life. After a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, how powerful would he become? This was merely the enhancement at the current stage. Jiang Qi noted that his mastery of Luo Gui stood at 0.00001. If this mastery were to increase, would the points earned during slumber not multiply? Beyond these 2 core advantages, Jiang Qi astutely recognized that the seemingly auxiliary description of slumber state concealed another extraordinary ability, the concise lines detailing in slumber. The master exists in an absolute state of safety, impervious to disturbance, harm, or observation, encapsulated a power rivaling immortality. The inability to be disturbed, harmed, or observed equated to an invincible state, rendering all forms of attack or detection futile. Even if the earth were to perish or the universe to erupt, as long as Jiang Qi remained submerged in water, he would emerge unscathed. Being immortal and invincible approached the essence of being undying. Chapter 6. The shield and sword of a new era. Jiang Qi sprang into action, swiftly departing to the nearest furniture store. He selected a sufficiently deep and spacious wooden soaking tub, promptly paid, and arranged for delivery. There was no time to waste on a bathtub installation requiring professional plumbing and waterproof testing, which could delay him for days. By 5 o'clock, the large wooden tub was situated in the cramped bathroom, occupying nearly half the space. After a hasty dinner, Jiang Qi began filling the tub with water. The sound of rushing water echoed distinctly in the quiet room. As the tub neared fullness, Jiang Qi shed his clothing and stepped in, slowly crouching until the water enveloped him completely. Contrary to his expectations, he felt no sensation of suffocation. Underwater, he discovered he could open his eyes freely and felt no urge to breathe. His lungs exhibited no desire for air at all. In the water, he sensed an intense affinity, as if he were a born aquatic creature. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Qi instructed in his mind, "Activate slumber mode. Please confirm the duration of this slumber. Note that the minimum slumber time is 24 hours, with no upper limit." Without hesitation, Jiang Qi responded, 24 hours. This first attempt necessitated verification of the effects, so he opted for the minimum duration. Slumber countdown initiated. Please maintain a motionless state. You will enter slumber in 30 minutes. The countdown began. 2,959, 2,958, 2,957. 30 minutes? Jiang Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. Slumber mode did not activate instantaneously, implying that it was not an immediate lifeline. Had it been instant, he could have evaded imminent dangers by diving into the water, but it seemed that was not the case. An adversary would certainly not grant him 30 minutes to enter slumber. Thus, should such a situation arise in the future, he would need to account for a minimum 30-minute gap. Time ticked away, and Jiang Qi attempted to move a few times, but each movement reset the timer, leading him to remain still and wait silently for the countdown to conclude. As the final seconds elapsed, a notification resonated in his mind. The master has entered slumber. In slumber, the master exists in an absolute state of safety, impervious to disturbance, harm, or observation, and the Master S state remains constant without the need for sustenance, intake, or excretion. In slumber, the Master gains 0.0000001 points of strength, agility, and constitution every second. As the notification concluded, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped Jiang Qi. It felt akin to returning to the warmth and tranquility of amniotic fluid, a state of complete safety. He could distinctly perceive countless vibrant energy particles in the water, continuously permeating through his skin, fortifying his muscles, bones, and blood with a slow yet steadfast enhancement. Strength 0.0000000, agility 0.0000001, constitution 0.0000001. However, this lucidity was fleeting. In the next instant, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed over him like a tidal wave. Jiang Qi's eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and despite his efforts, he could no longer keep them open. As his eyes finally closed, darkness consumed his vision, and he sank into a state of oblivion. In the capital of Donglu, Xianyang City, the Hall of Unity was brightly lit, and the grand emblem of Donglu shone with solemn authority under the illumination. At this moment, within this hall, which symbolized the nation's highest power and will, a historic moment was unfolding. The conference had entered its final stage of deliberation and voting. The presiding officer solemnly announced, "We shall now proceed with the final reading of the National Supernatural Affairs Management Bureau Organization Law, Draft. Article 1. In order to effectively respond to the global awakening of extraordinary abilities and the frequent occurrence of supernatural phenomena, to maintain national security and societal stability, to safeguard the lives and properties of the people, and to regulate the management of extraordinary affairs. The National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, hereinafter referred to as the Bureau, is hereby established." Article 2. The Bureau is a specially established institution at the ministerial level, exercising the functions of national management over extraordinary affairs, and is responsible for the overall coordination, guidance, and supervision of extraordinary affairs nationwide. Article 7. The Bureau shall have one director and several deputy directors. Article 10. In the process of fulfilling its responsibilities, the Bureau may take necessary measures in accordance with the law and coordinate and mobilize relevant resources. The 2058 attendees held their breath, attentively listening to each clause while occasionally marking the text. This was a closed meeting, not open to any media. Yet recording equipment was present to preserve visual documentation. Shortly thereafter, the host completed the reading and announced the commencement of the voting procedure. Now, we will vote on the draft of the National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs Organization Act. Please press the green button for approval, the red button for opposition, and the yellow button for abstention. After a brief silence, arms were raised in unison, and the attendees, with solemn expressions, pressed the buttons on their voting devices. A vast electronic tally screen behind the podium silently illuminated, with the number of green votes surging like a tide, ultimately settling at an overwhelming figure. The voting results were: approval, 1,793 votes; opposition, 176 votes; abstention, 539 votes. The draft of the National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs Organization Act has been passed. The host clearly announced the results. There were no cheers, no applause. The grand hall seemed to have been muted, with even breathing deliberately slowed. An invisible and weighty sense of history bore down on every attendee. To this day, it has been 6 months since the first supernatural event, codenamed Qiming, shocked the world. During these 6 months, supernatural phenomena have erupted globally, with 1731 documented cases. These cases have impacted every regime worldwide. Upon confirming the authenticity of the supernatural phenomena, Donglu promptly declared a state of emergency, classifying supernatural events as a special national security threat. The social media keyword filtering system added 327 sensitive terms to prevent information leaks. Not only Donglu, but most regimes worldwide adopted similar strategies: lockdowns, controls, and attempts to buy time. Among them, Donglu, with its formidable organizational capacity and execution, excelled. While information control in other countries faltered and public panic grew, the people of Donglu remained in a state of skepticism. However, now, with an increasing number of extraordinary individuals awakening and more supernatural phenomena exposed to public view, Donglu has entered a phase of compelled transparency. The draft of the National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs Organization Act is a product of this context. Donglu has reached a stage where it must, through national will, acknowledge the existence of this disruptive force. The response to supernatural phenomena and extraordinary abilities will transition from an emergency, secretive deployment phase to one that is public and institutionalized. The meeting proceeded without pause, and after the passage of the draft of the National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs Organization Act, it swiftly moved to the next core agenda: the election of the first director of the Bureau. The nomination, voting, and decision-making processes advanced efficiently. Ultimately, the voting results revealed that Zhou Jinyu was unanimously elected by all attendees as the inaugural director of the forthcoming Bureau. This time, applause erupted, enthusiastic and enduring, like a pent-up force finally finding an outlet. Zhou Jinyu rose amid the applause to acknowledge the crowd. He stood at approximately 1.7 meters, with an upright posture that resembled a pine. His dark hair was neatly combed, with a touch of gray at the temples, and his every gesture exuded a unique aura cultivated through years of self-discipline and rigorous standards. Even though time had left its marks upon him, it could not conceal the warmth that enveloped him. Subsequently, the meeting also voted in favor of the draft resolution to establish the Longting Special Operations Force, electing Qin Jun as its first commander. In the high-level expectations of Donglu, the Bureau and the Longting Force are envisioned as the shield and sword of a new era. The Bureau acts as a shield, primarily responsible for managing domestic extraordinary individuals and phenomena, standardizing the registration, guidance, and management of the extraordinary populace, combating the rising tide of extraordinary crimes, maintaining internal order, and preventing chaos instigated by extraordinary abilities. The Longting Force serves as the sword, primarily addressing the national defense gap in the field of extraordinary abilities, ensuring strategic initiative against new threats such as supernatural terrorist attacks. The meeting concluded, and the attendees dispersed. However, Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun did not leave with the crowd. Instead, they followed a staff member in a dark uniform through several corridors, entering a study deep within the Hajong Hall. The room was furnished in a manner both ancient and dignified, with soft lighting. A figure stood by the window, clad only in a plain shirt, facing away from the door, resembling a mountain lost in contemplation. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, a gentle expression gracing his face. "Comrades Jinyu and Jun, please take a seat." Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun complied and took their places. The meeting had concluded, the law established, and the mandate delivered. He stated plainly that the shield and sword had now officially been entrusted to them. Domestically, the number of awakened extraordinary individuals is steadily increasing, varied in caliber, with public sentiment in flux. Internationally, ambitious individuals are emerging, with certain nations and organizations already utilizing extraordinary abilities for strategic maneuvers. Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun listen quietly, fully aware of the severity of the current situation and the historical mission that lay upon their shoulders. Jinyu, at the inception of the Bureau, establishing order is paramount. We must swiftly incorporate domestic extraordinary forces into effective management, extinguish potential sources of chaos, and even transform them into controllable and usable strengths. How do we calibrate policies? How do we formulate management regulations? How do we safeguard the fundamental rights of extraordinary individuals while preventing them from becoming outlaws? These responsibilities fall upon you. Remember, if internal stability cannot be maintained, all is in vain. The central authority will provide you with the utmost policy support, but the specific path must be forged by you leading the Bureau. Zhou Jinyu responded earnestly, "Rest assured, I will promptly convene an inaugural meeting for the Bureau's establishment, perfecting its initial structure and drafting the corresponding regulations." He continued, "Jinyu, always remember, do not only focus on the present, but also pave the way for the future. Your responsibilities are substantial." Zhou Jinyu nodded, understood. He then turned his attention to Qin Jun. Qin Jun, born in 1977 in the remote highlands of Jiangyuan province. Qin Jun's father was a blacksmith and his mother a farmer. Due to the family's poverty, he did not enroll in primary school until the age of 9, walking 7 kilometers daily along mountain paths. During middle school, he traded hunted game for tuition fees, and, at 16, he achieved the highest score in the county to enter Jiangyuan Military Academy's vocational program. In 1995, at the age of 18, he officially enlisted, serving in a border defense regiment in Beiyuan, where he stood out in combat training, being promoted to deputy squad leader in the recruit company. Thereafter, he held various positions: squad leader, company commander, battalion commander, chief of the operations section at the brigade headquarters, staff officer at the military command, deputy director of the operations section, chief of staff, brigade commander, division chief of staff, and deputy chief of staff, ultimately becoming the youngest military commander in Donglu at the age of 46 in July 2023. At this moment, Qin Jun stood, his stature robust and imposing at 182 meters. Qin Jun, your sword must be sharp and fierce, ready to charge at critical moments and secure victory. Your opponents are no longer traditional enemies. They may soar through the skies and manipulate hearts. Thus, the training outline, operational regulations, and collaborative mechanisms must all be explored from scratch. I implore you to forge this division into a formidable national asset capable of confronting supernatural threats with utmost urgency. Intelligence sharing, equipment development, and personnel selection will receive full cooperation from Jinyu. Remember, you are inextricably linked. However, I have a non-negotiable demand. When the time comes to unsheathe the Longting sword, it must be drawn with lethal intent, severing the enemy's head without hesitation. Qin stood upright, saluting with a precise and fluid motion. I, Qin Jun, shall not fail in this solemn trust. Excellent. Remember the words spoken today. Resources and permissions will be granted with special consideration, allowing you to proceed with ease. Keep in mind that time is our greatest adversary. The situation waits for no one. The enemy does not slumber. We cannot predict how the world may transform by the time we awaken tomorrow. The future of Donglu significantly rests upon the two of you and the institutions you are about to establish. This burden is heavier than Mount Tai. Yet, I have faith that you are the chosen pillars of our nation and people. You can and must rise to the occasion. He extended his hand, shaking firmly with both Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun. Go forth, he concluded, his voice tinged with an imperceptible weariness, and act immediately. Treat a single day as if it were two. Should you require anything, report directly to me. Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun simultaneously rose, saluted him, and exited the study. Chapter 7. The first deep slumber outside the study. Zhou Jinyu and Qin Jun paused in unison. Zhou gazed down the lengthy corridor, his eyes distant, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned to his companion, saying, "General Qin, upon stepping out of this Hajong Hall today, our identities have irrevocably changed. I fear that our names are already on countless desks. This weight is substantial, but it also confers tremendous authority. Henceforth, our two lights must shine exceptionally bright. Qin Yun, being more reticent, nodded slightly and replied, "Your reminder is noted, Director Zhou. A bright light will cause the malevolent to retreat." A hint of a smile graced Zhou Jinyu's lips as he subtly shifted the conversation. Indeed, a bright light is fundamental. However, when storms arise, shadows may still linger beneath the light. General Qin, although our functions differ, our objectives are now aligned. I hope we can work together harmoniously and support one another. Qin Jun replied, "Certainly, within my duties, Longting will exert every effort without hesitation. Our two departments shall be united in purpose." "Excellent," Zhou Jinyu remarked with a glimmer of approval, extending his warm regards. "Only through unity can we conquer our adversaries. General Qin, the road ahead is perilous. Take care of your health." Qin Jun nodded solemnly. "Director Zhou, take care as well. We shall each fulfill our respective duties without concern for life or death." With that, Qin Jun bowed slightly to Zhou Jinyu. "As the troops are just being formed, there is much to be done. I shall take my leave first." Zhou Jinyu stood in place, watching Qin Jun's figure meld into the shadows of the corridor. Moments later, accompanied by his secretary and security detail, Zhou Jinyu departed from Hezhong Hall, arriving at the temporary office of the Yiguanju, a heavily secured building. Inside the office, Zhou Jinyu approached the largest desk, upon which sat a red secure telephone. He lifted the receiver and dialed a remarkably concise internal number. "This is Zhou Jinyu. Notify the following personnel to report to me within 2 hours. Wang Lei from the Security Department's Special Operations Bureau, Lin Shui from the General Staff's Intelligence Department, Academician Chun Mingyuan from the Institute of Theoretical Physics at the Donk Academy, Chun Feng, a forensic expert from the Ministry of Public Security's Criminal Investigation Bureau, and Li Jing from the Emergency Office of the Health Commission." Zhou Jinyu listed over 40 names. "Inform them that this is a top-level directive. They are to cease all current work and come directly here. The first step in establishing the Bureau is to gather the right personnel." This list is the result of Zhou Jinyu's careful consideration, rooted in his formulated 4-combination strategy. First, core cadres, selecting experienced and educated personnel with strong convictions from the police, military and local governments. Second, professionals, recruiting cutting-edge scholars in physics, history, biology, chemistry, and young university graduates to create a knowledge complement. Third, individuals with special abilities, incorporating awakened individuals from within the system. Fourth, social practitioners of special abilities, enlisting reliable and emotionally stable individuals from society. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jinyu immediately began preparing to convene the Bureau's establishment meeting. In his vision, the Yiguanju would comprise 11 core departments: the Office Information Section, Special Operations Department, Technical Research Center, Legal and Policy Division, International Cooperation Bureau, Affairs of Superpowered Individuals Office, Psychological Intervention Center, Secretarial Office, Logistics Support Department, and the Tianwang Monitoring Center. These 11 departments would perform their respective functions, forming a complete operational system. 2 hours later, darkness had fallen. The temporary office building was ablaze with light, the dazzling nightscape of Xinyang City visible outside. The secretary gently knocked on the office door, entering to quietly remind, "Director, the time has come. The individuals on the list have all arrived in the meeting waiting area." After a brief pause, he asked with concern, "It is already dinner time. Would you like to have a meal first? The meeting can start a bit later." Zhou Jinyu lifted his gaze from a draft of departmental responsibilities. Interrupting the secretary, "No need. Please take me directly to the meeting venue." "Understood, Director," the secretary promptly replied, stepping aside to clear the way. Zhou Jinyu straightened his collar and entered the meeting room. An atmosphere of frantic activity greeted him. Over 40 individuals from various fields had already taken their seats. Among them were military personnel, police officers, scholars, professionals, and a few representatives of awakened individuals from within the system. At this moment, some appeared bewildered, while others had begun to piece together the situation. Zhou Jinyu scanned the room, forgoing pleasantries, and proceeded directly to the main position. "Well, everyone is present. The establishment meeting of the National Superpowered Affairs Management Bureau is now in session." The National Superpowered Affairs Management Bureau? The establishment meeting? The sheer amount of information overwhelmed many, leaving their minds buzzing. Seated in the middle, Chun Feng, dressed in police uniform, raised his hand. Director Zhou, may I ask a question? What is the National Superpowered Affairs Management Bureau? Why have I been invited? I am merely a forensic investigator. Chun Feng's inquiry echoed the confusion of the vast majority present. Zhou Jinyu replied, "Of course, you may ask. The National Superpowered Affairs Management Bureau, abbreviated as Guanju, is a newly established national institution approved through the highest legislative process. It will officially take charge of all investigations, assessments, and management of supernatural phenomena, superpowered individuals, and related security incidents nationwide. And you all are the inaugural core members of the Guanju." Chen Feng was even more puzzled. "Director Zhou, I still don't understand. This exceeds my capabilities. I know nothing about these supernatural matters. I only know how to analyze fingerprints and footprints." Zhou Jinyu nodded slightly, addressing the room. "I believe many of you share the same concerns as Comrade Chen Feng. Why me? I do not comprehend these supernatural phenomena. What can I contribute? I can assure you all that no one understands. The physicists, information experts, and ancient script researchers gathered here do not understand. Yet precisely because no one comprehends, we need to assemble the most elite, professional, and insightful minds from their respective fields. We must forge ahead cautiously and unravel the mechanisms of superpowers, discern their patterns, and devise methods to confront them. Certainly, among those present, there are a few comrades who have awakened special abilities. After the meeting concludes, they will briefly demonstrate their abilities and characteristics in a controlled and safe manner, providing everyone with a tangible understanding of superpowers, alleviating unnecessary speculation and panic, and facilitating the targeted advancement of subsequent work. As Zhou Jinyu finished speaking, the room stirred with excitement. There were indeed individuals with superpowers present. Zhou Jinyu announced, "Now, we shall officially commence the core agenda of the establishment meeting. However, before we proceed, I must confirm if anyone wishes to withdraw. Should you choose to exit, it is entirely understandable and will be respected. What lies ahead is an unprecedented realm filled with uncertainty and challenges. This decision reflects your responsibility towards yourselves and your families, and no one shall question it. However, should you choose to remain, you will become the first and last line of defense for Donglu in this era of monumental change. It signifies that you will navigate through darkness, striving to comprehend, restrain, and master those unimaginable forces. History will remember this day, acknowledging your courage to step forward amidst humanity's upheaval, marking you as the founders of a new order. Now, please make your choice." After a brief silence, no one in the audience opted to withdraw, not even Chun Feng, who had posed the initial question. Observing this, Zhou Jinyu responded, "Excellent, since there are no withdrawals. The establishment meeting of the National Abilities Administration shall now officially commence." The first agenda item was the announcement of the core departmental structure and the appointment of interim leaders. Office: Interim Director Wan Zhouji, Special Operations Department. Interim Leader Wang Lei, Technical Research Center. Interim Leader Academician Chun Mingyuan, Legal and Policy Division. Interim Leader Xia Tao. As the meeting progressed through its agenda, nearing its conclusion, Zhou Jinyu stated, "Comrades, our objective is not to eradicate abilities, but to transform them into a force that safeguards us. Thus, we must adopt varying strategies for different types of ability users. First, we shall embrace the compliant and cooperative individuals, respecting, guiding, and integrating them, granting them their rightful entitlements and protections, allowing them to become constructive forces. Second, we must establish a robust monitoring and deterrence system for those who harbor ill intentions or pose potential threats, making clear the boundaries they must not cross. Third, for those who have already lost control and pose significant risks, the administration must possess and decisively implement special procedures for containment, detention, and, if necessary, removal." In conclusion, Zhou Jinyu declared, "Comrades, we are not merely establishing an ordinary department. We are erecting a barrier during an unprecedented upheaval of civilization, where the old order is dismantled and a new order has yet to emerge. Amidst the myriad of complexities, what should we prioritize? With immense responsibilities, how shall we stand firm? The answer is the people. The safety of life and social stability are the foundational meanings of our existence, the starting point and the ultimate goal of all our endeavors. I urge you all to keep this in mind as you forge ahead." As the meeting concluded, Donglu was enveloped in darkness. The winds of history had begun to stir, unveiling a new world rife with uncertainties and challenges. The following day, the dim sunlight filtered through the narrow frosted glass window into the bathroom. The water bucket held a serene surface, undisturbed and empty. Suddenly, a youthful figure emerged from the water, transitioning from ethereal to corporeal, as if slowly materializing from another dimension. Eyes closed, his body was unclothed, curled into a ball, arms wrapped around his bent knees, and his jet black hair floated like delicate seaweed in the water. His skin exhibited an unnatural sheen and pallor, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, devoid of any visible pores. His waist was slender, legs elongated, each muscle contour distinctly outlined in the clear water. The scene radiated an extraordinary, sacred beauty of life. In the next moment, his long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Qi rose from the water. Had 24 hours passed? A message appeared in his mind. Sleep duration, 24 hours. Energy consumed, 0.2. Remaining energy, 3,651. Gains, strength 00864. Agility 00864. Constitution 00864. Next sleep cooldown, 3 days. Jiang Qi realized that sleep also required a cool-down period. Indeed, the Yu would not reveal all its information at once. He needed to continuously practice and explore its functions. With a flicker of thought, a complete panel unfolded in his consciousness. Name, Luo Ge, Master, Jiang Qi race, human, lifespan, 18, mastery of Luo Ge, 00001, master attributes, strength, 7, common average, 5, agility, 8, common average, 5, constitution, 8, common average, 5, intelligence, 9, common average, 5, spirit, 9, common average, 5, charisma, 8, common average, 5, power level, intermediate common, status, awakening, sleep energy, 3651, sleep duration remaining, 5 years, sleep ability. Cool down, 71, 5933, although this sleep only provided Jiang Qi an enhancement of 00864 in three-dimensional attributes, not yielding any visible changes, akin to the difference between eating to 50 fullness versus 80. He still felt a nourishing sensation from within. It was as if certain long-accumulated subtle stagnations within him, unnoticed even by himself, were quietly washed away by the flow of water, leaving him with an indescribable lightness and clarity. After taking a moment to feel his body, Jiang Qi stepped out of the water bucket, dried himself off, donned his clothes, and opened his phone. A day had passed, and only Jin Yang had sent him messages. Yet his single message overshadowed a multitude, creating a formidable presence. Last night, at 8:15 p.m., Qi, I just finished chatting with my parents. I'm having them keep an eye on recent unusual events. Any news? I'll call you immediately. Wasn't this operation solid? Last night, at 8:30 p.m., in the canyon, hurry. I learned a wild trap queen at the notes, and I feel terrifyingly strong. Chapter 8. Jichuan City Cafe last night at 9:03 p.m. Studying? Last night at 10:15 p.m. Crap. They sent it again. Stupid teammates. I'm so furious. Last night at 10:45 p.m. Link. Haha. Check out this video. It's hilarious. We should film one too. It would go viral. Last night at 11:01 p.m. Where are you? Hello. At 2:38 a.m. I can't anymore. Dropped 3 stars after a long night. I'm off to bed. Life is precious. If I don't sleep, I might die. At 11 o'clock a.m. Hey. Keezy. Reply quickly. Something big has happened. An urgent monkey scratching its head gif. At 11:02 a.m. Video call. The other party is canceled. At 11:03 a.m. Video call. The other party is canceled. At 11:04 a.m. Video call. The other party is canceled. At 11:05 a.m. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. At 2:22 p.m. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. At 3:25 p.m. 60 unread voice messages. A barrage of 5 60-second voice messages bombarded Jiang Qi, which he skipped. At 4:50 p.m., 7:30 p.m., old barbecue spot, my treat. I have explosive news to share. At 5:10 p.m., Jiang Qi, this is your final warning. If you don't reply, I'll come to your house right now. Gai Zhao, Gai Zhao, Gai Zhao. Jiang Qi shook his head helplessly and replied, 1. almost the moment he sent the message. Jean Yang's response exploded onto the screen. Damn. You nearly drove me crazy. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Qi replied calmly. With a brutally simple reason. I fell asleep. Jean Yang was left in a state of confusion. Dude, are you serious? You left me hanging for over 10 hours. And you're just asleep? Are you a reincarnation of Sleeping Beauty waiting for a prince's kiss to wake you up? He sent a meme featuring a panda person holding a gun, captioned, executed, I don't need evidence to solve this case. Jiang Qi responded with another meme, also featuring a panda person, captioned, execute myself to prove my innocence. Jean Yang, forget it, where are you now? I'll drive to pick you up. Jiang Qi, at home. Jean Yang, all right, wait for me, I'll be there in half an hour. During this half hour, Jiang Qi glanced at the class group chat, which was a chaotic mix of panic, unverified rumors, and whispers of gossip. The school had yet to inform everyone about the return date, only that the homeroom teacher, Wang Weihua, reminded everyone not to neglect their studies and to prepare for exams. Jiang Qi silently scrolled through these messages, his expression inscrutable. Closing the group chat, he logged on to social media. Trending was the news of a certain celebrity's wedding. Yet, it was evident that the public had grown weary of such news, even feeling disgusted. Can we please stop reporting on these celebrities? Honestly, who cares? Who the hell is concerned about someone getting married? Ugh, enough already. Ah, the familiar formula. The familiar taste. Still, it dominated the trending list. The Jichuan Cafe had barely made it to the trending list for a few seconds before being taken down. How swift the response. The authorities are relentless in pushing such trivial matters to divert attention. Aren't they? We demand the truth. The public needs the truth. Please, someone tell me if Jichuan City is safe right now. My parents are in the west side of the city. Is there really a killer on the loose in Jichuan City? The authorities are playing dead, while the trending topics are filled with entertainers. Are our lives not worth anything? I'm losing my mind. The speed at which they remove trending topics is faster than resolving the actual issues. After all, it's easier to silence than to act. It's been several days since the incident at Dongjiao Logistics Park. ISNT their report. Any investigation results? How remarkable. The sky outside is about to collapse, yet the top trending topic remains a celebrity wedding. Keep covering it up. Let us see how long you can manage. How are your pets doing lately? My cat has suddenly started hissing at empty air. Has it seen something? Stop shouting. It's futile to scream until your throat is raw. The situation clearly indicates that those at the top are aware that matters have spiraled out of control and are desperately trying to contain the fallout. They keep hiding the truth for as long as they can, but once it's no longer sustainable, it's likely that everyone will face the consequences together. The apocalypse is upon us. How delightful. Once I worried about my mortgage and car payments, now I'm concerned about being snatched away by a monster. Let the trending topics roll. It's all going to hell anyway. Everyone, remain calm. The authorities' decision to withhold information must be based on some considerations. Perhaps to avoid widespread panic that could lead to secondary disasters, or maybe the incident itself is still under investigation and lacks a conclusion. Trust in the nation. Criticism aside, I personally suggest 1. Stockpile non-perishable food and bottled water. 2. Try not to go out at night, especially to remote areas. 3. Pay attention to any safety alerts issued by the authorities, if any. Safety first. Chill. My uncle works in a special department. He said they captured someone who can manipulate dreams. What happened in Jichuan? Jiang Qi frowned, realizing that the situation was serious. Following a trail of keywords, he finally found the original video on a small account with only a few followers. The original video was filmed in a cafe, the footage shaky, likely recorded on a phone. As the video began, it revealed a hellish scene. The cafe was littered with severed limbs, neatly cut off heads, and splattered viscera everywhere. The nauseating stench of blood seemed to penetrate the screen, reaching Jiang Qi. The footage momentarily stabilized amidst the extreme shaking. Focusing on the center of the cafe, there stood a figure. Their stature was not imposing, even appearing somewhat frail, clad in a gray hoodie commonly seen on the streets, the hood pulled low, obscuring most of their face, revealing only an unusually pale chin with soft features. This seemed to be a female, compared to the panicked crowd frantically fleeing. Her presence was eerily calm. Then she moved. Casually and nonchalantly, she extended a hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling lights. Just as her fingertip pointed toward a middle-aged man in a suit rushing toward the door, his upper body suddenly dislocated from his lower half without warning. His upper half maintained a running posture, collapsing forward, while his lower half remained rigidly in place, intestines and blood gushing forth, splattering a nearby, screaming girl. Next, she turned her gaze to the young waitress behind the bar. The waitress, no more than 18, in the bloom of youth, with a red bow tied in her ponytail, was retreating in terror, her beautiful face filled with dread. "Please, no. I don't want to die." But her pleas did not earn her mercy. The figure simply clenched her hand, and an ear-splitting, grotesquely sticky sound of compression echoed. In less than half a second, the young girl was crushed into a sticky ball, less than half a meter in diameter, a mix of flesh and clothing. Then, the ball dropped to the floor, twitching reflexively. In the cafe, after a brief silence, a crescendo of hysterical, complete breakdown screams erupted. Cries, curses, and pleas for mercy filled the air. A young couple huddled under a table, desperately covering each other's mouths, holding their breath, praying she wouldn't notice their corner. Yet, her gaze swept over. She merely glanced casually. The table, along with the two tightly embraced individuals beneath it, vanished as if erased by an invisible giant eraser, silently and completely gone, as if neither table nor people had ever existed. A burly man in the cafe could no longer endure it. He lifted a chair, shouting at the gray-clad figure, "Ah, monster, I'll fight you." But the man was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force just a meter away, as if thrown into an invisible meat grinder, transforming into a bloody mess, splattering everywhere. The gray figure continued to stroll leisurely, void of anger, pity, hesitation, or unease, as if dealing with matters unrelated to her own existence. Every casual movement sparked a massacre. Gradually, lives in the cafe flickered out one after another. It was as if she wasn't killing, but merely clearing away annoying dust, and her approach drew closer to the camera. The shaking of the footage intensified. Jiang Qi could sense the cameraman's terror reaching its peak. A customer attempting to escape through the back door was abruptly folded into segments as he touched the doorknob, blood gushing from his mouth, and was carelessly discarded in a corner, until there was no one left in the cafe. No, there was still one. The gray figure slowly raised her hand toward the direction of the cameraman. "No, please." The cameraman let out a distorted wail of despair, but it was futile. Bang! With a dull thud, the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The screen plunged into a profound silence of darkness. Outside the video, Jiang Qi was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet it was evident that the cameraman had met a gruesome fate, the nature of which remained shrouded in mystery, devoid of any shriek of despair. Nevertheless, the progress bar had yet to reach its conclusion. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed within the video, and after a brief moment, a hand lifted the phone, switching the camera to the front-facing mode. The screen illuminated, revealing the figure of a person clad in gray, alarmingly close. They seemed to be examining the screen of the phone, or perhaps gazing at their own reflection within it. However, beneath the shadow of the hoodie lay an abyss of absolute darkness, devouring all light. The front camera captured nothing, following a fleeting, suffocating silence. The phone was disdainfully discarded on the ground, face down, plunging the scene into darkness once more. The individual did not delete the video, nor did they destroy the phone. Only an indiscernible click, lacking gender or meaning, resonated from above the video. At this point, the video finally came to an end. Upon viewing it, Jiang Qi felt a chill run down his spine. The sense of control he had felt from acquiring the Yugui had evaporated in an instant. The capabilities displayed by the figure in gray were alarmingly diverse, showcasing no less than 5 methods of murder, including severing, crushing, erasing, strangling, and folding. And this was merely what had been revealed. There might be even more that had not been shown. An uncontrollable thought surged within Jiang Qi. What if I were in the cafe? The answer was despairing. Nothing would change. If he had appeared in the cafe, his fate would not differ significantly from that of the others. Perhaps, when faced with crushing or strangling, he might last a few tenths of a second longer. Yet the outcome would be equally grim. He would be crushed or torn apart. The absolute safety of the deep slumber provided by Luo Gui required a 30-minute activation time, rendering it utterly futile in the face of such instantaneous terror. Furthermore, the opponent's mechanisms of attack surpassed his comprehension. Was it spatial manipulation? Force field distortion? or perhaps some form of conceptual erasure. Without understanding the mechanism, there could be no defense nor any means of evasion. Indeed, one could never underestimate the potential of humanity. Jiang Qi sighed. He had obtained the Yugui. Could it be that others could not acquire divine artifacts of equal or even greater caliber? It is crucial to note that in Jiang Qi's estimation, the Yugui was merely a symbol of authority bestowed upon the water god by the Jade Emperor, granting dominion over all water systems. Yet, the mythological hierarchy is vast and boundless, with entities far more powerful than the water god and ancient. Enigmatic beings far older than the Jade Emperor certainly exist. There was no way to ascertain how many artifacts akin to the Yugui had been claimed by others. At this moment, Jiang Qi felt a profound reverence for the tumultuous changes in the world. No wonder the authorities had banned this video. Allowing its dissemination would only incite widespread panic. Moreover, from the video, it was evident that the individual in gray exhibited traits characteristic of a profoundly antisocial personality. One of the core characteristics of antisocial personality disorder is the persistent disregard for or violation of others' rights. And the actions of the figure in gray pushed this trait to its extreme. They exhibited no awareness of the fear, suffering, or survival instinct of their victims. This essence of cognition is dehumanizing. Dehumanization serves as a crucial psychological precursor to extreme violent behavior, wherein societal and moral constraints on their actions become utterly ineffective. Furthermore, Jiang Qi surmised that they were likely already aware of the camera's presence, deliberately leaving the cameraman for last, even approaching the lens after the killing was complete, revealing a blank face. Chapter 9. Anomaly, Sacred Land, Bronze Tree, a book on criminal psychology that Jiang Qi had perused documented such behavior. It provided an elaborate analysis, identifying this conduct as a display of power. It is an expression of the perpetrator's enjoyment of control and dominance. Unlike mere violence, which may stem from immediate emotions such as anger or revenge, violence motivated by power display is more performative and purposeful. In the context of the figure in gray, this means they disregard the rules, intentionally leave traces, and proclaim to the authorities and viewers of this video, "I do not care if you know, for you are powerless against me." Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect is that the victims in the cafe were both male and female, young and old, with no discernible personal grievances or specific motives linking them to the figure in gray. This indicates that their killings were utterly indiscriminate and devoid of purpose. They may have simply chosen this cafe at random. Such senseless slaughter shatters the fundamental psychological expectations of safety that ordinary individuals hold. When we consume social news, we inadvertently project ourselves into the narrative. If a bully is killed, we think, "I am not a bully, I will not be killed." If an adulterer is slain, we reason, "I am not an adulterer, I will not be killed." Other cases, such as those involving wage theft, unkindness to the poor, or manipulation of emotions, follow the same logic. As long as I do not engage in wrongdoing or provoke others, I am safe. However, the circumstances depicted in this video are entirely different. The figure indiscriminately kills without reason. Any individual, at any time, in any place, could become their target. Such a powerful, inhumane, and utterly unpredictable entity lurks within the city. Akin to a humanoid disaster that could detonate at any moment, its explosive potential unknown. A sense of urgency welled up within Jiang Qi, clarifying his subsequent course of action. First, he must swiftly initiate the next cycle of deep slumber, ensuring it lasts as long as possible. Every incremental enhancement of his attributes constitutes a meager yet vital asset against the impending unknown threats. The bathtub is merely a temporary solution. He must seek a more substantial, safer, and more clandestine source of absolute water. Second, he must actively explore, comprehend, and master the mysteries of Luo Gui. A mastery level of 0.00001 is woefully inadequate. He must hasten to elevate his mastery, unlocking more abilities or enhancing slumber efficiency. Third, he must acquire more intelligence and information. It is imperative to proactively understand this transformed world and the lurking dangers. Jiang Qi recognized with clarity that compared to those powerful individuals who gained abilities instantaneously, he lacked the strength to contend with them initially. His greatest advantage lay in his immortality. Time is his most faithful ally. Even if he can only achieve minimal attribute enhancements daily, over an infinite timeline, it can culminate in a terrifying power that overwhelms all. Thus, in the early stages, there is no need for him to compete with other practitioners for immediate gains. In the face of entities like the figure in gray, which he cannot confront directly, his strategy must be to avoid their wrath, quietly amassing strength, and wait for the opportune moment. He could even adopt the most extreme strategy of strategically entering deep slumber for decades, centuries, or even longer, awaiting the demise of his adversaries. Of course, this hinges upon having sufficient energy for slumber. However, he can accumulate 1 slumber point per day, and a single point allows for 5 days of slumber. This means that for every day he spends awake, he can slumber for 5 days. A year translates to 5 years, and 10 years equates to 50 years. Survive at all costs, and then grow stronger. This notion had never been so vividly crystallized in Jiang Qi's mind. Half an hour later, his phone rang. Jin Yang was calling. As soon as he answered, Jin Yang's distinctive loud voice erupted, accompanied by the cacophony of bustling traffic in the background. "Hey, Qi, where are you? I'm downstairs at your place. Hurry up." "Coming," Jiang Qi replied succinctly, hanging up the phone, suppressing certain thoughts, and stepping outside. At present, the Yugui had already taken root in his consciousness, ensuring it would not manifest in reality, thus averting the risk of losing it. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Jiang Qi immediately spotted Jin Yang by the roadside. Clad in an ostentatious t-shirt adorned with an exaggerated logo and a pair of distressed jeans, he resembled a foolish dog, stretching his neck and peering around. "Here." Upon noticing Jiang Qi, Jin Yang grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, and casually tossed a helmet his way from the handlebars of his electric bike. Jiang Qi caught it, feeling the gaudy pink hue and noticing a large cartoon rabbit emblazoned upon it. His eyelids twitched in suspicion, seriously questioning whether Jin Yang had done this on purpose. "Can your taste be any worse? Hey, don't you appreciate it? The pink suits you perfectly. Put it on. I'll take you to indulge in some delicious food," Jin Yang urged eagerly, slapping the back seat of the bike. Although Jiang Qi expressed disdain, he nonetheless placed the pink helmet upon his head. With a click, Jin Yang whipped out his phone, having prepared it in advance, and snapped a picture of Jiang Qi. "Ha ha! Perfect!" Jin Yang admired the masterpiece displayed on the screen, his expression exuding a playful arrogance. "Qi, your look is absolutely stunning. This must go on WeChat moments." Jiang Qi fought the impulse to hurl the helmet at him. "If you dare post that, I'll kill you." I want to post it. I'll keep it for my own enjoyment. Is that all right?" Jin Yang swiftly tucked his phone back in his pocket with a cheeky grin, then moved closer, wrapping an arm around Jiang Qi's waist. "Get off." Jiang Qi responded coldly as he mounted the back seat. Go, let's south hit the road." Jin Yang tearfully showed it, twisting the throttle, as the electric bike, carrying 2 boys of starkly contrasting personalities, merged into the city traffic, tinted a golden red by the setting sun. Before long, Jin Yang executed a drift, smoothly halting in front of a barbecue restaurant. It was merely a sharp turn, really. Several small square tables were set up outside the restaurant, already occupied by numerous patrons, the aroma of charcoal mingling with grilled meat wafting invitingly. We've arrived. As Jin Yang parked and set down the kickstand, he turned to Jiang Qi with raised eyebrows. "Didn't I drift like a pro?" "Shut up, let us order," Jiang Qi replied as he dismounted, removed the helmet, placed it in Jin Yang's arms, and headed towards an empty table in the corner. Jin Yang chuckled heartily, parking the bike expertly, and grabbed a plastic-covered menu to place their order. "A ligia. We'll start with 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of beef, 20 skewers of pork belly, 10 skewers of beef fat, a plate of iron plate chives, 2 grilled peppers, and 1 grilled eggplant." After placing the order, Jin Yang sat down and asked Qi, "Should we get some wheat juice?" Jiang Qi initially had no intention of drinking, but seeing Jin Yang's eager expression and considering his upcoming plans, he paused slightly and quietly replied, "Let us start with 4 bottles." Jin Yang was taken aback, as if he were meeting Jiang Qi for the first time. "Qi, I thought you didn't drink?" "I was just asking casually." "I'll drink a bit with you," Jiang Qi stated. Jin Yang raised his thumb in delight. "Good brother." He stood up, swiftly retrieved 4 frosted bottles from the fridge, opened one for Jiang Qi, and poured it into a glass, condensation instantly forming on the glass walls. "Come on, fill it up. We must commemorate this moment." Soon, the first batch of skewers arrived, their aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. Jiang eagerly grabbed a skewer of marbled lamb and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming through a mouthful, delicious. Ali's skills are still top-notch. Jiang Qi also took a skewer, generously sprinkled with cumin and chili flakes. With one bite, the scalding juices mingled with rich spices erupted in his mouth, combined with a distinctive, smoky flavor from the grill, creating a profound sense of satisfaction. Jiang raised his glass. Cheers, Qi. Let us drink to your first experience with alcohol. Just a sip will do. It's the thought that counts. I'm going to drink. No need. Jiang Qi lifted his glass of cold, bubbly liquid and imitated Jiang, downing it in one go. Jiang's eyes widened. Then he leaned in closer to scrutinize Jiang Qi. So, Qi, how does it taste? Jiang Qi frowned slightly, a bit bitter. Jiang burst into laughter. Huh? Jiang Qi shot back coldly. What is so funny? Isn't it bitter? Jiang's expression suddenly grew solemn, serious, and his gaze distant, as if penetrating through the smoky atmosphere of the barbecue stand to glimpse the ends of the universe. In a tone laden with experience, he said, Qi, you just don't understand. Alcohol is bitter, but compared to real life, what is a little bitterness? When you reach my age, you'll understand. After saying this, he sighed deeply, as if he had tasted the myriad hardships of life. Jiang Qi watched him perform with an impassive expression and commented, You're ridiculous. Jiang, unfazed by the insult, seemed to take pride in it, feeling a sense of validation. As they continued to enjoy several more skewers, Jiang Qi noticed he had consumed a small portion of his beer. He inquired, You mentioned on Wei Lian that you have some explosive news. What is it? Upon hearing Jiang Qi's question, Jiang's demeanor grew serious. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice to share. I had you mention it, and I asked my dad to gather some information. As it turns out, he already knew. He said that those powerful families have been acting crazily lately, scouring the world for antiques. I've heard that many museums have secretly replaced their genuine artifacts with replicas. The real ones are either relocated or safeguarded by those in high places. Jiang Qi's expression tightened. This situation aligned closely with his own suspicions, yet he still queried. Why are they collecting antiques? Jiang replied. I've heard that some antiques possess incredible abilities. Do you know the Shen family? Their little princess, Shen Yu, obtained an antique and gained the ability to read minds. Jiang Qi asked, Can every antique grant someone a power? Jiang shook his head. Of course not. My family has 7 or 8 antiques. I've touched each one, held them, and even secretly dripped blood and urine on them, but to no avail. My dad says, among 10,000 antiques, one might possess such power, so most people are just wasting their efforts. But what if one actually does? Thus, everyone dares not gamble and is compelled to collect as many antiques as possible. Jiang Qi chose to overlook Jiang's admission of having urinated on antiques. Jiang was not finished, continuing, Moreover, I've heard that strange phenomena have been appearing at famous landmarks worldwide. Some have seen heavenly palaces above Longhu Mountain. Others have spotted fish and dragon apparitions at the source of the Yellow River. And some at the top of Taishan have glimpsed a small patch of starry sky, as though they pierced through the heavens and beheld another universe. My dad says these ancient landmarks possess extraordinary qualities, seemingly ancient sacred sites that connect to the heavens. And there is something even more outrageous. Do you know what it is? Jiang Qi inquired. What is it? Jiang cupped his hand over his mouth, ensuring no one else could hear. My dad received top-secret information that just 3 days ago, a premier scientific expedition team, equipped with the most advanced technology, ventured deep into the western Kunlun Mountains and went missing. Just before they disappeared, they transmitted back a final image, which was extremely blurry, but it barely showed a massive, fractured, hovering monument and steps. And atop those steps was an unimaginably gigantic bronze artifact. It wasn't merely a statue, but resembled the roots of some kind of living giant tree. It was even moving. The most bizarre part, Qi, experts estimated the scale of that object to be so immense that it could be clearly observed from low Earth orbit. Yet for decades, despite the multitude of satellites and aerial photography, it has never been captured. At this point, Jiang wore a look of bewilderment and said, Qi, do you think ancient civilizations truly existed? Were the beings in those myths and legends, capable of flying with swords and cleaving mountains and seas, actually real? Jiang Qi provided his assessment. Perhaps they were real. Those legends were likely not mere fabrications of ancient people. They probably describe some form of reality. Yet as we advance to the modern era, our civilization has experienced a discontinuity. Perhaps something transpired in ancient times that led to this situation. Jin Yang's expression grew even more perplexed. This bewilderment stems from uncertainty about the future. Previously, he enjoyed a happy family life and had a good friend. Despite poor academic performance and frequent reprimands from his parents, he lived each day carefree and at ease. He had even envisioned a graduation trip with Jiang Qi, planning every detail of their destination. However, now he was informed that the world had changed, leaving him uncertain about what to do tomorrow or in the future. This upheaval disrupted all of his life plans. He exclaimed, "Isn't this just like the so-called end times and the revival of spiritual energy mentioned in the texts? I always thought it was mere fiction. How could it possibly be real?" Jiang Qi shook his head, feeling a hint of confusion as well, and replied, "I don't know either. But perhaps it is not that the world has changed, but rather that it has returned to its true form." Chapter 10. Departure. Abandoning the college entrance examination, subsequently, Jiang Qi and Jin Yang engaged in further discussions on related topics, about supernatural abilities, flowers, antiques, and the indistinguishable truths and falsehoods circulating on the internet. Naturally, they also shared youthful aspirations for the future. Jin Yang could not help but fantasize about becoming a supernatural being himself. If he could possess such powers, he would wish to control time, traversing the past and future. Capable of altering history, this ability would be the most formidable. In that case, he would protect Jiang Qi, allowing him to rise to a position of unparalleled authority. Jiang Qi responded, "Well, I truly appreciate that." Ultimately, their conversation concluded as the night deepened. Jin Yang settled the bill, which amounted to a mere 105, with the owner even rounding down. Jin Yang jingled his keys and said, "Let us go. I'll give you a ride home." Jiang Qi picked up the helmet, just the black one that Jin Yang had worn, and placed it on his head, saying, "Let's south head to your place. I'll join you for gaming all night." Jin Yang's eyes lit up. "Really?" Jiang Qi was already seated on the back of the electric scooter, replying, "Yes. We should hurry. Your door might get locked soon." "Let us go, let us go." Jin Yang followed suit, starting the scooter. "It's been ages since we played duo. Tonight, we'll rack up points. Let us dominate Diamond." Jiang Qi reminded him, "Put on the helmet." Jin Yang turned back with a sheepish grin. "Qi Z, how about we swap? I still think pink suits you better." "No swapping." Jiang Qi firmly declined, leaving no room for negotiation as he tightened the helmet. Jin Yang asked again, "What if I don't wear one? It's late. No one will check on the road." Jiang Qi replied, "That's not an option." "Fine." Jin Yang reluctantly donned the pink helmet, which contrasted sharply with his sulky expression, giving him a rather foolish look. Under the black helmet, Jiang Qi's lips curled slightly upwards, barely discernible as a Jiang Qi-esque smile. He then took out his phone and snapped a picture of Jin Yang. With a click, Jin Yang's silly expression was captured. Jin Yang exclaimed in indignation, "Qi Z, you're getting back at me." Jiang Qi calmly retrieved his phone. "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Jin Yang sighed, "I'm such a fool. I knew I couldn't outsmart you, yet I still try to trick you." Jiang Qi urged, "Let us get moving." Upon arriving at Jin Yang's home, his parents were already asleep, but the housekeeper and aunt were still awake. Seeing the young master return with Jiang Qi, they greeted them warmly. "Young Master Jiang, welcome." Jiang Qi frequently stayed at Jin Yang's house, and due to his maturity, composure, and excellent academic performance, Jin Yang's family held him in high regard, treating him as one of their own. Jiang Qi nodded slightly. "Uncle Wang, Aunt Lu, good evening. I apologize for the intrusion." Uncle Wang quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. Your presence brings great joy to the master and mistress." Aunt Lu added, "Indeed. Young Master Jiang, why the formality? Would you like me to prepare some late-night snacks for you?" Jin Yang interjected before Jiang Qi could respond. "No need, Aunt Lu. We just had barbecue outside, and we plan to game all night. We really can't eat anymore." Jiang Qi politely told Aunt Lu, "Thank you, but we're not hungry." Aunt Lu replied, "All right, I'll slice some fruit and brew some tea for you. Staying up late can be taxing. I'll make you some chrysanthemum tea to soothe your system and protect your eyes." Uncle Wang said, "I'll prepare pajamas and slippers for young Master Jiang." With that, both of them departed. Observing this, Jin Yang scratched his head and remarked, "Qi Z, why do I feel like Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu care more about you than they do about me. Jiang Qi replied coolly, "It's just your perception." Jin Yang, puzzled, wondered, is it truly just my perception? Ascending to the second floor, in the gaming room, Jin Yang eagerly launched the game. Jiang Qi chose the support role, while Jin Yang opted for the jungler position, even selecting the mechanized queen. After the first match concluded in victory, Jin Yang was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Awesome. I knew it wasn't the mechanized queen jungler that was at fault. It was those teammates from last night." Those clueless teammates had no idea of this hero's potential in the jungle. Let us go again. They continued playing until dawn, achieving an impressive win streak, advancing their rank from diamond to master. Although Jiang Qi rarely played games, his extraordinary calculation and memorization skills enabled him to accurately track the cooldowns of opponents' abilities. Moreover, by analyzing enemy hero movements, resource respawn timings, and sporadic information on the minimap, he could deduce potential enemy locations and paths. Thus, he took command of the team, leading them to exploit information gaps, securing numerous enemy kills, and establishing dominance. As dawn broke, light began to filter through the curtains. Jin Yang slumped in the large gaming chair, thoroughly satisfied. That was exhilarating. Playing games with you is pure enjoyment. With your intellect, you should pursue a professional career. Eastern Lu's esports scene needs you to save it. After their gaming session, they had breakfast and took turns showering. By midday, Jiang Qi awoke, finding Jin Yang still asleep. In the living room, Jiang Qi encountered Jin Yang's mother. She was remarkably beautiful, despite being over 40. Her skin remained smooth and fair, making her appear youthful at first glance. Upon seeing Jiang Qi, her eyes, reminiscent of Jin Yang's, brightened. "Xiao Qi, you're awake? You must be exhausted from staying up all night with Yang Yang." Jiang Qi shook his head. "Auntie, I'm not tired. I've already rested well. Please sit down and eat with me." Idua ask Aunt Liu to wake Yang Yang. Jin Yang's mother gazed at Jiang Qi's serene and handsome profile, growing increasingly fond of him. A thought crossed her mind. Why wasn't he such a wonderful child her own? Jiang Qi obediently sat at the dining table and gently said, "Auntie, I'm happy to share a meal with you. There's no need to wake Yang Yang. Let him sleep." Jin Yang's mother beamed. "That works. We want to disturb him. It's better if it's just the two of us. His presence would spoil the atmosphere." She then instructed Aunt Lu to bring the tableware. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qi politely bid farewell to Jin Yang's mother, saying, "Annie, I must take my leave now." Jin Yang's mother was taken aback, asking, "Aren't you waiting for Yang Yang to wake up? He'll surely ask where you've gone, and he'll blame me for not keeping you here." Jiang Qi replied, "I can't wait. I have matters to attend to." Jin Yang's mother said, "Very well, the sun is strong outside. I'll have a driver take you home." She promptly instructed Uncle Wang to arrange for the car. "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Qi expressed his gratitude, this time not declining the offer. Once home, Jiang Qi sent a message to his landlord regarding his lease termination. The landlord was somewhat surprised, knowing Jiang Qi was a senior preparing for the college entrance examination in just over 20 days, and was puzzled as to why he chose to vacate at such a crucial time. However, Jiang Qi did not disclose his reasons. He merely informed the landlord that he would vacate the apartment today. The landlord could only respond with an acknowledgement, asking him to leave the keys on the coffee table in the living room, promising to refund the deposit after inspecting the apartment that evening. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Qi gazed at the books upon the shelf, and despite the mere passage of 2 or 3 days, he felt as though he were in another world. The collection included not only textbooks and review materials, but also specialized tomes such as Fa Yi Shui Tu Pu, Hen Ji Jianding Shui, and Fan Zue Xin Li Shui. Jiang Qi's reservoir of knowledge had long exceeded the confines of high school education. His aspirations for the future entailed a career in law enforcement, prompting him to commence preparations during his high school years. He not only delved into professional literature, but also committed to physical training to meet the rigorous standards set for police recruitment. Thus, when Jin Yang inquired curiously about the individuals clad in white coats by the shores of Ming Lake, Jiang Qi was equipped to respond. His ability to decipher the underlying logic behind the actions of the figure in gray while watching the video from Ji Chuan Cafe stemmed from his preparation. However, all of this seemed futile now. The world had transformed. Jiang Qi removed the plan affixed to his bedside. It had become unnecessary. Indeed, he resolved to forego the Gaokao. Perhaps the principal An old Wang would weep in the restroom upon hearing this news. Yet Jiang Qi had made his decision. In the grand scheme of time, academic qualifications were rendered meaningless, especially in a world undergoing profound change. He could not sacrifice precious moments of rest for the sake of a diploma. Ultimately, he took only his clothing, shoes, toiletries, and a few discarded items, leaving behind all study materials, textbooks, and police-related literature in his rented apartment. As Jiang Qi dragged his moderately heavy suitcase and closed the door of the rental for the last time, the key turned in the lock with a definitive click. He lingered outside for a moment, not departing immediately. Was he nostalgic? Indeed, but it was not the rental he longed for. Rather, it was the life he once knew. The familiar world he was leaving behind. Nevertheless, he resolutely turned away, choosing to bid farewell to the past. The world was advancing, and the individual could only choose to follow. Exiting the community, Jiang Qi hailed a taxi to the bus station, where he purchased a ticket for a bus bound for Chongqing County. Chongqing County is a district under the jurisdiction of Lushan City, where Jiang Qi was born and raised. In truth, Jiang Qi was not an orphan by birth. He experienced happiness until the age of 6. With a father who was a photographer and a mother who was a lawyer, enveloped in a blissful family environment. His father would cradle him while manipulating the camera, teaching him about different lenses, while his mother narrated various stories at bedtime, sometimes fairy tales, sometimes recounting her real-life experiences of helping others. At the end of her tales, she would often add, "Xiao Qi, strive to be a brave and kind person." The family of 3 was harmonious and complete. However, everything changed when Jiang Qi turned 6. His mother was suddenly diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and her condition deteriorated rapidly. By the time he was 9, after 3 years of his mother being bedridden, she finally found release, departing to another realm. His father, though he managed to organize the funeral, transformed into a different person, sinking into a profound melancholy. Previously reserved, he spoke even less, sometimes not uttering a word for an entire day. Fast forward to Jiang Qi's 12th year, when his father also left him due to a tragic accident. A gas explosion in the kitchen disfigured him beyond recognition. As previously noted, Jiang Qi's parents left behind a substantial sum of money, a significant portion of which was his father's death compensation. Yet, Jiang Qi sensed that his father's demise was not as straightforward as it appeared. Perhaps it was preordained by his father. With his father's capabilities, such a feat was entirely feasible, and Jiang Qi's intelligence was inherited from him. Perhaps from the day his mother passed, his father had no intention of continuing to live, merely enduring for an additional 3 years for Jiang Qi's sake. Subsequently, Jiang Qi began living with his uncle, aunt, and cousin until he reached high school and moved out to rent a place of his own. After waiting for over 10 minutes at the bus station, Jiang Qi placed his suitcase in the bus's trunk and boarded the vehicle with his ticket. The interior of the bus was permeated with a strong amalgamation of odors. The plastic seat covers were worn and shiny, some even cracked, revealing the dark yellow sponge beneath. Jiang Qi chose a seat towards the back, near the aisle, a reflection of his personal habit of observing more people. Gradually, passengers boarded with various bags, and the bus quickly filled. The driver, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and an air of impatience, leaned against the vehicle, smoking a cigarette as the departure time approached. Amidst the inquiries and complaints from passengers, he finally extinguished his cigarette and entered the bus. Shortly thereafter, the engine roared to life, and with a turn of the steering wheel, they departed the station. Leaning back against the seat, Jiang Qi cast his gaze out the window. The familiar cityscape retreated rapidly in the jolting motion, those well-known streets, signs, and throngs of people fading away at an irreversible pace. Once the bus officially merged onto the provincial highway, the passengers settled in. Some began to doze off, others scrolled through their phones, and some engaged in conversation, discussing topics such as recent incidents in various locations, rising food prices, and stockpiling supplies. This sparked further discussion among many. Indeed, grocery stores had gone mad. Rice flour and oil prices changed daily. At this rate, it would be impossible to survive. We must stock up. Who knows what tomorrow holds? My local supermarket ran out of salt and sugar yesterday afternoon. Even instant noodles were gone. Food alone isn't enough. What about water? What about medicine? What if there's a water or power outage? My partner urged me yesterday to buy candles and batteries. I had to visit 3 shops before finding a few. Canned goods. We need to buy long-lasting canned food. Compressed biscuits. Those can stave off hunger. Antibiotics, antipyretics, and bandages. Essential items we must stockpile now, or we'll regret it later. What about knives? Shouldn't we also prepare self-defense tools? Times are perilous. Observing this scene, Jiang Qi mused. It appears the impact of the world's upheaval has reached every ordinary individual. Chapter 11. The Bus, Maoshan Mountain Range. Chongqing County is a mountainous district under the jurisdiction of Lushan City, situated southwest of Lushan's urban center. It resembles a wedge, deeply embedded within the sprawling mountain ranges of Lushan's southwest. Departing from the heart of Lushan City, the journey along the winding provincial road S307 towards the southwest spans approximately 70 to 80 kilometers to reach Chongqing County. Although this distance is not particularly far, the treacherous mountain roads create an illusion of separation between two worlds. Logically, the driver had traversed this route hundreds of times, familiar with every curve and hidden steep slope, acutely aware of segments prone to accidents. In the past, he could navigate this route with his eyes closed, one hand on the steering wheel, humming a tune, while the other leisurely held a cigarette, exchanging banter with familiar passengers. However, upon entering the mountain road, the route suddenly felt foreign. The once easily navigable Eagle Beak Rock Bend, which could be crossed in 10 minutes, now consumed over half an hour. Moreover, did the distant peaks appear taller than before? The mountains, which had previously resembled a reclining cow, now seemed to loom larger and more profound, obscured by lush forests. The horns of the reclining cow appeared to pierce the low-hanging leaden clouds. Was it an illusion? Or were these mountains genuinely rising silently? Driver, do you even know how to drive? A middle-aged man seated in the middle complained impatiently. At this rate, we won't reach Chongqing before nightfall. Following his remark, others joined in chastising the driver. Exactly. You're driving like a snail? I've never seen anything so slow. I fell asleep already. This is infuriating. I'm in a hurry to get back. I recall this road was not the same before. In truth, it is not their fault, as they traverse through the mountains. Each individual feels an unsettling chill within, yearning to escape the winding path swiftly. Yet, what is usually a journey of merely 1.5 hours has now stretched to nearly 2 hours, and they remain ensnared midway. The driver's countenance reflects his distress, and he is tempted to shout back, to convey that something is amiss with the mountains and the road. However, before he can utter a word, the entire bus jolts violently, as though it has struck a large boulder, nearly tipping over. Inside the bus, shrieks erupt. Oh my, help! Fortunately, most passengers are secured by their seatbelts, sustaining no injuries. Nonetheless, a few individuals who neglected to fasten their belts are thrown from their seats. Among them, an elderly woman suffers the gravest injury, her head striking the ground, blood streaming from her wounds. Her daughter, in a frenzy, rushes to the driver as soon as the bus halts, hurling accusations. You blind fool. How could you drive like this? She even attempts to seize the steering wheel. You've harmed my mother. I will not let this go. The driver bellows. Stop shouting. Look outside. Unfazed, the woman continues her frantic tirade, pulling at the driver. How dare you yell at me? I don't care what it is. You must take responsibility for what you've done to my mother. Yet aside from her, the others gaze out the window. What once was a familiar mountain road has transformed into an unfamiliar, untamed path, strewn with rocks and filled with an aura of primeval wilderness. The bus's earlier tremor was due to it veering onto this unknown stretch of road, having struck a fallen stone. What is happening? Where does this unknown route originate? And where does it lead? Inside the bus, the woman's cries continue, but an eerie silence envelopes the cabin. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice booms. See, I told you. You've taken a wrong turn. This is not the way to Chongqing. The driver asserts confidently. I have not erred. Check your navigation software. Look at the location. Examine the route. The shouting woman, realizing no one is paying her heed, falls silent, her gaze drifting outside as confusion sets in, momentarily forgetting her anger. Upon hearing the driver's words, many passengers open their map applications. The results confirm the driver's honesty. They are indeed on the correct route. Yet now the road has vanished, and the navigation software appears to be malfunctioning, leading them onto this unknown stretch. The positioning still indicates they are on S307. The route appears accurate, yet there is no road ahead. The map clearly shows it remains a highway. Why does it still instruct me to proceed straight? countless individuals find themselves in a state of bewilderment, pondering their next move. Toward the rear of the bus, a short-haired girl quietly expresses her gratitude to Jiang Qi. At the moment of the bus's jolt, Jiang Qi had swiftly steadied her. Otherwise, seated by the window, her head might have collided with the glass, leading to a dire outcome. "No need for thanks," Jiang Qi replies. The girl, captivated by Jiang Qi's striking profile, blushes slightly and inquires, "Are you also from Chongqing? Are you heading home?" Jiang Qi nods, affirming, "Yes, I am returning home." The girl continues, "What a coincidence. I work at Lushan and am returning home for a few days. Are you still a student? You look quite young." Jiang Qi nonchalantly replies, "Indeed, quite a coincidence." After uttering this, he lapses into silence. The girl opens her mouth, sensing his indifference, and wisely refrains from further conversation. Instead, gazing out the window, she murmurs to herself, "What on earth is happening? How did the road become like this?" Jiang Qi also gazes outside. In truth, he had noticed the anomalies from the moment the bus entered the mountains. Over the past 3 years, he has traveled this route from Lushan to Chongqing numerous times, possessing an intimate familiarity with it, equal to that of the driver. However, upon entering the mountains, he observed the same mountains, yet many loomed larger than before. The once lush forests now harbored unfamiliar species he had never encountered, some appearing almost otherworldly under the sunlight. Additionally, Jiang Qi's heightened auditory perception occasionally allowed him to discern unidentifiable roars emanating from the depths of the forest, sounds that bore no resemblance to any known creature. Jiang Qi recalled his conversation with Jin Yang the previous night. Jin Yang had mentioned that strange phenomena were occurring at renowned sites worldwide, corroborating the events unfolding before them. Though the mountainous region between Lushan and Chongqing is relatively obscure, it forms part of a vast and ancient mountain range. This range is none other than the Maoshan Range. Maoshan is the birthplace and ancestral home of the Chongqing sect. Within the Taoist tradition, it is revered as the first blessed land, the eighth celestial heaven. It is a sacred site where immortals reside and practitioners attain enlightenment, as explicitly recorded in Taoist texts. Its esteemed status within Taoism is unparalleled. Alongside Longhushan, the ancestral home of the Zhengyi sect, and Hazaoshan, the ancestral home of the Lingbao sect. It is regarded as one of the 3 sacred mountains of talismans, the most authoritative sanctuaries of the Taoist talismanic traditions. For millennia, countless renowned sages have gathered here to impart teachings, pen texts, and cultivate their transcendence, leaving a profound impact not only on the history of Taoism, but also intertwined with the rise and fall of successive dynasties. Thus, even the most peripheral segment of the Maoshan Range, at this pivotal moment of cosmic upheaval, cannot remain untouched by the resurgence of ancient mystical forces. Now, the once dormant ancestral home of Maoshan, after millennia of silence, seems to be awakening. The passengers aboard this bus are perhaps merely experiencing the faintest ripples of what is to come. In the heart of Maoshan, true upheavals may be unfolding, potentially earth-shattering in their magnitude. Meanwhile, inside the bus, the injured grandmother has been lifted back in her seat, her forehead pressed with simple cloth to staunch the bleeding. Although her daughter has not yet relinquished her ire toward the driver, she returns to her seat, contemplating how to confront him once they disembark. The remaining passengers are in disarray, their panic escalating. They feel as though they are forsaken populace. Some suggest turning back, reasoning that retreat is the wisest choice, while others argue that with the road ahead obliterated, how can they guarantee the return route remains unchanged? Moreover, the driver has mentioned dwindling fuel, raising the specter of being stranded with no path forward or backward, an utter despair. Thus, the most prudent course of action appears to be awaiting rescue on the spot. Yet, another dilemma arises. When they checked the map earlier, there was a signal, but now the network has vanished, and calls cannot be made for help. No one outside knows their whereabouts. The crowd is embroiled in heated debate. The driver finds himself at a loss for a solution. Amidst this futile squabble, the short-haired girl suddenly catches sight of Jiang Qi rising and striding toward the driver. She gazes at his retreating figure in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. Jiang Qi navigates the narrow aisle and approaches the driver's seat, stating, "Driver, continue forward." The driver turns his head, confronted by an excessively youthful face, instinctively perceiving yet another source of annoyance. Thus, he responds with impatience, Continue forward? Young man, can't you see? The road is blocked. How can we proceed? Others, hearing Jiang Qi's words, voiced their skepticism. Yes. How can we move forward? Can you guarantee what lies ahead? It is utterly absurd that someone so young dares to speak so boldly, making decisions on behalf of all the passengers. Who do you think you are? A hero? There are over 30 individuals in this vehicle, and if anything goes wrong, can you truly take responsibility? There are elderly and children aboard, as well as the injured. If something were to happen, could you compensate for our lives? Young man, you should return to your seat. We cannot heed his words. We must halt and await rescue. Turn back. Ignoring the jeers of the crowd, Jiang Qi remained unfazed. He understood that the driver was the one in control of the steering wheel, so persuading him was sufficient. He said, "Driver, you frequently traverse this road, so you must be aware of its conditions. Have you not noticed that the mountains around us, including the distant peaks, have grown significantly larger?" The driver nodded. I had indeed observed that. Gazing into Jiang Qi's eyes, he sensed that this unusually calm youth might possess valuable insights. He inquired, "But what does this imply? Is it related to our forward progress?" Jiang Qi explained. "It is quite simple. The mountains have grown, yet the road constructed by humanity remains unchanged. Consequently, the road has fractured, and the path before us," he pointed, "is not an unexpected road, but rather a transitional area in the middle of a broken road. To illustrate, it is akin to folding a piece of paper and drawing a line. When the paper is unfolded, a blank segment appears in the middle of the line. We find ourselves in that blank segment, and if we can rediscover our route, we can escape." The driver suddenly comprehended, and others fell into contemplation. This young man's theory seemed to indeed elucidate everything. Yet a discordant voice interrupted. "Huh? The mountains have grown? Are you spinning a myth? How absurd! Ha ha ha!" Jiang Qi turned to see a rather slender young man with dyed yellow hair. Before Jiang Qi could respond, the driver interjected, "Where do you come from? Get lost. With the road broken, what is beyond belief?" As the yellow-haired youth bristled at the driver's rebuke, he was quickly subdued by others. The driver turned back to Jiang Qi and asked, "If that is the case, why must we move forward instead of backward?" Jiang Qi replied, "Because the changes are becoming increasingly severe. Previously, we had mobile service, but now it has vanished. The situation is deteriorating, and we must leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, none can assure what may occur. Thus, waiting here for rescue is the first option to discard. Stopping equates to waiting for death. Likewise, based on our journey, we have traversed 5/7 of the winding road, with only 2/7 remaining. Therefore, moving forward is the wisest choice. If we continue onward and locate the reconnecting path, we shall escape." As Jiang Qi articulated his analysis, silence enveloped the cabin, for all understood that this was a matter of life and death. The driver's expression shifted multiple times before he finally clenched his teeth, steeling his resolve. "All right, we shall move forward, but you must brace yourselves, for the upcoming path will be quite bumpy." Jiang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Resolving matters without resorting to violence was preferable. Time was of the essence. He feared they may end up trapped in an alternate space like the research team from days prior. The subsequent events unfolded precisely as Jiang Qi had anticipated. The changes escalated dramatically, especially after navigating the unknown mountain path. Bizarre flora began to appear outside the windows. Gigantic, dark red flowers resembling carnivorous plants seemed to come alive, their petal-like eyes fixated on the vehicle as it passed. The vines, no longer static, slithered like lurking serpents in the dappled shadows of the forest. This eerie phenomenon, coupled with the vehicle's jolting movements, subjected every passenger to immense torment. A strong sense of dizziness and nausea pervaded the cabin. As time progressed, some dark purple vines adorned with sharp barbs began to tentatively reach toward the moving vehicle. It's coming. It's alive." More and more individuals succumbed to the mental anguish, crying out in distress. Meanwhile, the driver fixed his gaze ahead, gripping the steering wheel with hands of iron, evidently bearing tremendous pressure. At this moment, the lives of all aboard rested solely on him. What is that?" Another scream erupted within the vehicle. A young man in his 30s pointed out the window, his face pale with terror. Everyone turned to see an unimaginably massive shadow gliding above the treetops. Heavens! What manner of creature is that? Though no one could discern its form, the shadow it cast indicated its colossal size, far exceeding their wildest imaginations. Jiang Qi cautioned, "Shh, everyone quiet. Do not make a sound. Noise may attract this unknown creature." Among the passengers, Jiang Qi had gained a measure of authority. Most heeded his words. Consequently, many lowered their voices, stifling screams into choked sobs. After a moment, an absolute silence fell over the cabin, broken only by the vibrations of the bus as it jolted along. The scene resembled a voiceless bus traversing an ancient forest, where the bus was the weakest of species. Deep within the forest, a powerful predator could emerge at any moment to devour it. Time slipped away, second by second, with no road signs or familiar landmarks. The passengers had no sense of how far they had traveled, particularly after entering the unknown stretch where the time displayed on their phones became unreliable. No one knew how long they had been in this predicament. A few minutes? A few hours? Or had several long centuries passed? In the cabin, no one could tell. They seemed to be left in a state of passive waiting amidst the confusion. And this waiting was the most excruciating ordeal of all. At that moment, another transformation occurred. The rapidly retreating scenery outside the windows ceased to present a coherent image, resembling a malfunctioning television screen, frequently tearing, flickering, and doubling. One moment, they beheld lush greenery. The next, it transformed into a black rock face. One instant, a massive, vividly colored toxic mushroom appeared, only to be replaced by a charred tree stump struck by lightning in the next. The vehicle scraped against something, emitting a shrill sound. Jiang Qi deduced that the changes had intensified further. The very fabric of space seemed unstable. Panic spread throughout the cabin. Under such circumstances, no one could remain composed. Would they be able to escape? Would they perish in this confinement? Who could save them? "Mom, I want to go home." Some passengers curled up, trembling. Others fervently bowed to the unknown, praying for non-existent salvation. Some muttered incoherent phrases, lost in their own thoughts. Everyone was at their limit, teetering on the brink of collapse. Jiang Qi also prepared for the worst. He had not anticipated the rapid onset of these changes. At this rate, it seemed likely that in the next moment, all aboard the bus would be forcibly trapped in this alternate space. However, he was not overly fearful, for he had glimpsed a lake earlier. If they were indeed confined here, he could conceal himself within the lake and wait for the cooling period to pass, prioritizing his own safety. After all, given his physique, he possessed a slightly greater chance of survival than the others. But in the next moment, clarity suddenly dawned as the bizarre phenomena outside the window vanished. It turned out the driver had found the path and steered the vehicle back onto the road. This could almost be described as a matter of life and death. One must remember that the previous stretch of road had become unstable, and had they delayed for another 2 or 3 seconds, they might have been utterly trapped within it. For the road had disappeared. How could they escape? Fortunately, they had emerged. The passengers were overwhelmed with joy and wept tears of relief. A trembling voice, imbued with immense uncertainty and elation, resonated within the cabin like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. Had we truly made it out? Ah, indeed, we are safe. Praise the heavens. The driver exhaled a sigh of relief and shakily retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, defiantly lighting one for himself. Yet none would dare to chastise him at that moment. After all, he had become the savior of them all. He inhaled deeply, taking in the smoke like an epic tale, before exhaling a long plume of azure mist. To be honest, he had also gambled by heeding Jiang Qi's advice. However, fortune favored him, for Jiang Qi's judgment had proven correct. Now, the smooth asphalt unfurled beneath the wheels, flanked by the familiar, albeit slightly disheveled, yet undeniably lively secondary forest and shrubs. This sight brought him profound comfort and relaxation. Jiang Qi approached once more, urging, "Driver, please accelerate. I suspect the changes have not yet concluded." The alarm bells rang loudly in the driver's mind as he replied gravely, "Understood." The driver then showcased the prowess of an experienced chauffeur, maintaining a speed exceeding 120 throughout the journey, unyielding even while descending hills or navigating turns, which left the passengers trembling with fear, fearing they might perish not from the previous upheaval, but rather in a car accident. Finally, after 10 minutes, the bus emerged from the mountain road. As it completely escaped the shadow of the mountain and entered the relatively flat county road, a deafening roar erupted from behind, echoing as if it originated from the depths of the earth, akin to the wrathful cry of creation. The passengers turned in terror. Witnessing the mountain they had just fled shaking violently, heaving in tumult. It was revealed that during the mountain's expansion, the Earth's crust had been torn asunder, triggering an earthquake that affected the entire range. Watching the scene, cold sweat streamed down their backs. They could not help but recall Jiang Qi's words. Thankfully, they had heeded his counsel and chosen to venture forth against all odds. Had they opted to turn back or remain stationary awaiting a so-called rescue, they might have perished in the earthquake. Ultimately, the bus came to a steady halt at the county bus station. As everyone disembarked, the shared experience of peril fostered a sense of closeness among them, prompting many to exchange contact information. Naturally, Jiang Qi, as the pivotal figure in this escape, received abundant praise, and each person expressed their gratitude, to which he graciously responded. No need for thanks. The important thing is that everyone is safe. It was the least I could do. The driver personally retrieved Jiang Qi's backpack from the side compartment, solemnly handing it over with both hands, saying, "Young man, thank you. Without you, we might all have met a grim fate." Jiang Qi shook his head, replying, "No need to thank me. I acted in self-preservation. Additionally, if possible, please promptly inform the police or traffic department about the event on the road. It might save many lives." The driver assured him seriously, "Rest assured, I will take care of this immediately." Jiang Qi nodded. "That is good. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," the driver called after him. Jiang Qi paused, turning back. The driver, somewhat bashful, inquired, "Could you share your name with me? I believe someone like you will surely achieve great things in the future." "Is that so?" Jiang Qi responded, revealing, "My name is Jiang Qi." Having said that, he hoisted his backpack and exited the station, hailing a taxi. "Driver, take me to Huimin Xiaoziu." The North Gate. Jiang Qi's uncle, Jiang Sheng, owned a hardware store in Chongqing County. Jiang Sheng was entirely different from his father, Jiang Mao. Jiang Sheng had lived under Jiang Mao's shadow since childhood. Jiang Mao was handsome, academically gifted, and extraordinarily talented, while Jiang Sheng appeared ordinary, had mediocre grades, and was somewhat clumsy in social interactions, as if the heavens had bestowed all exceptional traits upon Jiang Mao and left Jiang Sheng with the mundane. Neighbors often jested that they did not resemble brothers, suggesting that one of them must be adopted. Upon hearing such comments, Jiang Sheng would merely smile, unperturbed. After graduating from junior high, Jiang Sheng did not qualify for high school and complied with his parents' wishes to attend a vocational school to study automotive repair. After graduating, he worked odd jobs on construction sites and served as an apprentice at an auto repair shop, enduring considerable hardship. Eventually, he saved enough money to lease a small hardware store in the old district, and his life gradually stabilized. Jiang Sheng met his wife, Su Mei, shortly after opening the store. While she was shopping at the supermarket, Jiang Sheng noticed her struggling with heavy goods and voluntarily assisted her in carrying them to the third-floor storage area. Over time, mutual affection blossomed between them. After their marriage, Jiang Sheng devoted himself to the store, while Su Mei worked as a cashier at the supermarket. Later, they welcomed a daughter, Jiang Lu, who was Jiang Qi's cousin. Jiang Qi often pondered whether this was what they referred to as deep love brings short life or excessive wisdom brings harm. His father seemed to surpass his uncle in every conceivable aspect, yet passed away prematurely. In contrast, his uncle, though unremarkable and impoverished, lived a life of happiness. After disembarking from the taxi and walking a couple of 100 meters, Jiang Qi arrived at his uncle's hardware store. Upon entering, he found his uncle loading goods onto a truck. Upon seeing Jiang Qi, a broad smile illuminated his dark face as he exclaimed, "Xiao Qi, what brings you back so suddenly? Is school on break?" Jiang Qi nodded. "Yes, more or less. I'm back for a few days." He then set down his backpack and offered to assist his uncle with the goods. However, Jiang Sheng stopped him, saying, "There's no need for you to help. I can manage on my own. I don't want you to get dirty." "It's fine," Jiang Qi replied. "I'm quite strong now." Jiang Sheng insisted, "That may be true, but you're the seed of learning, and your task is to focus on your studies." Jiang Qi countered, "Uncle, even if I am a seed of learning, I cannot solely study and neglect everything else." Ignoring his uncle's objections, Jiang Qi stepped forward and lifted a load, placing it onto the truck. As Jiang Sheng realized he could not dissuade him, he relented, and the two worked together. Jiang Sheng was somewhat tongue-tied and spoke little, while Jiang Qi was even more reticent, resulting in their conversation being reduced to the sounds of their labor. Occasionally, they exchanged a few words, with Jiang Sheng asking a question and Jiang Qi providing a brief response, before sinking back into a prolonged silence. After a while, Jiang Sheng would pose another question, and Jiang Qi would reply again. How is the food at school? It's all right. Is your money sufficient? Yes. Jiang Sheng hesitated before saying, don't overexert yourself. Jiang Qi continued moving the goods without pausing. Uncle, I know. Throughout the process, the two maintained an atmosphere that was somewhat awkward, but not overly so. Finally, once all the goods were loaded onto the truck, Jiang Qi wiped his hands, glanced at the time, and remarked, Uncle, today is Friday. Isn't Xiaolu on break? Jiang Sheng, bending down to check the tie-downs, nodded. Yes, she finishes at 6:10. All right, Jiang Qi affirmed. I'll go pick her up. Jiang Sheng replied. The keys to the electric bike are on the table. Jiang Qi took the keys, mounted the bike, and headed toward Chongqing Middle School. In under 10 minutes, he arrived at the school gate. However, it was only 5:50, and there were still 20 minutes until dismissal. At that moment, the entrance was already crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. A variety of vehicles, including cars and electric bikes, filled the roadway in front of the school, creating a bustling scene. In addition, there were several buses adorned with different township signs. Jiang Qi found a discreet corner to park his electric scooter, purchased a starch sausage, and waited for 10 minutes. Finally, the school bell rang, and the closed iron gate swung open. Students in uniforms began to emerge, quickly enveloped by their parents who naturally took their backpacks. Around 6:30, with the starch sausage nearly cold in his hand, Jiang Qi finally spotted a familiar figure. Surrounded by a group of 4 or 5 girls, she strutted out of the school gate like a leader. Her uniform jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a floral logo-printed t-shirt beneath, and she casually slung her backpack over one shoulder. Jiang Qi called out, Jiang Lu. Engrossed in her conversation, Jiang Lu turned her head, her expression brightening with surprise as she exclaimed, Chapter 13. The arrival of a new era. Jiang Lu dashed over like a small cannonball, completely disregarding her image. Standing in front of Jiang Qi, she tilted her head back and exclaimed, Guh, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? At this moment, Jiang Lu, a second-year student, had rosy lips and a bright smile, her naturally pinkish mouth slightly parted in joy, revealing her perfectly aligned white teeth. Her petite, delicate nose bore a playful curve at the tip, while the corners of her eyes lifted gently, exuding an innocent charm. A few rebellious strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead, radiating a lively and vibrant energy reminiscent of a fawn. Jiang Qi naturally handed her the starch sausage while effortlessly removing the backpack from her shoulder and slinging it onto his own. It was a last-minute decision. I just got back and figured I was going to pick you up. Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled. Good, you bought starch sausage? Thank you. She took small bites, seriously commenting, It's so delicious. Brother, really, your starch sausage is the best. At that moment, Jiang Lu's curious friends finally gathered around. Their gazes fell on Jiang Qi. Nudging each other, their faces a mix of surprise and shyness as they whispered amongst themselves. The boldest and most straightforward among them, Xia Jia, approached Jiang Qi with encouragement from her friends, saying, Lu Jia, is this your brother? He is so handsome. Jiang Lu proudly wrapped her arm around Jiang Qi's, declaring, Of course, not only is my brother handsome, but he is also a top student. He is the first in the entire grade at the best high school in the city. Way more impressive than those so-called school idols in our school. As Jiang Lu boasted about herself, Jiang Qi played the role of a model perfectly, lending her some prestige, as any good brother ought to do. Xia Jia stole several glances at Jiang Qi, agreeing he is several levels above. Then, gathering her courage, she addressed him, Hello, brother. Lu Jia is our friend, and her brother is our brother too. Can I add you on WeChat? It would be easier to contact you in the future, right? Jiang Qi had no objections. He was somewhat aloof, but considering she was his sister's good friend, exchanging contact information seemed reasonable. No way. Just as Jiang Qi was about to pull out his phone, Jiang Lu's protective instincts kicked in. With a vigilant gaze fixed on her friends, she exclaimed, What do you mean? I consider you my sisters. And now you want to be my sister-in-law? Not a chance. Not happening. She decisively grabbed Jiang Qi's arm, urging, Go, let us go. You have no idea how wild they can be. It's not safe here. If we stay any longer, your reputation will be at stake. Xia Jia stared dumbfounded. What? It's just adding WeChat. Is it really that serious? Although our intentions might be slightly impure, we haven't acted on anything yet. You can't judge us for things we haven't done. That's unfair. Oh, come on, Lu Jie, don't be so stingy. How can you tarnish our image in front of your brother? It's just adding WeChat. We promise not to bother him. Jiang Lu ignored them and quickly pulled Jiang Qi away, running off. As they sprinted, she suddenly remembered a crucial question. Go. How did you get here? Jiang Qi replied. I rode my electric scooter. Jiang Lu beamed. That's great. Let's go ride it. Jiang Qi halted, matter-of-factly stating, we're going the wrong way. Jiang Lu, a black line appearing on her forehead, wanted to ask, Go. Why didn't you say so earlier? But knowing that Jiang Qi would calmly respond that he was merely following her, she decided against it. The two turned around, found the electric scooter, and once Jiang Lu donned her helmet, she hopped onto the seat, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qi's waist. Throughout the ride, her chatter was incessant. Today, Mr. Lu dragged on during the last period. Even after the bell rang, he insisted on finishing the last question. It was so annoying. That's why we got out so late. Go. How many days can you stay this time? Can you take me to that new hot pot place this weekend? My desk mate said it's amazing. By the way, Wang Hao from our class, the one I had an argument with, sprained his ankle during PE. Ha ha ha. Let us see how he brags from now on. Serve him right. Go. Are there many beautiful older sisters at your school chasing after you? You can't let them take you away easily. Yesterday, when I was browsing, I came across a blogger who said they were being mentally manipulated. Yeah. Do you think those rumors online are true? Wang Na's idol has fallen for grace, and I'm just so pleased. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu was quite the chatterbox. She had earned the nickname Jiang de la Ba at school. She was always the first to know and spread the latest gossip and news. Jiang Qi listened intently, occasionally responding, embracing the role of a perfect audience. When Jiang Lu was younger, Jiang Qi had moved in with her family. After he lost his parents, she, like a loyal shadow, used her words to break down his emotional barriers and lead him back to life. Of course, during this process, Jiang Qi often spoke coldly to her, even telling her to stay away, which made Jiang Lu cry and feel dejected. But she never gave up. After all, our Jiang Lu is known for her perseverance. This established the dynamic of their current relationship. Before long, Jiang Qi and Jiang Lu returned home. At that moment, Jiang Qi's aunt, Su Mei, had also just come home from work. Ever since Jiang Qi moved in, Su Mei had treated him like her own son. Back then, Jiang Qi was reticent and resistant to everyone. So Su Mei would secretly observe his preferences and find various ways to prepare delicious meals for him. However, she was always stern with her daughter, Jiang Lu. But when it came to Jiang Qi, she transformed into a different person, speaking softly. As soon as Jiang Lu arrived home, she found herself in the line of fire as Su Mei pointed at her t-shirt, asking, Jiang Lu, how many times have I told you? Where's your uniform? Why aren't you wearing it to school? Jiang Lu shrank her head, thinking she was caught red-handed, and feebly defended herself. My uniform is dirty, so I didn't wear it today. Dirty? Su Mei was unsatisfied with this answer. You have 2 summer uniforms. Are both of them dirty? I think you just don't want to wear it. You're just being vain. In truth, most teenagers feel the same way. They dislike wearing the same monotonous uniforms and will avoid them whenever possible. Especially on Fridays after school, when many students even change out of their uniforms before leaving the school. Jiang Lu retorted, Mom, how can you say that? Aren't you also being vain? You've done your hair 3 times this year. 3 times. And it's only been a few months, every 2 months. You've permed and dyed it. Su Mei's eyes widened, taken aback by Jiang Lu's audacity to argue back. She replied, that's not the same. You're a student. I'm not. A student's duty is to study. It's to obey the rules. As she spoke more vehemently, she felt that Jiang Lu was utterly unruly. Not only did she refuse to acknowledge her mistakes, but she also dared to point out her shortcomings and retort. A surge of indignation rushed through her, and she could no longer maintain the image of a virtuous mother. She rushed forward, intending to seize this troublesome girl and deliver a couple of slaps on her naughty backside, hoping to instill some sense into her. Oh no, Jiang Lu, upon witnessing her mother's fury, understood the situation immediately. Just then, Jiang Qi entered the room after parking the car, arriving slightly later than Jiang Lu. She hid behind Jiang Qi, using him as a shield. Brother, save me. Mom is going to hit me. As Jiang Qi stepped inside, he greeted her, as usual, Aunt. Little Qi is back. Su Mei's expression softened at once, her previous fierce demeanor dissipating. She then glanced at Jiang Qi, noticing his clean t-shirt and tidy hair, and gently asked, Was the journey back all right? Safe? Oh, I've seen some alarming news recently. There have been several incidents. Jiang Qi, however, chose not to disclose the truth, simply responding, "It was fine. Nothing happened." Su Mei's gaze shifted back to the figure of Jiang Lu, who was trying to shrink behind Jiang Qi. Her previously suppressed anger began to rise again. "Why are you still hiding behind your brother? Can't you see? Your brother just returned from Lushan and went to pick you up from school. Hurry up and let him come in and sit down." Jiang Lu chuckled and stepped out from behind Jiang Qi, knowing she was temporarily safe. Thankfully, her brother had returned just in time. Otherwise, she would likely have faced a beating. Upon entering the room, she was taken aback by the sight of flour and noodles scattered across the floor, alongside several large bags of potatoes and sweet potatoes. "Mom, what is all this? Why did you buy so much flour and potatoes? Are we opening a grocery store or something?" Su Mei, wearing an expression that conveyed her childish ignorance, replied, "What do you know? Food supplies are being hoarded outside. The supermarket shelves are empty. If it weren't for me being an insider, managing to procure some stock in advance, you wouldn't be able to gather this much even if you ran around like a headless chicken." Jiang Lu had heard the recent rumors, though she believed the situation was not dire. "Mom, aren't you exaggerating? How long will it take us to consume all this? What if it spoils? If it spoils, we can peel and eat it. It's better than having nothing to eat later." So made tortif. "I've also frozen 2 boxes of fish in the balcony freezer. That should last us for 2 months. Mom, what era is this? The merchants are deliberately creating panic. Remember what happened 2 years ago? So many people hoarded medicine and salt, and nothing happened." Before Jiang Lu could continue, Jiang Qi intervened, saying, "Lil Lu, enough. Aunt is doing the right thing. These are extraordinary times." Su Mei's face lit up with approval. "See, your brother understands that what I'm doing is correct. When will you learn to be sensible like him?" Jiang Lu turned to Jiang Qi in surprise. "Brother, do you know something?" "I'll tell you later," he replied. Confused, Jiang Lu wondered why he would wait to inform her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, their uncle Jiang Sheng returned, and the family of 4 enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Jiang Lu held her bowl, mechanically shoveling rice in her mouth while her eyes remained glued to the television, captivated by the melodramatic scenes unfolding between the lead characters, filled with misunderstandings and romance. Su Mei felt a surge of irritation rising within her, her chopsticks twitching with restlessness. Suddenly, the television, which had been playing the drama, abruptly switched to the main broadcast. Jiang Lu exclaimed in confusion, "What is going on? Is the signal down?" Simultaneously, across the nation, every television, mobile screen, and computer connected to the internet, whether for gaming or streaming, was overtaken by an identical mandatory notification window. A serious-looking female host appeared on the screen, speaking rapidly, her voice resonating through television speakers and mobile devices simultaneously. "Emergency notice. All citizens, please pay attention. In 54 minutes, precisely at 2100 hours tonight, the government will deliver an important address to all citizens. This address is of great significance and concerns every citizen. Please, all citizens must put down everything they are doing and immediately turn on and tune into televisions, radios, mobile phones, computers, and all devices capable of receiving signals. Be sure to watch and listen on time. Please share this information. This will be a moment to witness history. Be sure to watch on time." The message repeated twice, and the television screen flickered. The interrupted dialogue between the lead characters resumed seamlessly. The mandatory window on the mobile screens vanished, and the previously interrupted games, chat records, and videos reclaimed their places on the screens. In the living room, Jiang Qi and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Lu was dumbfounded, finally managing to utter a single word. What on earth was happening? Jiang Sheng appeared equally perplexed, his chopsticks suspended in midair, his eyes filled with immense confusion and anxiety about the unknown. Su Mei's face turned pale, and she was rendered speechless. They were unaware of the current situation or what lay ahead, but they knew that such an event had never occurred before. Since they could remember, there had never been an instance where the television abruptly switched to a government broadcast. This was undoubtedly a significant matter. Moreover, the notice had mentioned that this would be a moment to witness history, affecting the fate of a nation and the lives of its citizens. It was glaringly evident. Among them, Jiang Qi exhibited the slightest change in expression. A fleeting trace of shock passed through his eyes, but quickly vanished. He surmised that, given the current circumstances. The core message of the forthcoming address would likely pertain to supernatural abilities and phenomena. However, he could not yet ascertain the specifics of the announcement. What surprised him most was how soon this was happening. He had initially believed that, due to the government's cautious nature, they would at least cover it up for several more months, or even longer, utilizing this time for thorough internal preparations, societal buffering, and psychological conditioning. Yet, he never anticipated that the authorities would choose such a seemingly calm night to reveal the truth to one, for billions of citizens in such a thunderous manner, leaving no room for any buffer. Chapter 14. Various nations within less than a minute of the nationwide broadcast. The Chinese internet erupted as if a super bomb had been dropped. Major social media platforms crashed instantaneously. Blog, Weibo, and various forum servers were overwhelmed within seconds by the surging traffic. Pages froze, refresh attempts failed, and error messages flooded the screens. Countless posts surged forth, only to be quickly buried by even more visits. Is anyone there? What on earth is happening? What major event has occurred? Information spread like wildfire. Screenshots and recordings of the emergency notice were disseminated at lightning speed across communication apps that had yet to fully crash. Each video and blog was accompanied by countless expressions of fear, confusion, and speculation. On the blogs, a moment to witness history became the only keyword. All trending topics that were previously about celebrity gossip or social news were swiftly overtaken by a uniformity of related terms. Emergency notice, trending. 9 p.m. address, trending. Witness history, trending. Server crash, hot. What is happening? Hot. Panic and speculation spread. Oh my. Are we entering a wartime state? Are we about to go to war with another country? Has there been an alien invasion? Or is it the end of the world? Surely it can't be a major technological breakthrough, like controllable nuclear fusion? That seems impossible. Certainly, it pertains to matters of extraordinary abilities. I had long suspected that this secret could not be kept for much longer. The external networks have already rendered it semi-public, and now it is our turn. I implore you, let it not be bad news. The authorities are finally poised to reveal the truth. Stock up, hurry and gather supplies. The supermarkets will soon be emptied. I am currently working overtime at the office, and upon receiving the notification, the entire workplace fell into a state of bewilderment. This is utterly absurd. I have never encountered anything like this before. Who can explain what is happening? The entire floor is in an uproar. Just as I was engaged in a match of Unga, the screen suddenly switched, and I was informed that the principal speaker would address us in 54 minutes. I had already dozed off, only to be awakened by my wife. I was accompanying my girlfriend to a movie, and now the cinema is aglow with the light of mobile phones as everyone checks their messages. No one is watching the film anymore. Let us refrain from wild speculation and wait for the principal speaker's address in 54 minutes. What purpose does this frantic messaging serve other than to incite panic? Some are discussing the technology behind this forced broadcast, all connected devices being simultaneously controlled. This level of control is terrifying. How is this achieved? The television signals are understandable. But how do they manage phones and laptops? This technological prowess is astonishing. Previously, I was unaware that such capabilities existed. In a matter of minutes, the entire Donglu plunged into an unprecedented collective panic. Simultaneously, such a national-level action from Donglu could not escape the notice of other powers on the planet. The foremost nation, the Anglicana Federation. Upon receiving news of Donglu's actions, the then president of Anglicana, Kurt Haywood, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Donglu has finally made a decisive move. Their actions surpass our expectations in magnitude and directness, forcibly commandeering all devices to broadcast live to the entire populace, leaving no room for retreat. The National Security Advisor, Alan Thorne, remarked, "Indeed, Mr. President, they have chosen the most thorough method of disclosure. Should we take any actions in response?" Haywood shook his head. "We shall observe the developments. Instruct the intelligence agencies to refrain from overreacting, yet maintain vigilant oversight of the content of Donglu's address and societal reactions, particularly concerning online discourse, the order in key cities, and any signs of unrest stemming from panic." Thorne promptly accepted the directive. Haywood felt an increasing sense of urgency. He understood that Donglu's revelations would accelerate decision-making processes in other nations. The global entry into the era of extraordinary abilities is not far off. Certain plans must be expedited. The third largest nation, the Novgorod Republic, center. Varnin, after perusing the briefing, furrowed his brows. Currently, Novgorod's stance on extraordinary abilities is one of the highest level of enforced secrecy. Knowledge is restricted to the upper echelons, elite departments, and specific research institutions. Any civil discussions or dissemination of information are considered grave threats to information security and are severely suppressed by official agencies. Now, should Donglu make their revelations public, the pressure will directly cascade onto them. Beside him, Chief Kruger Sergei whispered, "Mr. President, the public rumors are proliferating. Our costs of suppression are rising sharply. If Donglu goes public, we will likely face unprecedented backlash." Varnin contemplated for a moment and issued a series of commands, effective immediately. Elevate national network monitoring to fortress level. Block all keywords, images, and videos related to the Donglu incident. Notify the Strategic Rocket Force to maintain standard alert status. Command the Ministry of Internal Affairs to enhance security levels in major cities and critical facilities. Finally, he declared, once Donglu concludes their address, we shall convene a security meeting. We must consider how they manage their situation and how we shall respond. The Western Alliance, upon learning of Donglu's actions, convened an emergency video conference with utmost urgency. During the meeting, representatives from various nations engaged in heated debate. My goodness, are they truly opting for full public disclosure? This is exceedingly risky. It is inevitable, as Anglicana and some of our member states are also in a semi-public state. The cost of information suppression is escalating, and we shall eventually have to take this step. The critical question is how they will manage the situation. Such abrupt disclosure is bound to incite turmoil. Do they possess the capability to maintain control? If Donglu indeed intends to go public, they will be the first major power to do so comprehensively, a moment of historical significance. Should we summon the media to get ahead of the narrative? No, let us wait. We must listen carefully to what they say. If they have a well-thought-out plan, we can take cues from it. If it is merely a hasty revelation, we must exercise even greater caution. The rotating chairperson continued, rapping the table. Furthermore, if Donglu truly goes fully public, we must prepare our responses. Although the lion explosion incident was suppressed, private discussions have never ceased. Once Donglu discloses their information, our media will undoubtedly erupt, and we must prepare an official statement in advance to reassure the populace. In this moment, Castillon, Dnieper, the Rhine Federation, Funan Kingdom, Yingzhou, Sun Kingdom, and the Golden Sands Principality all turned their gaze towards Donglu, anxiously awaiting the countdown to 0 in 54 minutes. Chapter 15, a national address to all citizens. Donglu, Xinjiang. In the year of our Lord, 2030, May 13th, 2055, 5 minutes before the live broadcast commences. This is one of the command centers located deep within the fortified underground structures of the core area of Xinjiang. At this moment, it has been temporarily transformed into a live broadcast center aimed at 14 billion citizens in the gaze of the entire world. The vast studio is bustling with soldiers and professionals in military uniforms, each moving hurriedly to make final preparations, the atmosphere heavy and solemn, as if a storm is impending, weighing on each individual. The arrangement of the broadcast area is exceptionally simple. The backdrop is the enormous emblem of the Donglu Republic. Under the cold, white glow of high-intensity spotlights, exuding an air of solemnity, seated behind the podium is a gentle figure, holding a script that has undergone countless meetings and weighed numerous pros and cons, now finalized. In 5 minutes, the fate of the entire nation and the future of 14 billion people will hinge upon his words. Beside him sits Zhou Jinyu, the inaugural director of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Today, Zhou Jinyu is clad in a specially tailored dark uniform, with insignia and patches bearing the newly unveiled emblem of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, an abstract design of energy waves encircling a shield and sword. Just as the director is confirming the final segments, the gentle figure slightly turns his head, his voice low and tinged with a sigh. Jinyu, once this is broadcast, I wonder how many citizens will find it difficult to sleep tonight, and how history will define this moment, whether we have acted rightly or wrongly. Zhou Jinyu respectfully replied, Indeed. But what is destined to come will come. Embracing is always better than resisting or fearing. At least, we no longer have to feign battles against invisible enemies. The former nodded lightly, his gaze resting on Zhou Jinyu's brand-new uniform, and inquired, "How does it feel to wear this outfit in public for the first time?" Zhou Jinyu lowered his head to glance at his uniform, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. "It feels heavy, yet quite handsome. I hope that after tonight, when our citizens see this uniform, their first reaction will be one of reassurance rather than fear." "It will be so." His voice contained an undeniable assurance. He adjusted his collar and stated, "Then let us together push open this door." Zhou Jinyu also took a deep breath, subtly adjusting his posture. Moments later, the time reached 20:59. 30 seconds until the signal cuts in. 10, 9, 8 begin. At the signal of begin, it was as if the gates of history had swung wide open. The broadcast surged forth like a mighty torrent, instantly reaching every corner of the nation. Chongqing, Huimin community. The Jiang family had been gathered in front of the television for 10 minutes. As the time struck, the television screen automatically switched to the main channel. Jiang Qi silently thought, "Here it comes. Fellow citizens of Donglu." The voice emanated from the television. In the living room, Jiang Lu instinctively held her breath. Su Mei clenched the hem of her clothing, and Jiang Sheng grasped Su Mei's hand, wearing an expression of bewilderment. They were the most ordinary citizens of this nation, and at this moment, they were displaying their most genuine reactions: anxiety, confusion, and helplessness, when faced with a momentous historical event. At this juncture, I solemnly declare a significant fact concerning our future and destiny. We are undergoing a profound transformation. A phenomenon referred to in the scientific community as the manifestation of special abilities, commonly known to the public as extraordinary powers, has indeed emerged within our society. With a thunderous sound, the term extraordinary powers detonated like a bomb in the living room. Jiang Lu was utterly stunned, her cherry-red lips parted in shock. Su Mei and Jiang Sheng's minds went blank, incredulously staring at the television, feeling as though everything before them had become exceedingly surreal. Special abilities manifesting? Extraordinary powers? This was all too unreal. Jiang Qi had anticipated some of this in advance. Thus, he was not as shocked at this moment. Yet he felt an urgent sense of unease. With the official announcement, the group of extraordinary individuals would inevitably step onto the historical stage, and he was far from prepared. His own powers still too feeble. The voice from the television continued, stating that this change was sudden and unprecedented. "I fully understand that this news will undoubtedly incite tremors, unrest, and even panic. Fellow citizens, your confusion and concern resonate deeply with the nation. The stability of every household and the safety of every citizen remain the nation's utmost concern. The government has chosen to be forthright, for I firmly believe that the people of Donglu possess resilient will and united strength. In the face of this historical upheaval, evasion and concealment are futile. Only through solidarity and shared purpose can we withstand the trials ahead. Here, on behalf of the nation, I solemnly declare, all citizens of Donglu, whether or not they exhibit special abilities, are equal members of the Republic, entitled to the rights conferred by the Constitution and laws, and bear the equal responsibility of building our homeland and safeguarding peace. The government has established the Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena and Extraordinary Powers Management, abbreviated as the Iguan Bureau, which will advance relevant management work in accordance with the law, scientifically, and in an orderly manner, ensuring social order, and safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of every citizen from infringement. We urge those who have manifested abilities, please voluntarily register with the Iguan Bureau. Your abilities represent new possibilities for the nation's development, yet they must also be regulated. The government will provide necessary guidance and support to help you better understand and control your abilities, transforming them into a positive force for the benefit of society and the people. We further call upon all citizens, remain calm and steadfast in your confidence. Trust that the nation is capable of navigating complex situations, ensuring basic livelihood provisions, and upholding social fairness and justice. Fellow citizens, the wheels of history roll inexorably forward. The challenges are unprecedented, yet opportunities lie within. The nation shall provide the utmost determination and strongest assurance to shield all its people from the storm. The populace is the foundation of national strength, and the nation's commitment to its people remains unwavering. Zhou Jinyu timely took over the microphone. Fellow citizens, I am Zhou Jinyu, the inaugural director of the Iguan Bureau. At this moment, We stand at a pivotal point in history. An unprecedented force has descended upon us. Extraordinary powers have shattered the familiar order, presenting profound challenges and unknown possibilities. The establishment of the Iguan Bureau is a measure taken by the Republic at this historical turning point to safeguard national integrity and defend public safety. I will now outline the primary functions of the Iguan Bureau. It protects ordinary citizens from the harms of uncontrolled abilities while safeguarding the equal rights of those who have manifested abilities. Order is our common foundation. Any actions that violate the law and endanger society, regardless of whether their origin is rooted in ability, will face the most severe legal sanctions. Whether ordinary citizens or those with manifested abilities, we are all citizens of Donglu. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder and face these challenges together. The nation stands with its people. We shall overcome this adversity and embrace a brighter future together. Chapter 16. Registered individual number 001. Thus, the live broadcast concluded, and the screen returned to normal. At that very moment, a message appeared on the communication devices of all citizens of Donglu to ensure your safety and that of your family, and to maintain a stable social transition. All citizens of Donglu must adhere to the following emergency response measures. Remain calm. Avoid unnecessary travel. Steer clear of densely populated areas or unfamiliar regions, and minimize interregional movement. Stay vigilant. Mitigate risks, and avoid any locations experiencing unusual phenomena, such as unexplained energy fluctuations, abnormal sounds, or uncontrolled objects. In the event of sudden danger, seek shelter immediately. Ensuring your safety above all. Pay attention to information verification. All authoritative information will be disseminated through the National Broadcasting Station, the Iguan Bureau's official website, and certified channels. Do not trust or spread unverified rumors and hearsay. If you encounter danger or distress, report it immediately. If you find yourself in peril or discover any threats to public safety or social order, please call the Iguan Bureau's National Emergency Response Hotline, XXXXXXXXXXX, or use the built-in emergency reporting feature within the Donglu Tong app. If you or someone close to you is suspected of or confirmed to have manifested special abilities, to ensure safety and receive necessary guidance and support, please call the Iguan Bureau's Registration and Assistance Hotline, XXXXXXXXXXX, or go to your local community service center or police station for preliminary reporting, where professional personnel will follow up. Proactive and truthful registration is a crucial step in protecting your safety and that of others. National security relies on you and me. Remain vigilant, follow the guidelines, assist one another, and together we shall overcome these trying times. The power of the nation is ever vigilant by your side. The Iguan Bureau's National Emergency Command Center jointly released this message. In the living room, the dialogue of the protagonists continued to play on the television. Yet the sound felt muffled as if separated by a thick pane of glass. The air was heavy, making it hard to breathe. After a while, Jiang Lu looked to Jiang Qi, seeking reassurance. Brother, is this all really happening? The overwhelming uncertainty and fear ensnared her like an impenetrable web. Just yesterday, she was preoccupied with exam worries and the intricacies of class relationships, and in an instant, the entire world had been turned upside down. She felt ordinary, insignificant, and fragile, powerless against the impending storm, swept away by the tide of the era, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding her fate. Jiang Sheng and Su Mei were similarly affected, perhaps even more so, as they had already reached middle age, having lived in this familiar world for over 40 years. Accustomed to the mundane rhythms of life, groceries, work, and family, they had long since grown accustomed to the rules of the world. Now those rules had been utterly shattered. Extraordinary powers, supernatural phenomena, the Iguan Bureau, emergency hotlines. This was all devastatingly impactful for them. At that moment, Jiang Qi remained silent. He could see the fear and helplessness in his sister's eyes, the bewilderment and uncertainty etched on his uncle and aunt's faces. Yet he too felt powerless. That night, the Jiang family, like most of Donglu, was destined to spend an uneasy night. As Jiang Qi lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, he reflected on the day's events. This speech marked a definitive acknowledgement of the existence of extraordinary powers and the public unveiling of the Iguan Bureau, an institution established to manage the extraordinary community. In the days to come, a wave of extraordinary individuals would surely emerge publicly. And the online information blockade surrounding them would be completely lifted as more and more extraordinary individuals registered and revealed themselves, forming a substantial collective. The rules of society would inevitably be rewritten, and extraordinary individuals might become a new class. Should he reveal himself? Should he apply for registration? After pondering, Jiang Qi reached a resolute conclusion. No. Firstly, his abilities are developmental. At this stage, he is not particularly strong and relies heavily on time and slumber. Without undergoing a prolonged period of deep slumber, he remains merely a slightly stronger ordinary individual, rendering public registration inconsequential. Secondly, although the higher authorities assert that regardless of the manifestation of special abilities, everyone is an equal member of the Republic and will receive corresponding support and guidance. We are currently in a transitional period of immense social upheaval where no one can predict what may unfold, particularly for Jiang Qi, who possesses infinite longevity. There is no need for haste. With this understanding, Jiang Qi no longer felt troubled. The following morning, upon noticing the dark circles under Jiang Lu's eyes, he realized she had likely not slept all night. Meanwhile, their uncle and aunt resumed their work after breakfast, as despite the world's drastic changes, the rhythm of life remained unchanged. The emergence of extraordinary abilities did not exempt them from their daily necessities. They still had families to support. As long as the world continued to turn, their jobs would persist. However, before leaving, their uncle and aunt earnestly advised Jiang Qi and Jiang Lu to stay at home and avoid going out if possible. Throughout the morning, Jiang Qi and Jiang Lu immersed themselves in various pieces of information. The revelation of extraordinary abilities had a multifaceted impact on society, penetrating every corner and level of the community. First and foremost, discussions online had not ceased since last night, with major social media platforms experiencing multiple server crashes. Terms like extraordinary ability, awakening, and registration guidelines dominated the trending lists across all platforms. Among the commentators were the alarmists, who feared societal disorder, the archaeologists, who unearthed historical supernatural events, claiming that such manifestations had occurred multiple times in the past, and the opportunists who disseminated fraudulent information about quick awakening methods and potions, only to be swiftly banned by various platforms. Additionally, some extraordinary individuals conducted live broadcasts overnight, revealing their identities. One man, known as the Magnet King, showcased his ability to manipulate gravity, amassing 10 million followers in one night and generating over 8 million in revenue. Others included the Phoenix Woman, who gained 5 million followers overnight, and the Son of Apocalypse, who garnered 4 million followers, while Solitary Man engaged in battles with other extraordinary beings, resulting in viewership exceeding 100 million. At 10 in the morning, the official account of the Extraordinary Ability Administration released an authoritative announcement. The first registered extraordinary individual had emerged. This individual was an ordinary employee of a private company in Xianyang City, who awakened his solid shaping ability a week prior, enabling him to mold bricks, stones, and concrete into desired shapes. After contemplating for a night, despite some hesitation, he ultimately decided to respond to the national call, proactively contacted the Extraordinary Ability Administration, and passed the assessment, thus becoming the first registered extraordinary individual. Post-registration, he received a special identification badge for extraordinary individuals, and the management and experts from the administration provided him with a tailored development plan based on his abilities. Chapter 17. Social Anomalies. The emergence of the first extraordinary individual. Jiang Qi instinctively sensed something amiss. The timing and the nature of this individual's abilities were too impeccably aligned. A harmless, even constructively potent ability, coupled with an initiative to register and a willingness to serve society, presented a positive image. This was likely a prearranged strategy by the authorities to reassure the public. The intent was to signal to the latent extraordinary individuals that the state was inclusive, supportive, and offered pathways. The government not only treated extraordinary individuals as equals, but also provided specific development plans based on their unique abilities. Subsequently, Jiang Qi stumbled upon various videos. Some netizens captured footage of buses in certain areas, which overnight had been spray-painted with slogans advocating for proactive registration for the benefit of oneself and the nation. In subway stations across the country, animations detailing the registration process began to loop. Major television stations rapidly invited so-called experts for interpretations. Psychologists analyzed societal panic and provided counseling. Sociologists discussed ethical foundations in the new order, and even cutting-edge physicists attempted to tenuously explain extraordinary phenomena through field theory and string theory. The pace of these events was dizzying, as if a long-suppressed world was bursting forth with uncontainable fervor. Overnight, a transformation from lockdown to liberation occurred, catching many off guard. Extraordinary individuals sprouted like mushrooms after rain, stirring the nerves of society. "Brother, look at this." Jiang Lu handed her phone to Jiang Qi. On the screen was an announcement from Yutong Group via their official account. Yutong Group is globally recruiting special talents. Effective immediately, Yutong Group was launching the Spark program, publicly inviting individuals with confirmed extraordinary abilities to apply. Upon verification of their abilities, they would receive an annual salary of no less than 2 million yuan in stock incentives, with unlimited potential for growth. The announcement sent shockwaves through society, as fortunes and statuses that ordinary people might toil a lifetime to achieve were suddenly within reach for certain extraordinary individuals. The comment section erupted into chaos. Another tool exacerbating social injustice. We ordinary folks study hard for years, work 996 for decades, yet someone else can just mutate overnight? Is this fair? Why? Existence is reality. Who and T desire extraordinary abilities? Yutong is merely the first to take the plunge, and certainly 1T be the last. The sensitivity of capital is unparalleled. Extraordinary abilities are the wild card of a new era. Whoever can command more extraordinary individuals will dominate the landscape for decades to come. Yutong is undoubtedly betting heavily on this. However, a pressing question arises. Is it safe for a private company to recruit extraordinary individuals on such a large scale and control supernatural powers? Who will oversee this? If something goes awry, who will be held accountable? Haha, 1 million yuan salary. What if it's a trap? What if signing a contract turns one into mere experimental material? Yutong is certainly capable of such things. The world feels increasingly surreal. Let us all just lie flat. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's inevitable. In these times, if ordinary individuals can take care of themselves and live peacefully for a century, that is already a tremendous victory. Bitter smile. It seems reasonable for you, Tong, to act this way. What if your competitor suddenly had an extraordinary hacker who could manipulate data, or a prophet who could predict market trends? With the emergence of extraordinary abilities, the rules have been irrevocably shattered, and Yutong would certainly take the initiative. Observing this announcement, Jiang Lu felt that the world had indeed changed. The notion that academic qualifications are inferior to extraordinary mutations was not merely a jest from the comment section, but a stark reality. She gazed at her brother's defined profile, feeling a profound sense of unfairness. Jiang Qi had always been her guiding light. He excelled from a small county to a key city school, ranking first throughout. Both teachers and their parents believed he would undoubtedly gain admission to the most prestigious institution, with an exceedingly bright future ahead. Yet even Jiang Qi appeared so pale and powerless in the face of such overt preferential treatment for extraordinary talents, rendering the situation somewhat ironic. The simple belief that hard work yields rewards, built over more than a decade, was utterly shattered by this announcement. "Little Lu?" Jiang Qi's voice, as if from a distant place, roused Jiang Lu. She abruptly lifted her head, colliding with the depths of his inscrutable eyes. "Brother," she replied, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Qi switched off his phone, and the world fell silent in an instant. "Remember what I told you, Little Lu. The emergence of extraordinary abilities may enable some individuals to ascend rapidly, while leaving others with a profound sense of disparity. This is simply a reflection of the changing times. Opportunities are evolving, and the rules governing the world are perpetually being reshaped. It is normal to feel lost. You are afraid, and so am I. It shall be chaotic. It shall undergo reorganization, and new rules and forces shall emerge. Yet, there will inevitably come a day when all things settle. In the face of an unpredictable future, our foremost task is to remain resolute, striving to absorb all that we can. While others may be swept into the skies by the winds or dragged into the abyss by the waves, I aspire to be the one who withstands the tumult. Do you understand?" Jiang Lu nodded vigorously, her confusion and fear considerably diminished. "I understand, brother. Jiang Qi placed his hand on Jiang Lu's shoulder and said earnestly, "The books we have read, the paths we have walked, and the questions we have pondered are all indelibly etched into our very essence. They grant me a perspective to view the world and the capability to solve problems. This new era is merely a more intricate, yet more fascinating chapter in our lives." He smiled, adding, "Let us not underestimate ourselves, dear Lu. With our combined intellect, can we not make our mark in this new epoch? Even amidst the fiercest gales, we shall not yield." This somewhat melodramatic declaration dispelled the last remnants of gloom in Jiang Lu's heart. She let out a soft laugh, her eyes now filled with a glimmer of hope for the future, even tinged with a hint of pride. "Indeed, we siblings are quite formidable." Jiang Qi tousled her hair. As noon approached, their relatives returned from work. Jiang Lu promptly inquired, "Dad, Mom, is everything all right outside?" Her aunt did not respond immediately, instead letting out a heavy sigh. She removed her coat and hung it on the rack, walked to the dining table, and poured herself a large cup of cold water, gulping down half in one go before wiping her mouth and stating, "It's chaos. Utterly chaotic." Chapter 18. Panic spread. Su Mei pulled out a chair and sat down, vividly recounting. In supermarkets, convenience stores, banks, and gas stations, people are grabbing things everywhere. Today, at the supermarket where I work, 2 young individuals even fought over a crate of water. The police had to be called in. The bank staff insisted that the state guarantees security and that money is absolutely safe. But who believes that? In this situation, one feels insecure even with cash under their pillow. Who would dare leave their money in the bank? Jiang Sheng, usually rather taciturn, added, "Indeed. When I passed the gas station on my way back, the traffic was completely blocked." Su Mei continued, "People are snatching everything outside. Thankfully, I stocked up in advance." At this, she felt a sense of pride. Jiang Lu had to concede that her mother had indeed made a fortunate guess this time. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Su Mei remarked, "Also, I heard from Xiao Lu at our counter that several people from our area were apprehended this morning, all for theft and fighting. The atmosphere is quite tense." Xiao Lu also mentioned that several military vehicles were seen entering the city. Who knows if that is true? Listening to her parents' descriptions, Jiang Lu felt a wave of unease. Has it come to this outside? Su Mei looked at Jiang Lu and Jiang Qi, admonishing, "You two must stay home and behave for the next few days. You're not to go anywhere. Just study at home. It appears school will be out of the question for a while. Many office buildings are empty. Even the construction site next to our community has come to a complete standstill. Not a soul in sight." Jiang Qi had not anticipated that the widespread panic would escalate so dramatically. However, this aligned with his own judgment. At this early stage of the public crisis, many citizens would choose to remain indoors for safety during this transitional period. Consequently, numerous companies and schools would enter a state of semi-suspension. This is what his aunt referred to regarding empty office buildings and halted construction sites. Jiang Qi speculated that for an extended period, online education and remote work would become the norm. Yet, simultaneously, driven by survival instincts and distrust of the future, the populace would flock to supermarkets, banks, gas stations, and pharmacies to procure supplies, withdraw money, and hoard goods. Nevertheless, Jiang Qi believed this would be temporary. With government regulation and control, the situation should stabilize. The duration of this phase, however, remained uncertain. Perhaps it would be brief, lasting a week or two, or it could extend for months. At noon, the family sat down for a meal, the television broadcasting the midday news. The National Development and Reform Commission and the Ministry of Commerce had jointly established an emergency task force for essential goods, urgently coordinating the distribution of substantial quantities of grains, oils, meats, eggs, and vegetables into the market. The head of the National Food and Material Reserve Bureau asserted that our country has ample food reserves, fully ensuring supply. Citizens were urged to consume rationally, avoiding panic buying to prevent wastage and risks arising from hoarding. The Ministry of Public Security and the Bureau of Special Abilities jointly issued a statement condemning those who exploit societal panic to hoard goods, inflate prices, spread rumors, provoke disturbances, and disrupt social order. Those committing robbery or theft during this crisis would face severe legal repercussions. Law enforcement agencies nationwide had significantly intensified patrol and preventive measures to ensure the safety of citizens' lives and properties. The Donglu People's Bank and major commercial banks released a joint statement. Our financial system operates robustly, with ample liquidity, fully capable of meeting depositors' withdrawal needs. Citizens were urged to remain rational, avoiding unnecessary mass withdrawals, thus collectively safeguarding a sound financial order. As Sume ate, she curled her lip and muttered, "Easier said than done. They tell everyone not to panic, but look outside. If you don't grab, others will. By the time you go to buy something, the shelves will be bare. What will you eat? Drink the wind from the northwest?" Just then, the female host announced the next piece of news. The first actively registered ability user in the nation, numbered 001, made his official appearance this morning. The Jiang family instantly turned their attention to the television screen. Sume exclaimed, "Oh, someone actually registered." A man in a plain white shirt, approximately in his 30s, appeared on the screen. Mr. Jiang, a pseudonym, is an ordinary employee from a private enterprise in Xinyang City. A week prior, he unexpectedly discovered his ability to solidify shapes during work. The footage switched to a demonstration, showing Mr. Jiang standing before a pile of common construction debris, extending his hand with his palm, facing a few scattered red bricks. Remarkably, the bricks softened and reorganized under an unseen force, merging and shaping into a small square pedestal about half a meter tall within seconds. Sumei gaspit, momentarily forgetting, Hadmir. Jiang Sheng's mouth hung open, his face etched with disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi and Jiang Lu had already seen this segment on short videos. Faced with this sudden change, Mr. Jiang candidly admitted he had felt confusion and anxiety. The scene shifted again, showing Mr. Jiang seated comfortably in an interview chair, addressing the camera. The reporter asked, "Mr. Jiang, what motivated you to be the first to register after the official announcement?" Mr. Jiang appeared somewhat nervous. "To be honest, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I was scared, concerned about how others would perceive me and what would happen next. However, the state made it clear that regardless of ability, we are all equal citizens with responsibilities. Besides, I have no idea how to manage this ability on my own. I could inadvertently damage something or hurt someone." Upon seeing the Bureau of Special Abilities offer guidance and assistance, I thought, why not give it a try and trust the state? The reporter continued, "How do you feel after completing the registration? What support has the Bureau provided?" A smile graced Mr. Zhang's face as he replied, "I feel much more at ease. The registration process was very orderly, and the staff were quite pleasant. It felt like obtaining a special type of license. The Bureau even arranged for experts to talk with me for a long time, offering suggestions based on my ability. For instance, how to control the force more precisely and how to experiment with shaping different materials. The experts mentioned that my ability could help recycle construction waste and create value, and I found their advice very beneficial. It gave me a sense of direction." A figure clad in a white coat and adorned with spectacles emerges on screen, accompanied by a caption that reads, "Iguang Bureau, Dr. Li." Dr. Li articulates, "Mr. Zhang's abilities pertain to the fundamental application of material manipulation, currently constrained in strength and scope. However, in the long run, they possess immense practical value and commercial prospects in the realms of construction waste recycling, rapid emergency facilities establishment, and specialized material processing. Our guidance program is designed to assist him in mastering his abilities safely and controllably, while exploring their potential to serve societal public value. For each voluntarily registered individual, we will tailor a guidance plan." Chapter 19. Confession of Abilities. The scene transitions back to the studio, where the host, with a smile, summarizes Mr. Zhang's honesty and choices set a positive example for all those who exhibit abilities. Voluntary registration is the first step towards responsibility for oneself, others, and society. The state's promised guidance and support is being earnestly implemented. Sume murmurs, "Goodness, this is astonishing." That person waved his hand, and a few broken bricks instantly transformed into a small pedestal. Imagine the labor and time saved in construction and road repairs. The television even mentioned recycling building materials. Those shattered bricks and tiles on construction sites could become new materials in his hands. What profits could be made? Jiang Sheng nods in agreement. Indeed, that skill is quite remarkable. Sume expresses a hint of frustration. I bet the little savings we've painstakingly accumulated over our lifetimes wouldn't even match what he earns in a month. Why haven't we awakened any abilities? Jiang Sheng is at a loss for words. How could he respond? Sume sighs. They used to say knowledge changes destiny. But now it seems that these abilities are far more effective than years of study. Jiang Sheng shakes his head, his tone heavy. I cannot envy them. As long as we can lead a peaceful life and protect our child, that is worth more than anything. Su-mei exhales deeply, reassuring herself that that's true. They were favored by fate, destined for such gifts. And while these abilities sound promising, who knows if they're a blessing or a curse? Look at what the television reported. If they lose control and harm someone, it's better to be ordinary like us, able to provide for our family and live steadily. Subsequently, the couple discusses the chaos they observed that morning, expressing concerns about whether public safety would deteriorate, whether salaries would continue to be paid, and deliberating on whether they should queue at the bank to withdraw some cash for safekeeping. Jiang Lu quietly interjects with some news she encountered online. Jiang Qi remains silent, listening intently, not joining the conversation. After a while, he places his chopsticks down, wipes his mouth, and with a serious expression, addresses his uncle, aunt, and Jiang Lu, uncle, aunt, Xiao Lu, I have something to discuss with you. Su-mei, puzzled, responds, Xiao Qi, what is it? You seem so serious. Jiang Lu senses a shift in his brother's tone and inquires, Yes, brother, what is it? Jiang Qi delivers a shocking revelation. I have decided to drop out of school. Xiao Qi, what nonsense are you talking? Su-mei is alarmed. The college entrance examination is only 20 days away, after years of hard study. Isn't this the moment you've been striving for? With your excellent grades, you could easily gain admission to a prestigious university. How can you consider dropping out at such a critical juncture? Jiang Sheng's face reflects anxiety, though he struggles to articulate his thoughts. He recalls his brother entrusting Jiang Qi to him and feels compelled to prevent him from jeopardizing his future. Xiao Qi, listen to your aunt. Su-mei suspects that he may have faced some adversity at school and softens her tone. Xiao Qi, did something happen at school? You can tell your aunt. We won't be afraid. If you don't want to return, we can study at home. After your exams, you can go wherever you wish to unwind. Only Jiang Lu asks, Brother, is it because of the recent events? Jiang Qi replies, Uncle, aunt, I not only plan to drop out, but also intend to leave for a while. Jiang Lu feels a profound emptiness in her chest, a sense of helplessness that surpasses the revelation of abilities. She instinctively grasps Jiang Qi's hand. Brother, where are you going? Jiang Qi turns to her, offering a reassuring glance, then extends his hand, hovering over the water glass on the table. In the gaze of Jiang Sheng, Su-mei, and Jiang Lu, the water in the glass defies gravity, gradually rising and swirling around Jiang Qi's hand, flowing between his fingers and palm. Moments later, under his control, it returns to the glass without causing a ripple, his hand remaining dry as before. This is the affinity for water bestowed upon Jiang Qi by Yu Gui. While it may not be as potent as Chun Hao's abilities, controlling such a small volume of water is indeed achievable. Jiang Lu gazes at Jiang Qi in disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper, Brother, is this an ability? Su-mei's mouth opens wide, as if seeing Jiang Qi for the first time. Xiao Qi, you? Jiang Sheng is likewise rendered speechless. Jiang Qi nods. Yes, I have awakened my abilities. Su-mei asks, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Jiang Qi explains, I awakened at school. Jiang Lu observes her brother and realizes, no wonder he supported mother's stockpiling behavior. No wonder he has been so composed since last night. He must have already glimpsed the truth of the world. After more than 10 minutes of explanation, the three finally come to terms with the reality of Jiang Qi's awakened abilities. However, Jiang Qi refrains from divulging everything, omitting the details about Yu Gui, only stating that a flower transformed into light and flew towards him. Su-mei inquires, so you were selected by the state? Are you going to participate in secret training? Jiang Qi nods, fabricating a benevolent falsehood about a department even more secretive than Yiguang Bureau, which seeks out awakened individuals of his age for long-term, systematic training. The time frame is uncertain. 5 years, 10 years, anything is possible. Must it take so long? Su-mei feels as though a piece of her heart has been ruthlessly torn away. Jiang Qi has been with them for 6 years. She has come to regard him as her own son. The thought of him being away for 5 or 6 years is unbearable. She asks, will you be able to return during that time? Not even for the new year? Jiang Qi looks at the expressions of his uncle, aunt, and sister, feeling a pang of compassion. Yet he knows he cannot foster false hopes. With a heavy heart, he slowly shakes his head. Due to the confidential nature, returning for visits is generally not permitted, and communication will be severely restricted. Brother, Jiang Lu embraces Jiang Qi. I can't bear the thought of you leaving. Please don't go. Under normal circumstances, Su-mei would have scolded him for being so old and not understanding the need to avoid suspicion. Yet, in this moment, she is beyond such concerns. Her voice trembles. When will you leave? Jiang Qi responds, Today. Today? So soon? You should at least let us prepare something for you. Clothes, food, essentials. Jiang Qi asks, How will we contact you if there's an emergency at home? Jiang Qi shakes his head. You won't be able to reach me. Chapter 20. Leaving home, Su-mei wipes her tears, lamenting, another secret department, unreachable, gone for 5 or 10 years, and we can't even see you for a moment. How can we be at ease with you leaving? Is there really such a department? Xiao Qi, you aren't being deceived, are you? Jiang Qi surveys his tearful aunt, his distraught sister, and his uncle who is struggling to contain his sorrow. He feels a deep sense of reluctance, but he understands that this slumber is necessary. This is a decision he has long made. From the moment he acquired his abilities, he had already mapped out his path. This visit is solely for farewell, without lingering. Certainly, he is acutely aware of the perilous state of affairs. Uncle, aunt, and younger sister, as ordinary individuals, possess no means of self-preservation. His departure, leaving them behind, might appear callous and selfish. Nevertheless, it is a necessary choice. He is currently too feeble, and their presence would only hinder his development. He must expediently find a place to enter into slumber. Only by resting for a time and amassing sufficient strength can he protect his family in the future. Jiang Qi stated, There is no other option, Aunt. This is the path I must take. Half an hour later, after Jiang Qi's explanations, he finally managed to soothe his uncle, aunt, and younger sister. With his cleverness, concocting a fictitious organization was within his capabilities. Most importantly, he possessed extraordinary abilities, which served as his greatest asset. Temporarily concealing the truth, Jiang Qi broached another matter. Aunt, what about the money my father left for me? Su-mei boasted. Surprised, It is in my room. Shall I fetch it for you? Jiang Qi nodded. Yes, Aunt, please do. Su-mei wiped her tears and hurried into the inner room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with an old craft paper envelope containing a bank book. Jiang Qi reached out to take it, gazing at the figures. 30, 816, 700. This sum represented the lifetime savings of Jiang Qi's parents, along with the compensation his father earned at the cost of his life. Since arriving at his uncle's home, the amount had remained untouched, a constant throughout. Jiang Qi's fingers lingered on the numbers for a few seconds before he closed the bank book and handed it back to Su-mei. Aunt, please keep this money for your use. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Aunt Su-mei shook her head vigorously. This was left for you by your parents. How could we possibly use it? Jiang Qi insisted. Aunt, the world has changed. It may become even more chaotic. If I am gone for years, I will have no use for it, and upon my return, it will be equally unnecessary. Rather than letting this money lie idle, I would prefer to provide you with some security. Aunt Su-mei continued to shake her head, resolute. That is not permissible. We cannot use your money. That would be unacceptable. Yet Jiang Qi was steadfast. Aunt, let it be decided. Keep this bank book safe, and whenever you need money, feel free to withdraw it. If Xiao Lu requires anything, use it as well. Consider my duty as an older brother. Su-mei felt the bank book grow unbearably hot in her hands. Xiao Qi, you dear child. Jiang Qi did not allow her the chance to refuse. Turning to Jiang Lu, Xiao Lu, come with me. Jiang Qi led Jiang Lu to the bedroom. Jiang Lu hung her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears falling heavily onto the floor. Jiang Qi gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. Xiao Lu, I must leave now. Take care of yourself at home. The world has changed, and it is chaotic outside. You must remain vigilant and not easily trust strangers, especially those with extraordinary abilities. They wield weapons and possess murderous intent. They are very dangerous. Avoid places of natural beauty. They have become the epicenter of these changes, fraught with inexplicable phenomena. Do not approach or engage with strange flora. Do not believe any claims of awakening extraordinary powers until the situation is clearer, as they may very well be scams. Jiang Qi spoke at length, imparting all the information he had gathered. If you encounter trouble, seek out Jin Yang. I will share his WeChat with you. Add him. He is my only friend and the only person I trust apart from family. Whenever you need him, he will do everything in his power to assist you. Treat him as another older brother. Jiang Qi opened WeChat and shared Jin Yang's contact with Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu let her tears flow freely, gazing stubbornly at Jiang Qi. Brother, can't you stay? I don't want you to go. Jiang Qi shook his head. No, I must grow stronger. If I stay, I cannot become strong. If I cannot grow strong, I cannot protect you and uncle and aunt. Therefore, I must leave to undergo what I must. However, do not be sad. Jiang Qi gently wiped her tears with his fingertip, looking into her eyes. Do you not remember our earlier conversation? With our intelligence as siblings, we will surely make our mark in this new era. I can, and so can you. So, do not be afraid. I believe in you. Even if I am not by your side, you will be strong, grow, and achieve more than anyone expects. Jiang Lu sniffed, stifling her tears, and with a hint of a nasal tone, replied, Yes, brother, I promise you. I will take care of myself and look after our parents. I will wait for your return. You must come back. Jiang Qi, I will definitely return. Brother, let me help you pack. Very well. Jiang Qi had little to take. When he returned, he carried only a backpack with his clothes, shoes, toiletries, and other personal essentials. As he prepared to leave, he was even lighter laden, taking just a change of clothes, a power bank, some food, and a bottle of water. After packing, he looked at Jiang Qi, who was about to leave, and Jiang Sheng patted his shoulder firmly, swallowing hard, simply saying, Train well. Jiang Lu bit her lip tightly, holding back her tears. Aunt Sume began to wipe her eyes again. Jiang Qi addressed them, Uncle, Aunt Xiaolu, I am leaving. Although they wished to see him off further, Jiang Qi urged them to refrain. My ride has already arrived. I do not want them to see. Upon descending the stairs, a short distance from the back gate of the community, a black ride-hailing vehicle awaited him at a corner. Jiang Qi opened the door and swiftly took a seat. What is the last 4 digits? 3155. Once inside, Jiang Qi gazed out at the scenery. The streets were sparsely populated, most shops shuttered, with only a few supermarkets having long lines outside, managed by staff wearing bright vests to maintain order. At intersections, he occasionally spotted uniformed police officers patrolling, and the air was thick with tension, as if enveloped by an invisible iron curtain. Yet within Jiang Qi, an unprecedented sensation surged forth. It felt as if he had broken free from invisible shackles, the sky high enough for birds to soar, the sea vast enough for fish to leap. He could finally shed his disguise, no longer hiding his secrets. He could venture to any place he needed to enter into slumber and pursue strength. Chapter 21. Hours sparked 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the county bus station. This is it, Jiang Qi said, pushing the door open and stepping out. The station was busier than he had anticipated, filled with families carrying large and small bundles of luggage. The announcements repeated information about schedule adjustments and service suspensions, along with reassuring notices from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. Due to recent extraordinary circumstances, the following urgent adjustments have been made to the station schedule. All buses to Lushan have been suspended. Interprovincial and intercity long-distance and tourist lines are also suspended. Some operational services include local town buses to Chongqing County, Shanghai Town, Qingyan Town, Lulin Town. Please adjust your travel plans accordingly. The Anomaly Management Bureau announced. The Bureau, in collaboration with public security and transportation departments, is fully committed to ensuring limited operation of essential transportation services while strictly combating illegal activities such as ticket hoarding, scalping, and forced entry. Important reminders. 1. Non-essential travel is discouraged. If travel is necessary, please confirm schedule information in advance to avoid delays. 2. Remain vigilant against scams. 3. Report any emergencies or difficulties immediately. 4. Those displaying abilities should voluntarily register. The national strength is with you. Listening to the announcements, Jiang Qi's mind stirred. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The state had deployed notices from the Anomaly Management Bureau at subway and bus stations, urging those with extraordinary abilities to register and reminding citizens to prioritize safety. It seemed that the comprehensive disclosure was not a sudden decision, but rather a pre-planned deployment. Furthermore, the announcement indicated that services from Chongqing to Lushan had been halted. It remained uncertain whether this was a targeted adjustment or a nationwide directive. However, it appeared to be the former. At that time, the number of travelers returning from Lushan to Chongqing was considerable, and the news could hardly be concealed. I had already reminded the driver to report it, so the authorities must have received the information. It is also possible that other travelers fell into peril that day. If there were a nationwide lockdown, halting all county and township roads, Jiang Qi shook his head slightly as he joined the queue to purchase tickets. The chaos and backlash that would ensue would likely exceed the destruction caused by the abilities themselves. The authorities are not that foolish. At least, we have not reached that point yet. After a while, Jiang Qi secured a ticket to Shanghai town, with departure scheduled in half an hour. Upon obtaining the ticket, Jiang Qi sighed in relief. Fortunately, the service to Shanghai had not been suspended. Otherwise, he would have to devise alternative plans. His destination, Shanghai, lies in the northeastern corner of Chongqing County, surrounded by land on 3 sides, while the east and north directly face the Yellow Sea. Jiang Qi intended to enter the sea from there. Indeed, Jiang Qi chose to sleep beneath the waves. Ordinary rivers and lakes could not meet his needs, for his plan involved a slumber lasting 5 years. In such an extensive time frame, countless events could transpire. He could not guarantee that a river would not dry up or change course, nor could he ensure that a lake would not be filled in by human intervention or vanish due to geological shifts. Even mighty rivers are not immune to the risk of diversion. Moreover, this is the era of extraordinary abilities. Who can assert how much the most powerful among them might evolve over 5 years? What if a formidable being capable of effortlessly altering landscapes and severing rivers were to emerge? Thus, sleeping in the sea is the safest choice. The ocean's vastness and stability are incomparable to terrestrial water systems. Its depth, volume, and relatively stable environment provide the most ideal conditions for prolonged slumber. In the waiting room, while awaiting his bus, Jiang Qi called Jin Yang. In truth, he had already spent an hour on the phone with Jin Yang the previous night, and they had chatted on Wei Lian that morning. Yet Jiang Qi had refrained from disclosing the rest of his plans. At this moment, he finally revealed his intention to depart, employing a carefully crafted narrative. Jin Yang found it hard to accept, exclaiming over the phone, "No, Cheesy, if you leave. What am I supposed to do? We promised to endure together until the end of time. This is unacceptable." Jiang Qi held the phone a bit farther from his ear, waiting for Jin Yang's voice to subside before bringing it back closer, saying, "Could you lower your voice?" "How can I lower my voice when you're about to vanish from this world?" Jin Yang's tone was anything but calm. "My absence will be prolonged," Jiang Qi replied solemnly. "I must entrust my sister Jiang Lu to your care. Please keep an eye on her and assist her whenever possible." Jin Yang, torn between sorrow and acceptance, responded, "But what about your game account with an 88% win rate? And what about the spark we've nurtured for over 300 days? Can you really bear to let our little fire spirit perish like this?" Jiang Qi was taken aback by Jin Yang's focus on such matters. Indeed, his thoughts were uniquely creative. "Fine, I'll give it all to you. Not only the game and music accounts, but I will also share the password for Wei Lian. As for the spark, you can use my account to continue it." Jin Yang replied, "Hold on a moment. I need to log in first, and all of this requires verification." Jiang Qi acquiesced. "All right, go ahead." On the other end, Jin Yang took charge of logging in while Jiang Qi handled the verification. After several minutes, everything was finally settled. Jin Yang, now possessing the new game account, lamented, "Damn, you've handed over the account to me. It seems you truly are leaving, even making arrangements for after you're gone." Jiang Qi's expression darkened at such remarks. Jin Yang continued, "I will keep the spark alive until the day you return. So, can't you take me with you? My family can cover the expenses." Jiang Qi replied, "Jin Yang, I truly cannot. This is beyond my control." Jin Yang conceded, "All right, then rest assured. I will take good care of your sister, treating her as my own." Jiang Qi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, and please take care of yourself." After ending the call, it was just in time for ticket inspection. Jiang Qi tucked away his phone and boarded the bus. Once on board, he donned the hood of his tactical jacket, concealing most of his face. The atmosphere inside the bus was equally tense, as every passenger cast wary glances at one another. Conversations, when they occurred, revolved around extraordinary abilities, the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, apocalyptic scenarios, panic buying, and lockdowns. An air of unease permeated the atmosphere. As time passed, the bus set off toward Shanghai. Unlike the journey from Lushan to the county, the route from the county to the town did not involve treacherous mountain passes. It was merely a 20-kilometer stretch of county and township roads, alleviating concerns of encountering terrifying incidents like those in the Maoshan mountain range. After more than 10 minutes, a subtle, briny sea breeze began to waft through the air. A few minutes later, they arrived at Shanghai. Chapter 22. New Interpretation of the Teaching of Kunlun. The term Kunlun holds extraordinary significance within Eastern civilization. Throughout history, Countless classics have endeavored to describe it. In texts such as the Shanhai Jing and Huainan Zi, Kunlun is depicted as the realm beneath the emperor, a dwelling of supreme deities like the Yellow Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West, serving as a bridge between the celestial and the earthly realms. It resides at the heart of the universe, symbolizing its center. Here, gods, spiritual beasts, and rare flora converge. The Mu Tian Zizhuan chronicles the legend of King Mu of Zhou's westward expedition to Kunlun Hill to pay homage to the Queen Mother. In Lisao, Chu Yuan uses Kunlun to symbolize a state of spiritual transcendence. The He Tu and Luo Shu mythologize Kunlun as the axis of the earth, with the Kunlun Mountains acting as the pillar of heaven, connecting the atmosphere. Numerous Taoist texts, including Bao Pu Zi, Yuan Shi Shang, Zhen Zhong Xianji, and Yin Ji Qi Qian, proclaim Kunlun as the highest celestial realm, Jade Capital Mountain, the abode of the primordial supreme being and one of the three pure heavens. For centuries, emperors dispatched envoys to explore it, alchemists sought immortality, and poets sang its praises. In modern times, numerous scholars have conducted extensive research to explore the relationship between Eastern civilizations' origins and Kunlun. Yet, the exact location of the Kunlun of ancient mythology remains an unresolved mystery. Some argue that it is merely a splendid figment of imagination, a collective fabrication of the ancients, merely a symbolic representation without any real coordinates. Others firmly believe in its existence, obscured by the sands of time. Today, with the advent of extraordinary abilities, Kunlun has finally regained its true visage. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain in Shiyuan Province, a place seldom trodden by human feet, wondrous miracles are unfolding. A resounding rumble reverberates through the heavens and earth, as if returning to the primordial moment of creation. A violent force is reshaping this ancient divine mountain. Countless peaks surge upwards with a speed visible to the naked eye, expanding and elevating. Higher and larger they rise, frantically thrusting towards the dim heavens. During this process, massive rock formations, weighing hundreds to thousands of tons, are torn from the mountains, crashing onto the somewhat flatter terrain with thunderous booms. Multitudes of animals, birds, and insects tremble in fear, with no recourse but to shiver in the face of this cataclysmic upheaval. In an instant, they are crushed into dust by the falling boulders or completely buried beneath the collapsing mountains. Many peaks have surpassed the limits of geographical understanding, their heights no longer measured in 8,000 or 9,000 meters, but ascending towards 10,000 meters or even higher, heights that exist only in theoretical models. Should a geologist witness this spectacle, they would surely succumb to cognitive madness. From a high vantage point, or if a satellite could capture even a fleeting image, one would observe the entire Kunlun mountain range swollen, stretched, and distorted into an unimaginable behemoth. This scene resembles an unimaginably vast iceberg, finally revealing the hidden portions beneath the surface of the water, while in the process, more incredible landscapes have emerged. There are gaping chasms akin to celestial abysses, ancient forests formed by unimaginable colossal trees, and immense water sources appearing out of thin air, not from melting snow, but as if torrents from the heavens were surging forth from rifts in the void. These cascades plunge from sheer cliffs thousands of meters high, forming super waterfalls several hundred meters wide. Below, vast lakes of unimaginable size take shape. In the depths of the chasm, atop the peaks, or within the core regions of the ancient forest, even more terrifying chaotic zones have formed, where the very fabric of space appears utterly shattered and haphazardly reassembled, causing light to warp and fracture within. Even more astonishing, colossal, unnatural constructions have begun to manifest, seemingly the handiwork of ancient deities. There are broken pillars exceeding 10 meters in diameter, incomprehensible altars, and ruins of buildings not made of bricks and stones, but constructed from smooth, jade-like white stones. Although most lie in ruin, reduced to crumbling walls and massive outlines of foundations, one can still discern the glory they once held. All of this tells the tale of an era long forgotten, belonging to the gods. Yet amidst this seemingly cataclysmic spectacle, a solitary figure strides with ease. He stands 9 feet tall, clad in a simple azure robe, his long silver hair cascading like a fallen river of stars. With a command, calm the winds. The howling gales, swirling with icy crystals and debris, suddenly flatten within a 2-meter radius around him, rendering the once tumultuous elements powerless to fall gently to the ground. Stabilize the earth. The quaking ground beneath his impending steps swiftly becomes serene. Halt! A massive boulder, tumbling from the mountaintop with colossal momentum, hurtles towards him. Yet, when it is but 3 feet from his head, it inexplicably halts mid-air, allowing him to stroll past leisurely, only to hear the thunderous crash behind him as the boulder strikes the ground. Chaos retreat. In the chaotic zone, where light is capable of distortion, a path opens up before him as he passes through, allowing him to traverse with grace. Not far away, in a mountain hollow, a newly born North Mountain goat huddles in its mother's embrace, its large, dark eyes blinking in confusion, for its mother has been crushed by falling stones. The fate awaiting it is similarly grim. The figure in the robe pauses, his gaze falling upon the trembling creature. He approaches the hollow, bends down, and extends his long hand, cradling the shivering kid in his arms. From now on, you shall follow me. The young goat seems to sense something, letting out a brief, dependent bleat. He does not linger, and together, man and goat move forward serenely through this terrifying apocalyptic landscape. Any tangible or intangible harm cannot encroach upon the space within a foot surrounding him, let alone inflict injury. Thus, he steps onto a relatively open platform. Upon this platform, as far as the eye can see, there are remnants of walls. There are vast outlines of foundations, decaying temple walls several yards thick, and even remnants of tattered armor. Dust, shattered jade slips, and charred fragments of silk scrolls, alongside a bronze sword embedded in the earth. The figure in the rope sighs, "At last, I have arrived." At this moment, the transformations of Kunlun Mountain seem to have finally reached their conclusion. Chapter 23. The grand opening of the mountain gate. He gazes at the ruins before him, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, contemplating the alterations of heaven and earth as if in profound meditation. After a few hours pass, the changes eventually reach a certain limit and gradually subside. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain has become taller, more perilous, more ancient, more fearsome, and more in line with the descriptions found in ancient myths. The mountain's stature is unimaginable, and the landscape has been utterly transformed. He rises, walking atop the ruins where the outlines of the foundations are still visible, seemingly measuring the space. After a while, he selects a location and constructs a mountain gate using discarded timber and white jade. With the gate erected, he steps back 3 paces, tidies his attire, and with a solemn expression, he performs a deep bow before this humble gate. Then he proclaims, "In the beginning, there was the Tao, the primordial energy of chaos. The Yuan Shi opened the heavens, and purity and turpitude began to separate. I, Li Jianzhen, bearing the title Hongdao Zi, am here, blessed by the Yuan Shi Tianzun. I have received the true transmission of order. I am the 20th true disciple under the Yusu sect." Legend has it that the Yuan Shi Tianzun had a total of 19 disciples, including the 12 golden immortals, Ran Dang Dao Run, Nanji Xian Wang, Yin Zhongzi, Jiang Ziya, Shengong Bao, Deng Hua, and Xiaozhen. At this moment, this Taoist, named Li Jianzhen, claims to be the 20th true disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun, demonstrating his grand ambition. He continues, "In the past, I endured rigorous cultivation on Kunlun Mountain, carving ice for shelter, observing the stars to reveal the Tao, authoring the new elucidation of subtle words, foretelling the reopening of heaven and earth after the Gongsu year. Today, that prophecy has come to pass. This is not an end, but rather a transition of epochs, a resurgence of the great Tao. I have been enlightened by Yuan Shi Tianzun, receiving the flower of order. And here atop Kunlun's peak, I shall reopen and elucidate the Tao lineage. Henceforth, it shall be known as the new elucidation sect. Anyone with a heart towards the Tao, regardless of noble or humble origins, or whether they possess innate abilities, may enter my gates. I shall transmit the Yu Qing Mi Lu, impart the true methods of order, enlighten the lost, and restore this chaotic universe." Grandly opening the mountain gate, upon finishing, he points with his finger as if wielding a sword, the sword energy surging forth. And with a light sound, he engraves the words New Elucidation Sect at the top of the mountain gate. In an instant, his silver hair stands on end, swirling as though the Milky Way were in reverse. A crimson gold vertical mark appears on his brow, exuding divine radiance that invokes a deep sense of reverence. He then gently strokes the soft fleece of the kid in his arms, saying, "All things possess spirit and embody the essence of a Tao. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple in establishing this mountain, granted the title Lingming Zi. Let us begin our cultivation together." In the Republic of Fanguang, in the southern state, two armed factions are engaged in fierce combat within the city. One side relies on makeshift sandbag fortifications as cover, desperately unleashing fire upon the opposing force. The other attempts to launch an assault from the open terrain, intermittently suffering casualties as soldiers are torn apart by crossfire, collapsing with anguished cries, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The entire battlefield resembles a monstrous meat grinder. Yet, amidst the most intense crossfire, a young girl suddenly appears. She appears to be around 15 years old, clad in a sari embroidered with golden lotus and divine bird patterns, her deep olive skin radiating a warm sheen. A red bindi is painted on her forehead, vibrant as a drop of congealed blood. Her long, lustrous black hair is meticulously styled, adorned with ancient jewelry set with rubies and emeralds, exuding an innate aristocratic aura. She walks calmly into the heart of the battlefield, seemingly unaware of the peril surrounding her, as if she has accidentally wandered into an arena that does not belong to her. "That child! Come back! Commander! Commander! There's a civilian." Soldiers notice the situation and report to the commander, but the bloodied commander, consumed by rage, brusquely pushes the soldier aside, barking, "Open fire! Suppress them! Don't worry about that." The soldiers foresee the impending scene. The girl will undoubtedly be mercilessly shredded by bullets. But to their astonishment, the bullets aimed at her suddenly veer off course at the last moment, narrowly bypassing her. A shell that should have exploded at her position instead strikes a nearby low wall. She tread barefoot upon the ground strewn with shattered stones, shell casings, and blood, advancing towards the heart of the battlefield amidst the gunfire, the entire scene suffused with a suffocating, eerie sanctity. The combatants, from soldiers to junior commanders, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand around their throats, rendered speechless. Some had ceased firing, while others continued to pull the trigger instinctively. Braving the gunfire, the young girl stepped forward and gently pushed aside his weapon. At that moment, the soldier seemed to awaken from a dream. "It is a miracle," he proclaimed to the others. "This is a miracle." The girl spoke, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear to everyone's ears. "I am Laxmi Dwivedi, daughter of Vishal Dwivedi. Likewise, I am the source of creation and causality, the weaver of fate, the embodiment of the One, the reincarnation of Brahma, the creator of all existence. You are lost in the sea of reincarnation, ensnared by the terror of karma. Cease your slaughter. Only by halting the killing will the wheels of causality turn towards peace, rather than allowing your souls to plunge into the abyss of reincarnation. Lay down your weapons." Her gaze swept over each individual still holding a firearm, her eyes imbued with compassion and an irresistible authority. Those who met her gaze found their fingers involuntarily loosening from the trigger. Kneeling before her, her voice resonated with supreme majesty, stirring the deepest instincts of reverence within their hearts. A soft thud echoed. It was uncertain which soldier knelt first. Following that, more thuds resounded like a cascading domino effect, as an increasing number of individuals succumbed to the impulse to kneel, their foreheads pressed to the earth. The girl spread her arms wide, gazing skyward, singing, "Follow me and I shall forgive your sins." Simultaneously, in Pampas, a slum, a wanted arms dealer erupted into maniacal laughter as he found himself cornered by a SWAT team. Suddenly, the discarded metal parts at his feet coalesced into a suit of steel armor, enveloping him. He then crashed through the barricade, maneuvering deftly amidst the heavy gunfire, ultimately departing with flair after dispatching several officers. In Angwa, within a stock trading hall, a middle-aged office worker's eyes flickered with a flood of blue data streams. And in an instant, figures rearranged, causing his stock investments to surge by 3 points. In Sungwa at a high school, a girl once again found herself trapped in a bathroom, but this time, instead of cowering, she revealed a chilling smile. Suddenly, a blinding flash of electricity erupted throughout the restroom. Accompanied by a few abrupt screams, several charred bodies collapsed to the ground, one of which rolled to the girl's feet, only to be crushed beneath her shoe. Chapter 24. The Time of Slumber. 5 years the vehicle came to a halt at the bus station with a muted hiss of deflation. Jiang Qi disembarked among the throng of passengers. Though named a town, Shanghai bore a scale and strategic significance far beyond that of an ordinary village. Nestled at the tip of the prominent peninsula in Wuling province, it is one of the most vital deep-water ports within the province. The silhouette of colossal gantry cranes looming in the distance, handling the energy, raw materials, and assorted goods that sustain the region's economic lifeblood. At the station's exit, a rudimentary temporary checkpoint was established, where two uniformed personnel, in conjunction with a police officer, were inspecting the identification cards of departing individuals and conducting brief inquiries. A sign nearby read, "Cooperate with inspections for safe travel." Jiang Qi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly approached, presenting his identification. From the county? One of the staff members glanced at the ID, then scrutinized Jiang Qi's youthful and refined visage, asking, "What brings you to Shanghai?" "I'm visiting my uncle." Jiang Qi had prepared his response, stating, "My aunt is concerned about safety in the county and asked me to stay for a few days." This explanation seemed plausible, and since Jiang Qi bore no semblance of a troublemaker, the staff member harbored no further suspicions. Yet, as a matter of routine, he inquired further, "What is your uncle's name? Where does he live?" Jiang Qi responded fluidly, "My uncle's name is Yu Wei, residing in the Huifu neighborhood." The staff member, adhering to protocol, reminded him, "Recently, the town has implemented safety controls. Stay vigilant, avoid wandering, and report any unusual persons or incidents promptly." "Understood, I will be cautious." Jiang Qi nodded, taking back his ID and stowing it away efficiently. He then tightened his backpack strap and discreetly exited the station. Fortunately, he had been vigilant. Upon noticing the checkpoint, he had swiftly checked the map of Shanghai and the neighborhood information, thus avoiding any blunders. Clearly, as a port, Shanghai Zenmen Dai Sting Zegu Li Deng. Upon leaving the station, Jiang Qi did not linger in the town. He utilized his phone's navigation to circumvent the port operational area and major residential districts, opting instead for a rocky coastal area at the northernmost edge of the town. This place, typically frequented only by fishermen and tourists, was devoid of others, especially at this hour. After walking for about 10 minutes, a stretch of beach came into view. Jagged black rocks stood resolutely amid the crashing white waves, the ocean surging violently, shattering into a mist of spray. The sea breeze enveloped him, carrying a vast, wild, and untamed primordial force. Jiang Qi found a large rock to stand upon, gazing out over the boundless sea. The wind tousled his hair and clothing, and in that moment, he genuinely felt the insignificance of the individual against the grandeur of the cosmos. Strangely, however, as he stared into the profound depths of the ocean, Jiang Qi felt no fear. Rather, an unusual sense of belonging and yearning welled within him. At that moment, the shore was deserted. Jiang Qi set down his backpack, meticulously sealing all his belongings within prepared plastic bags before shouldering it once more. Having completed these preparations, he took a deep breath and stepped down from the rock. He was about to enter his underwater slumber. The cool sea water gradually enveloped his ankles, calves, knees, and waist. Yet this did not bring any sense of heaviness or chill. Instead, a pleasurable sensation washed over him, as if the water recognized him, tenderly embracing him. This feeling captivated Jiang Qi. He continued to wade deeper, until the water completely submerged him. However, Jiang Qi did not require air. The water seemed to have a symbiotic relationship with his skin, ensuring he would never experience oxygen deprivation. He then concentrated, fully attuning himself to the sensation of water manipulation bestowed by the Yugu. It was a wondrous feeling. If one were to draw a comparison, it could be likened to a prosthetic limb, with the surrounding water within a meter responding to Jiang Qi's thoughts. As he envisioned moving forward, the water naturally reacted, forming a gentle vortex that propelled him onward. Initially, Jiang Qi found the experience somewhat awkward, but his keen learning ability soon allowed him to master it. Like a child who had just acquired a new toy, he reveled in the moment before adjusting his posture, gliding like a fish deeper into the ocean's embrace. The light in the water transitioned from azure to deep blue, then to inky black, until only a faint glimmer of daylight remained above him. Concurrently, as he descended, the water pressure steadily increased. Yet, the terrifying pressure that could deform objects and spell doom for an ordinary person elicited no discomfort in Jiang Qi. It was as if he were completely impervious to it. No, he was entirely impervious to it. Nevertheless, The dimming light did evoke a twinge of solitude within him. Jiang Qi's objective was crystal clear. He sought a sufficiently deep and concealed location on the ocean floor, at least 100 kilometers away from the shoreline. Only there would he find true safety. As he estimated his speed, Jiang Qi concluded that he was moving at approximately 30 kilometers per hour, akin to the pace of an ordinary person cycling on land. Thus, he swam tirelessly, counting the time in his mind as he navigated through the water. Approximately 4 hours later, Jiang Qi arrived at a vast underwater cliff. The scale of this seafloor precipice was beyond imagination, with an immense drop as its rocky walls extended infinitely downward, resembling an ancient divine mountain looming before him. In comparison, Jiang Qi's figure was almost negligible. "This is it," he silently affirmed. He descended along the steep cliff, reaching the abyssal depths. Along the way, he brushed past numerous medium to large deep-sea creatures. According to common classifications, depths below 200 meters are considered deep waters. The range of 200 to 1,000 meters is designated as the midwater zone, which is primarily where conventional human submarines operate. At this depth, light has already become exceedingly dim. The layer between 1,000 and 4,000 meters is termed the deep layer, also known as the dark zone, where complete darkness prevails, and the only visible light emanates from bioluminescent organisms. The abyssal zone, ranging from 4,000 to 6,000 meters, is devoid of any light. Beyond 6,000 meters lies the ultra-abysmal zone, found solely in deep-sea trenches, representing the most extreme marine environment on this planet. Based on the creatures observed, Jiang Qi deduced that he was situated within the deep layer, between 2,000 and 4,000 meters. At this moment, standing on the ocean floor and gazing around, apart from the occasional glowing organisms piercing the darkness, he was enveloped in pure, thick, boundless silence and darkness, as if trapped in a colossal underwater prison. For someone with poor mental fortitude, the absolute isolation and pressure here would likely lead to a breakdown. Even Jiang Qi felt a profound solitude seeping from the depths of his soul, as if he were the only being in existence. He cautiously explored the seabed, ultimately discovering a slightly concave area, surrounded by thick deep-sea sediments, where rare deep-sea fungi and coral-like organisms grew slowly, forming a fragile ecosystem in the midst of desolation. This should be safe enough, Jiang Qi reassured himself, confident that no one in the world could find him here. The depth was beyond the reach of submarines. Even the most advanced military-grade submarines could not dive deeper than 1,500 meters. Human exploration of this region relied solely on expensive, limited operation and high-risk manned submersibles. Strictly speaking, this place had already touched the limits of human technology. For Jiang Qi, this was undoubtedly the most ideal location for his slumber. In summary, he felt immense satisfaction with this sight. He then softly murmured in his mind, "Initiate sleep mode." The voice of Yu Gui responded, "Please confirm the duration of this slumber. Note that the minimum sleep duration is 24 hours, and there is no upper limit." Jiang Qi replied, 5 years. Sleep duration successfully set. 5 years. Slumber countdown initiated. Please remain absolutely still as the system conducts final calibrations and environmental adaptations. You will enter slumber in 30 minutes. Time passed second by second, and 30 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yu Gui's prompt returned. The master has entered slumber. In this state, the master is in absolute safety, impervious to disturbance, harm, or observation, with a constant state maintained, requiring no sustenance, intake, or excretion. While in slumber, the master gains 0.0000001 points in strength, agility, and constitution attributes. With the announcement, the slumber officially commenced. Strength 0. 0.0000001. Agility 0. 0.0000001. Constitution 0. 0.0000001. Jiang Qi closed his eyes, engulfed by the thick darkness. The passage of time and the shifting tides of the world seemed to no longer concern him. In the depths of the ocean, eternal silence returned. Chapter 25. 5 years later, 5 years swiftly passed. During this time, human civilization surged forward amidst a tumultuous wave of evolution. The old order was incessantly torn apart, and new rules were painstakingly reshaped in blood. Following the East Continent's initial public acknowledgement of the existence of extraordinary abilities, Other nations on the planet were compelled to follow suit amidst the power struggles. In 2031, with the last country, Africa's Andes, making its announcement, humanity formally entered the era of extraordinary abilities. In 2032, the United Nations passed the draft of the Convention on the Rights and Obligations of Extraordinary Ability Users. Although this document was riddled with flaws and had limited enforceability, it was the first globally recognized legislation acknowledging the status of ability users as a special group within humanity, stipulating that nations must not exterminate, enslave, or conduct inhumane experiments on them. Simultaneously, it explicitly restricted extraordinary ability users from employing their powers against ordinary individuals. Subsequently, criminal laws across nations were amended to include a special chapter on supernormal crimes, primarily targeting acts of enslavement, fraud, control, murder, terrorism, and large-scale disruption of financial systems using extraordinary abilities. Penalties were extremely severe, with a maximum sentence being immediate execution. The East Continent's Extraordinary Management Bureau model was emulated by multiple countries, though the effectiveness and enforcement varied significantly. In 2033, under the auspices of Interpol, the International Extraordinary Ability DNA Database, ICDB, was established. This initiative aimed to mandate the recording of 98 biological characteristics and energy fluctuation spectra of all registered ability users, constructing a theoretically inescapable global tracking network. However, the implementation faced immense resistance, as powerful or secretive ability users devised methods to evade registration and detection, while privacy protection organizations vehemently protested, and many smaller nations struggled to execute it effectively due to technological or sovereignty issues. Ultimately, the coverage of the ICDB fell far short of expectations, resembling more of an idealized framework. The World Health Organization released the temporary classification standards for abnormal human potential development in an attempt to scientifically understand and categorize the complex phenomena of abilities, classifying them into ambiguous spectra such as energy manipulation, material influence, telepathy, physical transformation, and rule interference. Yet, this standard often proved inadequate when faced with the bizarre and ever-evolving nature of abilities. Throughout this process, confrontations erupted frequently between the extraordinary ability community, various governments, and ordinary society, with conflicts spanning all levels globally. Traditional powers with the most resources and technology, East Continent, Angwa, West Alliance, Nuagwa, accelerated their research and military application of extraordinary abilities, igniting a war over elite extraordinary talents, with espionage and covert recruitment rampant. Some smaller nations became the epicenters of conflict. In 2034, the presidency of the small West African nation of Fidiu was raided by a group of extraordinary ability users, resulting in the death of the president and his cabinet, plunging the country into a year-long civil war, ultimately seized by a council of powerful, extraordinary users. Similar small-scale coups and power shifts occurred dozens of times over the 5 years. Concurrently, terrorism flourished, with an extremist organization in the Middle East utilizing an ability user capable of triggering severe earthquakes to launch a terror attack on a major city, causing tens of thousands of casualties and shocking the world. Assassination incidents targeting scientists researching ability suppression technologies and important government officials also became frequent. In daily life, conflicts were omnipresent. Demonstrations by extraordinary ability users and various threatening behaviors proliferated, while social movements demanding the mandatory detention or even isolation of all ability users emerged. On social media, extraordinary ability users discriminated against ordinary individuals, while ordinary people harbored hatred towards extraordinary users, and this animosity further exacerbated societal rifts. Violent conflicts on a global scale nearly became the norm. The entire world resembled a continuously pressurized powder keg, with chaos and confrontation occurring in every corner. The leaden clouds loomed low, and torrential rain poured down. The darkened sky and the ink-like surface of the sea seemed to merge into one. In this scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape, a medium-sized cargo ship struggles to navigate the tumultuous sea. On the deck, 2 crew members clad in heavy raincoats contend with the torrential downpour as they inspect the ropes securing the cargo. Rainwater cascades down the edges of their rain hats. "Damn this wretched weather," barks the elder, cursing the forecast that promised no rain, only to be met with such downpour. Ever since those extraordinary individuals started roaming about, even weather forecasts seem less reliable. The younger one cautions him, "Brother Wang, keep it down. We call them Nunlija now, not superheroes. It wouldn't be wise for others to overhear." The man referred to as Brother Wang scoffs. What does it matter? Besides the fish in the sea, who else would hear us? He muses bitterly. This world is truly absurd. Yet seems madness abounds. Initially, these extraordinary individuals could still be referred to as superheroes, but eventually, a new narrative emerged stating that they could no longer be labeled as such, for the term implies a hierarchy, suggesting that ordinary people are inferior. Over time, this could lead to a divide between ordinary people and those with abilities. Brother Wang finds this notion ridiculous. Can a mere term define the worth of individuals? As he ponders, his gaze inadvertently sweeps across the sea, and his voice suddenly falters. He notices, just a few dozen meters away, a towering wave that has just receded, revealing a figure emerging from the depths. Although the details are unclear, it is unmistakably a human. Wiping the rain from his face, he nearly doubts his own perception. "Xiaoli, look over there," Old Wang exclaims, gripping the younger man's arm. "Do you see that? Is there someone out there? Someone? How could that be possible?" Xiaoli finds it absurd. They're in the vast ocean, after all. Yet, as he follows Old Wang's pointing finger, he too catches a glimpse of a person amidst the undulating waves. It appears to be a young male, bare-chested, somewhat lean, yet displaying fluid, well-defined muscles, exuding a sense of harmony. He floats serenely on the water's surface, rising and falling with the waves, showing no signs of struggle or distress, with no lifebuoys or wreckage in sight. Xiaoli gasps. "No way. There really is someone?" The nearest coastline is over 150 kilometers away. How can anyone be here? The most unsettling part is that when the two of them spotted the figure, he noticed them as well, without any discernible swimming motions. He approached the cargo ship at an extraordinary speed. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. The figure, bearing what seemed to be an ordinary dark backpack, had a mass of flowing seawater obscuring his face, continually shifting and swirling, concealing his features. A voice, distorted by the water's flow, yet unmistakably human, pierced through the cacophony of wind and rain. "Hello, could you please tell me the direction to Shahaijun?" Old Wang and Xiaoli exchanged a glance, a singular realization dawning upon them. A Nunlija. This is undoubtedly a Nunlija, and not just any ordinary one. In this era, although individuals with abilities have become somewhat commonplace, they remain largely inaccessible in everyday life. Given that they are in the vast open sea and recalling the destruction and carnage caused by these individuals as reported in the news, both Old Wang and Xiaoli felt a wave of profound terror wash over them. Thankfully, Old Wang quickly regained his composure. He pointed in the direction of Shahaijun and responded to the stranger's inquiry. "It's over there, but it's at least another 200 miles from here." The figure turned to follow Old Wang's gesture, confirming, "That way? Thank you." Without further ado, he did not cast another glance at the two men on the ship, but instead turned and headed toward that direction, his silhouette swiftly vanishing amidst the rain and waves. Once he departed, Old Wang and Xiaoli collapsed onto the deck, feeling as if their very bones had been drained of strength, gasping for breath. "Xiaoli stamarat. That scared me to death. I thought he was here for something sinister." Old Wang, still shaken, replied, "Damn it all. Who would have thought we could encounter a Nunlija in this cursed place?" Thankfully, he was just asking for directions and left. Jiang Qi, having discerned the direction, hastened toward Shahaijun. Indeed, this individual was Jiang Qi. Upon awakening from a 5-year slumber, he was disoriented, unable to discern north from south, and could only rely on luck to choose a direction to swim. Unsurprisingly, he veered off course. Fortunately, he encountered a cargo ship, which brought him some relief. Otherwise, he would have been adrift like a blind fly, uncertain of where he would end up. Eager to return home, Jiang Qi summoned his mastery over the water currents to their utmost, slicing through the waves like a darting fish, effortlessly navigating several meters below the surface at astonishing speed. After 5 years, he had transformed remarkably. At this moment, his personal status panel read as follows. Name, Luo Gui Master, Jiang Qi. Race, human. Lifespan, 23. Luo Gui Mastery, 0,00001. Gui Master Attributes. Strength, 16477. extraordinary level, savage tiger and leopard. Agility, 16579, extraordinary level, intricate movement. Constitution, 16602, extraordinary level, iron skin and bone. Intelligence, 9, ordinary average, 5, clarity of mind. Spirit, 9, ordinary average, 5, solidified will. Charisma, 8, ordinary average, 5, natural aura. Power level, extraordinary. Status, awakening, dormant energy, 11, dormant time remaining, 5 days. Cooling down dormant ability, countdown, 71, 59, 33. He had indeed reached an extraordinary level. Even Jiang Qi's tranquil disposition was stirred by a ripple of excitement. Before his slumber, his attributes of strength, agility, and constitution barely exceeded 78 points, just above the ordinary threshold. Yet, after 5 years of slumber, with a continuous accumulation of 0.0000001 points per second, those 3 attributes had soared to over 160 points. This represented an increase of more than 20-fold. At this moment, Jiang Qi could distinctly feel the explosive, cataclysmic power coursing through every fiber of his being. The density of his muscle fibers, the strength of his bones, the speed of his neural responses, each had undergone a qualitative leap. Of course, he recognized that this so-called cataclysmic power was merely an illusion born from his newfound strength, not a reality. However, judging from the numerical data on paper, his attributes had reached an exceedingly formidable level. Roughly estimating, the punching force of an average adult is around 100 to 300 kilograms. Thus, a 20-fold increase would mean 2,000 to 6,000 kilograms. This is nearly equivalent to the maximum strength of an adult male gorilla. Moreover, Jiang Qi's fists are smaller, concentrating force at a single point, enhancing their destructive potential. The evaluation of savage tiger and leopard bestowed upon him by Yu Gui was undoubtedly accurate. In addition to the 20-fold increase in strength, he also possessed 20-fold enhancements in agility and constitution. 20-fold agility is not merely about running faster. It encompasses various aspects such as neural conduction speed, reaction time, body coordination, dynamic vision, and precise control. For instance, the average healthy adult's simple visual reaction time typically ranges from 0.2 to 0.3 seconds, such as when seeing a red light and hitting the brakes. Trained individuals, like pilots and athletes, can reduce this to 0.1 to 0.15 seconds. A 20-fold enhancement implies that Jiang Qi's neural response time has been reduced to 0.01 seconds, or even shorter, entering what one might call bullet time. To him, the movements of ordinary people appear as if played in slow motion. The instant he perceives a threat, his body instinctively executes evasive maneuvers or counterattacks with precision. Furthermore, his 20-fold agility enables him to perform various complex maneuvers with ease. Despite possessing a physique 20-fold stronger, although Yu Gui did not explicitly define what this physique encompasses, Jiang Qi, through his understanding of the term, surmised that it pertains to skin resilience, bone density, life endurance, damage tolerance, and recovery, as well as regenerative capabilities. Intuitively, Jiang Qi felt that his skin's resilience had remarkably intensified, reaching an almost unfathomable level. He tested this by scratching his skin with a sharp object. Yet not a single scratch was left. With strength, agility, and physique all exceeding 20-fold that of an ordinary person, Jiang Qi felt as though he had become an unparalleled weapon among humanity. Of course, the extent of his newfound strength and its limits would require practical combat or specialized testing to ascertain. Undoubtedly, he had undergone a metamorphosis, establishing a solid foundation in this grand era. However, after 5 years of slumber, his mastery of Luo Ge remained at a mere 0.00001. It appeared that mastery was not merely cumulative based on the duration of slumber or frequency, but rather there existed other avenues for exploration. Nevertheless, with his slumber ability now exhausted, accumulating the energy points for another 5-year slumber would necessitate an additional year. Thus, he resolved to dedicate this upcoming year to diligent study. Furthermore, while slumber enhanced his strength, agility, and physique, how would he augment his intellect, spirit, and charm? Perhaps these attributes would only unlock upon increasing his mastery of Luo Gui. He pondered about his current prowess within the realm of ability users. Was he among the stronger echelons? Perhaps in the middle tier, or even on the weaker side. As he contemplated these matters, within an hour, the coastline came into view. His strength had indeed escalated. 5 years prior, he traversed the distance from the shore to the seabed, a journey exceeding 100 kilometers, taking over 4 hours. Now, however, he swam back across 200 kilometers in merely 1 hour. The enhancement of his abilities was invigorating. Upon reaching the shore, Jiang Qi observed his surroundings and chose a secluded spot to land. His first action was to open his backpack and don his shirt and shoes. 5 years ago, during his slumber, it had been summer, and it was summer again now. Next, he began to inspect the contents of his backpack: a mobile phone, a power bank, a bundle of cash sealed in a waterproof bag, a change of clothes, vacuum-packed food, and a bottle of drinking water. Throughout his slumber, he had kept the backpack on his back, which meant it had entered the state of suspended time alongside him. He examined the most perishable items, discovering that their appearance, odor, and texture remained unchanged from the moment he had packed them 5 years ago, showing no signs of oxidation, moisture, or decay. The other items exhibited the same phenomenon, as if time had left no mark upon them. The absolute preservation effect during slumber, Jiang Qi mused, undoubtedly represented a remarkable characteristic extended from Luoge, allowing the items he carried during slumber to synchronize into a state of time stagnation. This trait might prove unexpectedly beneficial in the future. He then activated his mobile phone, noting that it retained about 65 battery, nearly the same as before his slumber, with only a slight decrease. However, upon checking the signal bar, he was dismayed to find no service. More precisely, it did not display one. It should not have been a malfunction of a SIM card, given that the phone itself was functioning. Jiang Qi calmly deduced that the issue must lie with the service provider. Had they eliminated the original SIM cards or rendered them obsolete? Had 5 years brought such drastic changes that a card from 5 years ago was no longer usable? Jiang Qi felt a twinge of confusion, and his urgency to return home intensified. Nevertheless, he remained composed and organized himself first. Using his phone's camera, he observed his reflection. Surprised to find he had not changed at all. He looked exactly as he had 5 years ago, even his hair remaining the same length. This indicated that time had indeed stagnated for him during slumber, rather than flowing naturally. The unspoiled food corroborated this observation. Once he had finished organizing, Jiang Qi shouldered his backpack, stood up, inhaled deeply, and made his way towards the town. 5 years had passed, yet it was still the era following the emergence of abilities. Jiang Qi had no knowledge of the extent of changes in the world. He could only tread cautiously, pretending to be a person of this time to avoid drawing suspicion. From a temporal perspective, Jiang Qi was indeed a person of this moment. He had merely skipped the intervening 5 years through slumber. Nonetheless, in a certain sense, such thoughts were not surprising. Having not experienced those 5 years, he was utterly ignorant of the prevailing rules, common knowledge, technological advancements, societal atmosphere, and even the evolution of everyday language. Compared to others, he resembled someone who had traversed time from 5 years prior. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Qi arrived in town. The once familiar Shanghai town had undergone a dramatic transformation. Most of the old, dilapidated low-rise buildings had vanished, replaced by sharp-edged, stylistically austere architectural complexes. Several newly constructed skyscrapers, towering to dozens of meters, loomed in the distance. In the harbor, enormous gantry cranes and arms had disappeared, supplanted by equipment that appeared more advanced. A near-futuristic aesthetic? Jiang Qi mused as he surveyed the surroundings, yet did not seem to reach the level of pure futurism depicted in science fiction films. There were no flying vehicles, no dynamic, glowing screens covering every wall, nor any holographic projections. This was perhaps understandable, considering it had only been 5 years, even with the public revelation of abilities. The dissemination of new technologies would require time, not an instantaneous transition. Indeed, Jiang Qi noted that some aspects had even regressed. For instance, many public facilities had disappeared. Numerous benches along the streets showed signs of damage, and the greenery appeared neglected, suggesting a reduction in governmental investment in this area. Meanwhile, the clothing worn by the populace felt oddly unfamiliar. Most individuals donned outfits that seemed increasingly unified, crafted from a new material with elasticity and a unique texture, blurring the lines between upper and lower garments. They resembled bodysuits or seamless garments, tailored to fit body contours while allowing for movement. Footwear was often complementary. seamlessly integrated with the clothing. Many individuals also sported ambiguous wristbands or belts equipped with miniature devices. In stark contrast, Jiang Qi's attire stood out conspicuously, drawing curious glances from passersby. However, beyond mere observation, no one seemed to suspect him or express overt hostility. In this era, one could likely parade through the streets dressed as the first emperor and be mistaken for a performance artist or someone with an eccentric personal quirk, perhaps even inviting laughter and requests for photographs. Let alone someone like Jiang Qi, who nostalgically clung to the pre-ability era. Indeed, judging by his appearance, most considered him a relic of the old era, reluctant to embrace the new. Such individuals were not uncommon. Many rejected certain modern products and maintained lifestyles and aesthetic preferences reminiscent of the pre-ability age. Typically, this mindset was prevalent among middle-aged and elderly individuals, making it rarer to encounter in someone as young as Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi keenly sensed several gazes upon him, yet he refrained from reacting, striving to appear nonchalant while quickening his pace. At this juncture, Jiang Qi formulated a plan. He intended to purchase a communication device first, connecting to the internet to gather information about the events of the past 5 years. Without such knowledge, he would find himself at a standstill. Moreover, it is essential to acquire a wardrobe that aligns with contemporary trends, allowing oneself to blend in rather than appear out of place. Lastly, the priority will be to find a way to return home. Yet, all of this necessitates financial resources. Jiang Qi contemplated as his gaze wandered along the street, eventually stepping into a modest convenience store that was devoid of customers at that moment. His objective was clear: to ascertain whether the cash he had held for 5 years was still in circulation. Upon entering, he noticed many unfamiliar brands and packaging on the shelves. Particularly striking was a functional beverage named Lingwang, prominently displayed alongside a dazzling advertisement. The advertisement featured a handsome man entwined with electric arcs, holding the drink, accompanied by his name and slogan, Thunder Lord Duguan. Lingwang functional beverage ignites your latent cerebral domains. Exclusively infused with neuroactivation factors, laboratory certified to significantly enhance the frequency of brainwave activity, aiding every ordinary individual in harnessing the blossom of extraordinary abilities and achieving the status of a remarkable being. The keywords, brainwaves, extraordinary abilities, remarkable beings, instantly captured Jiang Qi's attention. However, he remained composed, merely committing these terms to memory. He casually selected a few items totaling approximately 30 to 40 yuan and approached the counter. The total came to 37 yuan. How would you like to pay? The middle-aged proprietor behind the counter scanned the items, announcing the price while gesturing towards several electronic payment devices on the counter. Jiang Qi presented a 100 yuan note, cash. The proprietor instinctively accepted the money, expressing surprise. Oh, an old note? Jiang Qi maintained an impassive expression. Is it not usable here? The proprietor scrutinized Jiang Qi's attire with a hint of amusement, pondering to himself. Ah, just a little relic from the past. Truly, I cannot comprehend today's youth. He replied, it is usable, but the government mandates that old currency circulates at a set ratio. However, it does pose some challenges for verification. I have no idea where I misplaced the old bill verifier. Please hold on a moment. As he rambled, he examined the banknote against the light, scrutinizing the watermark and metallic thread. Fortunately for me, if it were someone else, they would be at a loss. After a short while, he confirmed, yes, it's genuine. He then completed the transaction and handed Jiang Qi the change in several new banknotes. Here, that's your change. Take care. Jiang Qi nodded. Thank you, sir. He quickly gathered his belongings and exited the convenience store. Once outside, Jiang Qi exhaled in relief. The money was still usable, which was good news. However, to be prudent, it would be wise to exchange the cash at a bank, as he currently possessed 10,000 yuan. Purchasing a few items at a small store was inconsequential, but using a significant amount of old currency for expensive communication devices would certainly draw attention. After all, very few people still use cash, let alone old currency, making it difficult not to attract scrutiny and suspicion. Thus, Jiang Qi proceeded to the bank to exchange his old notes for new ones. The entire process was remarkably swift. The teller did not pose any inquiries. In fact, had there been questions, Jiang Qi was prepared with an explanation, merely that the money had been saved by his parents and grandparents and was now needed, thus requiring an exchange for new notes. Reflecting upon it, his initial decision to test the waters at the convenience store seemed overly cautious. His reasoning was that since the store had only one proprietor, any potential issues arising from the old currency or inadvertent exposure would be easier to navigate or escape from. Conversely, a bank with tight security could present greater complications if he were targeted. In hindsight, his concerns were evidently unwarranted. The foundational operations of society remained intact. How could presenting old currency lead to problems? Such a notion was unrealistic. Yet, after acquiring the yugue, Jiang Qi had undeniably adopted a mindset of heightened caution. Particularly, the thought of possibly possessing an almost infinite lifespan made him more protective of his life, reluctant to take any unnecessary risks. Exiting the bank, Jiang Qi pocketed the newly exchanged currency and began his search for a mobile phone store along the street. Before long, a shop adorned with a sign reading Xuanjie Digital came into view. Jiang Qi pushed the door open and entered. The interior was brightly lit, showcasing a variety of devices he had never encountered before. It appeared that the form of mobile phones had transcended mere handheld devices. A young male clerk, dressed in a uniform and seemingly in his early 20s, greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, welcome to Xuanjie Digital. Would you like to see our terminals?" Terminals? Jiang Qi felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the current trends, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, simply surveying his surroundings before responding. "Yes, please introduce them to me." "Of course," the clerk replied eagerly, observing Jiang Qi's profile before cautiously inquiring, "What is your budget?" Jiang Qi scanned the price tags, quickly gauging the price range, and stated a moderately high budget, around 6,000 to 8,000. The clerk's eyes brightened, and his enthusiasm intensified. "Great. That budget offers numerous options. Let me show you our latest release, the Huan UW6 perception glasses." He guided Jiang Qi to a display case where a pair of sleek glasses with slightly robust temples and deep emerald green lenses were showcased. These Huan Yu perception glasses featured specially tuned lenses that effectively filtered out 98 of harmful stray light and low-energy radiation, minimizing eye strain during prolonged exposure to information streams. Furthermore, users could customize the color to their preference, with 3 options available. Additionally, the battery life was remarkably impressive, easily lasting a full day under normal use. Jiang Qi inquired, "May I try them on?" The clerk promptly replied, "Of course." He quickly retrieved the glasses and handed them to Jiang Qi. "Please try them on. The nose pads and temples are made of adaptive materials, adjusting to your facial contours within seconds to ensure a comfortable fit." Jiang Qi accepted the glasses, noting that they felt lighter than he had anticipated. He donned them, and, as the clerk had mentioned, the frame began to make subtle adjustments, finding the most comfortable fit for his face. Almost simultaneously, a remarkably clear virtual screen materialized in his line of sight. It appeared as if it existed in reality, with common light sources having no impact on the screen's clarity. No matter how Jiang Qi moved his head, the screen remained centered in his field of vision without obstructing his view of the real world. "What do you think? Quite a revolutionary experience, isn't it?" The clerk observed his expression, smiling as he spoke. Many people find it challenging to adapt to perception glasses, but they are far superior to wrist devices, completely freeing up your hands and eliminating the need to look down at information. The operation is also exceedingly intuitive, utilizing a movement tracking to lock onto targets, combined with subtle gestures or mental confirmations to execute commands, ensuring a high level of privacy without worry of being spied upon. Jiang Qi attempted to interact with the device. He focused on an icon, which instantly highlighted in response. Then he gestured with his fingers in a pinching motion, causing a virtual page to unfold as if manipulating a tangible object. Jiang Qi suppressed his astonishment. In just 5 years, mobile technology had undergone such a transformative evolution, indicating that foundational technologies must have achieved groundbreaking advancements, not merely in one field, but across multiple domains. Chapter 27. The blossom of extraordinary abilities. Jiang Qi removed the perception glasses and returned them to the clerk, stating, "I would like to take a look at the wrist devices." "Certainly." The clerk responded without a trace of impatience, enthusiastically leading Jiang Qi to another counter, saying, "In fact, compared to the perception glasses, wrist devices offer greater portability and appeal to a broader audience, while also serving a decorative purpose." Many customers purchased them as accessories. Jiang Qi observed the array of wrist devices displayed in the counter, each uniquely designed, resembling exquisite wide bracelets. Categorized into styles for men and women. The women's models were predominantly delicately crafted, adorned with diamonds and crystals, resembling fine jewelry. In contrast, the men's versions exuded a sense of strength, some fashioned from matte black titanium alloy, while others featured dark decorative panels reminiscent of obsidian, showcasing a diverse range of styles. A store attendant retrieved a sleek, all-black men's wrist device, carefully presenting it to Jiang Qi. "Do try this Li Shi S7, he suggested. The latest model from Huanyu released this April. It boasts both technological sophistication and quality, perfectly suited for a young man of your age, embodying a youthful vibe." Jiang Qi accepted the wrist device. It felt slightly heavier than the perception glasses, but significantly lighter than his previous mobile phone. The attendant continued. "This Li Shi S7 features a magnetic clasp, ensuring convenience and stability, resistant to detachment even during vigorous activities. Please give it a try." As Jiang Qi donned the wrist device, a soft click resonated as the magnet engaged, securing it snugly and comfortably. He proceeded to test its functionality. Although the screen was curved, it posed no hindrance to operation, with the text and visuals remaining perfectly intact. However, Jiang Qi could not suppress his inner thoughts, questioning whether this truly constituted a wrist device. It appeared merely as a miniature phone worn on the wrist, lacking any revolutionary transformation compared to the perception glasses. But then, the attendant gently took Jiang Qi's hand and, using his fingernail, pried an almost imperceptible seam on the side of the wristband. To Jiang Qi's astonishment, a resilient, transparent, flexible screen was extracted, resembling a sheet of glass. Once removed, the screen activated instantly. Jiang Qi was left in awe, realizing he had underestimated its capabilities. This, indeed, was a wrist device capable of revealing a screen. The attendant, with an expressive demeanor, elaborated, "Our wrist device's screen can expand up to a display area of 10 inches. With a deft motion, he pinched the edge of the screen and gently stretched it, transforming the originally watch-sized display into a size approaching that of a small tablet. Jiang Qi was astounded, pondering the technology behind this innovation. You can check notifications, time, and heart rate directly from the secondary screen on the wristband. For more complex tasks, viewing videos, or gaming, simply extract the main screen for an expansive experience. The advantage of the wrist device is its battery life, significantly surpassing that of comparable perception glasses. With the Li Shi S7 operating at full capacity, it can last for 32 hours, and under typical usage scenarios, it can endure for 75 hours. 75 hours equated to nearly 4 days, a considerable improvement over the perception glasses. Jiang Qi took the flexible screen from the attendant, feeling its negligible weight, as light as a sheet of paper, and maneuvered it like an ultra-thin mini-tablet. Moreover, it was composed of an unknown material that remained rigid when in flat screen mode. The attendant continued with a smile. "If you often venture out, dislike frequent charging, and prefer a tangible, handheld operational experience, the wrist device is the superior choice. However, if you seek a more futuristic technological experience, I recommend the perception glasses, as they represent the direction of the future." Listening to the attendant's words, Jiang Qi quickly weighed his options. From a purely technical standpoint, the perception glasses undoubtedly excelled. Yet, their drawback was rapid battery depletion necessitating frequent recharges. Most importantly, in this era of extraordinary abilities in hazardous situations, perception glasses could potentially fall off, whereas the wrist device would not. For him, safety outweighed the minor allure of advanced technology. Having reached a conclusion, Jiang Qi decisively stated, "I'll take the wrist device. This model, excellent choice. You truly have an eye for quality." The attendant's face lit up with a smile, and shortly after, he retrieved an unopened new device, inquiring, "The price for the Li Shi S7 after discounts is 6,788. How would you like to pay?" "Cash," Jiang Qi replied, extracting a stack of new currency from his backpack, counting out 6,800 and handing it over. The attendant cheerfully accepted the payment and processed the necessary paperwork, asking, "Shall I activate it for you now? Or would you prefer to take it home?" Without hesitation, Jiang Qi replied, "Activate it right away." "Very well," the attendant nodded, unwrapping the packaging as he explained. "This Li Shi S7 wrist device comes with a complimentary basic package from Yutong Interconnect for the first 3 months, including 1,000 gigabytes of monthly high-speed data and unlimited call time. You can renew or upgrade the package through the app later. However, upgrades require additional payment. I recommend using the complimentary package for the first 3 months. If you find it satisfactory, you can renew after 3 months. If not, you can switch, as the initial 3 months are free. During the activation process, Jiang Qi discovered why his previous SIM card was no longer functional. Modern phones utilize embedded SIM cards, eliminating the need for physical cards. To reuse an old SIM card, he would need to visit a service center to request a change. But he had missed the window for that. Finally, under the attendant's guidance, Jiang Qi completed the activation. A gentle vibration emanated from his wrist, revealing a minimalist standby interface, signifying that this device officially belonged to him. All set. Every configuration is complete. The electronic version of the user manual is also on the device for easy access. In conclusion, the attendant packaged the additional accessories and handed the bag to Jiang Qi, ushering him out the door. As he exited the digital store, Jiang Qi felt a sense of novelty with the wrist device on his wrist. The emergence of extraordinary abilities had drastically transformed the world before their arrival. Mobile phones had maintained a consistent form for over a decade, with manufacturers primarily concerned about the placement of front-facing camera openings. Yet, in the 5 years since the advent of extraordinary abilities, phones had entirely abandoned their original form, giving rise to perception glasses and wrist devices. This left Jiang Qi increasingly curious about the events of the past 5 years. However, his immediate objective was not to gather information, but to purchase a set of clothing to refresh his appearance. Fortunately, with the wrist device at hand, Jiang Qi could utilize its navigation feature to find a clothing store. He located a well-reviewed apparel shop using the map application and purchased an ensemble that aligned with contemporary aesthetic trends, along with matching shoes, effectively discarding his conspicuous old-fashioned attire. At this point, Jiang Qi felt he had fully integrated into this world 5 years into the future. Having accomplished this, Jiang Qi did not rush back to Chongqing County. The changes over 5 years were monumental, and approaching without caution posed too great a risk. He needed a safe and quiet place to access the internet and gather as much information as possible about the events that had transpired during those years. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a seemingly clean and tidy hamburger restaurant at the street corner. This would suffice. Jiang Qi entered, noting the sparse afternoon crowd. He ordered the simplest meal and chose a seat in a corner, less likely to attract attention. The food arrived promptly: a cup of cola, a double beef hamburger, and a portion of fries. Compared to other aspects, the food had undergone minimal change. Jiang Qi ate absent-mindedly, his focus entirely on the wrist device. He extracted the screen, adjusted it to his preferred size, and began to seek the information he desired. First and foremost, he aimed to understand humanity's recognition, research, and development of extraordinary abilities over the past 5 years. Jiang Qi believed that when a force capable of reshaping the world emerges, human society would undoubtedly concentrate its finest resources and efforts to comprehend, study, and develop it. Thus, the evolution of the world during these 5 years would unfold alongside this understanding, research, and development. However, directly posing questions in the box regarding humanity's understanding, research, and development of extraordinary abilities over the past 5 years is impractical, as this constitutes a query rather than an entry, and it is unlikely anyone has summarized it online. Fortunately, in the present, 5 years later, AI has reached astonishing levels of advancement. Jiang Qi initiated a software named Mijia and inputted his inquiry. Please summarize the core understanding of the phenomenon of extraordinary abilities by human civilization since the public revelation on May 13, 2030, in Donglu, including mechanisms, principles, major research directions, and development outcomes. A swirling point of light, symbolizing contemplation, appeared centrally on the screen, and in less than 2 seconds, lines of text began to flow smoothly into view. Greetings. In accordance with your request, we have retrieved and integrated core content from the Global Extraordinary Ability Information Network, GIN, top academic journals Nature Potential, Frontiers of Science, Research on Manifestation, and major national regulatory agencies' technical reports. Here is your summary. 1. Breakthrough in core understanding. 1. The emergence of the extraordinary ability blossom and initial challenges. Since 2030, unknown luminous aggregates, known as extraordinary ability blossoms, have simultaneously appeared in various regions worldwide. Engaging with different forms of these blossoms is the primary pathway to awakening different categories of extraordinary abilities. However, the initial mortality rate among early contactors was alarmingly high, with statistics indicating that the ratio of successful awakeners to those who died suddenly once reached as high as 1:11,000. This unpredictable randomness of death captured the attention of the academic community, yet despite their exhaustive research efforts, they struggled to uncover the underlying GUR. 2. Key breakthroughs in energy origin and brain domain revolution. The research impasse was shattered by a prodigious young genius. In 2033, at the tender age of 18, the Chinese scientist Aidan Wu published a milestone paper in Nature. He was the first to propose and demonstrate that extraordinary abilities are not magic. Their energy derives from an as-yet incompletely deciphered energy field, tentatively named Lingning. This energy field exhibits a strong coupling with a specific, abnormally active, ultra-high-level brainwave generated by the awakener's brains. His theory posits that not everyone can withstand the energy shock of the extraordinary ability blossoms. The baseline activity level of an individual's brain waves is a crucial predictive indicator. Only those individuals who are naturally predisposed or have undergone specific training to generate and maintain sufficiently high intensity and stability of brain waves can successfully harness and guide Lingning upon contact with the extraordinary ability blossoms. Conversely, those with insufficient or erratic wave activity will have their nervous systems instantaneously obliterated by Lingning, resulting in sudden death. This theory was swiftly validated by Dr. Yisheng's team of renowned neuroscientists in Donglu, solidifying its authoritative status. Based on Aidan Wu's theory, Dr. Ye's team quickly took the lead in developing and successfully producing the first-generation wave resonance detector. This device can swiftly and non-invasively measure an individual's wave intensity and stability, significantly predicting the success rate and potential risks of awakening extraordinary abilities, transforming the awakening from a gamble into a selectable examination. Simultaneously, this discovery birthed a vast consciousness training industry, which has now ballooned to a market scale of 47 billion yuan. Upon reading this, a question that had long troubled Jiang Qi was suddenly resolved. Why had Chun Haoming, despite having made contact with the extraordinary ability blossom and briefly gaining the power to manipulate water flow, met with such a bizarre demise mere seconds later? Now, it was abundantly clear. His brain's wave intensity or stability was insufficient to endure and control the impact of Lingning. Thus, in the fleeting moment of acquiring extraordinary abilities, he had suffered a devastating backlash. Jiang Qi not only felt sorrow for him. Had Chen known all this in advance and realized that his brain was ill-suited to bear that force, he surely would have refrained from touching that blossom, thus avoiding such a tragic fate. Of course, from a pragmatic perspective, had Chen not touched it, Jiang would not have benefited. Nonetheless, this served as a wake-up call for Jiang. When encountering unfamiliar entities imbued with extraordinary energy, one must not act rashly. After all, he possessed infinite time and could patiently await humanity's comprehensive understanding of these phenomena, allowing for well-informed and prudent decisions. Simultaneously, he recalled a functional beverage he had seen at a convenience store named Lingguang, which claimed to stimulate latent brain domains and enhance the frequency of brainwave activity. It appeared to be a product born from Aidan Wu's theoretical advancements. It might indeed contain components that slightly stimulate neural activity, yet he held profound skepticism regarding its purported ability to assist ordinary individuals in harnessing extraordinary ability blossoms and achieving the status of manifestors. If mere consumption of a drink could accomplish this, then everyone worldwide would surely become manifestors. Jiang Qi also noted a particular phrase in Maijia's response. Engaging with different forms of extraordinary ability blossoms is the primary pathway to awakening different categories of extraordinary abilities. This suggests that there exist secondary or non-mainstream pathways. He thought of himself. He had not acquired his extraordinary abilities through an extraordinary ability blossom, but rather through Yugue. This indicates that other mediators capable of triggering extraordinary ability awakening exist in the world. Furthermore, he recalled what Jin Yang had said to him before his slumber, that many influential individuals were collecting ancient artifacts. It seemed that engaging with ancient artifacts should also be a means of obtaining extraordinary abilities, albeit less mainstream than extraordinary ability blossoms. Chapter 28. Ability Classification System Jiang Qi continued to read. 2. Systematic classification of abilities, in response to the myriad and diverse phenomena of extraordinary abilities. The World Health Organization spearheaded the release of the temporary classification standard for abnormal development of human potential in 2033, making the first attempt to systematically understand and categorize the complex phenomena of abilities from a scientific perspective. Subsequently, this standard underwent numerous supplements and revisions by research institutions and regulatory agencies from major countries worldwide, gradually forming a relatively complete and internationally recognized classification system for abilities. Currently, it is primarily divided into 5 foundational categories. 1. Elemental manipulation. Control over basic substances and energy, commonly manifested in the generation and manipulation of water, fire, earth, metal, wood, wind, electricity, and light. 2. Mental perception. Involves interference at the psychic and cognitive levels. Abilities include telepathy, thought reading, memory probing and modification, emotional implantation, illusion creation, dream infiltration, and mental shock. Practitioners of this category typically require exceptionally high levels of control, with significant risks of losing control. 3. Life empowerment. Influences the state and processes of living beings. Primary manifestations include accelerated healing, cellular activation, vitality extraction, disease eradication, and the nurturing or control of plant growth. Healers hold immense social value, but there are also risks associated with their use in taboo fields. 4. Temporal and spatial influence. Interferes with the fundamental properties of time and space. This is a highly dangerous and rare category, including localized time acceleration, deceleration, stasis, short-distance spatial teleportation, and spatial distortion confinement. Currently, globally registered individuals who can stably control these abilities are exceedingly few. 5. Rule distortion. Influences abstract rules such as probability, order, logic, and causality, challenging existing physical laws by their mere existence. To address the standardization needs of manifestors, the World Health Organization, WHO, collaborated with major countries globally to establish a ranking system for the strength of manifestors based on the temporary classification standard for abnormal development of human potential. This system comprehensively considers various factors, including ability strength, effective range, duration, control precision, developmental potential, and mental stability, classifying manifestors into several levels from low to high. D level, disturbance level ability effects are weak, with an extremely limited range, typically confined to contact or very short distances. Short duration, challenging control, or the inherent practicality of the ability is exceedingly low. Most newly awakened individuals without training start at this level and have little impact on social order, yet they must still be registered. C level, influence level ability effects are clear, capable of producing stable impacts within a small range, and possess basic control capabilities. The following delineates the common levels of extraordinary individuals after foundational training, who are capable of engaging in auxiliary or specialized occupations. Level B, tactical level, the effects of abilities are markedly pronounced, with a range sufficient to encompass an entire city block or a small venue, exhibiting high precision and control, suitable for direct support or minor conflicts. This level represents the mainstay of extraordinary powers across various nations, typically necessitating the formation of squads to undertake missions. Level A, strategic level abilities of this caliber wield substantial influence, capable of altering the course of localized conflicts or reshaping the geographical landscape. The range is extensive, and the control is exceptionally refined. Individuals possessing such abilities are exceedingly rare, often categorized as national strategic resources, subject to meticulous monitoring and protection. Level S, catastrophic level, the potency of these abilities is akin to natural disasters, with the potential to obliterate cities and transform regional environments within a brief span. Currently, there are fewer than 5 publicly recorded individuals of this level globally, their mere existence serving as a formidable deterrent. Jiang Qi's expression grew grave. Initially, he had reveled in the newfound powers acquired from his slumber, believing he had secured a foundation for his existence. However, upon learning this information, he was abruptly returned to reality. The world remained perilously hazardous, with an astonishing breadth of ability classifications. Beyond the most fundamental elemental manipulation, there existed formidable powers such as mental perception, life empowerment, temporal and spatial influence, and rules distortion. Jiang Qi felt utterly inadequate in the presence of such extraordinary individuals. His strengths lay merely in enhanced physical attributes, considerable strength, and swiftness. Yet, when confronted with those capable of altering cognition, manipulating memories, or distorting rules, he found himself utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Jiang Qi conducted a self-assessment based on the power classification system provided. His core ability is water manipulation, combined with extraordinary physical attributes, enabling an effective range that could reliably cover a standard city block. Under extreme conditions, it might briefly affect a larger area. His endurance for sustained combat should be considerable. And with an agility score of 16,579, his control precision ought to be high, excelling in rapid movements within confined spaces. However, a notable weakness is his low mental fortitude. Should an adversary possess mental perception capabilities, he would likely struggle to defend himself. Additionally, his combat techniques are rather singular, limited to close-quarters combat, and his fighting skills have not undergone professional training. His strengths lie in a remarkably balanced tridimensional attribute profile, enabling him to address a broader array of scenarios compared to other extraordinary individuals who specialize in a singular ability. Moreover, when he is in motion, if an enemy's abilities are not area-based or point-targeted, it would be challenging for them to land a hit on him. Overall, he likely resides at the B level. According to But Jiang, this classification is the mainstay of extraordinary powers among nations, which is not insignificant. Nonetheless, Jiang Qi felt no sense of relaxation, for above the A level that he aspired to loomed the existence of the S level. As described, the S level possesses the terrifying capability to obliterate cities and alter environmental conditions within a brief time frame. Such a power tier transcended Jiang Qi's imagination. Even if he were to slumber for another 100 years, he could never attain such heights. Moreover, But Jiang's response hinted at the potential existence of even higher-tier extraordinary individuals. Jiang Qi was left to ponder how these individuals achieved such feats within a mere 5 years. It was evident that this world harbored hidden talents and unfathomable depths. In the tide of the era, exceptional individuals were never in short supply. Much like Aiden Wu, who, at 18, had already explored the relationship between extraordinary abilities and the waves within the human brain. There were no protagonists or supporting characters. He even questioned whether he was the only immortal being. However, these remained unfounded speculations. Jiang Qi momentarily suppressed such thoughts and redirected his attention to the wrist device's screen, continuing to browse But Jiang's summary of research directions and developmental achievements. Due to the extensive content, it will not be elaborated upon here. In summary, through But Jiang's insights, Jiang Qi comprehended why technology had advanced so rapidly within the past 5 years, particularly noting the revolutionary changes in mobile phone technology. Ultimately, it all traced back to the emergence of extraordinary abilities. As Teacher Wang articulated, regardless of whether the world transforms, the pursuit of knowledge remains paramount. The research conducted by scientists on several key extraordinary individuals has significantly bolstered and propelled the limits of foundational science and applied technology, with some ancillary outcomes benefiting society at large, far exceeding the realm of extraordinary abilities themselves. Thus, within a mere 5 years, the pace of technological advancement overshadowed the cumulative progress of the preceding 2 decades. Finally, But Jiang concluded, over the past 5 years, humanity's understanding of extraordinary abilities has swiftly transitioned from supernatural phenomena to a new form of biological energy science that can be partially observed, comprehended, and attempted to be harnessed. The research showcases a complex state of parallel exploration of foundational understanding, risk control, and application value extraction, often in conflict with one another. We remain in the preliminary stages, with numerous gaps in the underlying theory, and the application of technology is accompanied by significant ethical and societal risks. Jiang Qi took a few minutes to digest this information. Subsequently, he utilized his wrist device to swiftly inquire about several pressing questions. The first question pertained to the estimated number of extraordinary individuals in the world and their proportion relative to the global population. The response indicated that currently, There exists no authoritative public data or reliable information sources, primarily due to governments guarding their extraordinary individuals' information with vigilance. This is motivated by considerations of national security strategy and the desire to avert societal panic that could arise from the disclosure of detailed data. Nevertheless, Jiang provided a rough estimated reference of 200,000. This suggests that among the world's 8 billion people, approximately 200,000 are extraordinary individuals, yielding a ratio of 40,000 to 1. In Donglu, with its population, it is estimated there are around 350,000 extraordinary individuals, distributed nationwide, translating to approximately 1,000 extraordinary individuals per province, 51 per city, and 26 per county. Naturally, this figure is not entirely accurate, but is likely to be an underestimate. The second question pertained to the changes in the global situation over the past 5 years. The response was lengthy, summarizing that the overarching political landscape had not undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Aside from a few small nations whose regimes were overthrown by emerging extraordinary organizations, and a handful of small countries that fell to newly formed extraordinary groups, the major powers and alliances remained steadfast. Concurrently, each major power established its own extraordinary capabilities, such as the Tianqiu Bureau of Anghua, the Knights of the Round Table of the Novgorod Republic, the Super Combat Special Forces of Yingzhou, and the Pegasus Corps of Xinhua. The third question sought the basic information of publicly recognized A and S-level extraordinary individuals. This segment was of the utmost interest to Jiang Qi, yet reliable public information remained scant. He could only ascertain that Li Jianjun, the leader of the new Zonqiu in Donglu, was an S-level. Master Shijue, the abbot of the Relai Temple, was an A-level. Qin Jun of the Longting Corps was also an A-level, and the female sovereign of the Fangguang Republic, Lakshmi, was an S-level. Additionally, 2 members of the Tianqiu Bureau in Anghua were rated above a level, and a general from Anghua was classified as S-level. Aside from these, all other information was speculative. Yingzhou claimed to possess an S-level extraordinary individual, but all information was categorized as dubious or hearsay, with Jiang assigning a low credibility rating to such claims. In this era, have S-level extraordinary individuals become equivalent to weapons of mass destruction? Jiang Qi felt a chill within. No, perhaps they were even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. For once, an S-level extraordinary individual penetrates enemy territory. The threat and destruction they could unleash far surpass any single-use nuclear weapon. The fourth question encompassed the major extraordinary forces globally and the Donglu Extraordinary Management Bureau. This issue overlaps somewhat with the second question, but delves into greater detail. In addition to the official supernatural abilities of various nations, Jiang also enumerates folk supernatural powers, such as Evolutionary Selection Alliance, God's Wrath, and Technological Evolutionists. One could assert that the emergence of these powers has plunged the world into chaos. Although the global situation has not undergone significant changes, the undercurrents are undoubtedly alarming. Over the past 5 years, the development of the Eastern continent's supernatural administration has been remarkably swift, with grassroots branches reaching the county level, and its contributions are undeniable. The rate of supernatural-related crimes has plummeted from 221 in the initial years to the current 17. Once all was said and done, Jiang Qi exhaled deeply, finally acquiring a foundational understanding of the world 5 years hence. Simultaneously, he gained clarity regarding his subsequent actions. First, he resolved to return home to ascertain the safety and current status of his uncle, aunt, sister, and Jinyang. Secondly, he intended to utilize this time to accumulate dormant energy and explore methods to enhance his control over Yugui. Lastly, once he had gathered sufficient dormant energy, he planned to enter dormancy again, conditions permitting. With his resolve firmly established, Jiang Qi retracted the wrist device's screen, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and departed from the hamburger shop. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the bus station, which, compared to 5 years prior, had undergone changes, becoming newer, larger, and more orderly. Jiang Qi queued at the window, presenting his identification, a ticket to Chongqing. The attendant behind the counter, without lifting their gaze, stated 40 yuan. Jiang Qi handed over 2 20-yuan notes. The staff efficiently issued the ticket. Departure at 4:30, with boarding 10 minutes prior. Half an hour later, having passed through an identity verification and a basic security check, Jiang Qi boarded the bus back to Chongqing. The vehicle gradually set in motion, and the scenery outside began to flow. Gazing out the window, Jiang Qi felt an uncontainable surge of anxiety. After 5 long years, he was finally returning home. What had become of his uncle and aunt? Were they still engaged in their previous occupations? Were they in good health? Had they worried about him? Little Lou was now 20, wasn't she? By all accounts, she should be attending university. Which institution had she chosen? What was she studying? How had she changed? Was she in a relationship? And what of Jin Yang? What was he up to now? Was he working or merely coasting through life? Regardless of his employment status, his parents would always have his back, making him the least of Jiang Qi's concerns. Had he married? Was he still dating? Hopefully, he was not still single. Such is the trepidation that accompanies a return to one's hometown. Half an hour later, with a sigh of relief, the bus finally arrived at Chongqing County. Jiang Qi disembarked, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the county town he had not seen in 5 years. Chapter 29. The Just Hero Following the Signs. Jiang Qi exited the station. At this moment, dusk had fallen. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the streets were alive with the sounds of bustling vendors. Jiang Qi stood at the curb, awaiting a taxi. At that moment, 3 flamboyantly dressed youths seemed to have noticed him as their target, swaggering towards him with an air of intimidation. Jiang Qi remained steadfast, scrutinizing them without retreating. The trio of delinquents donned outfits adorned with moving patterns and sported gaudy, luminescent accessories atop their heads, revealing glimpses of tattoos beneath their skin, a veritable source of light pollution. Throughout his academic journey, Jiang Qi had encountered his fair share of delinquents. Having completed his middle school education in the county town, those familiar with the chaos of the local middle school would undoubtedly understand. However, he had excelled in his studies and athletics, earning the favor of teachers and the school, thus typically avoiding confrontation with such individuals. The trio scanned him up and down before their attention settled on the wrist device he wore. "Hey, buddy, nice wrist device you got there," remarked a youth with dyed yellow hair and glowing headphones, his tone flippant. "Is it the latest model? Quite pricey, I presume. My buddies and I are a bit short on cash. How about lending us some?" The other 2 stepped closer, grinning, forming a small encirclement around him. Jiang Qi had not anticipated that upon returning to Chongqing, his first welcome would be a robbery by delinquents. Had this been 5 years prior, he might have faced them with indifference, employing physical reasoning to dissuade them. After all, he aspired to be a police officer, aside from academics. He had also maintained his physical training, and a mere 2 or 3 individuals would not pose a challenge. However, now, Jiang Qi hesitated. The 3 street thugs before him were indeed the ideal targets for honing his skills, a means to test his physical strength and control. Yet, in this public setting, he was reluctant to attract unnecessary attention. Bowing his head, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Noting the surveillance cameras at the shops across the street and the curious glances of passersby, he realized that this was not an opportune moment for confrontation. His demeanor, however, was perceived by the trio as a sign of weakness. The leading thug, yellow-haired and dismissive, considered Jiang Qi a coward for his unassertive stance. Coward? It's better to be a coward. The more timid, the easier to bully. He smirked, closing the distance until he nearly touched Jiang Qi's nose. "What's wrong? Didn't you hear us talking? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Or are you just too scared to speak?" The other 2 thugs stepped forward, cracking their knuckles, their tone laced with mockery and menace. "Yeah, our bro is talking to you, so hurry up and respond. If you know what's good for you, call him bro and let us hear it." Jiang Qi shook his head internally, recognizing the archetypical trio of villains before him and their quintessentially villainous demeanor. At that moment, he devised a plan. He could feign weakness to lure them to a location devoid of surveillance before taking action. Given his current speed and strength, dispatching all 3 without alerting others should not prove difficult. Just as he was about to speak, a clear, youthful voice interrupted. "Halt!" The thugs, disturbed, were visibly displeased. "What the hell? Who is that? Which idiot is interfering?" Jiang Qi turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a masked youth standing a few paces away, striking a deliberately dramatic pose. 1 foot slightly forward, body inclined, 1 hand on his hip, the other earnestly cradling a hefty book. The yellow-haired thug scrutinized him, finding the absurdity of the pose laughable, and retorted, "What the hell? Which comic convention did this nutcase escape from? And why the mask? Get lost. Don't meddle in our business, or we'll beat you up too." The masked youth shook his head. "I am not a lunatic. I embody fairness and justice. the executor of order and law. I am known as the just hero. The yellow-haired thug burst into uproarious laughter, doubled over, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Ha ha ha. The just hero? You think slapping a rag on your face makes you a superhero? Have you watched too many movies and lost your mind? Ha ha ha. With your kind of foolishness, you wouldn't even qualify for menial tasks. How about 59 yuan a day with meals and lodging included? Oh wait, you need to pay first. Ha ha ha. His two companions laughed uproariously, thoroughly entertained. Ha ha ha. You've made my day. Who knew we'd encounter a live superhero today? Which kid has been let loose from their parents without supervision? Hurry home and finish your homework, or daddy will spank you. Though masked, Jiang Qi sensed the masked youth's rising irritation. He couldn't help but admire the impressive mockery skills of the trio. Once the yellow-haired thug had laughed to his heart's content, he turned back to Jiang Qi, seemingly displeased by Jiang Qi's lack of laughter at his expense. Hey, what is your deal? You see a superhero and can't even crack a smile? You're not giving us face, are you? His two subordinates immediately chimed in. Exactly. The boss wants you to laugh. Did you hear that? Hurry up and give us a smile. Were you born without the ability to smile? Perhaps if your laughter were a bit louder, Brother How would be so pleased that today he might only rob and spare the beating. Jiang Qi merely lowered his head, observing them without a response, as if watching a performance that had nothing to do with him. At that moment, amidst the laughter, a masked youth stepped forward. His voice was deep. I've stated before, I am the embodiment of justice, the champion of fairness and order. You mother, you mother, you mother. The yellow-haired thug rudely interrupted him, saliva nearly splattering on his masked face. Get lost. Can't you see I'm working here? With that foolish look of yours, I wouldn't even bother robbing you. The masked youth appeared genuinely angered, yet he suppressed his rage, ignoring the yellow-haired thug, and instead looked up at Jiang Qi, asking with an unusually serious tone, They intend to rob you, correct? Seeing his earnest inquiry, Jiang Qi also replied earnestly, Yes, they want to extort my money. The yellow-haired thug was practically livid. We're three living beings standing right here, and you two are acting out a play. Do you really think we're dead? However, just as the yellow-haired thug was about to make a move, the masked youth received Jiang Qi's confirmation and seemed to have completed some necessary procedure, whispering, All right. Then, he held a thick book in his hands and proclaimed loudly, according to Article 8 of the Book of Laws, Those who commit robbery shall suffer the punishment of amputation of the wrist. As soon as he finished speaking, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The heavy book in his hands began to flip its pages rapidly of its own accord, eventually stopping precisely at the 8th page. On the previously blank sheet, words began to materialize alongside his speech, revealing the 8th decree. Those who commit robbery shall suffer the punishment of amputation of the wrist. The three thugs, witnessing this scene, were suddenly stricken with terror. An abnormal ability user. Damn it, we've hit a brick wall. This lunatic is an abnormal ability user. They were paralyzed with fear, desperately attempting to flee, but it was already too late. The masked youth's voice fell. Book of Laws, please adjudicate this injustice. A hum echoed as the Book of Laws erupted with a blinding white light. The line from Article 8 leaped from the page and instantly wrapped around the wrists of the three thugs. In a silent flash, their hands were severed at the wrists. 6 hands fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! The trio of thugs emitted a scream, so anguished it seemed inhuman. They stared in horror at their severed hands on the ground, instinctively reaching out, only to find their wrists cleanly severed with no blood in sight. The intense pain and the surreal horror of the situation shattered their sanity. Strangely, although they could see skin, muscle, and bone at the severed wrist, not a single drop of blood flowed. Jiang Qi's pupils constricted, and his gaze towards the masked youth shifted dramatically. A rule-based ability? Directly inflicting punishment on the body without physical contact, triggered merely by the established criteria in his book? No, it was not predetermined. When the book turned to the 8th page, it was devoid of words until he spoke them. This was the first time he had witnessed another abnormal ability user wielding supernatural powers so closely and clearly. At this moment, the commotion had drawn a crowd, and Jiang Qi could see passers-by dialing their phones, likely to report the incident. Yet the masked youth showed no concern. He looked at the three thugs, now handless, and spoke again. According to Article 3 of the Book of Laws, those who verbally insult a law enforcer shall suffer the punishment of tongue extraction. The Book of Laws flipped back to the third page, which now bore text. The third decree he had just recited. Book of Laws, please once again adjudicate this injustice. A flash of white light flickered again. In the next moment, the thug's screams were abruptly silenced, replaced by agonized, choking gasps. Their mouths involuntarily opened wide, and then, by an invisible force, 3 complete tongues were forcibly extracted, falling to the ground with a soft thud, twitching like fish out of water. Once the punishment was complete, the masked youth snapped the Book of Laws shut with a decisive clap. He looked down at the thugs, now without hands and tongues, reduced to issuing strange sounds, and with a childlike indignation declared, "I told you, I am a champion of justice." He then turned to Jiang Qi, adopting a tone that still carried an air of self-importance, stating, "Citizen, the villains have been punished. You are safe now. No need for thanks. Maintaining order and justice in this world is my duty as the champion of justice." Although he tried to conceal it, Jiang Qi could still detect a hint of excitement and satisfaction in his tone. Jiang Qi calmly regarded him and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, he was acutely wary of the youth, even prepared for a counterattack. While this masked youth was indeed punishing evil and promoting good, his methods were excessively ruthless, far more dangerous than the 3 thugs. Should the youth exhibit any signs of aggression towards him, Jiang Qi intended to strike first. Indeed, evil had been subdued, yet the path of righteousness remained perilous. The youth seemed about to utter more words, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned towards the street corner, his tone shifting slightly as he exclaimed, "The disruptor of order has arrived. Citizen, we may meet again. Remember, justice endures." Lastly, he waved his arm at Jiang Qi, performing a gesture he considered quite dashing. With that, he stomped his foot and darted away, disappearing swiftly into the alley. Almost the moment he vanished, a black SUV adorned with the insignia of the Abnormal Affairs Bureau screeched to a halt at the roadside. 3 agents clad in black uniforms emerged, 2 men and 1 woman. One man was exceptionally large, his muscles threatening to burst through his combat uniform, his expression stern. The second man was shorter, slightly plump, with an exceptionally shrewd gaze. The woman appeared to be around 30, of average build, with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Upon exiting the vehicle, they moved with purpose. The burly man immediately established a perimeter for security, while the shorter agent began scanning the scene with equipment, and the female agent approached the 3 thugs. At this moment, the thugs, having lost their hands and tongues, were contorted in pain and fear, only able to emit desperate gasps from deep within their throats. They cast pleading glances at others, as if seeking help. Unfortunately, no one could assist them. The onlookers displayed expressions of sympathy. Jiang Qi, however, looked on with cold indifference, feeling little compassion, silently shaking his head. In this era dominated by supernatural abilities, what courage did they possess to engage in the traditional craft of robbery? The woman, seemingly the squad leader, rapidly reported the situation via her radio. "Report to command center, 3 injured individuals on the scene, both wrists severed, tongues missing, no visible bleeding. Suspected involvement of a high-priority abnormal ability incident. Securing the area and requesting medical and forensic support." The shorter agent's detector emitted a faint beeping sound. After glancing at the readings, he quietly informed the female agent, "Chief, the residual psychic energy is quite strong, with a clear rule-based inclination. They just left, heading southeast towards the alley." The female agent nodded, her gaze then landing on Jiang Qi, the only one near the scene who had not retreated in panic. She approached him with steady steps, her eyes scrutinizing yet not aggressive. "Greetings, please do not be alarmed. We are from the Iguan Bureau of Chongqing County." She briefly displayed her credentials, maintaining an official tone. "May I inquire about the events that transpired here? Were you a witness to the entire incident? What is your relation to the injured party?" Chapter 30. Home. Jiang Qi realized he could not evade the situation and could only recount the truth. "I had just exited the bus station when those 3 individuals," he gestured towards the thugs on the ground, "approached me with the intent to rob." Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, donned in peculiar attire and wielding an enormous tome. He endeavored to relay the events in simple terms, casting himself as a passive, innocent victim. He recited some incantation, and that book emitted light, causing their hands to fall away. Then they lost their tongues. Upon seeing your arrival, he fled. The female officer listened attentively while swiftly taking notes. A masked individual? Holding a large book? Abilities related to rules. She murmured a few keywords, her brow furrowing. Before pressing further, besides the mask and the book, did you observe any other distinguishing features, such as height, physique, approximate age? Or did he refer to himself by any name? Jiang Qi replied. He seemed to call himself Justice Knight, but in my fright, I failed to recall other details. The female officer responded, "Thank you for providing this information. It is quite significant. Please present your identification. We need to conduct a simple registration." Jiang Qi complied, producing his ID. The officer scanned it with a handheld device, and his basic information was recorded. She glanced down. Name, Jiang Qi. Registered residence, Chongqing County. No abnormal records. His information was remarkably clean, merely a typical local resident. "Thank you for your cooperation. Please provide a contact number." She returned his ID, stating, "Should further investigation be necessary, we may contact you again." Jiang Qi nodded and relayed his wrist device number. The officer entered it into the system, saying, "You may leave now." At that moment, accompanied by the wail of sirens, specialized medical vehicles and investigative units from the Yiguan Bureau arrived on the scene, commencing treatment for the injured and gathering evidence. Jiang Qi did not linger. He tightened his backpack straps and turned it apart. After walking a short distance, he glanced back at the cordoned-off area, reflecting that this was his first encounter with the official forces of this era. The rapid response and professionalism of the Yiguan Bureau instilled a sense of pressure within him. Perhaps it would be prudent to register with the Yiguan Bureau and obtain an officially recognized ability user status. This way, he would not have to entirely conceal his powers, and it might even provide some convenience for his uncle's family. However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly reconsidered. Yet, this requires careful deliberation. The secrets of Yu Guei and Yong Sheng must remain concealed. Until he comprehended their detection methods and regulatory measures, he should not take unnecessary risks. After his departure, the stout officer remarked to the female officer, "Chief, did you find that young man to be overly composed?" The female officer nodded. "I noticed," although his words suggested fear. His demeanor betrayed none. However, this does not constitute substantial evidence and is irrelevant to our current primary objective. Her tone turned resolute. "Our utmost priority now is to apprehend this so-called Justice Knight. Such self-proclaimed vigilantes who misuse their powers and enact extrajudicial retribution are the true scourge of society." The stout officer's expression sharpened, and he promptly affirmed, "Yes, understood." The female commander glanced once more at Jiang Qi's information page, her fingers moving slightly, adding a trivial internal note. "Observation level, low priority. Master, stop here." 10 minutes later, Jiang Qi arrived at the entrance of his residential complex. After 5 years, it appeared the neighborhood had not enjoyed the benefits of progress. In stark contrast to the newly erected modern buildings nearby, it seemed dilapidated and forlorn. The security kiosk at the entrance was manned by a stranger, a lethargic countenance. Jiang Qi proceeded inside, traversing the familiar yet estranged pathways, ascending the stairs until he paused before a familiar green iron door. Standing at the threshold, a multitude of thoughts surged through him, even inducing a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, he ultimately raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman's voice resounded from within. It was his aunt's voice. "And it's me." Silence enveloped the room for a few heartbeats before the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The door security chain rattled, and it was flung open with force. A face of disbelief greeted him. It was Aunt Su Mei. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had deepened, her hair now touched with gray, and her complexion appeared pale and worn. Behind her stood an even more haggard uncle, whose once robust frame now seemed slightly stooped. The two stared wide-eyed at Jiang Qi, their lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. Jiang Qi spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. "Aunt, uncle." Su Mei grasped Jiang Qi's arm, pulling him inside, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if to ascertain his well-being. After a moment, her tears finally flowed. "It's really you. It's truly you, Xiao Qi. Where have you been all these 5 years? We had no news at all. Your uncle, little Lu, and I were nearly frantic with worry." She choked on her words, merely striking Jiang Qi's chest lightly, though not with much force. Jiang Qi allowed her to hit him, feeling a wave of guilt. "I'm sorry for causing you worry." Uncle also gazed at Jiang Qi, his eyes reddening. "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." He began wiping away tears. fearing Jiang Qi would meet the same fate as his father, leaving in good health only for news of his demise to be delivered by the police. Jiang Qi reassured, "Uncle, Aunt, didn't I tell you? I was selected by the confidential department, and for 5 years, I was not permitted to contact the outside world. It was a matter of discipline. I had no other option. However, I've been doing well these 5 years, improving each day. Sleep is a form of progress as well." That's good. Sume nodded vigorously, as if relieved. She then ushered Jiang Qi into the house, urging her husband, "Old Jiang, hurry, get Xiao Qi some utensils. He must be starving. Quick." Sume seated Jiang Qi and looked at him. "Xiao Qi, you haven't changed a bit. You look just like you did 5 years ago." Jiang Qi replied, "Uncle and Aunt haven't changed either. Not unchanged." Sume smiled wryly. "We're older. Our hair is turning white." She instinctively brushed aside the strands of gray hair at her temples. In truth, Aunt had not only aged, but had also neglected her once favorite hairstyles. Jiang Qi's heart sank gradually upon entering. He had noticed how particularly haggard his uncle and aunt appeared, but he had not had the chance to inquire. "Aunt, where's little Lu? Is she studying at a university out of town?" "Little Lu, Sume began to choke up again. At that moment, Uncle approached with the utensils. Hearing Jiang Qi inquire about their daughter and witnessing his wife's tears, he halted abruptly, tears streaming down his cheeks. It is often said that men do not shed tears easily, only when deeply moved. Jiang Qi felt an ominous premonition arise within him. "Something has happened to my sister." "Jiang Lu." Jiang Qi's throat tightened as he asked, "Uncle, Aunt, what has happened to little Lu? Is she in trouble?" Sume wiped her tears and snatched the utensils from her husband's hands. "Xiao Qi, you should eat first. After your meal, we can discuss little Lu's situation." She feared that if she spoke of it, Jiang Qi would lose his appetite. But Jiang Qi found no inclination to eat. "Aunt, Uncle, please go ahead and speak." "I cannot eat right now." Sume insisted. "You must eat first. Aunt will explain afterward." There was no way out for Jiang Qi. He could only finish his meal, which tasted as bland as chewing wax, while the atmosphere at the dining table was stiflingly oppressive. Eventually, Jiang Qi set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said earnestly, "Aunt, I have finished eating. Please tell me, what has happened to Xiao Lu?" "All right, I will tell you," she said, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve and beginning to recount the story in a disjointed manner, with his uncle providing supplementary details. It turned out that 2 years prior, Jiang Lu had been admitted to Wuling University, a prestigious institution in the province, excelling in her studies and opting for the archaeology program. Jiang Qi was already aware of this, having seen it while searching for information on his wrist device. Following the public revelation of supernatural abilities, archaeology had surged to become one of the most sought-after disciplines. An increasing body of evidence suggested that such powers were not exclusive to modern times, but had existed throughout the annals of ancient history. Some experts even speculated that a remarkably advanced civilization wielding such powers had thrived in antiquity. Although it may not have been referred to as supernatural abilities, but rather as immortals, Qi practitioners, or magicians. This implies that the history penned by humanity might harbor vast gaps or concealed truths. Consequently, excavating ancient sites, studying ancient texts, and analyzing unearthed artifacts had become vital means for exploring supernatural phenomena and potentially uncovering ancient technologies. Archaeologists had, to a certain extent, become the vanguard of investigating the supernatural history. In recent years, archaeology had indeed yielded numerous sensational discoveries. This year, Wuling University organized an archaeological team aimed at exploring the myth-laden realm of Penglai, with hopes of uncovering secrets connected to ancient Qi practitioners. Xiao Lu had been selected by Professor Zhang from her college to join this 8-member team. The outcome was that the entire archaeological team had vanished within its depths. Sume recounted, just half a month ago, the school suddenly called, stating that Xiao Lu and her entire team, including the leading Professor Zhang, a total of 8 individuals, had gone missing in Penglai. The signal was completely lost, and their location vanished. The school reported it to the police and contacted the local rescue team as well as the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs for an investigation. But now, half a month later, there has been no news at all. The rescue team nearly encountered disaster themselves. Unable to hold back any longer, Sume burst into tears. "Xiao Lu, my dear Xiao Lu." Her husband, too, was choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Qi felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths. Peng Lai. The disappearance of the archaeological team. Half a month without progress, even with the Bureau's intervention. Every piece of information pointed toward an extremely grim conclusion. Jiang Qi continued to inquire. What has the school said? Are they still searching? What about the media? How could such a significant event not be reported? Sume shook her head, weeping. The school just says they're still looking, urging us to wait for news, not to panic, not to act impulsively, and assuring us they will do everything possible. The media has been suppressed by the school, preventing any reporting. Jiang Qi understood this to be the typical approach of educational institutions. When something goes wrong, the first instinct is to cover it up. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qi declared, I will go to Peng Lai tomorrow and bring Xiao Lu back. Though he was uncertain of Xiao Lu's fate, he felt compelled to go. She was his sister. Sume was horrified. Xiao Qi, please don't go. You just returned. Her husband also attempted to dissuade him. Jiang Qi replied, Uncle, Aunt, do not forget that I am also an awakened individual, and I have joined a confidential department. Rest assured, I will be fine. I will definitely rescue Xiao Lu. Upon hearing this, his uncle and aunt suddenly realized that Jiang Qi had become an awakened individual 5 years ago, one of the earliest among them. Those who had awakened alongside him had now risen to prominence. Perhaps their little Qi would too. In that moment, hope rekindled in the hearts of his uncle and aunt. Subsequently, Jiang Qi comforted his uncle and aunt while they informed him of the happenings at home over the years. His uncle had lost his job. Amidst the tremendous changes of the era, his hardware store had been affected and was now closed. His uncle now worked as a deliverman. When Jiang Qi departed, he left money with his aunt, which they had never touched, even after his uncle's unemployment. They had never contemplated using it. Furthermore, fearing that Jiang Qi might call or return unexpectedly during the past 5 years, they had kept their phone number unchanged and had not moved from their home. It was worth noting that the neighborhood had dwindled in population, with many longtime neighbors having moved away. Jiang Qi sighed, shaking his head. This is how his uncle and aunt were. At 11 o'clock in the evening, his uncle and aunt retired for the night. As they had work the next day, Jiang Qi also stood up and asked his aunt, Aunt, may I go see Xiao Lu's room? Sume hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Qi's request, then replied, Of course, there's no problem at all. Go take a look. Jiang Qi nodded and pushed open the door. Entering Xiao Lu's room, 5 years had passed, and the style of Xiao Lu's room had changed significantly, indicating she had grown into a young lady. However, what remained unchanged was the photograph of the two of them from years ago, still resting on her desk. Jiang Qi did not search through the wardrobe or other areas but headed straight to the desk, opening the drawer and retrieving a red password book. He entered the code, 1213. With a click, the password book opened. The code had not changed. It was still the date of the day he had been taken in by his uncle's family, a date Xiao Lu had used as a password for all her accounts and diaries. What Jiang Qi had never mentioned was that he had always disliked this number because, from that day onward, he had never truly possessed a home of his own. Chapter 31. Xiao Lu's diary. Jiang Qi flipped to the entries from the time he left 5 years ago. May 16, 2030. Overcast. Today marks the 3rd day since my brother left. Although he would only return a few days each month while attending high school in the city, this time feels different. It feels as though he has been completely drawn away from home. I caught Mom secretly wiping her tears at night. She pretended it was sand in her eyes. Mom, your acting is so poor. Brother, what secret department are you in? Is it like in the movies, undergoing rigorous training? Will you get hurt? Will you have enough to eat? Do they let you call home? I miss you so much. Today, I attended an online class where the school invited someone from the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs to give us a lecture, discussing the dangers of the abuse of supernatural abilities and urging anyone who awakens to register as soon as possible. The world has truly changed. I must study diligently. I want to become stronger and not bring shame to my brother. He told me that I will be strong, I will grow, and I will achieve more than anyone could imagine. September 1st, 2030, sunny, the first day of high school. Although I didn't get into the city's key school, kind of number 1 high school is still decent. I will work hard. This is my first time living on campus. The bed is a bit hard, but my roommates seem to get along well. I hope we can become good friends in the future. Brother, do you miss home too? April 15th, 2031. Sunny, today I heard some news. Another student at school has gone missing after coming into contact with a flower. His parents spent millions just to help him become an awakened individual. The social status of awakened individuals is so high now that many girls in class have stopped chasing ordinary celebrities and have started pursuing those with supernatural abilities, some like Lakshmi, some like Du Guang, and others like Li Jinjin. The boys have also started playing super basketball, saying it looks much more interesting. It seems everyone wants to become an awakened individual, but unfortunately, that student died before he could awaken. His parents' money was wasted. Thankfully, my brother told me not to believe any claims regarding awakening until there is clearer information. Those flowers are indeed dangerous. However, even if those flowers weren't dangerous, I would have the money to buy them. Sigh, so sorrowful. May 15th, 2032, cloudy, time flies so quickly. I will soon be in my third year of high school. It is time to contemplate universities and fields of study. Previously, I had always aspired to delve into fashion design, sketching numerous designs, believing that creating beautiful garments to bring joy to others was a magnificent endeavor. However, my sentiments have shifted. The world has become chaotic and frightening. Daily news is rife with calamities. The wrath of God raging across Europe, conflicts in Africa, new types of DP wreaking havoc across the Americas and Southeast Asia, using children for human experiments. Once again, I am immensely grateful to have been born in Donglu, where, at least for ordinary people, safety prevails. Brother, are you now residing in a realm that remains inaccessible to us common folk? If I were to pursue fashion design, would it mean drifting further from you? I yearn to be closer, to understand the realities you face, and to select a discipline that will enable me to comprehend this new era. November 25th, 2032, rain. Today, the results of the mock examination were released, and they were satisfactory. My teachers sought me out for a discussion regarding my aspirations. Tentatively, I inquired about the archaeology department. To my surprise, my teacher expressed astonishment at my interest, mentioning that the archaeology program has surged in popularity, with an alarming rise in the score threshold and unique physical requirements due to frequent fieldwork. She spoke highly of the archaeology department at Wuling University, claiming it possesses official backing and frequently engages in mysterious projects. Wuling University is not far from the high school you once attended. My heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Could I truly succeed? Nevertheless, I am eager to give it a try. Diary Entry 5, May 8th, 2033. We are in the final sprint. The pressure is immense. My choice has been made. My first preference is Wuling University, majoring in archaeology and cultural heritage preservation. I have not delved into details with my parents, merely stating that this field has promising prospects, which they wholeheartedly support. Brother, I am uncertain of your current whereabouts or what you are engaged in, but I will strive to keep pace with you. I hope for success in the college entrance examination. The diary entries concluded before the entrance exams. Jiang Qi gently closed the diary, realizing that Jiang Lu's decision to pursue archaeology had its roots in his influence. A wave of guilt washed over him. Had he not spoken those words to Lu, she might not have faced such peril. Because of him, she had chosen a path fraught with challenges and danger. He inhaled deeply and cautiously returned the diary to its place in the drawer. Back in his room, Jiang Qi retrieved his old phone, connecting to the internet via a shared hotspot, and logged onto Wei Lian. Upon logging in, his phone lagged for nearly a minute before all messages refreshed. The influx of notifications was overwhelming. Wang Weihua, senior class homeroom teacher Jiang Qi, do not act impulsively. Your studies are of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, please return to complete your exams. I have temporarily registered you. With just a week until the exams, Jiang Qi, contact me immediately. We can assist you with whatever you need. Alas, dear child, if you could see this, I hope you can reassure your teacher of your safety. The principal and other teachers are quite concerned for you. There were numerous friend requests, many of which stem from the class group, predominantly from female classmates. Wei Tian, Jiang Qi, I am Lin Wei. Why haven't you been attending school? Wei Tian, Jiang Qi, rumors are circulating about you in class. Are you okay? A plethora of familiar and unfamiliar names sent messages filled with concern, curiosity, or mere probing, spanning from 5 years ago to sporadic exchanges over the past 2 to 3 years. In the past year or two, as his absence extended, he had faded from everyone's lives, and the dialogue boxes fell silent, devoid of new messages. Jiang Qi first sent a message to Wang Weihua. Teacher Wang, this is Jiang Qi. I am well, please do not worry. Next, He messaged Jin Yang with 4 simple words, "I have returned." Within a minute, Jin Yang initiated a video call. Jiang Qi accepted, and Jin Yang's familiar visage filled the screen, his features now sharper, having transformed from a boy into a young man. He gazed at Jiang Qi in shock, exclaiming, "No way. Cheesy, is that really you? You finally returned. I thought you had been taken to some secret base for dissection, or had perished in the line of duty." Jiang Qi's expression darkened. Jin Yang's words were hardly dignified. However, for him, these 5 years felt like the blink of an eye, devoid of any tangible reality. Jiang Qi replied, "Could you not wish for me to be safe?" Jin Yang retorted, "Dude, you just vanished, claiming to be part of secret department. 5 years of silence. Who would speculate? I even contemplated what brand of paper money to burn for you." Jiang Qi flatly responded, "Thanks, but that won't be necessary for now." Jin Yang began to vent his frustrations. 5 years. Do you know how I managed all this time?" Jiang Qi quipped, "Indulging in life as pleasures, I presume?" The screen froze momentarily as Jin Yang's expression faltered, his rebuttal caught in his throat, momentarily speechless. It appeared he had indeed enjoyed his share of comforts. Jiang Qi further teased, "Living lavishly, were you?" Jin Yang lamented, "In these 5 years, I had no one to play games with. Countless incompetent teammates. Carrying the team without a single cheer of 666. Utterly devoid of enjoyment. I couldn't sleep. Meals lacked flavor. Oh, by the way, the fireworks. Did you see it? Our giant wheel. 2,000 days of fireworks. I never once stopped for you." At this point, his voice grew slightly choked, but he quickly raised his tone. "That's what loyalty means. You need to play games with me for a month to compensate for my 5 years of mental anguish." Jiang Qi listened quietly, a warmth blossoming in his heart, and replied, "All right, I will play with you." That was more like it. Jin Yang was thoroughly satisfied, but then, as if recalling something, his expression shifted, and his tone turned serious. "Wait, let us not discuss that for now. Cheesy, your return is timely. Have you heard about Lu? Your sister?" Jiang Qi's expression hardened, revealing no emotion. He nodded and said, "I am aware. Upon arriving home, Uncle and Aunt informed me." Jin Yang spoke rapidly. "I have been leveraging connections to gather information. Progress has been slow, but there are indeed some leads now." Jiang Qi hadn't anticipated that Jin Yang was also seeking a solution. He interrupted, "Let us not discuss this over the phone. I will visit you tomorrow. Meet me at the bus station." "Tomorrow? Oh, all right. Whatever time works for you, I'll be waiting." Jin Yang eagerly nodded. "Very well," Jiang Qi replied and hung up. "Wait," Jin Yang attempted to say something, but Jiang Qi had already ended the call. On the other end, Jin Yang remarked, "Wow, that was fast. You haven't changed at all." After hanging up, Jiang Qi began to search for information related to Peng Lai, preparing for his journey. The next morning before dawn, Jiang Qi had everything packed. He intended to leave early, but upon opening the door, he found Uncle and Aunt waiting in the living room. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. "Uncle, Aunt, I am leaving," Jiang Qi stated. Sumei immediately rose, her eyes red, clearly having had a sleepless night. She opened her mouth, seemingly with much to say, but ultimately only managed, "Be careful on the road. Once you arrive, do not overexert yourself. Safety is paramount." She dared not mention Peng Lai, nor Lu, nor could she envision the challenges Jiang Qi might face. They were merely ordinary citizens, anxiously hoping Jiang Qi would find their daughter, while simultaneously fearing that he too might become ensnared in danger. Jiang Sheng also stood up, his lips quivering slightly as he finally spoke with a heavy heart. "If it truly comes to that, you must return." Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of shame in his role as a father. In his life, never had he felt such self-reproach and resentment, lamenting his own inadequacy, unable to do anything but let his child take such risks. Jiang Qi, however, simply replied, "I will definitely bring Xiao Lu back." At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Qi arrived at Lushan on the earliest bus. Jin Yang was waiting for him at the exit. Upon seeing Jiang Qi, Jin Yang called out loudly, "Qi." This thunderous shout captured the attention of all travelers and staff at the exit. Jiang Qi turned his face slightly away, wishing to feign ignorance of this person. Jin Yang rushed forward, arms wide open for a bear hug, enveloping Jiang Qi tightly. "Damn, Qi." Jin Yang's large palm struck Jiang Qi's back with considerable force. Displaying no restraint, You almost gave me a heart attack. Although they had video chatted the previous night, the online and offline experiences were vastly different. Jiang Qi raised his hand and gently patted Jin Yang on the back, careful not to exert too much force. All right, I'm not dead. Finally, Jin Yang released him, stepping back a bit to scrutinize Jiang Qi's face, which had hardened somewhat, but still bore a playful expression. I noticed last night that you haven't changed at all. Still look like a high school student. He even poked Jiang Qi's cheek and chuckled. Does that mean you should call me brother now? Come on, little brother. Let me hear you say it. Jiang Qi, with a straight face, swatted his hand away. Stop the nonsense. Let's get down to business. Upon mentioning business, Jin Yang also subdued his playful demeanor, stating, right, business is essential. Come on, let us get in the car. In the parking lot, Jin Yang revealed a luxurious vehicle, flashy with a shell that occasionally displayed heart shapes or other symbols. This seemed to be a common technological advancement of the era, applied not only to clothing but also to car exteriors. Jin Yang proudly pressed the key, and the vehicle emitted a soft beep, its lights flashing. Jiang Qi examined the ostentatious luxury car and then glanced at Jin Yang, offering a mild critique. It seems you've indeed been extravagant these past 5 years. Jin Yang shot him a glare. Puffed. I earned this legitimately. Get in the car. Jiang Qi circled to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took a seat inside. The interior was spacious and lavish, filled with a high-tech display screen and leather seats that exuded opulence. However, he remained indifferent to it all. Whether Jin Yang had come to fetch him on a small electric scooter or a luxury car made little difference to him. As Jin Yang started the vehicle, he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel and finally broached the important subject. All right, let us talk business. I've asked several friends about the location where Xiao Lu and her archaeological team went missing. The information is tightly locked down, and the Bureau of Anomalies is very secretive. However, I did manage to uncover some details. Jiang Qi listened intently as he spoke. Chapter 32. Journey to Penglai First. Let me give you the information. Jin Yang, expertly steering with one hand, handed Jiang Qi a document. Jiang Qi accepted it and began to peruse its contents. The materials contained some blurry on-site photos and fragments of reports. Jin Yang elaborated. Everything points to an abandoned shipyard site that has been derelict for many years. About a year ago, strange occurrences began to surface. Initially, nearby fishermen reported seeing bizarre colored lights at night. Subsequently, those who ventured inside often found themselves lost, with electronic devices malfunctioning. Approximately a month ago, the situation escalated. The area became shrouded in a peculiar gray-white fog, and very few who entered managed to return unscathed. They either emerged disoriented or completely vanished. Officially, the area has been designated a no-go zone. Yet rumors spread that if one enters the white mist and finds the correct path, they can reach the true Penglai Island and acquire ancient legacies. Consequently, there are always some reckless individuals willing to venture in. Jiang Qi had researched the previous night and understood the true meaning of the Penglai Island that Jin Yang referenced. Similar to Kunlun, Penglai was an immensely significant island in ancient mythology. The legends of Penglai can be traced back to the pre-Qin period. The Shanhai Jing, Haiyan Bei Jing states, Penglai Mountain is in the sea. The city of the great man is also in the sea. Here, great man refers to immortals, indicating that the city of the great man is the homeland of these immortals, which is Penglai. Later, Guopu provided further commentary. Above there are immortals. Their palace is crafted from gold and jade, where birds and beasts are all white, appearing like jade, situated in the Bohai Sea. This implies that Penglai, as the homeland of immortals, rests upon the vast ocean, with palaces and buildings made of gold and jade, and all creatures appearing like jade. Subsequently, when Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, obsessed with attaining immortality, he dispatched alchemists like Su Fu with young boys and girls, craftsmen, and grains into the sea in search of immortals and elixirs of life. Sima Qian also recorded this in records of the grand historian, Fengshan Book, pointing out 3 significant characteristics of Penglai. In the Bohai Sea, there exists an elixir of life, which can be seen but not reached. Moreover, the most classic tales of immortals include the story of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, as well as in Journey to the West, where Penglai is referred to as the place of the heavenly Tao Saint, the master of the celestial teachings, comprising 4 main islands, 36 inner islands, and 72 outer islands. Various texts present differing accounts, The Lai Xianzhuan mentions Penglai as the cultivation site of Anqishing, while the Shanhai Jing, the Huangshi Jing states it is the residence of the Queen Mother of the West, who oversees the elixir of life. Numerous interpretations abound, yet they all converge upon one conclusion. The mythological Penglai is not synonymous with the real Penglai. In reality, Penglai is merely an administrative district in Dengzhou, far from the legendary Isle of Immortals. Jin Yang glanced at Jiang Qi, who was engrossed in the materials, and continued. Xiao Lu and her archaeological team were specifically aiming for this true Penglai island. Over the years, the traditions of Maoshan, Kunlun, Longhu Mountain, Qinxing Mountain, and Shaolin Temple have been restored, but the three divine mountains of the sea, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, have remained elusive and unmanifested. The recent rumors of Penglai's emergence, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, are enough to drive the academic community and those seeking ancient traditions into a frenzy. Jiang Qi was already familiar with the traditions of Maoshan, Kunlun, and others that Jin Yang mentioned. In fact, during his bus journey years ago, he had brushed against the emergence of Maoshan. 5 years ago, the appearance of supernatural abilities and the transformation of the world ensued. The renowned sites of myth and legend, such as Maoshan, Kunlun, Longhu Mountain, and Qinxing Mountain, underwent the most significant changes. The official forces expended unimaginable resources to initially ascertain and control the anomalies in regions like Maoshan, Qinsheng, and Shaolin, facing perils beyond the imagination of outsiders. Naturally, the immense risks yielded substantial rewards. Otherwise, the Bureau of Anomalies would not have grown to its current stature. Today, in Donglu, 1/4 of the manifest abilities belong to the Bureau. Presently, the traditions or legacies of Maoshan, Qinsheng Mountain, and Shaolin Temple have been clearly attributed to the Donglu authorities. Longhu Mountain, while maintaining considerable independence, also shares a close collaborative relationship with the Bureau of Anomalies. Only Kunlun remains detached from all powers, primarily due to the presence of Li Jianjun, the new leader of the Xianxiao sect, at Kunlun. As one of the most powerful manifestors of our time, his inherent might is sufficient to overshadow all others. Jiang Qi inquired. So, there are other archaeological teams attempting to enter Penglai besides Xiao Lu's? Have there been previous attempts by other teams? Jin Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Many top universities and research institutions in the country have dispatched teams. Yet the overwhelming majority never even laid eyes on the entrance, becoming lost in the fog and forced to retreat. Only Xiao Lu's team managed to succeed in entering. Jiang Qi furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is that?" Jin Yang Dao. This is the most peculiar aspect. It is said that Professor Zhang possesses an ancient maritime chart, or perhaps a celestial map that guided them to a safe passage. Initially, they transmitted thrilling messages indicating the discovery of certain relics and energy reactions, but soon they went completely silent. Jiang Qi inquired, "What about that chart? If there is a route, did the Anomaly Management Bureau not follow it to conduct a rescue?" Jin Yang sighed. They tried. The Bureau later organized several elite teams equipped with replicated charts to venture in. However, the conditions within became increasingly volatile, or perhaps the route itself was in flux. They suffered significant losses, and a few individuals went missing. I have heard that conventional methods have become ineffective, and the Bureau is preparing to dispatch personnel from the capital. Jiang Qi's heart sank. If the Bureau is bringing in personnel from the capital, they must be top-tier combatants or true experts. But by then, will he still be able to enter? Or should he wait for the Bureau's actions? Perhaps they could succeed and rescue Xiao Lu. Yet this fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished by Jiang Qi. He could not place his hopes upon others. Moreover, even if the Bureau were to rescue, in the face of peril, it would surely prioritize Professor Zhang over an ordinary student. In extreme circumstances, sacrificing a few for the greater good would be the most plausible option. He must go in. Jin Yang, I found someone who miraculously escaped from the periphery and paid a hefty sum to glean some information. He mentioned that there is something within the mist, and time seems to vanish. Something in the mist? Time vanishes? Jiang Qi echoed. These two statements combined exuded an indescribable eeriness. Yes, it sounds like nonsense, right? Jin Yang chuckled wryly. But that survivor is a manifester. Ordinary fright wound have rendered him so. He claimed to have heard strange cries and whispers from a mist, along with shadowy figures moving. Yet upon pursuit, nothing was found. The Bureau has also analyzed that there exists a phenomenon of space-time distortion within. Space-time distortion? Jiang Qi's heart sank. If time and space were involved, the danger level would escalate exponentially. At this juncture, Jiang glanced at Jiang Qi and asked, "Qizi, the situation inside is exceedingly bizarre. Are you certain you still wish to proceed?" Jiang Qi did not hesitate. "I must go. Xiao Lu is inside." Jiang displayed an expression of knowing. "I anticipated this, hence I have already made preparations." Saying this, he retrieved an envelope from the car's storage compartment, drew out its contents, and handed them to Jiang Qi. "Take a look at this." Jiang Qi reached out to accept, discovering it contained 2 plane tickets. One inscribed with his name and the other with Jiang's, both in first class. Jiang Qi asked, "You're coming too?" Jiang raised his chin slightly, his tone unusually grave. "Of course I am." He paused, his voice lowering. "Xiao Lu is also my sister." Jiang Qi grasped the tickets and cast a profound glance at Jiang, solemnly expressing, "Jiang, thank you." Jiang immediately donned a playful grin, boasting, "Haha, see, now you know how great I am, right? When it counts, you can rely on me. Just give me some sunshine, and I'll shine bright." Jiang Qi chose not to respond. Jiang chuckled briefly before regaining his composure. "Let me share with you what may not be the best news." "What?" Jiang Qi asked. "The area has now been sealed off by the Bureau. Normal channels cannot even allow a fly to enter," Jiang explained. "However, where there is demand, there's a market. Currently, in the black market, there are individuals specifically engaging in this trade." Jiang Qi, black market? Jiang nodded. "Yes, specifically targeting manifestors. They can smuggle people in discreetly, though the price is exorbitant. Nevertheless, I have the funds." Jiang Qi, "Why would anyone want to go in? What do they seek?" Jiang replied, "What do they seek? Surely profit. That is Penglai. Countless manifestors wish to venture in to seek so-called immortal opportunities. I have heard that several teams of manifestors have already infiltrated through such means." Jiang Qi shook his head internally. Indeed, wealth can cloud judgment. Even top-tier archaeological teams from prestigious universities equipped with advanced gear have fallen within. These ragtag individuals dare to intrude, leaving little room for other explanations beyond greed. Jiang continued, "But rest assured, I have already contacted someone. They are willing to meet, and we can set the time and place at our convenience." Jiang Qi had to admit, after 5 years, this fellow had indeed matured. However, he added, "You can accompany me to Penglai, but you cannot enter with me." Jiang's expression fell. "Ah, I understand. I am self-aware. In such a place, I would only distract you with concern for me. I will remain outside to serve as your logistical commander. Is that acceptable?" Soon, Jiang drove to the airport. Jiang Qi barely noticed, as Jiang had taken him directly there. At 10:30 a.m., they passed through security smoothly. Jiang purchased 2 bowls of instant noodles from the supermarket, expertly prepared them with boiling water, and covered them. A few minutes later, he unveiled the lids, releasing an enticing aroma. He handed 1 bowl to Jiang Qi, having generously added 2 hot dog sausages to both. Thus, the 2 of them, in the bright and modern airport lounge, unabashedly slurped their noodles, indifferent to the gazes of others. Jiang remarked, "How does it taste? Nostalgic isn't it? I truly miss our all-nighters at the internet cafe, devouring instant noodles. Those were carefree days. Even instant noodles tasted exceptionally delightful." Jiang Qi also recalled 5 years ago. Had it not been for Jiang, he might never have found himself in such an environment. Yet it was precisely through knowing Jiang that his high school life had not been so monotonous. Jiang embraced Jiang Qi. "In summary, we're enjoying instant noodles together again today. How wonderful." Jiang Qi responded with a faint acknowledgement. After finishing their noodles and waiting a moment longer, the boarding announcement finally sounded. The 2 of them joined the throng boarding the flight to Penglai. Once the airplane reached cruising altitude, the roar of the engines transformed into a steady background hum. Outside the window stretched an endless sea of clouds, with the sunlight glaring. Jiang Qi turned his head to gaze at the rarely quiet Jiang beside him, asking, "How have you been over the past 5 years?" Jiang, who had been aimlessly poking at the small table in front of him, perked up and answered, "Hey, what else could I do? Just going through the motions. Barely scraping through with a diploma from a sports university. At least it's a bachelor's. I'm officially certified now." Jiang Qi responded with a subdued acknowledgement. He suddenly remembered that he was still just a high school student. No, to be precise, a junior high school graduate. Jiang Qi inquired, "Have you been in a relationship?" Jean Yang's tone became vague. Perhaps 2 or 3. They were fine, but in the end, they seemed unsuitable. The most recent one ended just last month. He shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness. Jiang Qi pressed on. "Have you ever attempted to awaken your abilities?" Jean Yang threw up his hands. "Abilities? In this day and age, who wouldn't want to awaken? I even spent money to test several times, but the results were the same. They said my wave activity is too low, not up to standard. I just don't have that fate. You can't force it." He spoke nonchalantly, but Jiang Qi could discern the disappointment in his tone. In this transformative era, being unable to become a manifester, to some extent, signifies exclusion from the core stage of the new age, especially for someone like Jean Yang, who comes from a wealthy family with the means to potentially become a manifester. However, Jiang Qi did not offer platitudes regarding his ordinariness. Jean Yang did not require his consolation. He would continue to mask his discontent with humor and nonchalance, yet he would persistently live life with fervor. Nonetheless, Jean Yang smiled. "My friend, I'm in great shape. You just focus on being your impressive manifester self, and I'll be your best logistical support." Upon reaching this point, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could I not have thought of this sooner? Just look at you, possessing both stature and charm, with such an aura and an air of cold sophistication. You are truly a remarkable individual. Why not boldly venture into the entertainment industry? As he spoke, he became enamored with his own words. You handle the looks, the strength, and the ability to dominate everything. As for me, I shall be your agent. Utilizing my silver tongue and extensive connections, though they may not be vast at present, they will surely grow. I can undoubtedly elevate you to stardom. What do you say? Consider it? The name of superstar Jiang Qi has a nice ring to it. Jiang Qi listened to his career aspirations with an expressionless face, responding merely with 3 words, "Not interested." Chapter 33. Group journey to Penglai. An hour later, Jiang Qi and Jin Yang landed at Penglai Airport. Jin Yang donned an expensive pair of perceptive glasses, the lenses set to a bright orange hue, striding ahead with flamboyance. Upon exiting the terminal, the two boarded a vehicle and proceeded to a hotel to settle in. Subsequently, Jin Yang began to contact individuals from the black market through an encrypted channel. After several communications, he arranged a meeting for 9 o'clock that evening. At 8:30, Jin Yang and Jiang Qi arrived early at the designated location. The meeting place was a time-honored restaurant specializing in fried chicken, reputed to have been in operation for over 30 years and beloved by locals. Inside the private room, Jin Yang fidgeted restlessly, frequently glancing towards the entrance, while Jiang Qi remained seated like a mountain, his breath steady, as if he were merely attending an ordinary dinner gathering. Finally, the appointed time arrived, and the visitor arrived punctually, pushing open the door to the private room. To their surprise, the visitor was a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. She stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, her figure lithe and upright, exuding an icy elegance. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, appearing to be a blend of advanced materials and real hair, with the ends resembling delicate optical fibers that shimmered with a faint blue glow, releasing star-like particle effects with her subtle movements. On her cheekbones, she sported 2 intricately adorned silver metal filigree patches, their patterns reminiscent of traditional Eastern bat motifs, embodying both mystery and a hint of dangerous beauty. Upon seeing Jin Yang and Jiang Qi, she paused momentarily, then a playful smile graced her lips. I did not expect to find 2 such handsome young men. She gracefully took a seat, her gaze sweeping between the two as she inquired, "So, which of you wishes to enter the secret realm of Penglai? Or do you both intend to go in?" Jiang Qi calmly replied, "I will enter alone." "Oh." Her gaze shifted to Jiang Qi, intrigued. "So, young man, you too possess a remarkable ability?" Jiang Qi extended his right hand, gesturing towards a water cup on the table. To their astonishment, the clear water seemed to come alive, transforming into a crystalline stream that gracefully wrapped around his palm, moving with extraordinary agility. "Indeed," Jiang Qi affirmed. Her smile widened, clearly pleased, a water-controlling ability very impressive. Jiang Qi regarded her. "So, when might I gain entry?" "You are rather impatient," she chuckled lightly, not providing a direct answer, but instead looking around the private room. "Have you ordered yet?" The fried chicken here is exceptional. We can eat while we talk. Jiang Qi glanced at Jin Yang. Jin Yang, coming to his senses, replied, "Yes. I ordered. I will call the waiter to bring the dishes." After a brief moment, he returned. While waiting for the food, she introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhong Shi. Zhong as in and Shi as in fun. You may call me Sister Shi." Jin Yang instinctively began to respond. "I am called," but Jiang Qi interrupted him, stating, "We are merely conducting a transaction. There seems to be no need for personal introductions." Zhong Shi smiled. "I did not expect you to be so cautious. Very well. You must at least provide me with a name." Jiang Qi pondered briefly. "You may call me Jiang." Jin Yang followed suit. "You may call me Yang." Jiang Yang. Zhong Shi playfully repeated their names, suddenly bursting into a light-hearted laugh. One Jiang and one Yang. Quite amusing. After a while, the dishes were served. Zhong Shi warmly encouraged, Come, let's eat. This fried chicken is truly delicious." She eagerly picked up a piece of glistening chicken, its aroma enticing, and naturally brought it to her mouth, emitting a satisfied sound of enjoyment. Jiang Qi and Jin Yang, feeling quite hungry, also lost their reservations and began to eat. As Zhong Shi savored her food, she observed Jiang Qi with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. Once they had eaten sufficiently, Zhong Shi set down her chopsticks, lightly dabbed her lips with a napkin, and finally returned the conversation to business. "Now, back to our transaction. Jiang, if you wish to enter, I can arrange it. However, I must clarify the rules first." Jiang Qi also set down his chopsticks, responding earnestly, "Please go ahead." Zhong Shi explained, "First, I will only guide you to the entrance and inform you of the method and timing. As for how to navigate through the final barrier, that will depend on your own abilities. Second, once inside, life and death are fated. Whatever transpires within, whether you encounter a tremendous opportunity or meet your demise, will have no bearing on me, and I will not provide any further support." Jiang Qi nodded. "Understood. That is indeed not your concern." Thirdly, and most importantly, Zhong Shi leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice, her blue-tipped hair shimmering gently. "Payment must be made in advance. No credit will be extended." She finished speaking, watching Jiang Qi with keen anticipation for his reaction. Jiang Qi remained composed, stating, "We have already prepared the funds." "No," Zhong Shi interjected, shaking her finger as she spoke. "The current price is 5 million. Jin Yang, astonished by the amount, stood up. "Wasn't it 3 million before? How did it escalate to 5 million? You are raising the price on the spot." Zhong Shi, seemingly unfazed by his anger, stretched languidly like a cat basking in the sun, her exquisite figure subtly revealed. Her tone was airy, tinged with mockery. "Oh, dear Yang, there is no need to get worked up. Prices do fluctuate, especially for tickets to such popular destinations. It's quite normal for the price to change daily." She leaned back slightly, adopting a posture of nonchalance. "You must understand, the costs and risks of facilitating access are quite significant. And this is already a generous offer considering how agreeable you two young men appear. 5 million is a fair price. If you decide against entering, fret not. This meal is on me, and your visit has not been in vain." Jin Yang's teeth clenched in frustration, his temples throbbing. He felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. This was blatant extortion. Jiang Qi's expression was equally grim. They had clearly discussed 3 million online, and now it had suddenly jumped to 5 million. This woman was clearly exploiting their youth and desperation for access, deliberately manipulating them. A sense of humiliation ignited his anger. Feeling calculated, manipulated, belittled, and toyed with. Yet, the fawn was still waiting for him to come to her rescue, and at present, she was their only avenue of access. He could not afford to explode. He must remain composed. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing levels as Zhong Shi feigned to rise. "It is getting late. Since our transaction has not been finalized, I shall take my leave. Good night, young men." Jiang Qi interjected. "Wait." Zhong Shi paused, settling back in her seat, a smile gracing her lips. "Have you made a decision?" Jiang Qi regarded Zhong Shi. 5 million, correct? That is acceptable. But how can we be assured that the path you provide is genuine? And how can we guarantee that once we pay, you won't simply vanish? "Caution is indeed a virtue, Jiang," Zhong Shi replied, slowly producing a wafer-thin transparent chip and gently placing it on the table. Inside this chip is the precise location of the Penglai secret realm, along with coordinates for the patrolling points of the Anomaly Management Bureau that you must avoid. You may first verify the authenticity of this information. Jiang Qi reached out, taking the chip and placing it against his wrist device. The data stream swiftly flashed by, and after preliminary verification, the information regarding the patrol points and surrounding environment within the chip proved to be authentic, at least confirming that the other party was not entirely fabricating the truth. Once assured, Jiang Qi turned to Jin Yang and inquired, "Have you brought enough money?" Jin Yang's expression appeared somewhat troubled as he quietly replied, "I only brought 3 million. The rest I need to ask my father for." Jiang Qi asked, "Is that possible?" Jin Yang nodded, saying yes. "For Xiao Lu, it's no problem. My father will understand." Jiang Qi remarked, "Just tell your uncle that this 5 million is a loan, and I will definitely repay it. There is no need for us to discuss borrowing." Jin Yang stood up and said, "All right, wait here. I'll step out to call my dad. It won't take long." Jiang Qi replied, "Okay, go ahead." After Jin Yang departed, only Jiang Qi and Zhong Shi remained in the room. Zhong Shi initiated the conversation. "Jiang brother, what brings you to the Penglai secret realm? Are you hoping to seek out the legacy of the immortals?" Her eyes were inquisitive, tinged with curiosity. Jiang Qi merely shot her a cold glance and chose to ignore her. He was not in the mood to engage in idle chatter with this woman who haggled over prices. Frustrated by her lack of engagement, Zhong Shi clicked her tongue and muttered, "Such a little brat, yet so petty." Jiang Qi disregarded her prattling, focusing all his thoughts on waiting for Jin Yang's return and contemplating subsequent actions. He was not particularly worried about whether Jin Yang could procure 5 million. Jin Yang's father was one of the wealthiest tycoons in Lushan, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. While 5 million was not a trivial amount, it was certainly within reach. However, after waiting in the private room for half an hour, Jin Yang had yet to return. Zhong Shi, bored, drummed her fingers on the table and remarked, "Jiang brother, perhaps young brother felt the amount you requested was too burdensome and slipped away? In this day and age, even blood brothers may not be reliable." Jiang Qi shot her a frosty glance and retorted, "If you want money, just wait." Finally, after another 10 minutes, Jin Yang returned, albeit with a rather unsightly expression, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Qi frowned and asked, "What is wrong?" Jin Yang forced a smile and said, "No problem. The money is all gathered. We can pay her now." Jiang Qi felt a flicker of doubt, but with others present, he refrained from questioning further. Saving his sister was paramount, and there was no time to waste. Zhong Shi chimed in, "Young brother, you finally returned. Jiang brother thought you might have taken the opportunity to escape." Jin Yang explained, "Qizi, I'm sorry, my dad was in a meeting, and he couldn't take my call." Jiang Qi grew increasingly annoyed with this woman. He turned to Jin Yang and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I knew you would return." Zhong Shi chuckled, "Ah, such deep brotherly affection." She then added, "Since the money is in place, shall we proceed with the transfer?" Subsequently, Jin Yang transferred the funds to Zhong Shi. "All right, the transaction is complete, and the cooperation was pleasant." She stood up, resuming her languid yet enigmatic demeanor. "Remember, at 3 in the morning, wait for me at this store's entrance. Latecomers will be turned away. And remember, you must come alone." With that, she pretended to leave. Jiang Qi intercepted her. "Why can't we depart now?" Eager to save his sister, he was unwilling to delay a moment longer. "Jiang brother," Zhong Shi explained, "their guard rotation is from 2 to 4 in the morning. Only during that time frame is the risk the lowest. Do you understand? Moreover, you're not the only one entering. There are others as well." Jiang Qi's gaze turned to icy. "Others? We all contributed 5 million. And now we must form a group?" Zhong Shi wore a smile that suggested his naivety. "Jiang brother, what I'm selling you is the method to enter safely. There is no stipulation on the number of people. As for how many enter together, does it matter? We all seek fortune and opportunity. So let us help each other out. Besides, having more people might even provide mutual support." Jiang Qi stared at her for several seconds, realizing that further argument was futile. This woman was nothing but a rogue. "Fine. 3 in the morning. I hope the service you provide is worth the price." Zhong Shi smiled sweetly. "Rest assured, I pride myself on my business integrity." In the hotel room, Jin Yang helped Jiang Qi conduct a final check of his backpack, which contained high-energy food, water purification tablets, first aid supplies, and other essentials. Jin Yang cautioned, "Qizi, you must prioritize your safety. Be vigilant. If anything seems off, withdraw immediately. Do not force it. I'll be waiting for news outside." Jiang Qi assured him, "I understand. Don't worry. I will return safely with Xiao Lu." Jin Yang nodded earnestly, "Yes. I believe in you." Without exchanging further words, Jiang Qi took a deep breath, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the hotel room. At 2:30 in the morning, Jiang Qi arrived at the already closed fried chicken shop a half hour early. He concealed himself in the shadows under the eaves, patiently waiting while attentively observing his surroundings. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally, after half an hour, a van came to a stop before Jiang Qi. The door swung open, revealing Zhong Shi's vexing face. However, her smile was not as radiant as before. She merely glanced at Jiang Qi and commanded, "Get in." With that, she retreated into the vehicle. Jiang Qi wondered what was amiss with her, but had little interest in probing further. He entered the van, where the dim light revealed two individuals already seated in the back. One was a tall, muscular bald man dressed in tight black combat gear, his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, and a menacing scar running from his brow to his chin, emanating an air of danger. He seemed oblivious to Jiang Qi's presence, not even raising his eyelids. The other individual huddled in the corner, clad in an oversized hooded sweatshirt, the brim pulled low, obscuring their face with a mask, making it impossible to discern their features. Only their slightly slender physique suggested they might be young. Jiang Qi surmised that this must be another capable individual joining him for the venture into Penglai. The van traveled through the night, deliberately choosing dimly lit backroads. Inside, a heavy silence enveloped the group, each person lost in thought. Soon, the van halted at the edge of a desolate industrial area. In the distance lay a thick, impenetrable gray-white mist, shrouding most of the abandoned shipyard, with only a towering storage silo piercing the fog. Beyond that, an endless expanse of ominous black sea stretched out. The mist even consumed parts of the coastline. Inside the vehicle, Zhong Shi retrieved 4 pure black, intricately etched flexible magnetic strips from a specially designed metal case and distributed them among the 3 of them. The bald man grasped the magnetic strip, its surface cold to the touch, and asked, "What is this?" Zhong Shi replied, "An information shield. It can temporarily distort and seal off all information fields surrounding the wearer, including energy fluctuations, biological electric fields, infrared thermal radiation, and even scent molecules. In front of most monitoring devices, you will be in an invisible state." Jiang Qi examined the magnetic strip in his hand, astonished. Zhong Shi's backing possessed such advanced technology? The bald man and the hooded individual exchanged glances, clearly taken aback, as it was evident they were encountering this for the first time as well. Zhong Shi doused their excitement with cold water. "Don't get too excited. This is a one-time use, and its duration is limited. However, it will suffice to deceive the outer monitoring systems and gain entry." Subsequently, the 4 of them donned the magnetic strips. Zhong Shi, the bald man, and the hooded individual placed the strips around their necks, while Jiang Qi wrapped his several times around his wrist. Afterward, Zhong Shi was the first to exit the vehicle, whispering, "Follow me," and remained silent. Jiang Qi, the bald man, and the hooded individual swiftly disembarked and trailed behind Zhong Shi, using the remnants of crumbled walls for cover as they advanced deeper into the area. Surrounding the fog-laden area of the old shipyard, there are individuals assigned to patrol the vicinity. Fortunately, Zhong Shi had already acquired pertinent information, allowing her to lead Jiang Qi and the others through layers of defenses, reaching the edge of the fog without incident. Meanwhile, at a vantage point approximately 1 kilometer away from the fog zone, a man clad in the distinguished attire of a senior official from the Guanju stood, his prominent brows and large eyes fixated on the direction of the old shipyard. Despite the considerable distance and the low visibility of the night, the movements of Jiang Qi and his companions were distinctly visible to him. The Guanju is an expansive organization comprising 11 departments, each with a strict hierarchical structure divided into 10 levels. This man is a senior official ranked at the 3rd level within the Guanju. Not only is he the head of the Guanju in Dengzhou, but he also serves as the highest authority responsible for managing the peculiar incidents in the eastern coastal region. His name is Chun Zhong, one of the earliest awakened individuals who gained supernatural abilities through the renowned Hua. In the early stages of his awakening, he participated in and led several critical suppression missions, successfully quelling numerous notorious riots instigated by awakened individuals, thereby earning a commendable reputation. during a time when the influence of the Guanju had yet to fully extend. He led teams into various anomalous regions for preliminary explorations. It is due to these credentials and achievements that he was entrusted with significant responsibilities and reassigned to Dengzhou. He is among the exceedingly rare A-class awakened individuals within the Guanju, possessing a hallmark ability known as full-spectrum vision, which allows him to conduct reconnaissance beyond the visual range and see through illusions, rendering most disguises and illusions ineffective before him. Coupled with his other light-based abilities, he is nearly devoid of weaknesses. Thus, he could discern the actions of Jiang Qi and the others from such a distance. However, despite being aware of their infiltration, he refrained from issuing orders to intercept them or taking action himself. He simply stood there, much like a chess player contemplating the board. The core mission of the Guanju is to prevent unsuspecting civilians from inadvertently entering this clandestine area, a place not meant for ordinary individuals, where entry equates to certain demise. However, the awakened individuals are a different matter altogether. These individuals, brimming with self-importance, believe that there are treasures within, and they cannot be deterred. Attempting to forcibly intervene would only lead to conflict and unnecessary casualties. If they insist on entering, so be it. His gaze was profound. The Penglai secret realm is far more bizarre and perilous than the anomalous regions he had explored in his earlier years. Their team had suffered casualties, yet the valuable information obtained was scant. Allowing these awakened individuals to enter would satisfy their greed, while also enabling the authorities to gauge the situation within, a win-win scenario. He murmured softly, his voice dissipating into the night wind, tinged with a hint of pity. I hope you all can find your way back. On the other side, Zhong Shi and her companions found themselves in a factory. The fog engulfed half of the building, leaving them just a step away from its threshold. Once we enter, we will be in the Penglai secret realm, Zhong Shi remarked. I hope that we can support one another. One person is weak, but four can be strong. Before she could finish, Jiang Qi interrupted her. Wait, you're going into? At this, Zhong Shi's expression darkened instantly. She wanted to retort. Do you believe I only learned 3 hours ago that I had to go in as well? In truth, Zhong Shi is not an independent black market intermediary. She is backed by a clandestine organization. Otherwise, she would not possess the means to access the entrance of the Penglai secret realm or acquire those invaluable shielding magnetic strips. However, Zhong Shi is exceptionally cunning, both externally and internally. For instance, the organization set a base price of 2 million per person for the opportunity to enter the Penglai secret realm. But when she first contacted Jin Yang, she quoted 3 million up front. After meeting, seeing Jiang Qi's determination, she audaciously raised the price to 5 million. Upon returning to her organization, she concocted a different narrative, claiming that Jiang Qi and Jin Yang were financially strapped, managing to scrape together only 150,000. Given that 2 other awakened individuals were also set to enter that night, she reasoned that whether bringing 2 or 3 individuals would be inconsequential, and unilaterally offered a discounted rate of 150,000 for the transaction. She even advised the president not to be greedy, suggesting that facilitating others also serves one's own interests. As she relayed this with pride, she secretly reveled in how 350,000 would seamlessly slide into her pocket, relishing her prowess in manipulation. Yet, she was unprepared for the president's unsettling smile as he slowly produced a recording that contained the entirety of her conversations with Jiang Qi and Jin Yang from that evening. Zhong Shi felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. But that was not the end. She discovered that the president was also aware of her betrayal of the organization's secrets during a previous operation. Without hesitation, the president confiscated all her assets, including her hard-earned savings accumulated over the years and the proceeds from her prior embezzlements. In a single night, Zhong Shi transitioned from the affluent queen of the black market to a state of destitution, returning to a pre-liberation existence. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The president granted her an opportunity for redemption. She was to personally lead a team into the Penglai secret realm, and as long as she retrieved any item from within, the organization would cease to pursue her past transgressions. This task was fraught with peril, essentially a gamble with her life to rectify her prior misdeeds. Success would absolve her of her betrayal, but the item must be surrendered. Failure would result in her demise within, relieving the organization of the burden of cleaning house. Zheng Shi harbored grave suspicions that the president had long been aware of her duplicitous behavior and had chosen to endure it for some reason, perhaps believing she still had value, or intending to fatten her up before the kill, allowing her to act with impunity. Now, with the situation in the Penglai secret realm becoming increasingly volatile and the authorities poised to intervene, the president could no longer tolerate her actions, settling both old and new debts, aiming to send her into the realm to expend her remaining energy. Zheng Shi, who had always held herself in high regard and manipulated the rules to her advantage, now found herself the subject of manipulation, ensnared in the organization's intricate schemes from the beginning. This profound psychological dissonance was difficult for her to accept. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lay within Penglai. The organization's task was tantamount to sending her to her doom. Yet, she had no choice. Without entering the secret realm, death awaited her. By venturing within, she might yet have a chance at survival. Thus, at this moment, she proposed a collaboration. Zheng Shi forced a smile, saying, "For certain special reasons, I must enter with you." Although Jiang Qi was unaware of her specific motivations for entering the secret realm, he could discern that Zheng Shi was reluctant, perhaps even compelled. She was a shrewd businesswoman, preferring to orchestrate events from behind the scenes. How could she willingly risk her life? Reflecting on her earlier opportunistic demeanor, he felt a secret satisfaction as she now found herself in a position of reluctant peril. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Observing this, Zheng Shi's expression darkened further. Damn it, has this guy dared to mock me? She seethed internally, her anger simmering with no outlet, only able to grit her teeth in silence. Meanwhile, the burly bald man expressed indifference over who would enter, impatiently growling. "Stop wasting words. Are we going in or not?" The hooded youth continued to remain silent, cloaked in shadows as if everything around him was of no concern. Zheng Shi felt utterly drained, struggling to lead the group. She cast one last glance at the seemingly all-consuming fog, her voice trembling ever so slightly as she feigned calmness. "Stay close to me. Upon entering, regardless of what one may see or hear, do not easily stray from the group." Having said this, she hesitated no longer and stepped forward, her figure immediately engulfed by the dense, grayish-white mist. Jiang Qi's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he was the second to step inside. The bald, muscular man let out a low growl and followed suit. The hooded youth, akin to a ghost, silently vanished behind the wall of fog. The silhouettes of the four were completely swallowed by the desolate gray, as if they had never existed. The moment they stepped into the mist, it was as if they had crossed into another realm. The sounds of the outside world, the wind, the crashing waves, vanished completely. All that remained was an endless expanse of slowly rolling grayish white, with visibility drastically reduced. Zheng Shi glanced at the other three, and although her complexion remained grim, she endeavored to assert control over the situation. She lowered her voice, saying, "Do not move recklessly. This place is perilous. Stay close to me. I have a general sense of the direction. We should..." Before she could finish, the bald man let out a disdainful huff. He twisted his thick neck, producing a cracking sound, and replied, "Command me? You are not worthy." With that, he provided Zheng Shi and the others no time to react, swiftly pivoted, and without hesitation chose a direction, disappearing into the mist with a few strides. Zheng Shi felt a lump in her throat, her expression growing even more troubled. Before she could unleash her frustration, the hooded man suddenly moved without warning. He did not utter a word, slipping away like a wraith into a starkly different direction. In the blink of an eye, only Zheng Shi, with a pale face, and the impassive Jiang Qi remained. Zheng Shi exhaled deeply, placing her last hope on Jiang Qi. Ew. Jiang Qi glanced at her and replied, "We are not of the same path, thus we cannot conspire together." With that, he too selected a direction, his figure quickly vanishing into the fog. Within mere seconds, the temporary quartet had dwindled to Zheng Shi alone. The carefully prepared words she had yet to utter turned her attempt at forming a temporary alliance into a complete farce. She was undeniably on the brink of a breakdown. Damn it! A bunch of fools. Arrogant idiots. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she shouted loudly, venting her pent-up anger. Did these three not regard their lives at all? Did they think this was an amusement park? Fine. Very well. They seek their own demise, do they? Gritting her teeth, her voice squeezing out between clenched jaws. "I hope they all perish in there. Do not expect me to rescue any of you." After this fit of impotent rage, she took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure, and began contemplating her next move. Moments later, she examined the route saved on her wristwatch, gritting her teeth, and cautiously ventured step by step toward the predetermined path. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, having chosen a direction, did not advance aimlessly. He felt an exhilarating excitement bubbling within him, for upon entering the mist, he suddenly realized he possessed a significant advantage. What is mist? Mist is vapor. And what is vapor? Vapor is water. Although the water comprising this gray fog was vastly different from ordinary water, it ultimately fell within the realm of water. As long as it was water, it was within his capacity. Hence, Jiang Qi had declined to accompany Zhong Shi. Firstly, he was unaware of her abilities, leaving him uncertain. Secondly, he harbored doubts regarding her character. Therefore, rather than risking betrayal by teaming up with Zhong Shi, he preferred to act alone. At the very least, the risks of solo action were manageable. Chapter 35. The Ancient Mystery. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qi extended his hand amidst the fog, beginning to attempt to channel his water manipulation ability. Previously, he had only utilized this power in water, either propelling himself through it or manipulating the water in a cup to demonstrate to others. He had never tested the limits of his control over water until now. Finally, the opportunity had arisen. Jiang Qi concentrated his thoughts in his palm, faintly sensing the moisture pervading the surrounding grayish-white fog, and began to summon it, urging the mist to gradually coalesce. Under his influence, the mist nearest to him began to gather into a denser, paler mass. However, as the mass coalesced to a certain extent, Jiang Qi sensed a resistance within the fog, impeding his efforts. Condense. Jiang Qi gently closed his eyes, pouring all his focus into the task, striving to sense the existence of every minute water droplet, attempting to forge a deeper connection with them. Initially, he found the endeavor exceedingly challenging. It seemed his previous assumptions were erroneous. Although this fog was composed of some form of vapor, it did not fall within his control, and the resistance far exceeded his expectations. However, through relentless perseverance, the mist continued to accumulate, and ultimately he broke through a certain threshold, forming the first visible droplet. Success. Jiang Qi felt a tremor of excitement within him, carefully cradling this peculiar droplet and observing it closely. The droplet appeared a lifeless grayish white, within which countless threads, thinner than a hair and resembling living creatures, could be seen slowly writhing in dark gray. They emitted an ominous, chilling aura. Just a glance at it sent waves of discomfort through his mind and body. This confirmed his earlier hypothesis. The fog was indeed composed of vapor, but it seemed to harbor something other than mere water. Subsequently, Jiang Qi retrieved an energy bar from his backpack. He acted with utmost caution, using the tiniest tip of the energy bar to touch the droplet. At that moment, with a hiss, the energy bar disintegrated into fine gray ash upon contact with the droplet. Jiang Qi reacted swiftly, discarding the energy bar immediately. Fine ash cascaded from his fingertips, the entire process taking less than a second. So that is it. At this moment, Jiang Qi finally understood why so many had failed upon entering the mist. The reason was quite evident. This fog was toxic. When in its misty state, the toxicity was relatively low, making it difficult to detect. However, once it condensed into droplets, its deadly nature became glaringly apparent. Jiang Qi realized that prolonged exposure to this fog would undoubtedly lead to contamination. He must swiftly navigate through it and enter Penglai. Yet even with this understanding, it seemed of little assistance in deciphering the fog and gaining access to Penglai. Unless he could condense all the mist into droplets, his vision would remain obscured, and he might be able to see the location of Penglai directly. However, this was utterly impossible. It had taken immense effort to create this one droplet, and he could not condense all the fog into droplets. Yet it could serve as a means of attack. Jiang Qi refocused his energy, investing considerable time and effort to painfully condense 3 more droplets. Thereafter, he began his exploration of the misty terrain with these 4 droplets in hand. Jiang Qi proceeded with utmost caution, step by step. He discovered that the terrain within the fog also varied. The ground beneath his feet alternated between a soft, ash-like accumulation and a hard, fractured slab structure. If one overlooked the presence of the mist, he felt as though he was on the periphery of some place. Could be the outskirts of Penglai, Jiang Qi pondered, or perhaps this mist was originally part of Penglai. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Qi continued onward. Before entering, Jin Yang had told him that he found a survivor who had escaped from the edge, and that person claimed there was something in the fog, and time had vanished. At the time, those two statements had made Jiang Qi exceedingly cautious. During the ensuing journey, he developed a profound understanding of the second statement. At times, he perceived that only a few minutes had elapsed, while in reality, several hours had passed. Conversely, there were moments when he felt that hours had gone by. Yet merely a second had ticked away. This dissonance in the perception of time relentlessly tormented Jiang Qi's cognition. It was no wonder that those who escaped from the fog often succumbed to mental breakdowns. Jiang Qi compelled himself to remain calm, grappling with the disorienting sensations of time distortion in an empty expanse, where visibility extended merely a meter, shrouded in dense fog. This was a burden that no individual could withstand. Nevertheless, Jiang Qi held his composure, for he was a person who could remain unperturbed even at the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. Yet doubts began to creep into his mind. The dangers lurking within the fog surely extended beyond this. After all, if this was merely the extent of it, the authorities would not regard it with such trepidation. As expected, in a relatively open area ahead, the scene dramatically transformed. It appeared to be a miniature ancient battlefield. A broken weapon was seen embedded at an angle in a cracked black foundation. The pointed tip of the weapon was deeply buried underground, as if driven into the earth by an unimaginable force. Judging by the exposed portion, it likely belonged to a spear or a polearm. Having endured unfathomable ages, its surface was marred by pockmarked corrosion, yet its material still emanated a cold, ethereal glow, neither metallic nor jade-like. Surrounding it lay several fragments of armor, deeply embedded in the ground, their colors muted and textures indiscernible. A flicker of intrigue ignited in Jiang Qi's heart as he cautiously approached, extending his hand to grasp the frigid spear shaft, summoning over 100 points of strength in an attempt to extract it. However, it remained utterly immovable. Despite his considerable strength, he could not budge this ancient relic, which had lain undisturbed for eons. What had transpired in Penglai millennia ago? No, it should be asked, what had occurred before the dawn of time itself? Upon his return, Jiang Qi had encountered numerous accounts regarding Kunlun, Maoshan, Qingchengshan, and Longhushan. Since these locations had been verified by the authorities, a wealth of information had emerged. Yet, the images and data disclosed by the officials uniformly depicted scenes of desolation. Grand palaces lay in ruins, exquisite carvings shattered, as if they had suffered an unimaginable cataclysm, with scarcely any intact structures remaining. Rumors even circulated that during explorations of these sites, the authorities had uncovered numerous bodies of immortals, which served as the foundation for the development of extraordinary technologies. Moreover, this devastation was not confined to domestic realms. Temples in Greece, the underground tombs of the Vatican, the remnants of the temple in Jerusalem, and even the site where the Buddha attained enlightenment all bore similar signs of ruin. Logically, it had become a consensus that powerful deities existed in the ages before time. The eastern continent boasted the Sanqing and Siyu, the Jade Emperor, while Europe revered the 12 Olympians, and the Brahma Republic acknowledged the creator Brahma, the preserver Vishnu, and the destroyer Shiva. The kingdom of Ong hailed a god in Satan. Yet, in the face of the celestial upheaval and the return of supernormal abilities, why they left no trace behind? After all, their sanctuaries and divine abodes had emerged. Or had they vanished? Or had they all perished? Currently, academia harbored two prevailing theories. One posited a divine war, an epic shrouded in mystery, which engulfed both East and West, resulting in the annihilation of all deities. The other proposed a cyclical theory of spiritual energy, suggesting that the extraordinary beings of the previous cycle had collectively faded into oblivion with the waning of energy. However, both theories contained contradictions. If the first theory were accurate, what was the purpose of this conflict? If it was merely a clash between opposing factions, how could it result in the complete eradication of all deities? Surely, some victors must have remained. Conversely, if the second theory were true, how could there be so many remnants of warfare? In any case, a unified conclusion had yet to be reached within academic circles. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment, shaking his head, and temporarily set aside these enigmas. Such musings were not within the realm of his imagination. Henceforth, he refrained from further attempts to extract the weapon, carefully navigating around the relic as he pressed onward. Meanwhile, the other three struggled through the fog. The bald, muscular man took the most straightforward approach, dismissing Zhong Shi's suggestions and any prospects of collaboration, firmly believing that he could confront everything with his own strength. His entire body became rock-like, a yellow glow radiating outward, forming a rough armor. Like a raging bull, he charged determinedly in a single direction, attempting to forcefully break through the fog. His reasoning was simple. He did not believe the fog was boundless. By steadfastly pursuing one direction, he would eventually escape the fog and enter the true Penglai. Initially, his speed was indeed remarkable, and with his armor encasing him, he felt impervious to any assault, quickly covering considerable distance. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Although he was certain he was advancing in a straight line, he found himself passing through a rocky area he had already traversed. Had he encountered some sort of spatial loop? The bald man halted, his expression shifting between uncertainty and frustration. Meanwhile, the hooded figure took 3 steps before producing a 20-sided die, casting it lightly into the air. When the side, displaying 20, pointed in a specific direction, he would proceed that way, only to stop again after 3 more steps to roll the die once more, continuing this pattern indefinitely. This was the hooded figure's ability to manipulate probability. Among all existing ability systems, it was the rarest form of power, one that bent the rules of reality itself. By casting the die, he could elevate his chances of finding the correct path to 60%. Additionally, he possessed another skill, Fortunate Star, which significantly increased the likelihood of favorable outcomes for himself, while diminishing the chances of adverse events. Armed with these 2 abilities, the hooded figure was confident he could reach Penglai, and this conviction also provided him with the courage to separate from the group. Among the 3, Zhong Shi felt the most constrained. She had not wished to enter, but had been compelled. Yet, prior to her entry, she had indeed made ample preparations. One such preparation was a constantly flickering, erratically spinning spiritual energy locator. This device could pinpoint areas of either sparse or dense spiritual energy. However, at that moment, its performance in the thick fog was utterly ineffective. In addition, Zhong Shi had brought along Professor Zhang's star map, but it was a mere constellation of dots that she could not decipher. In hindsight, it was clear, if one could access Penglai solely through a star map, the authorities would have long since done so, leaving no opportunity for her. A bunch of fools, bastards, and miserly individuals. Was it such a crime to raise my price and swindle a few coins from you? Why did you all flee so hastily? What about trust between people? Zhong Shi cursed under her breath. She was not truly angry, merely venting her frustration in this manner due to her lack of options. Of course, Zhong Shi was also a manifester. However, her powers were botanical in nature. She possessed 3 abilities. One was plant manipulation, allowing her to accelerate plant growth, such as causing seeds to bloom and bear fruit instantaneously or making vines ensnare a target. Another was life perception, which enabled her to read environmental memories by touching plants. The third was the life factor, allowing her to extract growth hormones from plants to expedite her own healing. But within this fog, devoid of any vegetation, her abilities were rendered utterly useless. What to do? Gazing into the boundless fog, Zhong Shi succumbed to fear. Perhaps she could randomly pick up something within the mist, falsely claiming it was obtained from Penglai, and then return to report? It is not impossible. Zhong Shi has always been quite cautious about her life, and she is determined to accomplish the tasks assigned by the organization. However, the pressing question now is how she can escape. The fog has increasingly affected me. Jiang Qi sensed a growing tide of negative emotions within himself. He had lingered too long in the mist. Its essence had permeated his body, subsequently influencing his mind. He sat cross-legged, taking food and water from his backpack, replenishing his strength while forcing himself to reflect. He had previously overlooked a fundamental question. What exactly is this fog? Until now, he had not contemplated this matter, as if he had accepted the fog as a given, something that naturally existed, believing that merely passing through it would lead him to the secret realm of Penglai. He had invested most of his thoughts on the mystical land beyond the fog. Now, He finally realized that without understanding what the fog is, how could he possibly traverse it? After spending such an extended period within the fog, he had come to a conjecture. The so-called fog is, in fact, the ancient defensive formation of Penglai. As this hypothesis emerged, he immediately thought of a method to penetrate the fog, a method that he could have conceived upon his entry but had neglected. Chapter 36. Entering Penglai, understanding this point illuminated many matters. For instance, why is Professor Jiang's star map effective? Because his so-called star map is not a star map at all. Rather, it is the schematic of the fog's defensive formation. It is precisely through this schematic that Professor Jiang and his sister were able to access the true Penglai. Otherwise, if this fog were not a protective formation, but rather a naturally occurring phenomenon, there would be no star map to be found. The concept of formations is not merely fanciful in ancient mythology. For example, the Zhengao contains a record of the Maoshan Huaiyang cave. The cave has 3 entrances, all sealed by massive stones, inscribed with celestial runes. Only those who have fasted for 100 days and bear spiritual talismans may enter. The Daozong documents the Zhua Long formation, which can be constructed using 9 objects to defend a tomb through the spirits of mountains and rivers. Additionally, the Shanhai Jing records that Kunlun, the capital under the emperor, is surrounded by the weak water and the fiery mountains. Weak water does not float, and the flames consume anything thrown into them, forming a dual natural barrier. The ancient texts such as Feng Shun and Journey to the West and Jinghua Yuan contain even more records of formations, including the Zhuxian Formation, the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, and the Xianji Formation, among others. By this reasoning, it is entirely reasonable for Penglai, the foremost of the celestial mountains, to possess an enigmatic and inscrutable defensive formation. Jiang Qi even suspected that the Anomaly Bureau might have grasped some of the truths regarding this fog, recognizing it as the protective formation of the Penglai secret realm. However, knowing does not equate to deciphering. It is akin to a person recognizing an ancient lock made of iron before them, yet lacking the key and understanding of its mechanics, rendering them helpless. Furthermore, ancient texts regarding the defensive formation of the Penglai secret realm are nearly non-existent. Thus, although Professor Jiang had somehow procured a schematic of the formation, it was limited in its efficacy. He could not unravel the fog merely by possessing this schematic. In fact, after his group entered, the schematic became ineffective, and no one could use it to re-enter Penglai. It seems that the so-called temporal distortion and mental pollution are merely protective measures of this formation. Indeed, these are remnants of ancient divine beings, and even to this day, they are beyond the capabilities of the newly awakened practitioners, whose foundations remain too shallow. Yet Jiang Qi had devised a plan. Since this formation existed long before ancient times and had endured a cataclysmic war among the pantheons of the East and West, it would undoubtedly have weak points. If he could identify one such vulnerability, he could traverse the fog. Identifying a weak point would be straightforward. He had already mastered the technique of condensation resistance measurement. Upon his entry, the resistance he felt when condensing water droplets originated from the formation's own power, which sought to maintain the fog's dispersed state, preventing Jiang Qi from solidifying it. The greater the resistance, the stronger and more intact the formation at that point. The lesser the resistance, the more likely there was damage or weakness present. Upon this realization, Jiang Qi quickly finished his remaining food, stowed it back in his backpack, and rose to his feet. He once again focused his mind, extending his palm to attempt to condense droplets of fog water at his current location. This time, he deliberately slowed the process, carefully gauging the intensity of the resistance. Indeed, compared to when he had first entered the fog, he now experienced a noticeable difference in resistance. This proved that his theory was correct. The resistance was not constant, but varied with location. His next task was to methodically repeat this process from different angles and distances, comparing the difficulty of condensing droplets to gradually identify the area of least resistance. Within the fog, the concept of time was chaotic. In Jiang Qi's perception, half an hour had already passed. At this point, he had condensed more than 20 droplets, forming a cluster the size of a peanut. He sensed that along the path he was traversing, the resistance experienced by the condensed water droplets was consistently diminishing, indicating that he was on the correct path. During this half hour, he encountered numerous small battlefields. In addition to the remnants of Eastern forces, He also saw a golden skeleton and a cross stained with dark blood. The former appeared to belong to the Buddhist sect, as the skeleton sat cross-legged, undisturbed in death. The latter seemed to belong to the West, indicative of a Christian artifact. This unveiled part of the enigma for Jiang Qi. It appeared that there had indeed been a grand conflict involving both Eastern and Western pantheons long ago, with even Buddhism and Christianity participating. However, this revelation plunged Jiang Qi deeper into confusion. How did this divine war transpire? Why did they engage in such a struggle? Moreover, regarding this seemingly chaotic history, if Eastern mythology holds true, then the existence of Peng Lai could be traced back to eons past, to the primordial era, while Christianity has only existed for a little over 2,000 years. How are these two connected? Can humanity's history truly be trusted? Jiang Qi attempted to dismantle the monk skeleton, pondering whether it could serve as a weapon, but found it immovable, far too heavy for his strength. The cross was equally massive, and he could not even lift it, leading him to abandon the endeavor. After what felt like another half hour in Jiang Qi's perception, he finally discovered an exceedingly weak point. The fog around him had grown remarkably thin, and he could vaguely discern a scene starkly different from the ruins within the mist. He found it. A jolt of exhilaration surged through Jiang Qi, and he quickened his pace. With a few steps, his body seemed to penetrate a cold, viscous membrane of water, and the oppressive sensation around him abruptly lightened. The moonlight fell upon him, cool and serene. In the distance, he could hear the faint sound of waves. He stood at the edge of an abandoned shipyard. Beneath his feet lay familiar, rusted metal and concrete debris. He had emerged. The joy on Jiang Qi's face quickly faded. His expression darkened as he found himself back in the thick fog, and he reassured himself, "It is all right." At least it proved that this method was viable. With more attempts, he would surely enter Peng Lai. Upon returning to the mist, Jiang Qi once again used the condensation resistance measurement technique to forge a path, but the fog's influence over him deepened. He began to experience frequent hallucinations, always perceiving moving shadows within the mist. Yet, when he rushed toward them, he discovered nothing but emptiness. In addition to this, Jiang Qi heard a vague call emanating from the mist. Was it truly an illusion, or was there something lurking within the fog? If there were indeed something, why had it not been encountered during the prolonged wait, but chose this very moment? Therefore, it must be an illusion. Yet, upon further contemplation, what if it were real? This notion seemed plausible. Perhaps it was precisely due to his extended stay in the mist that he had attracted the attention of certain entities residing within. No, this cannot cause him to falter. Jiang Qi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated his mind, attempting to communicate with the Yu Gui within his consciousness. The instant he established a connection with the Yu Gui, a refreshing and lofty breath swept through his awareness, momentarily alleviating the previous chaotic sensations of his mind, which had been battling between his left and right hemispheres, resulting in a slight clarity of thought. However, this feeling did not entirely dissipate. The mist still exerted its influence over him, albeit temporarily subdued by the power of the Yu Gui. A flicker of enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Qi, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. It seemed that the Yu Gui could not entirely isolate him from the pollution of this place. Or perhaps the fundamental purpose of the Yu Gui was not to protect him at all. He was merely borrowing a fragment of its power through their momentary connection. To unleash the full capabilities of a Yu Gui, he would need to completely master it. Jiang Qi opened his eyes, intending to continue his efforts to gauge the water-S resistance and hasten his entry into Peng Lai. However, at the moment he opened his eyes, without warning, an inhuman blue face silently loomed closer, nearly filling his entire field of vision. It was devoid of hair, its skin a lifeless, cold, stone blue hue, with facial features so disproportionate that the eye sockets were alarmingly large, occupying almost half of its face, revealing two pitch-black voids that resembled unfathomable black holes. The nose had merely two tiny nostrils, and the mouth was a thin fissure stretching across its chin. It did not breathe, radiate warmth, or possess any essence of life. It simply stared at Jiang Qi, as if it had been observing him for an eternity, waiting for the precise moment he would open his eyes. Time elongated infinitely in that instant. Jiang Qi felt his blood freeze, his pupils constricting wildly. Yet, just as he began to react, the blue face silently receded, vanishing into the thick fog without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only Jiang Qi remained frozen in place, his heart pounding like a drum. The rapid thumping resonating painfully in his eardrums, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gasped for breath, the earlier scene plunging him into profound terror. This was certainly not an illusion. There was something in the mist. Jiang Qi recalled the words of Jin Yang. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he had opened his eyes more slowly. Would it touch him? Would it kill him? Or would it devour him whole? Perhaps those who had entered before him had met their demise at its hands, taking advantage of others' moments of rest. When they were most vulnerable, it approached silently to deliver a fatal blow. Was this its modus operandi? Jiang Qi abruptly rose, disregarding his fatigue, steeling himself to seek out the path once more. In his perception, 5 hours had passed before he finally stumbled upon a spot that seemed to have a weakened formation. At one point, he nearly reached a stable pathway, the surrounding resistance diminishing sharply, hope within reach. Unfortunately, the mist once again distorted time and space. When he regained his senses, he had no idea where he had been transported, all his efforts rendered futile, forcing him to grit his teeth and start afresh. Exhausted, Jiang Qi felt a dull ache in his head. He knew he was on the brink of collapse. He prayed that this time, he would not be sent back to the outside world. Given his current state, if he exited, he would likely need at least a day to recuperate before re-entering. Although he had memorized the route led by Zhong Shi, he lacked a signal jammer. While he could acquire one, every second wasted increased the danger his sister faced within. He could not afford to wait any longer. With a resolute heart, Jiang Qi plunged into the depths. The sensation of penetrating the viscous membrane of water returned, as if he were transitioning from one realm to another, the boundless mist dissipating in an instant. An indescribable air, fresh yet imbued with an ancient and desolate essence, filled his lungs. He stood in disbelief, gazing at the expansive vista before him. He found himself on the edge of a cliff, confronted with an unimaginably vast world. The sea, yet not the sea as he knew it in reality. This was a grand, boundless expanse, timeless and ancient, dotted with countless immense islands. Each island was scattered across the vast ocean, resembling lotus leaves floating upon a pond. Every island was colossal, with some so towering that they disappeared into the ethereal clouds above, their summits unseen. Others bore volcanoes, spewing black smoke that darkened the sky. Some islands were charred and barren, as if ravaged by celestial flames, leaving nothing but ash. Others resembled vast platforms cradled by unseen hands. And some islands took the shape of a sideline gourd. Most astonishing were the distances between these colossal landmasses. They were so far apart that even with Jiang Qi's keen eyesight, he could barely discern the outlines of the nearby islands, while those further away were mere indistinct silhouettes of bluish-gray, resembling the backs of colossal beasts stretching across the horizon. Between the islands lay an expanse of hopelessly vast sea. Moreover, there was neither sun nor moon in this realm. The sky was an unusual, bright grayish-white, shrouded as if beneath immense frosted glass, evenly diffusing light without revealing its source. Above, the occasional call of an unknown bird echoed, reverberating through the expanse of sea and sky, further accentuating the ancient and desolate atmosphere of this realm. Was this indeed Penglai? It felt like a place forgotten by time. Standing at the cliff's edge, Jiang Qi's black hair danced in the wind, his heart filled with awe and confusion. With so many islands in Penglai, how would he find his sister? Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to restore his condition and eliminate the negative effects of the mist. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be ill-equipped to confront any dangers that might lurk in Penglai. He might be unable to save his sister and fall victim himself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qi glanced down, then leaped, plunging into the sea. Upon returning to the water, Jiang Qi immediately felt a sense of familiarity and comfort, akin to a fish returning to its natural habitat. He silently chanted, "Yu Gui, enter slumber." The icy voice of the Yu Gui responded promptly, "Please confirm the duration of this slumber." 24 hours. Chapter 37. Archaeological Team Slumber. Complete duration of slumber. 24 hours. Energy consumed. 02 remaining energy. 31 enhancements obtained. Strength 00864, Agility 00864, Constitution 00864. Next slumber cooldown 3 days. Jiang Qi slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that the previously excruciating headache and the tumult of conflicting thoughts had entirely vanished. In their stead was an unprecedented clarity and fullness. His limbs were brimming with strength, devoid of any fatigue, as if he had enjoyed a peaceful slumber without interruption. His state restored to its peak in an instant. The Yu Gui even possessed the ability to alleviate negative effects. Jiang Qi's assessment of the Yu Gui had risen another level, realizing that his exploration of the Yu Gui was far from complete. As Jiang Qi's thoughts stirred, the surrounding seawater buoyed him, lifting him to the surface. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama, difficult to articulate with mere words. Massive islands, like stars scattered across the boundless ocean, stood silently above the waves, ancient, vast, and unchanging. Suspended above the sea, a previously unexamined speculation surfaced in Jiang Qi's mind. Prior to entering Penglai, he had meticulously perused all available descriptions of this mystical land. Among the myriad ancient texts, the accounts of Penglai were notably inconsistent. The prevailing view regarded Penglai as a singular island. Works such as Lizi Tangwen suggested a system of 5 divine mountains to the east of the Bohai Sea, Daiyu, Yuanxiao, Fanghu, Yingzhou, and Penglai, implicitly favoring the perception of Penglai as a solitary sacred mountain island. Similarly, the records of the grand historian documented the 3 divine mountains, Penglai, Fangzhong, Yingzhou, hinting again at Penglai as an independent fairy isle. Most subsequent myths and folk beliefs perpetuated this notion. However, 2 texts offered a different perspective. The first is Shi Ji, which referred to Penglai as Penghu, categorizing it alongside Fangzhong, Fanghu, and Yingzhou, Yinghu, as the 3 He and describing it as resembling a vessel with internal realms. Thus, Penglai was depicted not as an island, but as a celestial space, with the mouth of the vessel serving as a passage connecting the mortal realm to the fairyland, accessible only to immortals. The second work is Fengshen Yini, which depicted Penglai Island as comprising 4 major islands, 36 inner islands, and 72 outer islands, totaling 112 islands governed by the Bio Palace of the Tantianadu. Initially, Jiang Qi had assumed this was mere legend, but now it seemed that the spatial description in Shi Ji and the archipelago structure in Fengshen Yini might indeed hold truth. This place was both the cave within the vessel described in Shi Ji, a self-contained realm, vast and boundless, and its internal configuration remarkably aligned with the grand archipelago described in Fengshen Yini. Thus, Jiang Qi's gaze swept across the Penglai archipelago, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Was this truly the domain of the Tantianu, one of the 3 pure ones who advocated for inclusivity and welcomed all immortals? If so, it was likely that unimaginable dangers and opportunities awaited him here. Regaining his composure, Jiang Qi suppressed his astonishment, regardless of the origins of this place. His immediate priority was to locate Xiao Lu. With this thought, he set off towards the nearest island, where he had previously landed. He surmised that the mist could not randomly transport individuals to an island. It would only convey them to the outermost regions. The islands were hierarchically structured, potentially housing entities like the Bio Palace. If the mist facilitated random teleportation, what if it took him into the Bio Palace? That was an impossibility. Therefore, the archaeological team, led by Xiao Lu, must have initially appeared on one of the outer islands, and even if they ventured inward for exploration, they could not have traversed too many islands. Before long, Jiang Qi approached the first island. However, instead of disembarking, he allowed the currents to elevate him to a height of approximately 10 meters, cruising along the coastline to observe for any human traces left behind. For instance, remnants of temporary camps, discarded modern packaging, or general refuse. If any signs of human presence were found, it would indicate that Xiao Lu and her team might have been there. Otherwise, he would proceed to the next island in search. Jiang Qi had assessed that each island spanned several hundred square kilometers, with dimensions of several tens of kilometers. Given his efficiency, he could encircle an island within 3 hours at most. Thus commenced his tireless search. When hunger struck, he nibbled on high-energy compressed food. When thirst arose, he manipulated the seawater to distill a small amount of fresh water for drinking. In this manner, he searched relentlessly for 7 hours, from daylight until darkness fell. He noted that even within Penglai, there were shifts in the sky. However, these changes were not governed by the sun and moon, but by an unknown mechanism, with the sky gradually darkening by itself. During his search, Jiang Qi encountered multiple attacks. From monstrous fish with sharp teeth and bony armor, suddenly leaping from the sea to predatory birds with wingspans exceeding 3 meters, their claws glinting ominously. These creatures exhibited fierce aggression, with their strength generally reaching the level of D-class enhanced beings, and some particularly formidable entities demonstrated terrifying power close to C-class. Had Jiang Qi not attained B-class status, his response speed, strength, and physique would have rendered him utterly defenseless. Yet after 7 hours of searching, having found nothing, self-doubt began to creep in. Was my judgment flawed? Nevertheless, he had not yet surrendered hope. Finally, on the shaded side of the 4th island, atop a relatively flat black reef, he discovered a message left by the archaeological team. May 10, 2035, led by Zhang Huai from Wuling University. Below, the names of 7 individuals were neatly listed. Archaeology department students: Yin Chuyan, Zhao Wan'er, Yi Hua, Jiang Lu, Pan Zhongyi, Shui Zi, and Pang Yu. Jiang Qi's heart raced. He had found them. It seemed that Professor Zhang was quite astute, aware that they might be reported missing. He deliberately left behind a message. Moreover, his sister Jiang Lu's name was prominently among them. The date was more than half a month prior, suggesting this was left shortly after their arrival in Penglai. With the team intact, this indicated that his direction was correct. The archaeological team had indeed commenced their exploration from the outer islands. Jiang Qi did not immediately land, as the date was old, and they might have already departed. He suppressed his impulse and continued to the next island. At the base of a cliff on the 5th island, Jiang Qi once again discovered information left by Professor Zhang. May 18, 2035, led by Zhang Huai from Wuling University. However, the names listed below caused Jiang Qi's heart to stop suddenly. Archaeology department students: Zhao Wan'er, Yi Hua, Jiang Lu, Shui Zi. 3 names were missing. Yin Chuyan, Pan Zhongyi, and Pang Yu had vanished. Had there been casualties? Fortunately, Jiang Lu's name remained. Jiang Qi hastened towards the 6th island with increased urgency. Soon, on a relatively prominent rock face on the 6th island, he found the 3rd mark. May 23, 2035, led by Zhang Huai from Wuling University. Archaeology department students: Yi Hua, Zhejiang Lu, Shui Zi. Yet another name was absent. Zhao Wan'er was no longer listed. Additionally, Jiang Qi discovered a badge inscribed with Wuling University archaeological team lying nearby. It was evident that their condition at that time must have been dire, leaving them unable or unmindful to pick up even a badge. Xiao Lu. Jiang Qi felt a surge of anxiety, yet remained calm. This date was merely 4 days prior, suggesting a high probability that Xiao Lu and her team were present on this island. However, exercising caution, Jiang Qi quickly surveyed the 7th island. He circled the entire island meticulously, but found no further information left by Professor Zhang. All clues pointed to a singular conclusion. Jiang Qi immediately retraced his steps. But this time, instead of searching along the coastline, he went directly onto the island, within a concealed small cave. The remaining 4 members of the archaeological team huddled in the depths, each injured and pale. From an original group of 8, only 4 remained. Professor Zhang, with one hand awkwardly bandaged with branches and torn clothing, leaned against the rock wall, while the other intact hand sketched a map of the 3rd island using a wrist device. Yi Hua silently prepared food beside him, crumbling a bit of compressed biscuit and mixing it with a small amount of water to create a swallowable paste. Jiang Lu was tending to the faint Shui Zi. At this moment, Jiang Lu's fair visage was marred by grime, her lips chapped, and her left arm bound with a blood-soaked bandage. She was meticulously using the scant remaining pure water to cleanse the wounds of Shui Zi, whose condition, despite being in a state of unconsciousness, was still marked by faint, pain groans. They had been in Penglai for 18 days. Initially, upon entering Penglai through the star map, they were filled with exhilaration, for this signified their discovery of the long-hidden realm of Penglai, a revelation that would undoubtedly catapult them to fame in the field of archaeology and beyond. Stirring excitement throughout society, they envisioned themselves as historical discoverers, and if they were to uncover anything significant in Penglai, it could lead to academic advancements and technological revolutions, an immense promise of wealth and benefits. However, the harshness of reality swiftly extinguished their initial elation. The island they first encountered was named Xingdao, named for its peculiar beach where the sand grains shimmered faintly under the gray-white daylight and resembled a miniature galaxy at night. They marked their presence there and established their first camp. Tragically, calamity struck soon after. Merely the following night, Senior Chu Yin vanished. It was her turn to keep watch. And in the latter part of the night, Jiang Lu was awakened by intermittent humming. She saw Senior Chu Yin sitting by the fire, her back turned to the group, her body gently swaying. Cautiously, Jiang Lu nudged her, only to witness her slowly turning around with an eerily sweet smile. Yet her eyes were hollow and tears streamed down her face. She proclaimed, "Listen, what beautiful music! It is calling me, a celestial being beckons me." Then, with a smile and tears, she stepped into the darkness. By the time Jiang Lu roused the others and rushed after her, it was too late. She had vanished. The next day, they discovered what remained of Yin Chu Yin, her body ravaged and scarcely recognizable. Following her demise, Pan Zhongyi and Senior Pang Yu met similar fates. In truth, their archaeological team was comprised of 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities. Professor Zhang was a B-class extraordinary individual, the most formidable among them, possessing at least 3 capabilities: metal affinity, which allowed him to summon metallic objects within a 10-meter radius and either levitate them or propel them at high speed towards a target; metal symbiosis, enabling him to transform parts of his body into a metallic state, for instance, hardening his arm into steel to withstand extreme heat and cutting; and ion lock, which could disrupt cellular structures, causing extensive bleeding and bruising while severely interfering with the target's nervous system, potentially resulting in permanent nerve damage under certain conditions. This ability also allowed metallic particles within the target's body to form nanoscopic chains that would ensnare the joints and energy nodes of adversaries, inhibiting their movements and the release of skills. Professor Zhang, having dedicated a lifetime to archaeological research, acquired these aggressive abilities. However, with his efforts, he applied them to his archaeological pursuits. Yin Chu Yin had 2 abilities. First, enhancement, which allowed her to absorb the life essence of various organisms to amplify her own capabilities, such as absorbing the essence of a cheetah to gain extraordinary speed, or that of a gorilla to enhance her strength. Second, healing, which enabled her to mend non-life-threatening external injuries. She ought to have pursued biology or medicine, where her abilities could have flourished, but regrettably, by the time she acquired her powers, she was already a student in the archaeology department. Among the 8 members of the archaeological team, she served as the medic, yet she was the first to lose her life. The third extraordinary individual was Yihua, whose powers were related to gravity. He possessed 3 skills: gravity manipulation, allowing him to freely adjust gravity within a localized space, amplifying it by up to 300 or reducing it to 0; gravitational barrier, which altered local gravity to create a semi-transparent shield capable of deflecting kinetic attacks, with similar effects against energy assaults; and anti-gravity flight, which enabled him to soar through the air. Following the tragic events, Professor Zhang ordered an immediate relocation. Relying on Yihua's abilities, Yihua used his anti-gravity flight to transport them to the second island. Yet, the second island was equally perilous, riddled with toxins. Zhao Wanner merely stepped into a puddle on the island and succumbed to agony, her breath ceasing. They dared not touch her, hastily burying her instead. Subsequently, they encountered venomous insects with corrosive toxins, narrowly escaping with their lives by utilizing a sonic device to temporarily disperse the swarm, reaching the third island. Upon arriving at the third island, the archaeological team found themselves at a dead end. The injured required medicine, food, and fresh water, of which there was little remaining. And more crucially, everyone stood on the brink of mental collapse. Yihua handed prepared food to the professor, saying, "Professor, please eat something." He placed it on the ground. But Professor Zhang, engrossed in drafting the electronic map of the third island, did not even glance back. His brow furrowed. His finger lingered over a particular area of the map, seemingly grappling with an issue that hindered his progress. Yihua sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and scooped another bowl, offering it to Jiang Lu. "Jiang Lu, please eat a bit." "Thank you, Senior," Jiang Lu replied, accepting the bowl, yet instead of consuming it herself, she first fed Shuizi. Most of the food dribbled from Shuizi's mouth corner, compelling Jiang Lu to meticulously wipe it away. After reaching the third island, they were attacked by a colossal mantis shrimp, whose strikes delivered explosive force akin to cannon fire, surpassing that of modern firearms. To protect them, Professor Zhang's metallic arm was struck directly, leaving it irreparably damaged. Shui Zi was gravely injured by flying debris, teetering on the edge of death. The wounds on Jiang Lu's arm were remnants from that encounter. Now they could only cower in a cave, clinging to life. After feeding Shui Zi, Jiang Lu consumed the meager remnants at the bottom of her bowl. Though unpalatable, it was a guarantee for survival. Once she finished, Jiang Lu activated her wrist device, where an album contained a photograph of her with Jiang Qi, her fingertips gently brushing over his calm visage. A wave of sorrow washed over her. "It has been 5 years, brother. Where have you gone?" The thought of their parents deepened her anguish. "Father, mother, I am so sorry. I may not escape this place." Professor Zhang finally completed the map of the third island, yet vast expanses remained blank, particularly in the central region, marked with an illustration of a mantis shrimp, signifying its lair. He hastily consumed a portion of the paste-like compressed biscuit beside him and began documenting the day's work. May 27th, 2035. Today marks the 18th day since the archaeological team entered the secret realm of Penglai. Status of personnel for survivors. I, Zhang Huai, have sustained a serious injury to my right arm, with slow recovery. Shui Zi is severely injured and unconscious, with the wound infected and vital signs continuously weakening. Immediate antibiotics and surgical intervention are critical. Jiang Lu has light injuries, while Yi Hua maintains acceptable stamina. Status of supplies. Food nearly exhausted, fresh water sufficient for 2 days, medicines depleted, and all electronic devices on the verge of battery depletion. Environmental observations. Ecological characteristics. The island's rock layers exhibit extraordinary hardness, with lush vegetation. Confirmed high-risk species. The giant mantis shrimp, estimated length of 45 meters, with a carapace displaying dark red and rocky gray camouflage, possessing extreme hardness that conventional rifle ammunition cannot penetrate. It is a mutated species that has evolved to operate on land. Its weakness lies in its poor eyesight, able to discern only objects within a 20-meter range. Its attack mode relies purely on biological strength, with a force comparable to, or even exceeding, that of standard soldier's rocket launcher. Preliminary assessment indicates this giant mantis shrimp possesses A-class strength and basic tactical intelligence, adept at utilizing rocky terrain for ambushes and prioritizing the most threatening targets. Should any future discoverers find this record, please exercise utmost caution. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Non-state forces do not delve deeper. If possible, please bring this record back. After logging the entries, Professor Zhang stood up and said, "Let's tidy up. We shall proceed to the next island." Yi Hua posed, glancing at the still unconscious Shui Zi and the weary Jiang Lu. "Professor, should we not wait here for rescue? Shui Zi is gravely injured, and Jiang Lu needs rest. Here, at least we can ensure our safety. If the Yiguan Bureau realizes we are missing, they will surely send someone." Professor Zhang shook his head. "There will be no rescue. It has been 18 days. If the Yiguan Bureau had the means to reach us, they would have appeared by now. Their failure to locate us indicates they likely cannot find a way through the dense fog surrounding this area." Iwa urged, "But Professor, acting recklessly could lead to unknown dangers on the next island. We couldn't even handle this mantis shrimp. What if the next island is even more perilous?" Professor Zhang replied, "There is no alternative. We might be among the first mortals to set foot here in millennia. Since we have entered, we must explore further and leave behind useful information." With a sigh, Yihua ceased to argue. He understood that Professor Zhang was solely focused on archaeology. He silently gathered the few remaining belongings. Jiang Lu also prepared to assist Shui Zi. Just then, Yihua's expression changed, and he suddenly looked towards the cave entrance in horror. "Oh no, my gravitational barrier has been breached. It has found us." The cave entrance had a layer of gravitational shielding set up by Yihua, which normally prevented ordinary beasts from penetrating. However, just moments ago, the barrier had been effortlessly shattered like a thin film. Only that giant mantis shrimp could accomplish such a feat. Almost simultaneously, an earth-shaking thud echoed, growing ever closer. The entire cave trembled, and fragments of rock began to fall. Professor Zhang stepped forward, shielding the three of them. His body had partially undergone metallization, and he was prepared to activate the ion lock. Upon the mantis shrimp's entry, he intended to first immobilize its joints with the ion lock to restrict its movement and then attack its neural system. Yihua was also ready, aiming to condense a gravitational field to limit the mantis shrimp's actions. Jiang Lu's heart raced, yet she grasped a nearby entrenching tool for a final stand. In the next moment, the red mantis shrimp burst into view, its cold eyes instantly locking onto the minuscule prey within the cave. Ion lock, Professor Zhang shouted. Activating the ion lock, metal particles within the mantis shrimp formed nanoscale chains, binding its joints and continually impacting its neural system. Yet in the next instant, the ion lock was significantly weakened by the mantis shrimp's biological force field. Professor Zhang's ion lock merely caused a slight delay in the mantis shrimp's charge. Concurrently, Yihua amplified the gravitational force, tripling the gravity in the area occupied by the mantis shrimp, causing its massive body to plunge downward, its limbs embedding deeply into the rock. However, this was insufficient to halt the mantis shrimp's momentum, despite being subject to 2 layers of debuffs. The mantis shrimp continued its charge toward Professor Zhang. It swung its massive claw, breaking the sound barrier as it lunged at the foremost Professor Zhang. Yihua, witnessing this, felt a surge of desperation and twisted the gravitational field around the mantis shrimp, forming a gravitational barrier to deflect its attack. A deafening clang resonated throughout the cave. Professor Zhang was struck as if by a speeding truck, sent flying and crashing against the cave's inner wall. His metallized right arm hung limply, nearly severed. Had it not been for the weakening of the mantis shrimp's assault by the ion lock and gravitational field, compounded by the deflection from the gravitational barrier, Professor Zhang would likely have been crushed on the spot. Professor, Jiang Lu cried out in shock. The mantis shrimp seemed to have singled out the most threatening Professor Zhang. Charging forward once more, lifting its massive claw, Jiang Lu, witnessing the struggling professor, the weary Yihua, and the unconscious Shuizi, felt a wave of despair mixed with fierce courage surge within her. Almost instinctively, she dashed in front of Professor Zhang. He could not die. He was far more valuable than she. If Professor Zhang perished, they would not survive either. The mantis shrimp looked down at this diminutive creature, daring to confront it. Preparing to unleash its claw, shadows of death loomed closer. No, Yihua shouted frantically. Professor Zhang, seeing the slender figure blocking him, forced himself to rise. Attempting to push Jiang Lu aside, he could not bear to watch his student perish. Observing this scene, the mantis shrimp's cold compound eyes revealed no emotion. As if watching 2 ants squabble, its movement slowed. At that moment, a figure moving with incredible speed, nearly leaving an afterimage, appeared in the cave. The instant he appeared, he collided with the mantis shrimp, crashing into the side wall. The entire cave trembled violently, as if it might collapse entirely. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Once they comprehended what had transpired, Professor Zhang and Yihua felt a rush of joy. Such terrifying speed and strength. Was a master from the Yiguan Bureau finally here? But as the dust settled, they found only a tall, handsome youth with black hair. He was not wearing the Yiguan Bureau's attire. Jiang Lu looked at him, recognition dawning in disbelief as she managed to whisper, "Guh." Jiang Qi turned to glance at his sister from head to toe, confirming she was unharmed. And only then did the tension in his heart ease slightly, exhaling with relief. I finally caught up after arriving on the island. He had been following the traces left by his sister and her companions, ultimately locating this cave. Upon sensing the danger, he unleashed a speed 20 times that of an average person, nearly reaching a third of the speed of sound, and had successfully rescued his sister. However, with such kinetic force, colliding with the giant shrimp against the wall had caused him some injury, despite his robust physique. Jiang Qi declared, "It's me. This place is dangerous. You all go first." While he spoke, the giant shrimp began to struggle free from Jiang Qi's grasp. Jiang Qi possessed 20 times the strength of a human, yet he held no advantage against the giant shrimp. Jiang Lu, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, instinctively wanted to rush forward. But Yihua immediately stopped her. "Don't go." Yihua was uncertain of the current situation and did not understand where Jiang Lu's brother had come from. Yet he recognized they were still in danger. He urged, "Listen to him. We must exit first. Do not distract him." Jiang Lu cast a lingering glance at Jiang Qi, biting her lip to suppress her impulse. "All right." Yihua hesitated no longer, and together with Jiang Lu, they hurriedly assisted the unconscious Shuizi and the severely injured Professor Zhang, retreating towards the cave's exit at the quickest pace possible. Almost the instant they burst from the cave, boom! Jiang Qi and the mantis shrimp clashed once more. Jiang Qi was unaware of the mantis shrimp's specific capabilities, but he knew well that its massive claws were not to be trifled with, so he consistently evaded its attacks. The mantis shrimp's claw strikes were terrifyingly swift, its initial charge exceeding half the speed of sound. Once locked on, evasion was nearly impossible. Yet, its ability to turn and maintain pursuit could not keep pace with Jiang Qi's speed. It repeatedly attempted to strike, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly. Yet time and again, Jiang Qi evaded. However, while he could evade, finding an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow was another matter entirely. His fist struck the shrimp's exoskeleton, inflicting no substantial harm, and the recoil left his arms tingling. It can be said that the two are kindred spirits, each a formidable opponent to the other. Their methods of attack are identical, relying solely on their own speed and strength for physical assaults, devoid of any embellishments. The colossal shrimp possesses greater defensive capabilities compared to Jiang Qi, while Jiang Qi surpasses the shrimp in speed and agility, creating a stalemate where neither can gain the upper hand. Much like the tank and assassin in the game, the assassin cannot kill the tank, nor can the tank catch the assassin. However, Jiang Qi has managed to keep the giant shrimp at bay. As time drew near, with his sister and the others having retreated a safe distance, Jiang Qi narrowly evaded another close encounter with the shrimp's pincers, propelling himself out of the cave. The giant shrimp refused to relent, its massive form forcing its way through the rubble at the cave's entrance, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Qi into the open. Outside the cave, the space expanded, granting Jiang Qi greater freedom of movement. At this moment, Yihua had positioned Professor Zhang, Shuizi, and Jiang Lu over 200 meters away from the cave, a distance deemed sufficiently safe. Should the mantis shrimp charge, he would carry all three to safety in the air. Jiang Lu, anxiously gazing at the cave's entrance, fervently hoped that Jiang Qi would emerge unscathed. Finally, when she saw Jiang Qi emerge without a scratch, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. While Jiang Qi engaged the giant shrimp, he called out towards them, asking if anyone had a knife. Yihua promptly produced a military knife, skillfully tossing it to Jiang Qi, and instructed Jiang Lu to remain vigilant while he assisted Jiang Qi. Eager for him to help her brother, Jiang Lu readily agreed. Jiang Qi leaped forward, catching the knife deftly. This was no ordinary knife. Its material suggested it was a new substance born from the emergence of extraordinary abilities, not commonly found in the outside world. However, the knife was quite short, resembling more of a dagger than a blade. Nevertheless, Jiang Qi gripped the dagger firmly, ready for action. At that same moment, Yihua soared into the fray once more, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion with a tremendous exertion of force. Gravity amplification. 3 times, a hum resonated as the immense gravitational field descended once more, causing the mantis shrimp's movements to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Qi, armed with the dagger, leapt into action, aiming for its eyes. The giant shrimp's biological instincts were extraordinarily keen, and even under the weight of gravity, it sensed the imminent threat. It sharply turned its head while raising a massive claw in an attempt to shield itself. Yet, Jiang Qi's speed and reflexes were quicker. As the claw lifted, he slipped through the gap with lightning speed. A sickening thud echoed as Jiang Qi's dagger plunged into the giant shrimp's right eye. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its body thrashing violently against the ground, its claws flailing wildly, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. He had struck true. Jiang Qi swiftly retreated, increasing the distance to avoid being caught in the thrashing of the crazed giant shrimp. In its agony, the giant shrimp thrashed about, instinctively sensing fear and danger. And instead of attacking, it turned to flee back to its lair. Professor Zhang, enduring his pain, shouted, "Stop it! Don't let it escape." Jiang Qi recognized the urgency. Xiao Lu and the others needed to recuperate. If they allowed the giant shrimp to escape, it could return with vengeance. With this thought in mind, he advanced once more, dagger in hand. Yihua, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth, channeling the last remnants of his mental energy to maintain the gravitational field. The giant shrimp, now blind in one eye, found its sensory perception severely diminished, and with its instinct to flee, it revealed its vulnerabilities. Jiang Qi moved swiftly, agilely maneuvering to the side and rear of the giant shrimp, evading its erratic claw strikes, aiming for its remaining eye. Sans signe imminent danger. The giant shrimp twisted its body violently. Professor Jiang, summoning his mental strength, commanded, "Ion lock." Under the interference of the ion lock, the giant shrimp's movements became lethally sluggish. Jiang Qi seized the moment. With a flash of cold light, he blinded the giant shrimp's left eye as well. Now plunged into complete darkness, the giant shrimp thrashed about even more frantically. In its wild flailing, a relatively thin area at the junction of its neck and carapace was exposed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qi channeled all his strength into his arm, delivering a powerful thrust into the soft tissue gap until the hilt was buried. He then forcefully drew the blade sideways, producing a sound akin to tough leather being sliced. A wound more than 30 centimeters long and several centimeters deep opened at the junction of the giant shrimp's neck and carapace, and blue blood surged forth like a bursting dam. Regrettably, the dagger was too short to deliver a fatal blow. However, with both eyes lost and substantial injury inflicted, the giant shrimp no longer posed a threat to Jiang Qi. 10 minutes later, the giant shrimp let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, utterly still. At that moment, it had been reduced to a mere shrimp stick, all its limbs severed by Jiang Qi. The battle concluded. Jiang Qi panted lightly, feeling the torrent of power and heightened focus within him gradually settle. This was the first time he had unleashed his abilities fully since their awakening. Through this intense confrontation, he finally gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Moreover, the exhilaration of standing on the precipice of life and death, heightened tension, and the immense power coursing through him left him somewhat entranced. Yet, he also remained vigilant. Stay calm. My advantage lies in the endless passage of time and the steady growth of my abilities. Such battles should be avoided in the future. The pursuit of fleeting thrills is not prudent. At that moment, Jiang Lu finally rushed over, but as she approached Jiang Qi, she instinctively slowed her pace, ultimately coming to a halt. 5 years can feel long or short. For Jiang Qi, it was but a fleeting moment, akin to a brief afternoon nap. Yet, for Jiang Lu, those 5 years have been filled with countless experiences. She had faced the challenges of the middle school entrance exam, the college entrance examination, and university life. She had witnessed profound changes in the world, shifts in society, and the growing pains of her generation. She had entered Punglai, watching her seniors sacrifice themselves before her eyes. She was no longer the carefree girl who would impulsively leap into his arms, whimsically seeking affection. She had developed a sense of modesty befitting a young woman. And the pent-up longing from those 5 years, coupled with the recent brush with death, rendered her momentarily speechless. Jiang Qi observed her as well. Initially, he had only checked for her injuries, but now he took the time to truly appreciate her transformation. She had indeed matured. The little girl who once barely reached his shoulder, her face still cherubic, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. She was likely over 1.7 meters tall now, standing beside him at a height that could reach his ear. Moreover, 5 years had erased her baby fat, enhancing her features, and her countenance now radiated the poise and grace of a young lady. Jiang Qi suddenly realized how terrifying time could be, silently altering everything, devoid of human control. Observing Jiang Lu at that moment, a thought crossed his mind. In a certain sense, Jiang Lu's true age now surpassed his by 2 years. "Brother." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lu finally called out. She took slow, deliberate steps towards Jiang Qi, gently resting her forehead against his shoulder, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Brother, I missed you so much." Her voice was muffled, heavy with complex emotions. "I'm back now," Jiang Qi replied softly, his heart warming as he patted Jiang Lu's shoulder, comforting her as he once had in their childhood. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang and Yihua refrained from interrupting the sibling reunion. Yihua supported the nearly exhausted Professor Zhang, slowly settling against a nearby rock. Professor Zhang's complexion was ashen. After repeatedly exerting his abilities and being violently struck by the colossal mantis shrimp, he had sustained severe injuries. Had he not been an extraordinary individual, his constitution markedly different from the norm, he likely would have been awaiting his demise by now. Yihua's condition was scarcely better. Slumped against a rock, he gasped for air, the intense headache stemming from excessive mental strain causing his temples to throb, while darkness danced before his eyes. He observed the embracing siblings not far away and retrieved the last half bottle of pure water from the nearly empty side pocket of his backpack, offering it to the ailing professor. "Professor, please hydrate." Without hesitation, Professor Jiang accepted the bottle, cautiously sipping a small amount to moisten his cracked and bleeding lips before returning it to Ihua. "You should drink as well." The two silently sipped the water. After a moment, Ihua lowered his voice and remarked to Professor Jiang, "Professor, Jiang Lu's brother is extraordinary. That speed and strength are certainly not traits of an ordinary extraordinary individual. How did he find this place and navigate through the surrounding mists?" Following his gaze, Professor Jiang replied, "Regardless, he is our only hope at present. Once he has calmed Jiang Lu, I will have a thorough discussion with him." Ihua nodded, stating, "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Qi is the one who saved their lives." Their quiet conversation did not last long, for they noticed Jiang Qi and Jiang Lu appearing to conclude their discussion, then approaching them hand in hand. Despite her injuries, Jiang Lu wore an expression of reassurance. As Jiang Qi was about to explain his subsequent plans, Professor Jiang interjected, "You are Jiang Lu's brother?" Jiang Qi met his gaze calmly and declared, "Yes, I am her brother, Jiang Qi." Upon hearing this, Professor Jiang leaned forward, causing his wounds to sting, yet he paid it no mind. "You came to rescue Jiang Lu. How did you manage to enter?" Jiang Qi fell silent, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. He could not respond, as the question delved into the realm of his abilities. Professor Jiang waved his hand, softening his tone. "All right, I will not press that matter. Let me ask a different question. What are your intentions moving forward? Will you rescue us?" Jiang Qi surveyed the gravely injured duo and the unconscious She Zi lying on the ground, affirming, as Jiang Lu's mentors, "It is both reasonable and ethical that I indeed have such intentions." Professor Jiang made a startling declaration, "But what if I do not wish to leave?" At this, Jiang Qi remained impassive and inquired, "What do you mean?" Ihua and Jiang Lu also looked at Professor Jiang, incredulous. "I have sustained such severe injuries and lost 3 students. If I exit now, I may never return. This is Penglai, a place renowned alongside Kunlun, the ultimate goal for all archaeologists. I cannot simply leave." He then fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Qi. "Jiang Qi, your ability to enter indicates that you have navigated the mist that even the Bureau of Anomalies could not penetrate. The strength you displayed earlier far exceeds that of an ordinary extraordinary individual. You are certainly no ordinary person. Are you truly not the least bit curious about this realm? Opportunities often coexist with risks. Leaving safely is indeed prudent, but safety frequently means foregoing rewards. Are you willing to forfeit the singular chance to touch the myths and truths of history in this lifetime?" Jiang Qi shook his head. "Am I willing? Of course. I am." Perhaps to Professor Jiang, opportunities are fleeting and must be seized at once. But for him, it was different. He possessed infinite longevity and numerous opportunities, rendering it unnecessary to take such a perilous risk. Jiang Qi firmly rejected, "Professor, life is of utmost importance. Without it, nothing remains." Professor Jiang, taken aback by Jiang Qi's calm rejection, adjusted his approach, stating, "I do not expect you to agree immediately. I merely hope you will consider it carefully. The strongest being on this island is the giant mantis shrimp, classified as an A-level entity, and you have already slain it. There is no creature here more formidable than it. We can initially explore this island and establish a defensible base. Once Ihua and I have regained some strength, with the 3 of us combined, along with my knowledge and experience, we may indeed make significant discoveries. Furthermore, should we uncover anything, you may select first. I will not report it." Additionally, fearing Jiang Qi might refuse, he added, "Do you not consider Jiang Lu? She is also a student of archaeology. Do you not wish for her to have the opportunity to partake in what may be the greatest archaeological discovery of this century?" Jiang Qi turned to Jiang Lu, who promptly grasped her brother's arm. "Brother, I do not want you to take risks." Jiang Qi then faced Professor Jiang. "Can you guarantee that there are no other dangers on this island?" Professor Jiang answered without hesitation, "I assure you, based on my academic reputation, according to our prior investigations and encounters, it is indeed the most powerful creature on this island." Jiang Qi fell silent for a moment, weighing his options. He could not remain constantly by Jiang Lu and their uncle and aunt's sides. Allowing his sister to gain some self-defense skills or academic credentials could indeed be a rare opportunity. Moreover, if Professor Zhang's claim that the mantis shrimp was the strongest being on the island was accurate, it might be worth attempting some exploration. Even if danger lurked, he could prioritize the safety of himself and his sister. As for Professor Zhang and the other two, he could not extend his assistance. But that was contingent upon the truth of Professor Zhang's words. Coming to this conclusion, Jiang Qi stated, "I do not require your academic reputation as a guarantee. I only need all the information you have gathered over these days, as well as the abilities of both of you, to be disclosed to me unconditionally before I can decide whether to agree." Professor Zhang hesitated briefly. "All right, I can share everything." Jiang Qi nodded and added, "Moreover, Professor Zhang, I do not wish for you to use Jiang Lu as leverage in future negotiations. This is the only exception. It shall not occur again." Professor Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Understood. For him, as long as he could retain the powerful ally that Jiang Qi represented to continue exploring the mysteries of Penglai, any personal loss of face or even a warning from a younger generation was a trifling matter. He truly did not care. Indeed, not in the slightest. Subsequently, Professor Zhang transmitted all the information he had gathered upon entering Penglai to Jiang Qi. Although there was no internet in Penglai, data could still be transferred offline. Jiang Qi quickly scanned the information and found, as Professor Zhang had noted, that the giant mantis shrimp was indeed the most powerful entity on the island based on the current information available. Professor Zhang cautiously inquired, "Jiang Qi, what do you think?" Jiang Qi nodded, stating, "It is acceptable, but only for this island, and all actions must adhere to my directives." Professor Zhang replied, "No problem." With their initial agreement established, it was now time to act. First, they returned to the cave, which was currently their only known relatively concealed refuge. Beyond that, there lay the corpse of the mantis shrimp, a treasure trove of resources. Its shell and massive pincers served as excellent research specimens, and its flesh was edible, albeit too large. However, for Jiang Qi, this was merely a minor challenge. He effortlessly lifted it and transported it to the cave. The others once again witnessed the immense strength hidden beneath Jiang Qi's frail exterior. After completing this task, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He then stated, "First, we must address our injuries and restore our strength. Yihua, you and Professor Zhang should look after one another. Jiang Lu, care for Shui Zi while I see if I can process some of this shrimp shell to procure something edible." Through their exchanges, Jiang Qi had become familiar with each of the surviving members. Yinhua nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu had no objections, promptly kneeling beside Shui Zi to carefully check her pulse and breathing. Shui Zi remained unconscious, her breaths faint yet stable. It is fortunate for Shui Zi to have experienced a life-and-death crisis without any awareness, and now he continues to remain in a deep slumber without any signs of distress. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi has begun the task of preparing the colossal shrimp. He kindled a fire, picked up a relatively intact limb from the giant shrimp, trimmed it to a length of 20 centimeters, and peeled away some of its hard shell to reveal the pristine white shrimp meat within, which he then placed over the flames to roast. Before long, the cave was filled with an enticing aroma of grilled meat. Everyone could not help but swallow hard. They had been subsisting on compressed biscuits for far too long. With Jiang Qi's efforts, their chances of survival had improved somewhat. Soon, the meat was ready. Jiang Qi removed it from the fire, allowed it to cool slightly, and first offered it to his sister. "Be careful, it's hot." He then divided the remainder among Yihua and Professor Zhang, who were eagerly watching him. Jiang Lu took a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The shrimp meat was incredibly fresh, succulent, and tender. Although devoid of any seasoning, it possessed a subtle saltiness that was perfectly balanced. Most importantly, as the shrimp meat was consumed, a gentle warmth seemed to flow into her limbs and bones, alleviating the pain from her wounds. It appeared that this shrimp meat contained an essence of energy. This was not surprising, considering it came from an extraordinary creature. In these times, the flesh of such beings had surpassed traditional delicacies like beef, bird's nest, shark fin, grouper, matsutake, and caviar, ascending to the tables of the elite. Not to mention the A-grade extraordinary beings. In the outside world, ingredients of this caliber were rare delicacies reserved for those at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Highly valuable, yet scarce. Both Professor Zhang and Yihua recognized the exceptional nature of the shrimp meat, They disregarded their manners and devoured their portions rapidly, soon finishing their share and gazing longingly at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was savoring his own piece, finding the shrimp meat delectable, more enjoyable than any meat he had ever tasted, though he felt its effects were minimal for him. Under the watchful eyes of Professor Zhang and Yihua, he could no longer eat, so he took another limb to continue roasting. Before long, Jiang Lu also finished her portion but appeared unsatisfied. Thus, the group shared 2 giant shrimp legs until they were all satiated. Jiang Qi consumed the most, followed by Yihua and Professor Zhang, with Jiang Lu having the least. Finally, some remains were left, which Jiang Lu meticulously shredded into a paste to feed the unconscious Shuizi. After their meal, the color returned to their faces, and their spirits were uplifted. Professor Zhang began conversing with Jiang Qi. The first question he posed was about the current situation outside. Jiang Qi replied, after he lost contact, the Bureau of Anomalies attempted to organize a rescue, but progress was slow, resulting in many casualties. Currently, the Bureau has sealed off the old shipyard ruins, prohibiting anyone from entering, and the media has been silenced, with no reports. However, I have heard that the Bureau is preparing to dispatch personnel from Jing, and perhaps in a few days, they will initiate a new round of operations. Professor Zhang sighed. Alas, the casualties were to be expected. Without me, they would find it difficult to enter the mist. He then turned to Jiang Qi, seemingly probing for his understanding of the place. Jiang Qi, what are your thoughts on this location? Jiang Qi responded calmly. According to the records in Feng Shunyan, Yi and Shi Yi, this area is surrounded by islands, resembling a sacred land described in ancient texts, the place of the Tongtian Jiaozhu. The mist outside should be the protective array of Penglai, isolating the inside from the outside to prevent mortals from intruding. Professor Zhang was astonished that Jiang Qi's insights aligned with his own. Although archaeology is currently a hot topic and many have perused ancient texts, such a rapid and assured interpretation, even citing references, is rare. He regarded Jiang Qi with keen admiration, akin to an elder observing a talented disciple. He exclaimed, indeed, our research also points to this possibility. He then inquired, does Jiang Qi know how we managed to enter? Jiang Qi raised his gaze and replied, I heard you entered by means of a star map. Professor Zhang had not previously disclosed this information. He affirmed, yes, 3 years ago, while organizing a collection of uncatalogued ancient texts, I stumbled upon a damaged handwritten manuscript from the Ming dynasty, titled Ming Bo Shi Lu. Within it was a peculiar fragment, neither paper nor silk, adorned with incomprehensible star patterns and annotations in a variant of Daoist cloud script. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued, I spent years deciphering it, cross-referencing with texts such as Hai Nei, Shizhou Ji, and Dong Tianfu Di Yu Duming Shan Ji, and concluded that this is not a star map, but rather a representation of the Penglai protective array, illustrating the flow of energy nodes within. It indicates how to find a safe path for entry based on the energy node changes at specific times. Jiang Qi nodded thoughtfully, realizing the implications. No wonder the Bureau of Anomalies later failed to enter using the same map. The key lay in the specific timing and the changes within the array. Even if the Bureau possessed the star map and knew the specific times, without understanding the array's dynamics, they would still be unable to gain entry. Jiang Qi could not help but admire Professor Zhang. He was indeed a dedicated scholar. With this in mind, Jiang Qi could not resist asking Professor Zhang a lingering question that had been buried in his heart. Professor Zhang, as a professional, do you know what truly transpired eons ago? Why did the deities of both East and West erupt into a cataclysmic battle that spanned the heavens and the earth? Their battlegrounds seemed to be scattered across various secret realms, and even this Penglai was not spared. Why is it that we see no trace of them now? Upon hearing this question, Professor Zhang shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, I do not know. No one knows the truth. However, I do have a conjecture. Jiang Qi straightened in his seat, eager to listen. Yihua and Jiang Lu also perked up, captivated by the topic. Professor Zhang continued, my conjecture is that the root of that great conflict may not stem from ideological disputes or territorial disputes, but rather from a far greater crisis. Oh, Jiang Qi had never heard such a notion before. Professor Zhang elaborated currently. There are 2 mainstream theories in academia, the theory of divine war and the theory of spiritual energy cycles. However, both theories have their contradictions and cannot fully explain the phenomenon. But what if there exists an external cause? Jiang Qi inquired. An external cause? Are you suggesting an external threat? Professor Zhang nodded. Precisely. If there were an external threat significant enough to endanger all pantheons, it would provide a plausible explanation. Jiang Qi furrowed his brow. But if there were such an external threat, should they not unite and confront it together? Professor Zhang regarded Jiang Qi. That is merely a simplistic view. Let me ask you this. If everyone knew that Earth would be invaded by a powerful civilization in 300 years, what would the factions on Earth do? Jiang Qi replied, they would unite to face it. Professor Zhang chuckled softly. That would only lead to more severe bickering, stalemates, and resource wastage. A more effective approach would be for one faction to eliminate all others in the shortest time possible, unify the planet, and then marshal all resources to rapidly develop their strength to combat the impending invasion. Jiang Qi had to concede that Professor Zhang's perspective might hold merit. So you believe the Divine War was similar? Professor Zhang remarked. At least it can be compared, though the levels and nature may differ. The ultimate outcome is evident. The prevailing faction ultimately failed, as we observe with the disappearance of the gods. Of course, it is also possible that they succeeded and perished together with the external threat. Jiang Qi fell into deep contemplation. Professor Zhang's response did little to alleviate his confusion. Instead, it deepened his questions. Of course, this was merely Professor Zhang's personal opinion and not necessarily credible. Yet, Jiang Qi still inquired, Professor Zhang, according to your conjecture, if the celestial beings of eons past failed, what would the consequences be? Is it merely their demise? Has this crisis truly passed? Professor Zhang shook his head. That remains an unknown. It may have been resolved, or perhaps the crisis is merely postponed, destined to resurface one day. Who can say? Our abilities have only emerged recently, and we have yet to fully comprehend their mechanisms. Thus, there is no need for undue worry. By the time such external threats arise again, we may no longer be here. Jiang Qi thought to himself, you may be gone, but I will still remain. After their exchange, Jiang Qi quietly absorbed this information. After a moment, he stood up and said, I shall fetch some fresh water. Freshwater supplies were dwindling, and it was essential to replenish them. Brother, I will accompany you. Jiang Lu also rose, but seemingly to avoid giving Jiang Qi the impression that she was still the clingy little girl, she added, I also wish to wash my face. Jiang Qi replied, very well, let us go together. Upon exiting the cave, a refreshing sea breeze greeted them. Although Penglai lacked a true sun and moon, the sky at this moment was bathed in a soft, silvery glow, casting a dreamy and ethereal haze over the island. In the distance, the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Were it not for the threat of survival, this place would undoubtedly be a paradise. Jiang Qi closed his eyes, sensing the concentration and flow of moisture in the air. After a moment, he and Jiang Lu chose a direction. The island was not devoid of fresh water. However, previously, Professor Zhang and the others had been threatened by the giant shrimp and dared not stray far from the relative safety of the cave to search for it, depleting their limited reserves instead. Now, with Jiang Qi's formidable strength, they could venture out to seek water. The path to the water source was not far. The siblings walked together under the silent and peculiar night sky, surrounded by ancient flora of bizarre shapes, finally enjoying some time alone together. Jiang Lu began to inquire about Jiang Qi's experiences over the past few years, and she asked how long he intended to stay on this return. Jiang Qi replied, perhaps a year or two. Jiang Lu felt a pang of disappointment. You will leave again after a year or two. She suppressed this emotion, shifting the topic, brother. You seem to have become exceptionally powerful. She recalled the awe she felt watching Jiang Qi in battle. I have previously stated that we, as siblings, will surely make our mark in this era, Jiang Qi said earnestly. Looking at his sister, little Lu, you two have grown and excelled. Jiang Qi remembered Jiang Lu's diary, which chronicled her efforts. Seeing her brother's seriousness made Jiang Lu slightly uncomfortable. Of course, I still remember what you told me before. Yet, her long-standing goal had been to catch up to her brother, and now it felt as if she had drifted further away from him. Soon, as they conversed, they arrived at the water source. It was a small river, its crystal-clear waters shimmering under the moonlight, with fish swimming within. After verifying the water was safe, Jiang Qi crouched down to fill their container. Jiang Lu also took the opportunity to wash her face vigorously, carefully cleaning the wound on her arm. Once they had gathered enough water, the siblings did not linger and began their return journey. On the way back, Jiang Qi posed a question to Jiang Lu. Little Lu, can your brainwave frequency allow you to acquire abilities? Jiang Lu's expression dimmed momentarily. Yes. Jiang Qi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, knowing that Jiang Lu could potentially gain abilities. The reason she remained an ordinary person was simply a matter of lacking opportunity. Lacking resources meant she had yet to encounter that random flower capable of triggering her abilities. In this era, flowers could be purchased, serving as a scarce resource with a fixed market value. One of the public and relatively formal avenues was through the Abilities Management Bureau. As long as one had the funds and passed the review, they could purchase a chance to absorb a flower. However, the cost was exorbitant, ranging from several million to several billion, with lengthy waiting times. According to current findings regarding the nature of these flowers, first, their form determines the ability. Each specific form of flower corresponds to a specific ability, which is why their value varies so widely. Second, flowers cannot be harvested or preserved. They exist as transient energy entities, only to be absorbed in situ by individuals who meet the criteria. However, if no one absorbs them, the flowers do not disappear, providing a basis for their trade. Based on these characteristics, the legal framework in Donglu stipulates that the ownership of a flower belongs to the first observer. If the observer's brainwave frequency meets the criteria, they can absorb it and gain that ability. If they do not meet the conditions, ownership automatically transfers to the state, which will manage it and compensate the first observer. A portion of this is then handed over to the Abilities Management Bureau for sale. Furthermore, sacred sites like Longhu Mountain, Qingxing Mountain, and Taishan have a higher frequency of flower drops than ordinary areas. Naturally, the flowers dropped by these state-controlled sacred sites also belong to the state, which is one reason the government has access to so many abilities. It can be said that in terms of flower management policies, Donglu is among the most lenient and reasonable towards its ordinary citizens compared to other nations, at least providing a chance for the common folk to become extraordinary. In some countries, ordinary people have been entirely deprived of this opportunity. They are forbidden from absorbing flowers, and, if discovered, it could lead to severe consequences. Jiang Qi resolved that since his sister could become an ability wielder, he would help her acquire a flower. Of course, he also thought of Jin Yang. Jin Yang's brainwave frequency was insufficient, so Jiang Qi considered alternative methods to assist him. Chapter 41. The Jade Gas. Stirring the next day, daylight broke. In the secret realm of Penglai, sunlight once again replaced the moonlight. One by one, the group awakened, and after a night of rest and nourishment from shrimp, their conditions had improved significantly. Professor Zhang's injuries had healed considerably. Yihua's mental strength had returned to full vigor. Jiang Lu's injured arm also showed signs of recovery. Even the comatose Shui Zi had awakened. She opened her eyes, instinctively seeking the source of light and sound, and happened upon Jiang Qi, who was preparing breakfast. Sunlight illuminated his profile, casting a gentle glow on his sharp features, where dark bangs framed his soft, almond-shaped eyes that were both earnest and tender. His movements in preparing food were deliberate yet unhurried, exuding an air of tranquility, meticulousness, and an almost crystalline purity. Lost in this serene scene, Shui Zi forgot her own awakening, completely immersed in the image of the handsome youth cooking in the morning light. It was only when Jiang Lu's surprised voice rang in her ears, "Shui Zi, you're awake," that she snapped back to reality. "Huh, I'm awake," Shui Zi repeated in a daze, blinking her eyes before realizing, "Oh, I'm awake." Forgetting her lingering physical weakness, she gazed in Jiang Qi's direction, the topic of her conversation shifting seamlessly. Who was that handsome high school boy? Sensing her gaze upon him, Jiang Qi instinctively withdrew, suppressing the warmth that had unconsciously surfaced. He lowered his eyelids, emanating an aura of distance. Handsome high school boy? Jiang Lu's face darkened with irritation. She stepped forward to block Shui Zi's line of sight, saying, "That is my brother, Jiang Qi, who came to rescue us." Shui Zi's second question was, "Does he have a girlfriend? If so, is he considering a second one?" The gaze of Jiang Lu suddenly took on a dangerous glint, imbued with a latent hostility, as his voice slowed. "Shuizi Shuejia, perhaps it is time for you to consider your physical condition and the dire circumstances we currently face." Feeling the looming specter of death enveloping her, Shuizi regained some clarity. Laughing heartily, "Haha, Shuame, you're absolutely right. I seem to have forgotten something exceedingly important. Quickly, tell me our current situation. Jiang Lu's assessment was that Shuizi Xuejia was only obedient when hung on the wall. Anything less was untrustworthy. Jiang Qi found her comatose state rather endearing. Before long, Jiang Qi prepared breakfast, crafting a pot of soup from shrimp meat, which everyone shared. After the meal, Professor Zhang wiped his mouth and, hesitantly, looked at Jiang Qi, saying, "Shout, good Jiang Qi, we have nearly recovered. What about the matters we discussed yesterday?" Jiang Qi understood his intent and agreed, as he too had similar plans. "All right, let's pack up and set off immediately." This day marked Jiang Qi's third in Penglai. The first day was spent in underwater slumber to recuperate. The second dedicated to searching for his sister and addressing crises. Only now did he truly possess the energy and opportunity to explore this realm of Penglai. Perhaps they might uncover something, as Professor Zhang hoped. With that thought, Jiang Qi rose and approached the carcass of the giant shrimp. The previous night, he had prepared, using the shrimp's shell to fashion 4 rudimentary shields with sharp edges and a thick center. He also crafted 2 spears, approximately 2 meters in length, with pointed tips. He distributed these weapons, ensuring each person received a shield, while he and Professor Zhang each wielded a spear. Through the information provided by Professor Zhang, Jiang Qi had come to understand their respective abilities. Professor Zhang possessed the skills of metal perception, metallization, and ion lock, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Once metallized, his strength significantly increased, allowing him to wield a spear with formidable efficacy. Conversely, Yihua's abilities, namely gravity manipulation, gravitational barrier, and flight, were more focused on mid to long-range control and defense, lacking close combat means, rendering the spear less significant in his hands. After distributing the weapons, Jiang Qi utilized a vine to secure the giant shrimp's carcass to his back. The shrimp had 5 pairs of jaws for capturing prey and 5 pairs of legs for movement. Among the 5 pairs of jaws, the most critical were the first pair, the fearsome pincers capable of launching Professor Zhang's metallized form. Thus far, the team had only consumed the 2 pairs of legs as food and fashioned some shields from part of the exoskeleton, leaving the majority of the body intact. Adhering to a principle of waste not, Jiang Qi intended to bring it outside. Neither Professor Zhang nor Yihua contested Jiang Qi's claim to the shrimp's carcass. After all, he had slain it, so ownership was indisputable, and even if they wished to contest, they lacked the means to transport the several tons of the giant shrimp. The others quickly finished their preparations, ensuring they carried the most essential supplies. This expedition to the island's center required everyone to participate. Otherwise, with only Jiang Qi and Professor Zhang, 2 pivotal combatants, venturing forth, even with Yihua protecting Jiang Lu and Shuizi, safety could not be assured. Once ready, the group set off. Jiang Qi led, bearing the shrimp's carcass, with Jiang Lu closely beside him, Yihua carrying the incapacitated Shuizi in the middle, and Professor Zhang wielding the spear and shield at the rear. Contrary to expectations, the journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. Indeed, as Professor Zhang had asserted, with the demise of the A-level giant shrimp, there was no longer any threat on the island. Even when encountering extraordinary creatures, Jiang Qi effortlessly resolved the encounters. This expedition felt more akin to a field archaeological study. Professor Zhang was invigorated, continuously directing Yihua and Jiang Lu to document the peculiar flora, unusual geological formations, and ancient artifacts scattered in the soil. Jiang Qi even collected a few items, placing them in his bag for later identification. Even if they bore no extraordinary value, they could still be sold as ordinary antiques. The group stumbled upon ancient inscriptions on a rock face, igniting Professor Zhang's excitement as his face flushed with enthusiasm. This was a genuinely valuable discovery. Professor Zhang exclaimed, "Huanbua Island." According to ancient texts, many immortals claim to have practiced in Penglai, such as in Qixing and Zai Menzigao from the pre-Qin era, as well as Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals, and his master Zhongli Quan, alongside Dongwang Gong, revered as the Lord of Penglai. The Taoist canon of Lao Jun states, Dongwang Fu governs the east, residing in Penglai Mountain. Why do they all declare themselves as hailing from Penglai, when there is but one Penglai? Which claims are credible, and which are not? He posed these questions to himself, not expecting anyone else to respond. Jiang Qi interjected, "All claims are credible, for although there is only one Penglai, there are multiple islands. Professor Jiang clapped his hands. Exactly. There are 112 islands in total, each with its own immortal and alternate names. Thus they all assert their origin from Penglai, which is neither contradictory nor conflicting. In fact, this aligns perfectly with the grandeur of the Jiejiao's multitude of immortals congregating. This island, named Huanbua Island, thus has a master known as the Lord of Huanbua, though neither his name nor his history is known. What a pity, Professor Zhang sighed. Why is there only one name? Why is there no more information? Nevertheless, he pressed on with heightened enthusiasm for exploration. Jiang Lu diligently fulfilled her role as an assistant, taking frequent photographs to document their findings. Naturally, she captured several candid moments with Jiang Qi as well. Thus, the group traveled intermittently, and after much of the day had elapsed, they finally reached the island's central region, the location of the giant shrimp's lair as indicated on Professor Zhang's electronic map. The scenery here was starkly different from the periphery. It appeared as though the earth had been struck by some absolute force, resembling a vast concave bowl with a smooth surface. More bizarrely, at the bottom of this smooth bowl, circular folds protruded at intervals, akin to the ripples formed when a boulder is cast into a lake. The group slowed their pace, expressions filled with uncertainty. This terrain was too unusual to be of natural origin. Jiang Qi suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis and turned to Yihua. Yihua Shuizhang, take me up. Higher if possible. Yihua understood, setting Shuizi down and activating his abilities. They ascended slowly through the anti-gravity field, the scenery below shrinking gradually. Upon reaching a sufficient height, Jiang Qi gazed downward and realized that what lay below was not a giant pit, but rather a colossal fingertip imprint. A terrifying fingerprint, nearly a kilometer long, deeply etched into the earth. Even after eons, the tip and ridges remained distinctly visible, as if that finger's descent carried not just force, but some intrinsic law. Jiang Qi's scalp tingled as he attempted to reconstruct the scene in his mind, in a distant past. A finger akin to a mountain pierced through the clouds from beyond the heavens, wielding an unstoppable force, pressing down upon some existence in this very land. Not only did it crush its target, but it also inflicted permanent damage to the terrain. Was this a fragment of the ancient battle between celestial beings? He found it hard to fathom the level of power possessed by the owner of that finger. Even more unsettling was the fact that this was Penglai, the sacred ground of the Jiejiao's Tongtian Jiaozhu. How audacious must the finger's master have been to disregard even the sanctity of a sage's domain. Yihua gently lowered Jiang Qi, only for Professor Zhang to request another ascent. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Professor Zhang trembled all over. Once back on solid ground, he rushed to a nearby fingerprint, tenderly caressing it, exclaiming, "What extraordinary power! What extraordinary power indeed! This is the fingerprint of an immortal. This represents a monumental discovery in archaeology. We can recreate the fingerprint of the immortal." Jiang Qi was uncertain about the specific significance of reproducing the immortal's fingerprint, but judging by Professor Zhang's demeanor, it must be of immense importance. They continued onward, deeper into the site, though Professor Zhang instructed everyone to avoid stepping on the fingerprints and to leap over them. Venturing further in, they encountered flattened structures. This was the first tangible evidence of ancient architecture they had seen on the island. One could only imagine that before the giant finger descended, this place was undoubtedly a realm of magnificent palaces and intricate carvings, a scene befitting immortals. Now, everything had been inexorably pressed into the ground, merging with the earth. An immortal abode. This was truly an immortal abode. Professor Zhang eagerly rushed forward, but alas, these two-dimensional immortal residences were inaccessible. "Preserve the site. Preserve the site," he called back. "No one is permitted to approach the core area until I have completed my preliminary survey and recorded all information. This is an incredibly precious, undisturbed archaeological site. Any minor damage would be an unforgivable loss." Jiang Qi observed the professor's uncharacteristic agitation and calmly nodded. "Understood. Please proceed swiftly." While awaiting Professor Zhang's investigation, Jiang Qi busied himself exploring the flattened traces of the immortal residence. Soon, his attention was drawn to a deep pool nearby, approximately a dozen meters in diameter. Unlike the smooth ground, the edges of the pool exhibited clear signs of prolonged friction and movement. Scattered across the ground were fragments of shells and remnants of biological remains. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qi deduced the origins of this pool. It must have originally been part of the scenic immortal residence. The ancients constructed courtyards and estates with a focus on the harmony of mountains and waters. Rockeries and ponds were standard features, and immortals would have placed even greater emphasis on such elements. When that cataclysmic finger descended, flattening the entire immortal abode, this pond was inevitably affected, buried beneath a mass of rubble and earth. Later, however, the giant shrimp discovered this location and cleared the pond to establish their own lair, thereby claiming dominion over the island. This pond was, in fact, the giant shrimp's nest marked on Professor Zhang's map, which they had initially sought. Yet, upon discovering the immortal ruins, this pond now seemed rather trivial. Jiang Qi regarded it as an ordinary water body, devoid of any peculiarities. At that moment, he felt a sudden pulse from the jade goo, as if something within the pond was drawing its attention. There was something beneath the pond's surface. Jiang Qi's heart raced slightly. The origins of the jade goo were shrouded in mystery. Anything capable of resonating with it could not be mundane. What secrets might be concealed within the depths of this pond? He approached the edge discreetly, crouched down, and extended his hand into the water. The water was chillingly cold, far below the typical temperature of a pond. He focused his gaze into the depths, but the water seemed to absorb light, rendering it impossible to see the bottom. There was something strange about this water. Jiang Qi glanced over to see Professor Zhang still engrossed in mapping the flattened immortal abode, while Yihua stood guard at a distance. His sister assisted the professor, and Shui Zi rested against a rock. No one paid him any mind. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. He needed to delve deeper. First, he placed the giant shrimp's corpse down, then gently immersed his hand into the water, gradually sinking down. The water was somewhat cold, but that was inconsequential, for the depths were his domain. Chapter 42. The elevation of the jade goo. Jiang Qi descended, and the light in the water quickly dimmed. This pool was far deeper than he had anticipated. After plunging nearly 100 meters, he had yet to reach the bottom. There were no signs of large fish or shrimp, only tiny organisms emitting a faint phosphorescence, resembling a celestial nebula, truly beautiful. The walls of the pond were lined with natural luminescent fluorite, providing some illumination and preventing total darkness. Jiang Qi estimated he had descended over another 100 meters. At this point, he was over 200 meters beneath the surface. Generally, without any tools, an ordinary person could only dive to a maximum depth of about 10 meters. Unable to reach this depth, and if they did, they would likely be crushed instantly. Not to mention the temperature here, which was nearly below zero. Only through his mastery of water could Jiang Qi venture into this realm forbidden to mortals. Just as he pondered how much deeper he must go, a faint glimmer suddenly appeared on the bottom. His heart leaped, and he swam faster. His feet finally touched the solid, smooth bottom, and upon reaching the pond's floor, he was invigorated by the sight before him. Below the surface lay a hidden paradise. The bottom was remarkably flat and expansive, as if shaped by human hands. And directly in front of him was a grand entrance to a cavern hewn into the wall. The entrance was ancient and majestic, seemingly carved from a single piece of jade, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding rock. Above the entrance hung a stone plaque, upon which were inscribed 3 grand characters, Huan Bo Dong. Huan Bo Dong indeed. Jiang Qi recalled that the island was named Huan Bo Dao. Thus, this underwater cavern must be the true dwelling of the master of Huan Bo. He understood immediately. Huan Bo, what does Huan Bo signify? It must be related to water. The Jiejiao sect emphasizes inclusivity, with low enrollment thresholds, and many of its disciples are demonic beings and spirits. It is possible that the master of Huan Bo was a transformed aquatic creature. Hence, the existence of an underwater cavern is entirely reasonable. One could even argue that the immortal abode explored by Professor Zhang is a mere facade, while this cavern is the true sanctum. Jiang Qi then noticed couplets engraved on either side of the entrance. The upper line read, "Inhaling and exhaling amidst the clouds of Yunmings." Once debated with guests from Jinao Island. The lower line stated, "In the mirage of the Xinchong world, often attending lectures in the palace of Baiyu." Jiang Qi's heart jolted. What audacious claims! Jinao Island is part of the Taoist master Tongtian's domain, and Baiyu Palace is the residence of sages. If the master of Huan Bo claimed to have debated with guests from the island and frequently attended lectures from the sages in Baiyu Palace, His identity was becoming clearer, aligning with Jiang Qi's earlier speculations that he was indeed a disciple of the Jiejiao sect. Moreover, the couplet revealed the master of Huan Bo's background. According to the Zhou Li, the master of the Shunchong notes that Shun refers to a great clam, suggesting that the abilities of the master of Huan Bo likely pertain to the creation of illusions and deception. After all, he mentioned inhaling and exhaling amidst the clouds of Yunmings and in the mirage of the Xinchong world. If he were not merely boasting, he must be a formidable presence. However, Jiang Qi shook his head again. He might be powerful, but he could not be invincible, for neither legends nor tales mentioned such an existence. Cautiously, Jiang Qi stepped through the open doorway. The door was ajar, likely due to the giant shrimp's habit of neglecting to close it. Upon entering the cavern, he found no accumulation of water. A barrier at the entrance kept the water at bay. Jiang Qi quickly surveyed the interior. The space was not large. Approximately over 100 square meters, divided into a front hall and a rear chamber by an archway. The front hall was in disarray, having been ravaged by the giant shrimp. Tables, desks, cushions, and various items were all piled into a corner. The central area appeared to have been designated for the shrimp's slumber, with the floor even covered in the fur of unknown animals, creating a surprisingly comfortable atmosphere. This giant shrimp certainly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Jiang Qi shook his head, observing the surface of the mat where ethereal energies flowed, indicating it was no ordinary object. The massive shrimp had carelessly discarded it in the corner. Nevertheless, the thought of it being merely a shrimp brought him some solace. However, Jiang Qi chose to temporarily disregard the mat and proceeded to the back room, drawn by the object within that seemed to be calling to the jade Gui in his mind. Upon entering the back room and clearly perceiving the object at its center, Jiang Qi's pupils suddenly constricted. To his astonishment, he beheld a flower sprouting from the ground, identical to the one he had absorbed 5 years prior. Its 7 elongated leaves, resembling serpent tongues, exuded an otherworldly, overly saturated brilliance. The stalk possessed a profound and pristine liquid sapphire texture, flowing with an ethereal blue luminescence, while at the flower's position was a miniature nebula, constantly weaving and deconstructing itself. Jiang Qi encountered it once more. Unlike 5 years ago, he now understood its significance. It was the key to unlocking extraordinary abilities, a marvel that enlightened mortals, and a staircase leading to the extraordinary. Upon seeing it, Jiang Qi distinctly felt the yearning emanating from the jade Gui deep within his consciousness. He found himself torn between satisfying the jade Gui's desire or allowing Xiao Lu to absorb it, enabling her to become a wielder of extraordinary powers. He realized he could easily swim back to the shore and bring Xiao Lu down. Yet, before he could resolve his inner conflict, the jade Gui seemed to grow impatient, emitting a force of attraction that, upon contact with the flower, transformed it into a stream of blue light that entered Jiang Qi's brow. Boom! A resounding shockwave reverberated through his mind. Before him manifested the colossal apparition of the jade Gui. The front displayed a swirling pattern reminiscent of the Milky Way, while the body bore the image of the water god riding a dragon, intricately carved with lifelike details. The water god standing upon a Yinglong, sword in left hand, hexagram in right, with the dragon's body entwined around the 9 curves river, the base adorned with the pattern of the eye of the sea, and the back etched with the 4 river deities, each distinct in form. Dragon's head, toad's body, serpent's neck, fish's tail, the azure phoenix holding a pearl, and the black tortoise bearing a steel, all exuding an air of majesty. Inscribed in seal, script upon the Gui's body, were the words, "Granting you, the mysterious Gui, wielding the power of the rivers, in harmony with the heavens and the seasons, benefiting all living beings." Once everything settled, a flow of information appeared before Jiang Qi. Name, Luo Gei, Gui Master. Jiang Qi. Race, human. Lifespan, 23. Luo Gui Mastery, 0.00002. Gui Master Attributes. Strength, extraordinary level. Status, awakening, dormant energy, 45. Status, awakening. While the Gui Master is in a dormant state, they gain 0.00015 points of strength, agility, and constitution per second, with an additional 3 free attribute points every 365 natural days. Please seek a water source promptly to facilitate dormancy. Necessary condition for dormancy. The Gui master's true form must be enveloped in absolute water source. Jiang Qi's brow subtly lifted. Had the mastery of the Jade Gui increased? From 0.00001 to 0.00002. The result of this enhancement meant that previously he received 0.0000001 points of strength, agility, and constitution per second, which had now risen to 0.0000015 points, equivalent to a third of an increase. Calculating this, Jiang Qi realized that while the improvement seemed modest, it was indeed significant. Previously, a year of dormancy yielded him 315 points in strength, agility, and constitution, but now he could amass 725 points in a year, an increase of 575 points of visible enhancement. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the subsequent description of gaining 3 free attribute points every 365 natural days. The emphasis lay not in the annual 3 points, but in the freedom it afforded. Previously, he could only acquire strength, agility, and constitution through dormancy, while intelligence, spirit, and charisma remained stagnant. Now, with these 3 free attribute points annually, he had the opportunity to address his shortcomings and focus on enhancing those attributes. Though not a vast amount, it was undeniably crucial. At least it confirmed that intelligence, spirit, and charisma could be improved. Furthermore, the realization that continuing to absorb flowers could increase Luo Gui's mastery should have been obvious to him. However, it seemed that Luo Gui could only absorb flowers related to water, as evidenced by the previous instance and this one. Yet, Jiang Qi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether single flower could only enhance mastery by 0.00001. Would that not imply that reaching a mastery of 100 would require 1 million water-related flowers? The mere thought felt implausible. The estimated total number of extraordinary beings globally was around 200,000, suggesting that the corresponding flowers could number at most 200,000, encompassing all attributes and types. Of this, those associated with water were likely but a minuscule fraction. Collecting 1 million water attribute flowers was a fantastical notion. Yet, there was little use in dwelling on such impractical thoughts. Jiang Qi centered his mind, suppressing these unrealistic notions. At the very least, the enhancement of the Jade Gui was tangible, and that was sufficient. He ceased to ruminate on long-term matters and began to meticulously explore the back room. Aside from the flower that had already been absorbed, the back room appeared rather vacant. Against the wall lay several collapsed wooden racks, with fragments of jade vials and pottery scattered across the floor. This place seemed to have once served as an alchemy chamber or apothecary. He understood that this back room may have once housed the elixirs or spiritual herbs concocted by the master of the illusory wave. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and the destructive intrusion of the massive shrimp, it had long since fallen into disarray, with any valuable items likely destroyed or rendered ineffective. The wooden racks were presumably toppled by the giant shrimp. Cursed giant shrimp! As for the presence of the flower here, perhaps ancient techniques for preserving or cultivating flowers had kept it alive until now, or perhaps Peng Lai was inherently peculiar, and this flower had naturally emerged in recent years. The true circumstances remained unknown. Jiang Qi also held some speculation as to why the giant shrimp had not absorbed this flower. In the 5 years since the emergence of extraordinary abilities, no individual or creature had successfully absorbed a second flower. There had been powerful, extraordinary beings who, after acquiring one ability, forcefully absorbed a second flower, only to meet their demise due to the conflicting powers contained within. Perhaps the giant shrimp had already absorbed one flower and dared not touch this one. There could be other reasons, but ultimately, it all benefited Jiang Qi. After exploring the back room, Jiang Qi proceeded to the front hall. He approached the pile of objects amassed by the giant shrimp and picked up the mat, which had a clear energy flowing across its surface. Upon grasping it, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if all distracting thoughts had vanished. His mind was unprecedentedly clear, and his thoughts flowed with remarkable agility. Jiang Qi mused, "Is this used for enlightenment and meditation? What a remarkable item. I shall thoroughly study it once I take it outside." Subsequently, he began to examine other items. There were decorative pieces made of colorful coral, as well as some ancient-style porcelain bowls and cups. However, These items appeared devoid of any extraordinary qualities and had gathered dust over the ages. The tables and benches were similarly unremarkable. Aside from their unique wood, they exhibited no extraordinary traits. Is this all there is? Jiang Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, as these seemed merely to be ordinary belongings of the master of the illusory wave, lacking in value. Just then, he spotted a dimly colored blue shell nestled in another corner of the front hall. It appeared utterly ordinary, not mingled with the other debris, as if it had been carelessly cast aside by the giant shrimp, rolling into the corner. Yet, Jiang Qi was far from indifferent to it. Firstly, within the realm of Xianrendong, anything has the potential to be a treasure. Secondly, the master of Huanbo appears to be a giant clam, a creature of the shellfish variety, which particularly piques his interest. Jiang Qi approached and picked it up. However, at the moment he grasped it, darkness enveloped him, causing him to sway unsteadily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself confronted by a sinister figure, clad in black attire, with long black hair and an aura thick with demonic energy. He sat high above in the 9 heavens, his features obscured and indistinct, yet his eyes glinted with piercing sharpness. He gazed down and bellowed, "Who dares to covet my treasure? Prepare to meet your demise." Jiang Qi glanced around, realizing he was no longer in the cave, but surrounded by swirling mist. The malevolent figure summoned the fog, transforming it into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, descending upon him with great force. Under this overwhelming pressure, Jiang Qi's soul trembled, paralyzed by the immense force. Yet at that moment, a vast, ancient aura emanated from within him, as if it wielded dominion over all waters of the world. A voice resonated throughout the heavens, proclaiming, "I bestow upon you the Xiange, granting you dominion over the waterways, align with the heavens and time, to benefit all living beings." With that proclamation, everything around him dissipated into nothingness. As Jiang Qi blinked, he found himself back in the Huanbo cave, the azure shell resting quietly in his hand. So it was merely an illusion? Chapter 43. Acquiring the treasure. Jiang Qi shook his head. This was no mere illusion. It possessed actual lethality, likely a remnant of the master of Huanbo's divine consciousness, a protective measure for the azure shell against theft. Even after 10,000 years, this consciousness continued to function. Yet, he likely never anticipated that the very barrier he established would be so easily dismantled by the Yugue. Was this a disparity of status? Did the authority represented by the Yugue, the water deity's power, far exceed that of the master of Huanbo's abilities? Jiang Qi felt a chill run through him. Had it been anyone else in his place, they would have surely fallen victim to the divine consciousness left behind by the master of Huanbo from eons past. Jiang Qi then examined the azure shell in his hand. With the barrier broken by the Yugue, everything unfolded before him. A stream of information flowed into his mind. "I am the Jinren of the Shunshi, a named disciple of the saint of the Jiejiao. I command the path of dreams, refining the Shunshi energy to transform the virtual into the tangible. However, all celestial beings serve as sustenance. I too cannot escape this fate. I have desperately escaped with a remnant of my consciousness, attaching it to my life shell, to await a fated individual." So the master of Huanbo is called Jinren? But what lies between? Is it the name of some existence? Or does it refer to an ineffable event or phenomenon? Why does the flow of information appear to be masked, obscured? What does it mean that celestial beings are mere sustenance? Are even the formidable celestial beings merely food? Jiang Qi instinctively looked up to the heavens, yet was met only with cold stone. He had hoped to glean a fragment of truth from eons past, only to find that even if he obtained it, it was but a fractured piece of information. The events of ancient times were more inscrutable than he had imagined. Even the slightest glimpse sent shivers down his spine. If the ancient celestial beings were mere sustenance, what then of the present-day powerful individuals? All celestial beings serve as sustenance. I too cannot escape. In these brief words, Jiang Qi felt the desolation and despair of the Jinren as he left this message. He gathered his thoughts and continued to read. "I leave you 3 items to assist your journey. The first, a wisp of primordial Shunshi energy. This is a fragment of my remaining soul, stripped of my imprint, serving as pure sustenance. You may use it to nourish your spirit, significantly enhancing your mental foundation and increasing your resistance to illusions and mental attacks, to refine your physical body, shedding your mortal shell, as a catalyst to connect with celestial blooms and enter my path of Huanhua. How to choose is up to you. Jiang Qi's heart stirred. Could it serve as a catalyst to connect with celestial blooms? Did this not imply that the path to the extraordinary for the Xiao Lu had finally opened? The second, a fragment of shattered memories. This contains the final moments I experienced before my downfall, a glimpse into one aspect, yet the vision is fragmented and imbued with great terror. Viewing it may confuse your mind. Only with a steadfast heart and at the right moment should you dare to peer into it. The third, my life shell. Born from the primordial chaos, this shell has been refined for 10,000 years. Though its physical form has perished, its spiritual foundation remains. I now bestow it upon you, hoping you will use it wisely. This shell serves two purposes. Firstly, as protection. It can shift between the tangible and intangible. In its intangible form, it can ward off external spiritual disturbances and soul-binding curses. In its tangible form, it can withstand weapon attacks, stronger than refined gold. I hope you will use it to protect yourself. Secondly, it possesses a small pocket dimension, capable of storing items, though it cannot contain living beings. During your travels and explorations, it may alleviate some of your burdens. This shell is a manifestation of my path. I now gift it to you, a destined one. Cherish it well. With the conclusion of this information flow, the azure shell in Jiang Qi's hand seemed to become warmer, establishing a subtle connection with him. A wave of emotion washed over Jiang Qi. Although in the earlier illusion, the manifested Jinren exuded a swirling demonic aura and had struck without hesitation, appearing far from benevolent. Upon breaking the barrier and receiving the genuine inheritance, he discovered that the Jinren possessed such tenderness. Not only did he solemnly bestow his last 3 items upon a fated individual, but he also offered wise counsel, filled with care for his junior disciples. It seems one cannot judge by appearances. Jiang Qi suppressed this feeling of gratitude and began to test the utility of the shell. He first attempted to activate its protective capabilities. Focusing his mind on the shell, he sought to communicate with it. As he concentrated, the shell rapidly expanded to 2 meters in size, its 2 halves opening to envelop him completely. The interior space was remarkably comfortable, and Jiang Qi realized he could still see outside. Next, he activated its intangible state. A faint, nearly transparent azure glow enveloped the surface of the shell, as the Jinren had described, designed to defend against spiritual attacks. However, without an enemy launching such an attack, he could not test it further. Then, he shifted the shell to its tangible form, and it instantly became solid and heavy, firmly anchored to the ground. Jiang Qi sensed that when the shell was fully closed on land, he could not move. However, if he extended his legs, he could traverse the ground while sheltered by the shell. Admittedly, such a sight would not be particularly graceful. Yet, in water, the shell could move freely at his behest, serving as both a vessel and a submersible. This is truly remarkable, Jiang Qi thought. With this shell, my survival capabilities and means of response will be greatly enhanced, perfectly compensating for my current inadequacy in resisting mental attacks. Subsequently, Jiang Qi stepped out of the shell, which reverted to its original size. He then tested its storage capabilities. He discovered that the shell's inherent space was quite limited, merely about 1 cubic meter. This was entirely different from the pocket dimension described by the Jinren. Could it be that the shell's extraordinary properties have gradually diminished over the eons? This possibility was not out of the question. Jiang Qi sighed in regret. The disparity between a pocket dimension and a mere cubic meter was indeed vast. However, he mused that there might still be potential for restoration in the future, so he decided to make use of it for now. He no longer dwelled on this matter and began to experiment with its functionality. His gaze swept across the mat on the ground, and with a command, the shell opened, generating a pulling force that drew the mat inside, without any sensation of weight. With another thought, the mat was expelled once again. Jiang Qi tested the limits of this miraculous shell's ability to absorb objects and discovered that it could only draw in items within a 10-meter radius. The process was neither fast nor slow, akin to the casual pace of a person tossing an object. Moreover, the absorption could be interrupted if disturbed. In that moment, Jiang Qi's myriad whimsical ideas about the shell's potential dissipated. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. In his previous slumber, he had to carry a backpack, which severely limited what he could bring along. Now, with this shell, his convenience had greatly increased. The internal space of the shell, measuring roughly 3 feet on each side, equated to about 1 cubic meter. Though not vast, it was substantial enough. However, out of an abundance of caution, Jiang Qi concluded that it would be prudent to carry a backpack to maintain a low profile. Concealing one's trump card is always wise. Subsequently, Jiang Qi meticulously scavenged every potentially valuable item within the Huangbo cave. He certainly could not overlook the meditation cushion, which he promptly stored within the shell. The colorful coral ornaments, porcelain bowls, and cups in the front hall, while ordinary, had undoubtedly been used by immortals and were likely worth something. He unhesitatingly collected them all. In the back room, he gathered the scattered shards of jade vases and earthenware pots, leaving no possibility untouched. As for the tables and benches, they were too bulky to fit inside the shell. Yet, Jiang Qi, ever vigilant, reasoned that leaving these items behind would reveal that the place had been ransacked. It was far better to leave no trace. Thus, he dismantled the tables and benches and forcefully crammed them into the shell. He even pried the luminous pearls from the walls. These pearls were the most valuable of all. Having thoroughly emptied the cave, Jiang Qi paused with satisfaction before casting a final glance at the barren chamber and turning to exit through the jade door. Outside, he bowed 3 times before the plaque of the Huangbo cave, earnestly proclaiming, "Predecessor Shun Jinren, I am eternally grateful for your bestowed treasures. I, Jiang Qi, shall remember this in my heart and shall use this shell wisely, ensuring your name remains untarnished." After completing his bow, he attempted to rise but suddenly recalled something. Wait, how was the barrier at the entrance, which kept the water at bay, created? It couldn't have materialized out of thin air, could it? Was it a formation or some other mechanism? Even if it were a formation, there should be something used to set it up, right? Jiang Qi searched high and low. And finally, behind the plaque of the Huangbo cave, he discovered a grape-sized, perfectly round bead, radiating a deep azure hue. The bead seemed to pulsate with a spiritual light, and when held, one could distinctly feel the surrounding water being repelled. Jiang Qi mused, could this be the fabled water-repelling pearl? Upon removing the water-repelling pearl, the pool's water surged into the chamber, the powerful current nearly causing Jiang Qi, standing at the threshold, to stumble and be swept away. He fondled the pearl with great affection before placing it into the shell, concluding that his scavenging had reached its zenith. With that, Jiang Qi felt no lingering attachment and began his return journey. On the way back, he noticed that his ability to manipulate water had improved again, likely due to absorbing another flower. His speed had increased by 1/3. As the light in the pool grew brighter, indistinct voices began to echo from above. Jiang Qi composed himself, restoring his customary calm demeanor, and broke through the water's surface. At that moment, Jiang Lu was anxiously searching for him, while Professor Zhang furrowed his brow, discussing Jiang Qi's possible whereabouts with Yinhua. It was Water Z, unable to manage her own actions, who first spotted him, exclaiming, "Hey, Xiaolu, look, your brother is coming out of the water." Everyone turned to see Jiang Qi emerging from the depths, water cascading off him in a spray. He was drenched, his hair plastered against his forehead and cheeks, droplets cascading from the tips of his hair, chin, and the edges of his clothing. Jiang Qi had intentionally soaked himself, choosing not to use his water manipulation to remain dry. Jiang Lu dashed over, a hint of fear in her eyes, worried her brother had vanished again. "Brother, where have you been? I turned around and saw you were gone. We were all so worried." As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to wipe the water from Jiang Qi's face with her sleeve. However, he slightly tilted his head, gently brushing her hand aside. Yet, in the instant their hands met, his fingertips discreetly pinched her palm with remarkable speed. Calmly, he replied, "I found a pond here and went to take a look." With Professor Zhang and the others present, Jiang Qi could not disclose the truth. Moreover, despite all that had transpired in the water, it had only been less than 20 minutes. Professor Zhang and the others had likely noticed his absence for no more than about 10 minutes. However, the exact passage of time remained uncertain. Feeling the pinch from Jiang Qi, Jiang Lu's heart raced. She understood that her brother would not act without reason. Their years of sibling synergy allowed her to grasp his intent instantly. Receiving his signal, she maintained her expression and feigned concern, reproaching him. "Brother, we've been looking for you for 5 or 6 minutes. Next time you plan to do something, please let us know in advance, honestly." "Only 5 minutes?" Jiang Qi's mind raced. "My apologies for causing you concern. At that moment, Professor Zhang approached, scrutinizing Jiang Qi's expression and inquiring, "Jiang Qi, did you make any discoveries underwater?" Jiang Qi shook his head, feigning a hint of exasperation. "None. The pond is too deep. I went down over 30 meters but still saw nothing but darkness. It fell off, so I had to return." He certainly could not mention that he had reached the bottom. Otherwise, if the Bureau of Anomalies took over, they would uncover discrepancies in his account. They would realize that he had emptied the underwater chamber over 30 meters without reaching the bottom. Professor Zhang remarked, somewhat astonished, casting a contemplative glance at the pond. "Indeed, this pond does seem peculiar. Safety first, we shouldn't dive recklessly." Noticing Jiang Qi was thoroughly soaked and empty-handed, he decided not to press the issue further. Jiang Qi seized the opportunity to change the topic, asking Professor Zhang, "Have you reached any conclusions regarding the celestial ruins above?" The mention of this topic instantly animated Professor Zhang, who exclaimed, "Yes, a tremendous discovery. Jiang Qi, you won't believe it." He eagerly began to share the findings concerning the celestial estate. "This estate appears to belong to an ancient immortal named Shunjinren, which I uncovered in a book from the ruins. This Shunjinren is not to be underestimated. He was a named disciple of the Tongtian Jiao Zhu." As Professor Zhang became increasingly animated, his eyes lit up. That giant shrimp was merely a later squatter, a savage beast. "In the ruins of the celestial estate, I also discovered some friends of Shunjinren." Jiang Qi listened quietly, occasionally displaying expressions of surprise and contemplation. Yet internally, he reflected, the information Professor Zhang derived from the surface estate he had already obtained from the underwater Huanbo cave, and he possessed even more knowledge. However, he naturally would not reveal this, merely nodding in agreement with Professor Zhang's insights. Professor Zhang lamented, "It is truly unfortunate that such a powerful figure as Shunjinren left behind no treasures." Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar resounded, shaking the entire Penglai secret realm. Jiang Qi was taken aback. Professor Zhang looked skyward, awestruck, proclaiming, "Penglai has fully descended." Chapter 44. The record of leaving Penglai. Jiang Qi fully descended? Professor Zhang explained, "Indeed. Previously, Penglai only revealed a glimpse at the old shipyard ruins. It was merely a gateway to its presence in the mortal realm. Penglai itself remains concealed within another dimension. However, at this moment, Penglai is completely detaching itself from another realm, forcefully merging into our reality. It rises like a colossal submarine surfacing from the depths." He gazes around, his tone filled with fervor. "From this moment forth, Penglai shall be an undeniable part of the map of the real world." Jiang Qi comprehends instantly. Unlike the renowned mountains such as Taishan, Kunlun, and Maoshan, which have always existed as tangible coordinates throughout history, Penglai is different. It is not anchored to the geography of the real world. Rather, it exists as a celestial paradise within another dimension. The nature of these two realms is starkly dissimilar. At this moment, two worlds governed by divergent rules are colliding, the resultant changes intensifying. Jiang Qi and his companions find themselves struggling to maintain their footing. This transformation encompasses not merely the physical realm, but also the realm of rules. Particularly, the sky of Penglai, which was originally devoid of sun and moon, merely simulated daylight, now dazzles with a peculiar radiance. This radiance, difficult to describe, alternates between the brilliance of the aurora and an ominous dark red hue. Jiang Qi takes a deep breath and states, "Let us depart. We have thoroughly explored this island, and it is time to leave." Professor Zhang gazes towards the innermost region of Penglai, contemplating the existence of deeper celestial islands, even the fabled Jineo Island and Bio Palace, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, reason ultimately prevails. "Very well," Professor Zhang replies with a tone of regret, gritting his teeth. "1 minute. Let us gather the crucial samples and records and leave at once." Yihua immediately assists the weakened Shuizi, while Jiang Lu swiftly collects scattered surveying tools into their backpack, and Jiang Qi readies the giant shrimp once more. 1 minute later, the group ceases all lingering. Yinhua employs his flying skills, enveloping everyone in an anti-gravity field, gradually ascending. At this moment, Yinhua, while carrying Shuizi, grits his teeth to maintain skill. Bearing 4 individuals has reached the limits of his capacity, especially as Jiang Qi still carries the corpse of the giant shrimp. his burden is even more arduous. However, he dares not utter a word of complaint, dutifully acting as a human flying device. Once they ascend into the sky, the changes in Punlai become even more pronounced. Mountains shift, seas boil, everything is in flux, and all is being reshaped. What captures Jiang Qi's attention is the sight of two magnificent golden dragons emerging above a towering celestial island in the core region of Punlai. Their scales shimmer with brilliant gold, their bodies blocking out the sun, and they unleash thunderous roars towards the vast sky. Suddenly, the two dragons entwine fiercely, their forms twisting and transforming, their roars morphing into the clamor of battle, ultimately coalescing into a massive pair of scissors exuding an aura of annihilation. The colossal scissors stretch across the horizon. As they open and close, it seems as though even space itself is being severed. Jiang Qi and Professor Zhang simultaneously exclaim its name, their voices filled with incredulity. Jin Jiao Jian. Professor Zhang's eyes gleam with greed. This is the legendary treasure of the three celestial maidens of the Jiao, a weapon of unparalleled might capable of cleaving even the Deluo gods in two. Yin Hua's mind falters, nearly forgetting to maintain the anti-gravity field, causing their flight path to waver. Yet Jiang Qi remains composed, urging, "Do not be dazed, continue to fly. Now is not the time for coveting treasures. Escaping with our lives is the foremost priority." Yihua regains focus, concentrating intently to sustain the anti-gravity field as they continue toward the periphery. At that moment, a bird with feathers glimmering like metal bursts forth from the clouds, hurtling towards them like an arrow. Shui Zi's face pales in fear. Jiang Lu warns, "Be careful." As the monstrous bird approaches, it is Professor Zhang who finds himself directly in its path. He turns in haste, but the creature is upon him, and in his shock, he forgets to employ his ability of metallization. Jiang Qi's gaze sharpens as he thrusts a spear crafted from the shrimp's legs, creating a swift shadow that strikes with unerring precision. With a resounding thrust, the spear effortlessly pierces the creature's body, emerging from its back. The monstrous bird emits a heart-rending scream, its body instantly stained crimson with blood, plummeting toward the boiling sea below. Shui Zi's eyes sparkle with admiration. "So cool." Professor Zhang, still shaken, looks at Jiang Qi, who has retrieved his spear, his expression calm, casting a grateful glance. Had it not been for Jiang Qi's quick reflexes, he might have sustained injuries. Jiang Qi retracts his spear, stating, "I will protect you. You just focus on flying." Yihua nods emphatically, not daring to lose concentration, intensifying his control over the anti-gravity field. Understood. At this point, they're drawing closer to the outermost islands. Suddenly, Jiang Qi notices a hooded man below, moving with a peculiar rhythm. He tosses something repeatedly, appearing remarkably at ease in the midst of the turbulent Punlai. Is it him? Jiang Qi's heart stirs as he recognizes the individual, the very person who had entered alongside him, surprisingly thriving even in such circumstances. However, Jiang Qi has no intention of lingering. He steals a glance before averting his gaze. Yihua skillfully navigates the group, finally reaching the boundary of Punlai. This is it. The edge of Punlai. Professor Zhang commands, "Charge in." Yihua responds with a firm shout, enveloping everyone as they collide with the invisible boundary. Jiang Qi has already taken his sister's hand in advance. A fierce wave of dizziness and a sensation of being pulled ensues. In the next moment, they are once again enveloped by an impenetrable gray mist. Finally, we have returned. Jiang Qi exhales in relief, and now they must traverse through the mist to officially depart. Professor Zhang states, "I will lead the way. Although this mist has transformed, the fundamental principles should still apply." By referencing the star map, we should not have trouble finding an exit. He pulls up the star map, beginning to search for a way out based on the energy nodes within the mist formation. Initially confident, he begins to sweat after looping several times. This is not right. According to my calculations, we should have emerged by now. Why does it feel like we're going in circles? He furrows his brow. Could it be that Punlai has completely descended, rendering the star map useless? Jiang Qi replies, "Let me take over. Follow me." Jiang Qi employs the method of Ingsui Tsuju once again. However, he conceals this ability from the others, controlling the process of condensing droplets deep within the mist, away from the group. Within the mist formation, visibility is already compromised, and neither Professor Zhang nor Yin Hua possesses any ability pertaining to sight, so they remain oblivious to what transpires. From their perspective, it appears as though Jiang Qi merely stands still for a moment before selecting a direction, akin to some arcane practice. They have no idea what he is doing. Moreover, Jiang Qi realizes that his ability to condense droplets has strengthened. Previously, it took him a minute to condense a droplet. Now, he can achieve it in 40 seconds. Simultaneously, Jiang Qi stealthily collects the condensed droplets into his shun shell, taking care not to waste them as he did upon entering Penglai. After all, these droplets possess considerable lethality, capable of surprising effects in critical moments. Now, with the shun shell for protection, his own strength as a safeguard, and the droplets at his disposal, he feels increasingly fortified in his ability to survive. This journey into Penglai has indeed yielded substantial gains. Jiang Qi leads the group steadily onward. The surroundings silent save for the sound of their breaths and footsteps. Suddenly, Jiang Lu exclaims in surprise, stumbling slightly as if about to fall. What happened? Jiang Qi halted his steps immediately, steadying his sister. She let out a soft exclamation, questioning if she had stepped on something hard. The crowd gathered around, revealing not an object, but a withered tree trunk that vaguely resembled a human form, complete with arms and legs. Jiang Lu speculated, could this be a person? Perhaps an immortal who perished here eons ago? Jiang Qi recognized the trunk with a sense of familiarity. Lifting it for closer inspection, he noted its resemblance to Zhong Shi, the unscrupulous merchant, particularly the two silver bat-shaped stickers affixed to the cheekbones, which further confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, this was Zhong Shi. However, her current state was utterly desiccated. Her skin clung to her bones like a specimen displayed in a museum, especially her visage. Although Jiang Qi was loath to admit it, Zhong Shi had once been considered attractive by conventional standards. Now, her face bore a skeletal resemblance, with sunken eye sockets and protruding lips. Her hair, though still present, was also parched and disheveled, reminding Jiang Qi of the tuft atop a crown dog. How ugly, he thought instinctively. Jiang Lu noticed his gaze and inquired, brother, do you know her? Yes, Jiang Qi replied flatly. She is the merchant who led me into the mist, Zhong Shi. Oh, it's her, Jiang Lu realized, recalling Jiang Qi's brief mention of this unpleasant transaction during their time in Penglai. She felt an urge to kick her. Let us continue. Jiang Qi decided to leave the merchant behind, as she appeared to be deceased. Yet, he felt no sympathy for her. Those who commit wrongful deeds often meet their demise. And it was hardly surprising that someone like Zhong Shi, who profited by skirting danger, met her end in this mist. However, what had caused Zhong Shi to end up in such a state? Was it that green, ghostly visage or some other entity lurking within the fog? Regardless, they needed to depart swiftly. Just then, Professor Zhang furrowed his brows and said, wait, she seems not entirely dead, or perhaps not dead at all. Jiang Qi paused. What do you mean? Professor Zhang explained, although her vital signs are nearly non-existent, my abilities can detect faint neural currents still active within her. One of Professor Zhang's skills involved ion locking, which allowed him to manipulate metal particles within a target's body to form nanoscopic chains. If he could manipulate them, he could also perceive them. Even in this condition, she lives? Jiang Qi regarded the newly unearthed corpse from Lulan, struggling to fathom how it could still be considered alive. Was this what it meant to suffer for millennia? Professor Zhang continued, it must be some ability of hers. What shall we do? Do you wish to take her with you? I respect your choice. Jiang Qi frowned in contemplation, but ultimately decided to bring the merchant along. Having navigated the world of the manifest for several years, she might possess some value, perhaps offering insights. Moreover, carrying her would merely add the weight of a few dozen pounds, a manageable burden. Though they remained enveloped in the mist, Jiang Qi had methods to counteract obstacles. And if all went well, they would emerge unscathed. If she remained unconscious or proved worthless upon awakening, they could deal with that later. However, as Jiang Qi's gaze fell once more upon Zhong Shi's parched features, he discerned a hint of cunning malice, which only heightened his aversion. Nevertheless, he secured her to his back, binding her alongside the corpse of the giant shrimp. Let us proceed, Jiang Qi declared. The group continued their journey through the thick fog, and after several minutes, Jiang Qi finally located a weak point in the mist barrier. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way, and the ominous green visage he had been wary of did not materialize. "This is it," Jiang Qi said, taking Jiang Lu's hand and stepping forward, followed closely by Professor Zhang and the others. In the next moment, warm afternoon sunlight bathed them, and the long-awaited scent of the real world filled their nostrils. Before them lay the familiar sight of an abandoned factory district, with modern skyscrapers visible in the distance. "We are finally out." Shuizi nearly wept with joy. Jiang Qi silently exhaled in relief, thankful they had emerged rather than entered deeper. Professor Zhang felt an overwhelming joy at escaping, but it was fleeting, soon overshadowed by profound sorrow. He suddenly recalled that they had entered with 8 individuals, yet only 4 had emerged. His 4 students were forever lost within. It was not entirely his fault. They were among the first to venture into Penglai. At the time, the authorities had not yet classified the area, and they had detected no immediate threats. He had merely submitted a brief report and led 7 students into Penglai, even bringing along 2 additional manifestors for caution, Yin Hua and Yin Shuyan. Professor Zhang had believed that with 3 manifestors, they could manage any dangers, especially since Yin Shuyan specialized in healing, and Yin Hua was agile while he focused on offense. Together, they should have been sufficient to confront typical threats. But who could have anticipated the perils that lay within Penglai were far beyond his expectations. Now, Penglai had fully manifested in the present world. It was likely that it would soon attract global attention, drawing various forces to its shores. Just as Professor Zhang was contemplating this, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. It was personnel from the Anomaly Management Bureau, led by Director Chun Zhong of the Dangzhou Anomaly Bureau. He approached swiftly, exclaiming, "Professor Zhang, you have emerged." As Chun Zhong drew near, a palpable pressure enveloped them. Jiang Qi instinctively sensed that the man before him was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing even the giant shrimp. Simultaneously, he realized that the most challenging trial awaited them now that they had exited Penglai. Chapter 45. Emergence. Ultimately, Jiang Qi's incursion into Penglai was a violation of regulations. Though it was a land of treasures, history has shown that only the virtuous may dwell therein. Yet, under the governance of modern societal structures, no nation or regime would permit individuals to explore areas of significant strategic value without authorization. It was akin to discovering oil fields, rare minerals, or burial sites on sovereign territory. The state would never allow private entities to conduct unauthorized exploration or excavation. Moreover, Penglai was not a no-man's land. It lay within the jurisdiction of Dangzhou's Penglai district, inherently under the sovereignty and governance of the Eastern continent. Jiang Qi's actions could be seen as reckless and unlawful, or, on a larger scale, a provocation to official authority, undermining management order. The decision on how to address this rested solely with the Anomaly Management Bureau. Jiang Qi stood composed, silently observing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Chun Zhong's sharp gaze swept over the group of 5. At that moment, Jiang Qi was burdened with a desiccated corpse and a massive shrimp carcass, while Yi Hua carried the incapacitated Shuizi, and Jiang Lu had sustained injuries to her arm. It was evident they had endured perilous trials within. Yet, when Chun Zhong's eyes landed on Jiang Qi, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, though he quickly regained his composure. He recognized this youth as one of the trespassers from that fateful night. Professor Zhang spoke with a heavy heart. "Director Chun, we have emerged, but Xiao Lu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and Chu Yin have all perished inside." Yi Hua, Shuizi, and Jiang Lu's faces reflected their grief. Shuizi could not suppress her sobs, having been close friends with Yin Shuyan, with whom she often shared dreams of the future. Yin Shuyan had aspired to pursue graduate studies, earn a doctorate, and establish her own archaeological team to unearth the ancient brilliance of history. Yet now, all those dreams lay shattered. Chun Zhong's expression turned grave upon hearing this, his tone somber as he replied, "Professor Zhang, my condolences. The occurrence of such an event brings us immense regret. I shall promptly contact your esteemed institution to assist in managing the subsequent matters, providing a resolution for the departed and solace for the living." He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Qi and the others, saying, "Dear students, you have endured much as well. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Chun Zhong, the director of the Yiguan Bureau of Dangzhou City." His eyes briefly lingered on Jiang Qi before continuing, "The changes occurring here are far from over. Please follow me to our command center, which is safer." Simultaneously, The Iguan Bureau will immediately provide you with the most professional medical support. Before long, the dense fog that initially enveloped the old shipyard began to recede rapidly towards the sea. It seemed as though the ocean itself was expanding, as if an additional expanse had materialized out of thin air. The entire coastline and the depths of the sea resonated with a deep rumble. Meanwhile, within the mist, outlines of celestial islands and their magnificent structures began to emerge, reminiscent of a mirage. Jiang Qi understood that this was the process of Penglai merging into the realm of reality, as the entire world expanded to accommodate this mythical sea. Professor Zhang, stifling his sorrow, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Director Chun, for your arrangements. We indeed require medical assistance." Following the Iguan Bureau's coordination, the group proceeded to the command center established at a safe distance. Upon arrival, Professor Zhang and his companions were escorted for treatment. Before departing, Jiang Lu cast a worried glance at Jiang Qi, who nodded slightly to reassure her, signaling that he would manage matters here. Jiang Qi was assigned to a private reception room. "Please rest here for a moment. Director Chun will meet with you as soon as he has concluded with urgent matters," the staff member said softly, closing the door behind them. Jiang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. He placed the shrimp carcass, shrimp spear, shrimp shield, and bell down, then surveyed the room's arrangement. The room was modestly sized, with a simple decor. The walls were entirely silver, seemingly crafted from a metallic material that appeared to offer soundproofing and some form of energy isolation. There were no windows, and ventilation relied on a concealed air circulation system. Black hemispherical cameras occupied the corners of the ceiling, indicating that the room was under strict surveillance. Jiang Qi felt no surprise at this. He approached a chair and sat down, appearing to rest, yet his mind raced with calculations. He immersed his consciousness into the Shun shell, clearly perceiving the items contained within: a fragrant mat, aquamarine water-repellent beads, fragments of shattered jade vases and pots, a droplet of water the size of a ping-pong ball, and the sealed, primordial Shun gas within the shell. These were all things he could not afford to reveal. On the surface, he possessed only the A-grade giant shrimp's carcass, shrimp spear, and shrimp shield. The key to his upcoming negotiation with Chun Zhong lay in skillfully utilizing the visible assets while concealing the secrets hidden within, minimizing the negative impact of his unauthorized intrusion. Although Chun Zhong's actions were discreet, Jiang Qi could sense his scrutiny. He closed his eyes, mentally retracing his experiences within Penglai, weighing which pieces of information could be freely divulged, which needed to be obscured, and which must remain confidential. Having completed this mental exercise, Jiang Qi began making phone calls to reassure others. He first contacted his uncle and aunt, instructing them not to worry as they would return shortly. Then, he called Jin Yang. The call was almost instantly answered, as if Jin Yang had been eagerly awaiting it. "Jiang Qi, is it you? How are you?" "It's me," Jiang Qi replied calmly. "I'm safe." Jin Yang, anxious, inquired, "What about Xiao Lu? How is she?" Jiang Qi reassured him. "She is also safe, just sustained minor injuries and is receiving treatment." Jin Yang exhaled in relief. That's good. That's good. Damn it, I've been worried sick these past few days. "Where are you now?" "I'll come pick you up immediately. I've been waiting at the hotel for 4 days, clutching my phone for your news." "I'm currently at the Iguan Bureau," Jiang Qi informed him. "I just want to call to ease your mind." Jin Yang quickly grasped the situation. "Qi, should I come?" "No need," Jiang Qi interrupted. "Wait until we've concluded our matters here, and I'll reach out to you. All right, if anything comes up, call me anytime. I'm available 24 hours, Jin Yang responded. "I know," Jiang Qi affirmed. "Let us leave it at that for now." After hanging up, Jiang Qi opened Wei Lian, finally able to connect to the internet after being isolated in Penglai. Upon accessing Wei Lian, he noticed a message from his high school homeroom teacher, Wang Weihua. "Jiang Qi, is it really you? Thank goodness you're safe. Where have you been these past 5 years? I called your uncle and aunt, but they didn't clarify much, only saying you were dropping out. Did you encounter difficulties back then?" After a long pause without a reply from Jiang Qi, Wang Weihua sent another message. "But it's all right. If you don't want to talk, I won't press you. Just hearing that you're back and safe allows me to finally relax after 5 years of worry. How is life now? Where are you? If you need anything, please let me know. Don't disappear without a word again." A day later, the latest message read, "It's good that you're back, dear child." Message timestamp. Yesterday, Jiang Qi felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had not been considerate towards Teacher Wang. All her hopes had been pinned on him, envisioning him as a candidate for Qingbei. Yet he had vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. He had disappeared for 5 years, and upon returning, had sent just one message before going silent for several days again. Jiang Qi opened the chat window, contemplating a response. He typed several lines, expressing gratitude to Teacher Wang, assuring her that he was well and had encountered no difficulties, only to delete them one by one. He suffered from a fear of responding with unfamiliar individuals. If a reply was received instantly, it meant the conversation had to continue, and he did not particularly enjoy chatting. Never mind. After some reflection, Jiang Qi deleted all the text in the chat window and closed Wei Lian. He would address it later. Subsequently, Jiang Qi began to browse information on the internet, particularly news and social media, eager to ascertain the magnitude of the upheaval in Penglai and its repercussions in the outside world. Meanwhile, in another room, Chen Zhong stood before a large display screen, which was segmented into multiple surveillance feeds. The largest and central view was the real-time monitoring of the reception room where Jiang Qi resided. What did he do after entering the room? Chen Zhong inquired. Beside him, a staff member promptly retrieved and reported the surveillance records. Report, Director. The target entered the room and remained seated for about 5 minutes, seemingly resting. Subsequently, he utilized his personal communication device to make 2 phone calls. The first call was to his uncle, lasting 3 minutes and 32 seconds, primarily to assure him of his safety. The second call was to Jin Yang, lasting 1 minute and 18 seconds, during which the other party exhibited agitation. And the target mainly provided reassurance while disclosing his location at the Iguan Bureau. After concluding the calls, Jiang Qi continued to use his communication device for approximately 6 minutes. But due to angle limitations, we could not capture specific operations and therefore could not ascertain the content he browsed. The staff member concluded, adding, throughout this period, the target exhibited no signs of significant tension, anxiety, or unease. Chen Zhong listened attentively, his gaze unwavering from the live feed of Jiang Qi. Internally, he acknowledged, just as Professor Zhang had asserted, this individual maintained remarkable emotional stability and rationality. Prior to entering this room, he had thoroughly inquired about Professor Zhang's experiences in Penglai, particularly regarding events following Jiang Qi's entry. Professor Zhang held an exceedingly high regard for Jiang Qi, repeatedly expressing gratitude for the young man, claiming that Jiang Qi had saved his life on 2 occasions. He subtly suggested that, in light of this, they should overlook any harsh judgments against Jiang Qi regarding his unauthorized entry into Penglai. After all, Jiang Qi had rescued them. Through the words of Professor Zhang and others, Chen Zhong gained a clear understanding of Jiang Qi's timeline after entering Penglai. He first entered the mist at 3 a.m. on May 25th, an event Chen Zhong witnessed from a kilometer away. From May 25th to May 27th, Jiang Qi operated alone within Penglai, completing the entire process from penetrating the mist to finding Professor Zhang and his team. From May 27th to 28th, he acted alongside Professor Zhang's team, during which they faced giant shrimp attacks and explored a celestial palace, ultimately escaping Penglai together on the afternoon of the 28th. The timeline indicated that Jiang Qi took 2 days to locate Professor Zhang and his companions after entering the secret realm, which seemed reasonable and even remarkably efficient. After joining Professor Zhang's team, he had only 2 opportunities to leave their site, once to accompany his sister in search of water, returning in merely 10 minutes, and once at the Celestial Palace ruins, where he claimed to be investigating a pond, absent from view for about 5 minutes. On the surface, his primary motive for entering Penglai appeared to be the search for his sister, which he successfully accomplished. His subsequent actions remained aligned with the archaeological team, leaving little time or opportunity for further exploration of Penglai, Chen Zhong pondered. However, Jiang Qi might have gained additional insights. Nevertheless, he did indeed lead Professor Zhang and others to safety while also bringing forth invaluable information. Without him, Professor Zhang and his team might have perished. Yet, numerous doubts surrounded Jiang Qi. Firstly, as an extraordinary individual, he had not registered with the Anomaly Management Bureau, despite exhibiting formidable strength, seemingly approaching A-level capabilities. Secondly, Jiang Qi appeared remarkably familiar with the mist formation, navigating through it with ease. Was this a testament to his abilities, or did he possess information that even Professor Zhang lacked? Preparing himself, Chen Zhong turned to the staff and instructed, "I am going to meet him. receive him according to the standards for potential B-level collaborators, but maintain surveillance and recording at A level. Additionally, have the technical team ready the Ling-Si agreement draft. The staff nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, Chun Zhong exited the monitoring room and opened the door to the reception area. At that moment, Jiang Qi was still perusing information. Upon noticing Chun Zhong's entrance, he stowed away his wrist device. "I apologize for the wait, Mr. Jiang," Chun Zhong remarked as he closed the door behind him and seated himself in the chair opposite Jiang Qi. His demeanor was not overly imposing, yet carried an inherent authority. Without engaging in pleasantries, he immediately addressed the matter at hand, his gaze sweeping over the giant shrimp carcass and the clock mechanism in the corner. "It appears your experiences within were far more intricate and perilous than what we monitored externally." Jiang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, Director Chun." He understood that the real dialogue had commenced. "First and foremost, I hope you comprehend," Chun Zhong began, "that your unauthorized breach of the Anomaly Management Bureau's blockade to enter the Penglai secret realm constitutes a serious violation. Per regulations, we possess the authority to detain you for examination and impose relevant penalties based on the severity of the situation." Jiang Qi acknowledged. "I understand and am willing to accept the consequences as dictated by the regulations." "Excellent," Chun Zhong replied, satisfied with Jiang Qi's attitude. He then shifted his tone. "However, we also recognize that not only did you survive, but you also extracted crucial survivors and key intelligence. The assessment of your actions requires a comprehensive evaluation. Director Chun, feel free to inquire about anything. I will disclose all pertinent information sought by the authorities," Jiang Qi responded. Indeed, Chun Zhong observed the composed youth before him. "As expected of an astute individual, your insight is commendable." Leaning forward slightly, he posed his first question. "Jiang Qi, your abilities and your performance within Penglai demonstrated that you could independently confront A-level threats and successfully lead a team to safety, indicating you are a powerful, extraordinary individual. Yet, you're not registered with the Bureau. Furthermore, I noted that 5 years ago, specifically on May 14th, 2030, you traveled alone by bus to Shihuizhen, Chongqing County, Lushan City, Wuling Province. After that, you seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving no records for 5 years. Your next appearance was on May 14th, 2035, once again in Shihuizhen, Chongqing County, Lushan City, Wuling Province. How do you explain this?" Jiang Qi thought to himself. Here it comes. He had long been aware that his 5-year absence would not escape the scrutiny of the authorities. A simple record check would reveal the truth. In this era of big data, citizens' movements, expenditures, and online activities were meticulously documented, making it effortless to retrieve a common person's whereabouts. Of course, accessing such information required authorization, as only individuals of a certain rank could do so. However, as the head of the Bureau's First Division, it was evident that Chun Zhong possessed such authority. Meeting Chun Zhong's gaze, Jiang Qi replied, "Director Chun, I understand the Bureaus need to ascertain the situation and am willing to cooperate within reasonable bounds. However, I cannot disclose the reasons for my 5-year disappearance, as it pertains to my personal secrets. Beyond that, I am fully cooperative." Chun Zhong regarded the youth before him, and the atmosphere seemed to hang in the air. After a moment, Chun Zhong finally said, "Very well, everyone has their secrets. As long as you do not pose a threat to public safety, the Bureau respects individual privacy. Nevertheless, according to Article 1, Section 3 of the Extraordinary Individual Management Regulations, all extraordinary individuals operating within the territory of Donglu must register their basic information with the Bureau. This is a statutory obligation." Jiang Qi acknowledged, "I am aware of this and will complete my registration promptly." Chun Zhong nodded. "I will accurately record your explanation regarding your personal experiences." "Thank you," Jiang Qi replied. Chun Zhong continued, "Now, let us delve into the main topic. Please provide as detailed an account as possible regarding how you breached the outer mist barrier and your complete experiences within the Penglai secret realm. We need to understand the internal conditions of the mist, your methods of passage, the environmental characteristics within the realm, the ecological structure, the entities encountered, and their capability assessments, as well as any anomalous phenomena you observed. Please ensure the information is accurate and comprehensive." Subsequently, Jiang Qi relayed all that was pertinent, while naturally concealing matters that should not be disclosed. Chun Zhong listened intently as Jiang Qi provided detailed information, including the flaws of the mist formation, the blue ghost faces within the mist, and the internal environment of Peng Lai. This intelligence corroborated with the data provided by Professor Zhang's team, holding immense value for the Bureau's future explorations of Peng Lai. In conclusion, Chen Zhong stated, "In light of the significant intelligence you have provided in your role in the rescue efforts, the Bureau has decided to refrain from immediate repercussions regarding your unauthorized entry. However, this will be documented. Moreover, due to your exposure to and possession of substantial core secrets concerning the Peng Lai secret realm, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. The agreement stipulates that you shall not disclose any of the aforementioned information in any form to any individual, organization, or entity outside the designated scope of the agreement." This final statement was Chen Zhong's true intention. Subsequently, various factions would arrive, and Jiang Qi, as the pivotal figure who had led Professor Zhang and others to safety, would undoubtedly attract interest from all sides. The Bureau, however, needed to maintain control over the situation. Jiang Qi responded, "All right, no problem." Of course, Chen Zhong leaned slightly forward. "With your abilities and understanding of Peng Lai, if you are willing to formally join the Bureau, you will receive the best assurances regarding your identity, resources, and future development platform." Jiang Qi shook his head. "I apologize, Director Chen, but I am accustomed to freedom and have no plans to join any organization at this time. Additionally, having just returned, I wish to spend more time with my family." Chen Zhong did not press the matter further, understanding that everyone has their own aspirations. Subsequently, he gestured towards the camera. Before long, an agent from the Yiguang Bureau entered, delivering a document known as the Lingxi Protocol. This so-called Lingxi Protocol was crafted by an entity within the Yiguang Bureau endowed with cognitive interference abilities. Upon signing, the terms of the agreement would transcend mere ink on paper, establishing a unique cognitive anchor. Should the signatory harbor any intent to divulge confidential information and attempt to act upon it, be it through spoken word, written expression, or the use of special abilities, the power of the agreement would intervene directly. This manifestation would render them unable to articulate or inscribe critical information, and any forced disclosure could result in cognitive disarray, potentially leading to a loss of self. Naturally, the Lingxi Protocol was not without its limitations. The entity could craft 10 agreements per day to restrict individuals classified as level C or below. For those at level B or below, only one could be made daily. In the case of level A individuals, it took 10 days to produce a single agreement. As for the S-level Lingxi Protocol, only one had ever been created to date. The sole A-level Lingxi Protocol within the Dengzhou Yiguang Bureau was the one in question. Jiang Qi reviewed the terms of the agreement swiftly, his gaze pausing on the clause regarding cognitive anchors, a chill running through him. Indeed, the measures employed by the Yiguang Bureau were extraordinary. However, he noted that the protocol primarily constrained voluntary and intentional acts of disclosure, seemingly allowing for some leeway in passive scenarios, such as coercion or memory extraction. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi responded, "I have no objections." "Excellent." Chen Zhong nodded. "Please confirm its accuracy and sign below." Following his instructions, Jiang Qi affixed his signature to the document. At the instant he signed, he felt an indescribable sense of constraint permeate his cognitive realm. This sensation was subtle, yet undeniably present. Finally, Chen Zhong directed his attention to the A-level giant shrimp carcass in the corner, stating, according to regulations, personal illicit gains within the secret realm are, in principle, deemed national property and are subject to confiscation. Jiang Qi listened quietly, his expression calm, refraining from immediate dispute, for he understood the crux lay in what followed. Indeed, Chen Zhong continued, "However, considering your incursion was justified and you have provided highly valuable intelligence, I can arrange for special handling of this matter. We will not confiscate the entirety of this giant shrimp carcass. Nonetheless, the Yiguang Bureau requires a portion of essential biological samples, including some exoskeleton, muscle tissue, and internal organs, for scientific research, component analysis, and database enhancement. The majority of the remaining carcass can be retained for your personal possession. You may choose to manage it independently. Alternatively, should you require assistance, the Yiguang Bureau can aid you with preliminary material processing, valuation, and facilitate internal exchange or targeted sale through our channels. We will ensure you receive fair treatment." Jiang Qi pondered briefly before replying, "I appreciate your leniency, Director Chen. Regarding the remaining portion, I would prefer to handle it myself." At this moment, He did not wish to fully process the shrimp carcass through the Yiguang Bureau's channels. Firstly, he wanted to personally assess its value, as it might yield a higher price. Secondly, he intended to reserve some of the shrimp meat for his uncle, aunt, and Jiang. No problem, Chun Zhong remarked as he turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of Zhong Shi. As for this individual, we will ascertain her identity and condition. Should she be confirmed deceased, we will proceed according to protocol. If there is still life, the Yiguang Bureau will be responsible for subsequent medical care, with related expenses to be borne by her upon recovery. Jiang Qi nodded again, understood. Shortly, someone will contact you to manage these specific matters, Chun Zhong concluded, rising to end the conversation. Once the arrangements are complete, you may visit your sister. Until further notice, please refrain from leaving the command center. With that, Chun Zhong exited the room. Jiang Qi remained seated, contemplating the situation. Although he had shed some blood, divulged numerous details about Peng Lai, and signed a confidentiality agreement, he comprehended the Yiguang Bureau's methodology. One cannot demand fairness when others are sacrificing. If every individual with abilities acted selfishly, who would safeguard the interests of ordinary people? In this perilous era, official institutions must prioritize control. The Yiguang Bureau was not a charitable organization. Retaining the majority of the spoils was already a significant concession. Moreover, Jiang Qi's core secrets had remained undisclosed, and his essential gains were intact. That sufficed. Everything else was trivial. Barely 2 minutes after Chun Zhong departed, a knock echoed at the door once more. Jiang Qi withdrew his thoughts, saying, "Please enter." A woman in the logistics department uniform of the Yiguang Bureau, wearing rimless glasses and appearing to be around 30, entered. She held an electronic notepad and introduced herself. "Mr. Jiang Qi, hello. My surname is Li, and I am a level 3 officer in the logistics department, responsible for coordinating the follow-up matters with you." 3 similarly attired men followed her inside. Jiang Qi rose. "Hello, Officer Li." Officer Li continued, "In accordance with the previous communication between Director Chun and yourself, we need to collect samples from this giant shrimp carcass. And we also need to transfer your friend to the medical center." Jiang Qi did not correct her. Zhong Shi was not his friend. "Very well, Officer Li. I appreciate your assistance." Soon, Officer Li directed her 3 companions to remove both the shrimp carcass and Zhong Shi in succession. All coordination matters have been completed. Officer Li concluded, "Please sign here." Jiang Qi took the electronic terminal and inscribed his name. Officer Li added, "We can now proceed to see your sister." "Thank you." Before long, under Officer Li's guidance, Jiang Qi was reunited with Xiao Lu. At this moment, the injury on Xiao Lu's arm had been treated adequately. Although specialized healing abilities were relatively scarce, even within the Yiguang Bureau, not every branch was equipped with them. The Bureau possessed extremely rare therapeutic items developed by its few capable individuals, which were unavailable externally. Only a team like Professor Zhang's could utilize such resources. Xiao Lu had initially felt anxious about her brother's situation, but upon seeing Jiang Qi enter, relief washed over her face. "Brother, are you okay?" Jiang Qi patted Xiao Lu's shoulder, assuring her, "I'm fine now. We can leave shortly." Xiao Lu's expression fell. "Brother, my classmates are arriving soon. I might have to return to school with Professor Zhang and can accompany you." Jiang Qi replied, "That's all right. I can have Jinyang book a ticket for the return trip. Also, have you called uncle and aunt?" "I did," Xiao Lu admitted, sticking out her tongue. "Mom scolded me terribly on the phone, saying I was lucky you came back and that I almost caused you harm. She'll definitely give me a good talking to when we return." "Brother, you have to help me out then." A smile tugged at Jiang Qi's lips. "Don't worry. Aunt is all talk and no bite." Following this, Jiang Qi and Xiao Lu continued to wait in the temporary command center of the Yiguang Bureau. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the upheaval in Peng Lai came to a complete halt. The expansion of Bohai was also fully realized. At this moment, if viewed from above, the Bohai Sea area off the coast of Dengzhou revealed an additional misty region spanning nearly 100,000 square kilometers, situated more than 20 kilometers from the coastline. This expanse was approximately 1/3 the size of Yingzhou. The entire world trembled. Nations responded swiftly, sending forth invitations for joint exploration. This, however, was merely the surface. Far more eyes were watching behind the scenes. Even within Yingzhou and Sunghua, sentiments surged, with voices proclaiming that Peng Lai had historically belonged to Yingzhou and Sunghua. The winds of Dengzhou had been thoroughly unsettled. Meanwhile, Wuling University also sent representatives. and Professor Zhang, along with Jiang Lu, were taken away by them. They were tasked with addressing public opinion and comforting the families of the sacrificed students, while simultaneously organizing the findings from Peng Lai and preparing for the next expedition. An hour after the departure of Xiao Lu, Jiang Qi was also notified by the Anomaly Management Bureau that he could leave. The remains of the shrimp were mostly intact, and Jiang Qi placed them in an opaque bag, securing it back onto his shoulder. Zhong Shi was returned to him in the same condition. According to the analysis by the Bureau's professionals, Zhong Shi was currently in a state of suspended animation, and they were at a loss as to how to awaken her, as it was related to her abilities. Furthermore, since Zhong Shi had not entered Peng Lai, the confidentiality was not as stringent, thus she was handed back to Jiang Qi. Although the Bureau had not restored Zhong Shi's condition, they did offer Jiang Qi some suggestions. He could experiment further, perhaps by submerging her in water or a nutrient solution. Jiang Qi pondered that Zhong Shi, in her current state resembling a desiccated corpse, would not fare well submerged in water, which seemed quite unreasonable. Chapter 46. A storm is brewing upon being informed he could leave. Jiang Qi sent a message to Jin Yang. In less than half an hour, Jin Yang arrived driving a somewhat aged delivery truck. He jumped out of the cab, looking as though he hadn't slept well for several days. Dark circles adorned his eyes, and his chestnut hair was in disarray. After circling around Jiang Qi and noticing he had not packed his belongings but appeared to be in decent spirits, Jin Yang let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the large bag Jiang Qi carried, along with a desiccated corpse, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What on earth? Kizi, did you go on a shopping spree? And this corpse looks quite unique. Which family did you carry this from?" Jiang Qi's expression darkened momentarily as he replied, "This is not just any corpse. It belongs to Zhong Shi." "That scoundrel?" Jin Yang leaned in for a closer look and, upon examining the remains, recognized the faint contours of Zhong Shi's face. His teeth clenched in anger. "So, it is her. What happened to her? Did she get her comeuppance? Is she dead?" As he spoke, he attempted to pry open Zhong Shi's eyelids, but soon gave up. Jiang Qi, witnessing his morbid curiosity, replied, "She is not truly dead, just in a state of suspended animation." Jin Yang spat in disdain. "What a calamity! But why are you carrying her around? Planning to extort her once she wakes up?" Jiang Qi opened the cargo area and placed the shrimp remains and Zhong Shi inside, securing them to prevent any jolting during the drive. Jin Yang was about to ask more, but Jiang Qi interrupted. "Let us get in the vehicle first." Right. Jin Yang complied. Once inside, Jiang Qi buckled his seatbelt and inquired, "Did you bring everything I asked you to prepare?" Jin Yang nodded, saying, "I have everything, food and drinks included." "Very well. Then let's south at the road back to Lu Mountain." At this point, the ordeal in Peng Lai had concluded for him, and he preferred not to get embroiled in any further exploration or disputes. With Peng Lai's emergence, Deng Zhou had become the target of attention, and lingering longer would only heighten the danger. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The reason they chose to drive back was to transport the shrimp remains, which were classified as A-grade materials with immense value. Utilizing standard shipping or courier services posed too great a risk. As Jin Yang started the truck, he asked Chizi, "Aren't we waiting for Xiao Lu?" "I just inquired. Xiao Lu and the others have already headed to the airport." Good, he replied. But his curiosity got the better of him. "What on earth did you experience in there? And what's in that bag?" Jiang Qi recounted his experiences in detail, though he chose to withhold certain information from Jin Yang. It was not out of fear of betrayal, but rather to minimize the risk by keeping fewer people informed. Jin Yang listened with rapt attention, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Wow, Kizi, your experiences are extraordinary. Venturing solo into a secret realm, slaying an A-grade monster, witnessing the resurgence of a myth. It's nothing short of legendary." However, his expression soon turned somber. "With the emergence of extraordinary abilities, I cannot fight alongside my brothers. I can only wait outside. What a regret in life." Jiang Qi glanced at him and remarked, "This time, I owe you a great deal. Without your help in gathering information and financing, I could not have entered Peng Lai." "Of course." Jin Yang grinned. "My main role is to stabilize the rear. See, I executed the support operation flawlessly." Jiang Qi praised him generously. "Indeed, you did well. Both Xiao Lu and I are grateful." "Ah, no need to say that." Jin Yang waved his hand dismissively. Before long, Jin Yang's attention returned to the valuable shrimp remains. I've heard that the meat of high-level extraordinary beings is incredibly nourishing. Qi, you've struck gold this time. He rubbed his hands together, already envisioning the flavors of steamed shrimp and grilled shrimp legs. Jiang Qi continued. I plan to reserve a portion for Uncle and Aunt, Xiao Lu, and you, so your parents can benefit from this high-grade flesh. It should be quite beneficial for ordinary people. Let us distribute it among ourselves first. Jin Yang felt a surge of gratitude and chuckled. Then I won hold back. Please thank you on my behalf, Chigo. This will surely strengthen my parents' health. As for the remaining portions, Jiang Qi elaborated. We can either sell it or use it for trade to acquire resources we urgently need. Your family has business connections. Keep an eye out for me. Count on me. Jin Yang pled get enthusiastically. With the main matter settled, Jiang Qi noticed that Jin Yang had evidently not slept well in recent days and asked, Can you manage driving by yourself? The journey from Dangzhou to Lu Mountain would take 6 to 7 hours, prompting his concern. Nowadays, with autonomous driving technology being quite advanced, Jiang Qi could learn to drive in under an hour, but his greatest obstacle remained the lack of a driver's license. Thus, he relied solely on Jin Yang for the upcoming journey. Absolutely. With you chatting with me on the road, 6 or 7 hours will be a breeze. Jin Yang responded, turning on the truck's stereo and playing an exhilarating song. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi activated his wrist device, pulling up the screen to browse online information. Discussions about Peng Lai had exploded across the internet, flooded with various speculations, analyses, and rumors. The Bohai Sea was undergoing a tremendous transformation, with a mysterious fog extending over 100,000 square kilometers off the coast of Dangzhou, prompting yet another update of the world map. The existence of the Peng Lai paradise was confirmed, and the emergence of the world's largest singular secret realm was trending across major social media platforms, accompanied by an inevitable exclamation of explosive. Wow, I'm from Dangzhou, 100,000 square kilometers. That's larger than the territory of many countries, right? Just imagine the treasures and ancient legacies hidden within. Would they allow non-official extraordinary individuals to enter? I would sign a death waiver. Am I the only one worried? In such a vast secret realm, could terrifying entities emerge? The world's #1 singular secret realm, astonishing. Other countries must be envious to tears. When it comes to myths, it's our Eastland that suffers. Jiang Qi focused on the official announcements and the reactions of various financial conglomerates and the international community. 10 minutes prior, the authorities released a statement. The announcement tentatively identified the current secret realm as belonging to Peng Lai and, following initial analyses, confirmed that Peng Lai had anchored itself to the real world, forming a new geographical unit. The statement indicated that the Anomaly Management Bureau and relevant departments had activated their emergency protocols and were conducting detailed investigations and assessments, urging the public to remain calm and avoid approaching the affected maritime areas. Furthermore, it strictly prohibited any unauthorized vessels, aircraft, or individuals from coming near, promising to release further information promptly. However, this announcement failed to quell the fervor of national discussion. If anything, it only fueled the fire further. Immediately following this, the Republic of Castillon, the Federation of Ryan, the Republic of Novgorod, the Principality of Jinsha, the Republic of Canaan, the Federation of Anglica, and the Republic of Fanguang, 25 nations in total, seemed to have conspired and sent formal notifications in a remarkably brief period. Their content was uniform, expressing a desire for data, sharing, and collaborative exploration, with the aim of collectively advancing the evolution of all humanity. This news once again stirred a tempest within the nation. How eloquently they speak of striving for the evolution of all humanity, yet is it not merely a ploy to seize a portion for themselves? Among these nations, Yingzhou and Sunhua were undoubtedly the most exuberant, as public opinion in both countries began to fervently rally. According to our ancient text, Fusangji, the Isle of Peng Lai is a sacred site where the sun rises in the mythic era of our ancestors, deeply intertwined with our heritage. We support the government's proactive negotiations. The rights to explore Peng Lai must include our nation. This is our cultural legacy. Peng Lai is the celestial mountain mentioned in our ancestors' myth of Dangun. It is the place of cultivation for our forefathers. We demand joint management. We must remain vigilant against certain nations attempting to monopolize the shared mythological heritage of humanity. the issue of Peng Lai's ownership cannot be determined solely by geographical proximity. Peng Lai originates from Sunghua. Jiang Qi swiftly perused this information. Contemplating, it seems that Denzhou is poised to become the eye of the storm. In the suburbs of Denzhou, a private aircraft descended smoothly into a high-end private estate that was not open to the public. To this day, flying technology has matured significantly, yet due to airspace regulations, very few individuals are permitted to own private aircraft. Each private aircraft is a symbol of power and status. At this moment, a line of people awaited on the lawn. At the forefront stood a silver-haired elder, flanked by a refined middle-aged couple. In addition, there were roles such as the butler, security personnel, and servants. However, without exception, they all bowed respectfully. As the hatch opened, a man in his 40s slowly descended the gangway. Following him was a tall, burly man, along with a young woman of unremarkable appearance, seemingly blending into any background. Upon exiting the cabin, the man did not immediately approach the awaiting crowd, but instead cast a smile towards the direction of Peng Lai. From this vantage point, one could distinctly see the shrouding gray mist. A flicker of undeniable eagerness and greed passed through the man's gaze. Bongle. If he could attain sufficient gains from this venture in Peng Lai, his status within the family would be greatly elevated. Young Master Shun, the silver-haired elder, upon seeing the man, promptly stepped forward, his face adorned with just the right amount of warmth and respect as he slightly bowed, saying, "Your journey must have been arduous. Your presence graces the Han family, truly illuminating our humble abode." Shen Xinchan responded, "Old Han, you are too kind. I appreciate your waiting." He then surveyed the middle-aged couple behind Old Han, who were his son and daughter-in-law, individuals of considerable influence in Denzhou. Yet, at this moment, they appeared exceedingly humble, even displaying smiles that were overly eager in Shen Xinchan's eyes. Shen Xinchan merely nodded slightly, acknowledging them. He then returned his focus to Old Han, saying, "Old Han, let us dispense with the formalities. I have come solely for Peng Lai." Old Han replied, I understand. He immediately dismissed those present, including his daughter-in-law, leaving only the butler. Shen Xinchan felt quite satisfied. He had no time to squander. He said, "Old Han, please arrange for a few reliable individuals to take my people to Yaoxing Hotel. A certain Jiang Qi just left the command center of the Alien Affairs Bureau 20 minutes ago and should have returned to his previous hotel." Old Han assured, "Young Master Shun, the personnel and vehicles are ready and waiting at the estate's entrance." Shen Xinchan nodded, "Excellent." He then turned to the unremarkable woman and instructed, "Ing, you will accompany Old Han's people. Remember, treat him with courtesy. Express the Shun family's appreciation and sincerity. Inform him that the Shun family is eager for talent and can provide resources and status beyond his imagination. Make him understand that collaborating with the Shun family is his best choice." He paused momentarily. "If he proves ungrateful, then bring him here by force. I want everything he knows about Peng Lai." The woman, referred to as Ing, nodded silently and followed Old Han's people. Before long, Ing arrived at Yaoxing Hotel, room 408, guided by Old Han's associates. She placed her hand upon the door lock, and the door opened with a click. The group swiftly entered the room. However, they found it utterly vacant. The bed was neatly made, there were no personal belongings on the table, and even the toiletries in the bathroom were standard hotel issue, as if no one had ever occupied the room. The group, with grim expressions, approached the hotel front desk for inquiries, only to discover that Jiang Qi had never returned. Furthermore, his companion, Jin Yang, had checked out an hour ago and was now untraceable. Upon Ying's return to report, Shen Xinchan expressed disbelief. "What? He is already gone?" Old Han promptly reassured, "Young Master Shun, do not worry. I will immediately utilize all my connections to investigate." The Han family's influence in Denzhou was considerable, and within less than 15 minutes, the latest intelligence was presented to Shen Xinchan. Upon hearing the report, Shen Xinchan, typically inscrutable, displayed genuine astonishment for the first time. "He actually left directly?" Shen Xinchan's voice bore a hint of incredulity. This Jiang Qi, after exiting the Alien Affairs Bureau, had not even returned to the hotel before hastily departing Denzhou. This completely disrupted his expectations. He had assumed Jiang Qi would at least return to the hotel to rest or reunite with his companion, which would have granted him ample time to prepare. Yet, he had not anticipated such decisiveness on Jiang Qi's part, as if sensing danger and departing without a trace. A surge of indignation, akin to being toyed with by prey, welled up within him. He turned to Ing and the burly man, commanding, "Ing Kui, you two must set off immediately. Pilot my black yin to pursue. Ensure you intercept him before he completely distances himself from Denzhou. Remember, I must see him. Do you understand?" Simultaneously, Denzhou welcomed several extraordinary guests. Some arrived in grand entourages, while others maintained an unusually low profile, with information tightly controlled. However, without exception, their statuses were exceedingly high, exuding an air of superiority in their every move. Furthermore, their objectives were clear and singular. Peng Lai. They all had their sights set on Jiang Qi, who had taken Professor Zhang and others away. They sought to find him at any cost, to make contact with him, and to uncover the secrets of his entrance and exit from Peng Lai. Similar directives were issued in understated tones across various locations. Meanwhile, at the toll booth of Denzhou's expressway, Jin Yang awaited the passage of vehicles ahead. While waiting, he sang loudly with a voice resembling a duck's, "This road has no end, only the horizon. Every intersection is a new starting point, crushing all worries behind the tires. I wish to chase the setting sun to the edge of the world." Jiang Qi, somewhat exasperated, decisively switched the song when Jin Yang reached the chorus, interrupting the auditory assault. This immediately drew Jin Yang's protests. Yet, Jiang Qi simply closed his eyes, feigning rest. Unexpectedly, Jin Yang began singing the next song with the same tone as if addressing his grandmother. "Fearless, fearless, tomorrow's tomorrow. The world remains young, and we press onward." He felt a sense of pride. Who would have thought I could sing this song too? At that moment, the vehicles ahead finally passed through the toll booth. The barrier lifted, and Jin Yang drove the truck onto the expressway, stabilizing the speed at around 110. Jiang Qi opened his eyes and said, "Speed up." Jin Yang inquired, "Why?" Jiang Qi had an ominous premonition but did not articulate it, merely stating, "It's nothing. I just want to get home faster." Jin Yang exclaimed with excitement, "All right, brace yourself. Let me show you what it means to fly close to the ground." Chapter 47. Now, there's no escape for you, is there? At an altitude of approximately 100 meters, the He Yuan was hurtling towards the highway at speeds several times greater than that of the vehicles below. Inside the cockpit, Ying's cold gaze fixated on the vehicles beneath, which appeared as mere toy models devoid of any emotion. At this moment, the trajectory of the truck driven by Jin Yang was synchronized with the display screen of the He Yuan. Speed and direction were accurately captured, and an automatic tracking program was set. Beside her, the imposing figure of Kui, resembling a steel tower with his arms crossed, was resting his eyes. A cold electronic voice echoed, "Target locked, relative speed, differential stable, estimated interception time, 5 minutes." On the display screen, a virtual line indicated that the distance between the two was rapidly decreasing. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The cold electronic voice sounded again, entering optimal interception distance. At this point, Ing could visually discern the truck driven by Jin Yang. The display screen of the He Yuan magnified the image to such detail that even the two human heat signatures inside the cabin were visible. Target confirmed. Vehicle information matched. Heat signatures confirmed. 2 members. At this moment, Kui opened his eyes, eagerly rubbing his hands together, blue arcs of high-energy electricity occasionally sparking between his palms. Ing stated, "No rush. The Songtao service area is 23 kilometers ahead. We will act once they enter the service area." Gone were the chaotic days of the early emergence of abilities. The Supernatural Management Bureau was no mere decoration. Even if they were from the Shun family, they could not recklessly utilize their powers on the highway. Otherwise, should any collateral damage or severe accidents occur, the Shun family would face significant trouble. Moreover, they preferred to employ diplomacy before force, and did not necessarily have to resort to violence. Subsequently, the He Yuan maintained its distance, patiently waiting for its prey to enter the ambush zone. Soon enough, the display screen indicated that the target vehicle was about to pass the entrance of the Songtao service area. However, the target showed no signs of reducing speed as it entered. This was all within Ying's expectations. Under Ying's control, the He Yuan swiftly lowered its altitude. When it was approximately 20 meters above the target, she activated her ability, Circuit Interference. Circuit Interference, a capability that disrupts certain electronic devices or partially takes control of them. In this era, gasoline-powered vehicles have been completely abandoned, Oil was now primarily utilized in industrial and construction sectors. Naturally, the truck driven by Jin Yang was electric, falling well within Ying's control. Inside the cockpit, Jin Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? What's happening?" He realized the steering wheel was unresponsive, and the data on the dashboard was wildly fluctuating. He turned to Jiang Qi and said, "Quick, look, the vehicle has lost control." Jiang Qi quickly grasped the situation. However, the truck neither crashed into the guardrail nor collided with other vehicles. Instead, it smoothly veered off the main road and into the entrance of the Songtao service area. It's driving itself. Jin Yang watched in astonishment as the vehicle executed a series of maneuvers comparable to those of a seasoned driver, coming to a steady halt in an empty parking space. WOC, has the vehicle become sentient? Are we being targeted? Jiang Qi swiftly concluded, his voice grave. They have the ability to control our vehicle remotely. This is not a malfunction. Someone has invited us in. Jiang Qi sighed inwardly. He had left Angzhou at breakneck speed and was astonished to find himself pursued. It was evident. He shook his head. The capabilities of certain factions were beyond his comprehension. The ability to locate and chase him so swiftly indicated that the information had likely originated from within the Supernatural Management Bureau. It may not have been Director Chun Zhong himself, but rather personnel from a lower level. After all, in a large department, it was quite normal for information to leak. However, the ability to infiltrate the Supernatural Management Bureau was indeed remarkable. It appeared that even in the age of abilities, the past magnates and families had not declined. Instead, they had grown even more powerful. Those in power remained so, while ordinary individuals continued to be ordinary. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qi addressed Jin Yang, "Stay in the vehicle. Lock the doors. They are after me." Although he knew that the vehicle was under their control and locking the doors was largely futile, as they could open them with ease, it at least offered some psychological comfort. Jin Yang intended to retort, but swallowed his words upon seeing Jiang Qi's serious profile. He merely said, "Qi, please be careful." Jiang Qi nodded, then opened the car door and jumped out of the cockpit. At that moment, the He Yuan also descended. The cabin door slid open, and Ying and Kuei stepped out in succession. Jiang Qi observed them, his muscles tense, prepared to spring into combat at any moment. "Mr. Jiang Qi," Ying addressed the youth before her, "there's no need to be anxious. My master greatly appreciates your abilities. Now that Peng Lai has emerged, you are the only one capable of entering and exiting it. My master eagerly seeks talents and warmly welcomes your participation in exploring Peng Lai." Jiang Qi inquired, "Who is your master?" Ying shook her head, her tone neutral. "I cannot disclose that." Jiang Qi pressed further, "What is your master's surname?" Ying shook her head again, maintaining her silence. "I cannot say that either." "Is there nothing you can share?" Jiang Qi replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining any faction at this time." Ying insisted, "I kindly ask Mr. Jiang Qi to reconsider." Jiang Qi said, "There is no need for that. I have no interest in addressing anyone as master, and I regret to inform you that I have signed the Lingxi Agreement, which prohibits me from divulging any information regarding Peng Lai." "The Lingxi Agreement?" Ying shook her head once more, saying, "That's all right. The Lingxi Agreement restricts information, not individuals. You need not disclose any information. All you must do is lead the way into Peng Lai." Jiang Qi declared, "My decision will not change. Please consider it." Ying continued to press. Kuei stepped forward as well. Jiang Qi replied calmly, "Thank you, but I truly will not consider it." Ying silently studied Jiang Qi for several moments, a hint of regret glimmering in her eyes. An atmosphere of amicable exchange could have been fostered, and they might have even become colleagues in the future. That way, she would not have to constantly keep an eye on the extraordinarily powerful Kuei. However, it appeared that she would have to take more drastic measures. Using a miniature communicator concealed within her collar, she reported to Shen Xinchan, who was far away in the estate. "Master, the recruitment has failed. They have declined." The voice on the other end crackled with anger. "Unappreciative. If that is the case, then seal off the area and forcibly bring him back." Ying bowed her head in acknowledgement, understood. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyes were now charged with electricity. Circuit interference. Silence the area. Buzz. Centered around her. The entire service area experienced a blackout. All cameras shut down automatically, and all communication devices malfunctioned. "What is happening? My wrist device has no signal. The surveillance is down." Within the service area, countless individuals were taken aback, momentarily bewildered, as to what was occurring, creating a scene of chaos. However, they quickly noticed the situation and opted not to approach. Instead, they chose to flee. Some hurriedly ran towards their vehicles, while others abandoned their cars and sprinted towards the exit of the service area. Over the past 5 years, numerous battles among those with abilities, both domestically and internationally, had taught ordinary people a harsh lesson. Encountering a battle among those with abilities was akin to facing a natural disaster. One must flee at once, running as fast as possible without looking back. Nevertheless, a small fraction of the onlookers chose to remain and observe. How thrilling! What excitement! Rarely do we witness a battle of abilities. Even if it results in death, it would be worth the price of admission. Meanwhile, within the manor, Shen Shan dialed a number. Director Liu, I implore you to seal off all information regarding the Songtao service area across all platforms. Do not be deceived by the era of the internet and big data, where everyone possesses a terminal. Information can indeed be completely obscured. On the contrary, as internet technology advances, so too does the sophistication of network regulation. When certain forces or individuals resolve to enforce a blockade, their power is unimaginable to ordinary people. Through network control, content screening, keyword searches, and information interception, a definitive black zone of information can be conjured within specific regions. What does it matter if hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands bear witness? In the face of colossal financial power, the truths perceived by these individuals stir not a ripple. Thus, the Songtao service area has transformed into such an isolated black domain. Shen Shan scoffed. Those who refuse to accept courtesy must face penalties. Let me show you what the disparity of power truly is, what it means to cry out to heaven and have no answer, to call upon the earth and receive no response. He then instructed the two individuals, "Ing Kue, move swiftly, bring him back before my patience wanes." At the service area, Kue let out an excited growl. It was about time. Before anyone could react, his upper garments exploded, revealing a muscular torso intertwined with blue arcs of electricity that traced strange patterns across his body. This was one of his abilities, Thunder Body, which allowed him to envelop himself in lightning, merging defense, enhancement, and offense into a three-dimensional synergy. He then charged forward with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. In an instant, he confronted Jiang Qi, unleashing a direct assault aimed at his face. Jiang Qi felt a surge of anger. If they would not utilize him, they intended to forcibly retrieve him. Such tyranny, such arrogance. Was this not akin to the powerful clans of ancient times? Yes, we now live in an age of extraordinary abilities, where the strong prey upon the weak. He understood the existence of the world's darker facets, yet the reality of facing it was a bitter pill to swallow, igniting a flame of defiance within him. This world still adheres to rules. Jiang Qi's gaze turned icy. Confronted with the electrified fist, he did not meet it head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, his body moving in a manner that seemed to defy the laws of physics, narrowly avoiding the punch's wind. In that moment, he counterattacked, striking Kuei's ribs. Kuei's speed was formidable, yet Jiang Qi's was even greater. The force of the blow nearly caused Kuei's eyes to bulge from their sockets. How swift! How powerful! He had not anticipated that Jiang Qi, despite his seemingly frail appearance, could deliver such immense force. Even with his thunder body activated, enhancing his defenses, he could not entirely dissipate the impact of Jiang Qi's strike. He roared in fury, "You shall pay for this." Meanwhile, Jiang Qi grimaced slightly, his fist now charred. It felt as though he had struck a being clad in iron. Kuei was enveloped in electric currents that retaliated upon contact. Had Jiang Qi's physical attributes not reached an impressive 160 points, rendering his skin akin to leather, his hand would have likely been burned to a crisp. Soon, Kuei unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by blue bolts of lightning, descending upon Jiang Qi like a torrential storm. Yet, in terms of speed and reflexes, Jiang Qi fought a Superpowers. He countered swiftly, exploiting Kuei's weaknesses to deliver critical strikes. Alas, Kuei's thunder body provided formidable protection. It was not merely a physical enhancement, but allowed the currents to flow at will, forming a miniaturized lightning shield that negated Jiang Qi's assaults. Inside the vehicle, Jin Yang watched in trepidation, deeply concerned yet powerless. What should he do? What should he do? He rapidly pondered solutions. Observing Yang Qi explodiet knuckles, exclaiming, How does it feel to experience the might of my lightning? At this moment, both Jiang Qi and Kuei had formed preliminary assessments of each other's strengths. To Kuei, Jiang Qi was a standout among B-class ability users, possessing extraordinary speed, reflexes, and strength. He could not hope to defeat him alone. Conversely, Jiang Qi recognized that Kuei's thunder body offered defense, enhancement, and lethality, effectively rendering him a weakened version of himself. However, the most challenging aspect was Kuei's application of lightning. With that power at his disposal, Kuei was virtually invincible. Jiang Qi's mind raced. The opponent's raw strength was no match for his own, as their abilities derived from skill enhancements, while his attributes were eternally present. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could wear Kuei down until his skills faded. But regrettably, this was not a solitary battle. He faced two opponents. A strategy was imperative. Kuei charged once more, this time concentrating electric currents into his elbow for a strike. Jiang Qi effortlessly dodged, seizing the opportunity to crouch low, mimicking a sweeping kick he had seen on television. The currents on Kuei's body swiftly converged to form a lightning shield around his leg. However, Jiang Qi's intent was not to injure him, but to topple him. With a resounding crash, Jiang Qi paid the price of his trousers turning to ash and his leg being singed, yet he succeeded in knocking Kuei to the ground. Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Jiang Qi, deeming his attacks ineffective. Yet in an instant, he found himself in a dire predicament. He attempted to rise, only to be met with Jiang Qi's lightning-fast kick to the forehead, sending him crashing down once more. Aya! Kuei was utterly enraged. He turned to Ying, shouting, "How long do you intend to watch this farce?" Though the battle between Jiang Qi and Kuei appeared prolonged, it had only been a minute. Ying had been observing the duel, and now, believing she had grasped Jiang Qi's fighting style, she finally decided to intervene. She raised her hands towards the sky, and with a crackling sound, a multitude of electric currents surged forth. Then, with a swift downward motion, a tempest of electricity descended upon Jiang Qi and Kuei's vicinity. Thunderstorm barrage. This barrage released ionized charges into the air, triggering a localized thunderstorm that unleashed a deluge of concentrated lightning over a 10-meter radius, delivering mass electrocution to adversaries. Kuei paid no heed to his own position within the attack range, for he was shielded by his thunder body, rendering him immune to Ying's electric onslaught. Together, Kuei and Ying, one engaging in close combat while the other launched ranged attacks, had effortlessly vanquished countless formidable foes in the past, and this time would be no different. The relentless bolts of lightning cascaded down upon Jiang Qi and Kuei as if rain had fallen from the heavens. Kui stod prodli, arms outstretched, reveling in the electrifying light as if enjoying a warm bath. Yet, the effects of the lightning upon Jiang Qi were starkly different. The violent energy danced upon every inch of his skin, leaping through his pores and searing through his bones. Boom! The blinding blue and white electric serpents completely engulfed Jiang Qi. He felt an unprecedented agony, an insurmountable pain that transcended the physical realm, invading his very psyche. He could only strive to escape the core of the thunderstorm, pushing towards the fringes. At last, the electric storm subsided. Jiang Qi's appearance had become a tragic sight. His clothing was nearly entirely carbonized, his skin marred by extensive charring, while his back and arms bore the ravages of explosive injuries, revealing charred and bloody flesh. Kizi. Inside the vehicle, Jean Yang's eyes filled with tears. Ying coldly observed the scene, saying, "Oh, you're still standing?" Although she felt a flicker of astonishment that Jiang Qi was able to withstand the blow without collapsing, she was nonetheless convinced that he was at the end of his strength. She raised her hands once more. Electricity began to coalesce anew. Determined not to afford Jiang Qi a moment's respite. If one strike was insufficient, then two shall suffice. At this moment, Jiang Qi felt a searing pain with every breath, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Now he was barely holding on with a physique of 160. He sensed that another blow would undoubtedly be his undoing. However, just as the storm of lightning projectiles descended, he had managed to approach the cargo truck. This was intentional on his part. He smashed open the truck's door with a powerful punch, swiftly leaped inside, retrieved the shrimp spear and shrimp shield stored within, and then dashed out. Spear in one hand and shield in the other, charging towards the shadow. Yet, as he advanced, a dark figure flashed before him. and Kuei stepped forward with a sinister grin. Your target is me. Kuei's intentions were clear. He understood that, relying solely on brute strength, he would never be able to subdue Jiang Qi, so he aimed to hold him back, providing Shadow with ample opportunity to unleash her attacks. Still clinging to the hope of a desperate struggle, Shadow scoffed, gathering even more electricity in her hands, fully prepared for another strike of lightning projectiles to rain down. Previously, she had not exerted her full power, for her aim was not to kill Jiang Qi, but to capture him. Upon witnessing Jiang Qi's terrifying resilience, she did not hesitate to amplify the force of her lightning projectiles. Jiang Qi hurriedly raised the shrimp shield above his head. The massive shrimp, being an A-grade creature, had bestowed upon the shield formidable defensive capabilities. The electric current merely charred the surface of the shield without inflicting any significant damage. However, Kuei seized the opportunity, channeling vast amounts of electricity into his fist and delivering a ferocious lightning punch to Jiang Qi's abdomen. Jiang Qi staggered back 4 or 5 steps, a metallic taste flooding his throat as a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Having withstood the storm of lightning projectiles from Shadow and absorbed Kuei's punch, Jiang Qi felt his balance wavering, his vision darkening, as if he were about to lose consciousness at any moment. Meanwhile, Shadow was equally astonished. She gazed greedily at the shield in Jiang Qi's hand. Is this what you obtained from Peng Lai? It was only a rudimentary processed material, yet it exhibited such formidable protective qualities. Clearly, Peng Lai was indeed extraordinary, intensifying her desire to capture Jiang Qi. In that moment, Jiang Qi rallied his spirit, exerting force beneath his feet to charge at Shadow. She had just employed her powers. He could not believe that she would be able to utilize her abilities a third time so swiftly. He intended to strike during her skill's cool-down period. Kuei immediately discerned Jiang Qi's intention and surged forward once more, this time transforming his punch into an open palm, attempting to restrain Jiang Qi. Yet, he felt a twinge of trepidation. What incredible resilience! In previous encounters with Shadow, their foes had already fallen under their relentless assaults. But he had not anticipated Jiang Qi's tenacity, enduring a strike from Shadow's lightning projectiles and his own lightning punch. He regretted his earlier arrogance when Shadow first unleashed her lightning projectiles. He had presumed Jiang Qi would falter under even the initial barrage. But now he realized he had been mistaken. Nonetheless, it was not too late to rectify his earlier underestimation. He channeled electricity to his feet, activating the lightning step to swiftly close the distance to Jiang Qi. Shadow, witnessing Jiang Qi using her as a breakthrough target, felt a surge of anger. Her previously calm and observant demeanor faltered as rage bubbled within her. Why persist in this futile struggle? Why waste precious time? Would it not be better to simply yield? She extended her hand. Electric blade? A blue arc of light surged toward Jiang Qi. The electric blade materialized, a visible blade of directed electricity. As the blade was unleashed, Shadow coldly regarded Jiang Qi. Your physical prowess is indeed remarkable, but it merely prolongs your suffering. Forcing me to utilize the electric blade, you may take pride in that. Prepare to perish. At that moment, confronted by the electric blade ahead and Kuei, utilizing the lightning step behind, Jiang Qi found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, he suddenly entered a state of unprecedented clarity. He did not dwell on why Shadow possessed yet another ability, nor on how many more she might have. He did not consider the sudden increase in Kuei's speed, nor the severity of his own injuries or how long he could endure. His sole focus was on how to confront the current situation. The myriad details of the battlefield crystallized in his mind. He made a rapid assessment. The speed of the electric blade was extraordinary, its lethality formidable. He faced 2 choices. One was to use the shrimp shield for defense, but that would leave him vulnerable to Kuei's pursuit, rendering the shrimp shield and spear meaningless. He would become Shadow's living target. The other option was to disregard the electric blade and endure the strike. Yet, given his current injuries, the consequences of such a decision were unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, the electric blade was nearly upon him, without hesitation. He pivoted sharply and thrust the shield against the oncoming Kuei. The force of the shield, combined with Kuei's own momentum, sent him careening 2 or 3 meters away. Just then, the electric blade struck. Jiang Qi managed to slightly turn his body, but the concentrated blue blade viciously pierced through his back. The blood did not even have time to flow. It was evaporated by the searing heat. A deep wound, visible to the bone and charred at the edges, emerged. Even more terrifying was the immense current that accompanied the electric blade, coursing through Jiang Qi's body, making him feel as though his very organs were being scorched, every nerve quivering in agony. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body swaying as his vision was veiled in crimson. He could not endure any longer. He felt as if he could not move, yearning to lie down and rest. Yet he knew that should he do so, it would be the end. No, he could not lie down. He could not stop. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he dragged his battered body forward, charging a shadow like a moth drawn to a flame. Shadow's expression had darkened considerably, her heart filled with astonishment and fury. Why hasn't he fallen yet? Why is he still standing? At that moment, she had already unleashed her circuit disruption twice, her lightning projectiles twice, and the electric blade once. Her mental energy was nearly depleted. She could no longer sustain the release of another ability. Gazing at the cold, unyielding determination in Jiang Qi's eyes as he approached, she finally felt a twinge of fear. "Kuei, stop him, quickly," she cried out in desperation. She could not comprehend how this boy before her could endure so much. Kuei continued to employ the lightning step, surging forward at breakneck speed. He too felt a surge of anxiety within. He distinctly sensed that the situation had spiraled out of control. They had misjudged both Jiang Qi's combat capability and his fighting spirit. Countless effortless battles had bred arrogance within them, leading to a series of blunders as they underestimated Jiang Qi in their early confrontations. "Faster! I must catch up!" Kuei roared internally. But faced with Kuei's pursuit, Jiang Qi did not look back. He hurled a shield in his hand directly at Kuei. Choosing to endure the incoming shield, Kuei slowed his speed considerably. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Qi surged forward, reaching Shadow's front. His gaze was icy, spear in hand, aimed straight at Shadow's face. So close. Too close. Close enough for Shadow to catch the scent of blood emanating from him, to see the cold flames burning in his eyes, as if they were poised to incinerate everything. She wanted to retreat, but her body was paralyzed by fear and fatigue. She wished to unleash her skills, yet she found herself unable to react in time, with no means to counter Jiang Qi's impending attack. A profound sense of helplessness tightened around her heart. Am I to die? However, she was not yet prepared. She did not wish to embrace death. An overwhelming tide of remorse and fear surged within her heart. "Let me go," she thought. But before she could utter a single word, the deadly spear of Jiang Qi drew near to her forehead, and without mercy, it plunged deep within. First, it pierced her scalp, then her skull, followed by various protective membranes, and ultimately penetrated the brain tissue, emerging from the back of her head, accompanied by a torrent of blood and cerebral fluid. Shadow's body convulsed violently, her pupils dilated, and her eyes lost all brilliance. She was dead. She departed this world with unclosed eyes, filled with deep-seated resentment, yet she was undeniably gone. This was Jiang Qi's first act of murder, and it left him with only a slight discomfort in his heart. Kuei, filled with rage, roared, "You killed Shadow. You must die. I will kill you." He and Shadow had both gained their extraordinary abilities together. They had discovered a pair of twin thunder lotuses simultaneously, each absorbing one flower and acquiring different powers. Kuei gained a formidable thunder physique for both offense and defense, while Shadow mastered various thunder techniques to manipulate the external world. Later, they joined the Shun family, working together through numerous missions. In truth, Kuei had always harbored feelings for Shadow, but she did not reciprocate. For one, he was not her type, and for another, she believed he had stolen her opportunity. If not for him, she might have absorbed both flowers entirely. Though Kuei was fond of Shadow, he did not pine away in solitude. Indeed, he had never been single, currently entangled with 3 lovers outside. His affection for her, perhaps, was not entirely pure, yet in the face of such profound loss, it pierced his heart with unbearable anguish. "I want you to accompany her in death." In that moment, he had completely lost his mind. He forgot the mission and disregarded his own exhaustion, pushing his thunder physique to its limits, charging toward Jiang Qi like a colossal thunder beast. At that time, Jiang Qi was already exhausted and lacked the strength to evade Kuei's furious assault. He could only watch helplessly as Kuei charged at him. Boom! Just then, Jin Yang drove a truck directly into Kuei, sending him flying. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qi, while he was embroiled in battle, Jin Yong had quietly started the truck and, at the last moment, collided with Kwai. The immense impact lifted Kwai off the ground, and amidst chaotic flashes of lightning, he crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, but momentarily unable to do so, his thunder physique had reached its limit. The truck screeched to a halt before Jiang Qi, and Jin Yong jumped out. Trembling as he asked, "Qi Zi, are you okay?" Jiang Qi, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, replied, "I'm fine." Jin Yong insisted, "Let me help you into the truck. We must leave quickly." Before Jin Yong finished speaking, another flying vessel descended from the sky. "Don't rush to leave." A girl with twin ponytails emerged from the cabin, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Qi, clapping her hands. "This battle was incredible. You single-handedly faced the dual threat of Shun's thunder and shadow, and even managed to counterattack. Wow, you're even more impressive than described in the records." She extended her fair hand. "Hello, my name is Hong Yiya, from the Hong family. You can call me Yiya. Would you be interested in coming with me?" Jin Yong stood protectively in front of Jiang Qi. Though his legs trembled slightly, he mustered the courage to reply, "What do you want? We're not going anywhere." "Little girl, don't be so flustered just because you see a handsome guy," a gravelly voice interrupted unexpectedly. Another flying vessel landed, and a voluptuous red-haired woman dressed in a tight combat suit stepped out. With an unlit cigarette dangling from her lips, she glanced at the wary Kwai in the distance, then at Hong Yiya, and finally fixed her gaze on Jiang Qi. "Handsome boy, come with me. I'll take care of you." "Wenong, are you also here to cause trouble?" Hong Yiya glittered at head in displeasure. When Hong chuckled softly, "Who wouldn't he want the secrets of Peng Lai?" In a matter of moments, several other factions arrived, seemingly having watched the battle for a long time, waiting for the right moment to intervene as Jiang Qi and the Thunder and Shadow duo clashed. Among these factions were Hong Yiya and Wen Hong. For men in matching uniforms, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, and a distinguished young man whom Jiang Qi did not recognize, but Jin Yong did. This young man was a rising star among extraordinary ability users, one of the top influencers. In an instant, the small service area was flooded with numerous factions, all vying for Jiang Qi. Jin Yong, trembling as he supported Jiang Qi, whispered, "Qi Zi, what should we do now?" At this moment, Jiang Qi found himself in a dire situation, surrounded and trapped like a cornered beast. Listening to Jin Yong's words, Jiang Qi gazed toward the horizon, awaiting the arrival of another flying vessel. He thought to himself, "Is it not here yet?" Chapter 49. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird waits in the shadows, suppressing excruciating pain, Jiang Qi whispered, "First, don't speak of plans. Give me a piece of clothing." "Oh!" Jin Yong exclaimed, noticing Jiang Qi's state of undress, hurriedly removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Qi. However, when his gaze fell upon Jiang Qi's wounds, his hands trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the distinguished young celebrity stepped forward and smiled. "Young Jiang Qi, with your looks and abilities, if you join our Xingyao media, I promise to make you a superstar of the new era, placing you in the spotlight, showered with adoration, wealth, fame, influence. Everything is within your grasp. Isn't this better than fighting and killing?" His words were laced with temptation, painting a picture of a glamorous future. The leader of the four men in matching uniforms scoffed, "Humph, actors are just actors. True strength lies in the pursuit of one's own power to the extreme, in exploring the truths of the world, not in appeasing the masses for trivial vanity and resources." He looked at Jiang Qi and said, "Join our Jiuzhou group. We can provide you with a professional growth path and top-tier resources. Once you join, you will attain a ministerial position." When Hong snorted, "Minister? Such sweet talk, but in reality, just a high-ranking worker. In critical moments, you'll be cast aside as a pawn." The man dismissed Wen Hong with disdain. "When did it become your place to criticize Jiuzhou? No matter how poor Jiuzhou may be, it is still a company. The promotion pathways are clear, unlike your families, which should have been swept into the dust long ago as feudal parasites." Wen Hong retorted sharply, "How dare you? The heritage and cohesion of family legacies are beyond your cold-hearted companies, which only see profit." Exactly. Someone as handsome and capable as Brother Jiang doesn't he have to settle for being a subordinate? We, the Hong family, have always valued talent. Brother Jiang could easily consider marrying into our family. That's what makes a true ally. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe also stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, with an ethereal demeanor, he said, "Wuliang Tianzuan, young friend, you are fated to be with our Taoist sect. Matters of Penglai relate to ancient secrets. Why not accompany me back to the mountain to explore profound teachings and prevent precious pearls from gathering dust?" As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quarreling factions turned their attention toward him. Return to the mountain? Explore profound teachings? Taoist, what era do you think this is? Without top-tier laboratories, colossal resource pools, or the latest genetic technology, building a vision in isolation will only lead to ruthless obsolescence. Joining the Taoist sect means abandoning this and that, living a life of purity. What is the difference from imprisonment? For a young talent like Jiang Qi, to waste his prime years in the mountains with your flickering lamps and ancient texts. What a waste. Surely, you don't have even a decent medical pot up there? Are you going to treat him with talisman water and herbal remedies? Finally, all eyes converged upon Jiang Qi. In the final analysis, their bickering and mutual accusations were merely a performance for Jiang Qi, hoping he would make the appropriate choice. However, Jiang Qi shook his head, stating that whether it involved the company, family, son-in-law, celebrity, or Taoist, they all required him to relinquish a part of himself and don various shackles, which he simply could not accept. He suggested, "Why don't you engage in a fight first?" Upon his words, a brief silence enveloped the scene, soon followed by a chorus of derisive laughter. Hee. Hong Yaya was the first to break the silence. Unable to contain her amusement. "Brother Jiang, how cunning you are, trying to incite us to turn against each other. Not a chance, Yaya won't fall for that." When Hong's crimson lips curled into a cold smile, retorting, "You wish for us to exhaust each other while you seize the opportunity to escape? Don't be so delusional." The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe shook his head slightly and sighed. "Young friend, your scheming is too heavy. It is not the path of cultivation." The head of Jiuzhou stepped forward, declaring, "There is no need to waste breath any longer. Since he does not recognize our goodwill, let's rely on our own abilities and see who can bring him back first. That suits me perfectly." When Hong was engulfed by dark red flames, Hong Yaya produced several exquisite metallic spheres from somewhere, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang is mine." Almost instantaneously, various factions lunged towards Jiang Qi from different directions, the energy fluctuations instantly disturbing the air. "This is it," Jin Yang exclaimed in alarm. The plan of sowing discord had failed. Jiang Qi's mood sank slightly, his attention diverted to the toxic water within the Shinkei. "Ha ha ha, I'm still quicker." Hong Yaya had already leapt before Jiang Qi, her metallic sphere transforming into a net of iron wires, ensnaring him like a celestial trap. This was one of her abilities, metal shaping, allowing her to manipulate the form of metals such as gold, iron, and copper, altering the texture and structure at a microscopic level. Just as Jiang Qi was about to be enveloped by her iron net, a figure abruptly appeared beside him, seemingly not having materialized suddenly, but rather having stood there all along, unnoticed until now. Calmly, he raised a hand, his index finger pointing. A beam of pure white light, exuding terrifying heat, erupted and struck the iron net. With a soft hiss, rather than a violent explosion, the iron net melted instantly into molten red iron. Dripping to the ground, photon blade. A high-energy photon is condensed to form a cutting light blade or release a laser beam. Upon seeing the face that had suddenly appeared, Hong Yao's triumphant expression froze in terror as she cried out, "Qinzhong!" Indeed, the individual present was none other than Qinzhong, the head of the Dengzhou Bureau, responsible for safeguarding the eastern coastal region. He had arrived long ago, or rather, had followed Jiang Qi out from the Bureau. His skill was optical camouflage, achieving invisibility through the refraction of surrounding light or projecting false images. Hong Yao's face turned pale, akin to seeing a ghost. As she turned to flee, Qinzhong made no move, merely raising his hand again, pointing, and a shroud of darkness engulfed Hong Yaya. Dark domain absorption. Absorb surrounding light to create an area of absolute darkness, visibility reduced to zero, within which the target becomes utterly disoriented. A shadowy silhouette formed around Hong Yaya, approximately 10 centimeters from her body, as though she had been erased from reality. It was evident she was thrashing about in the darkness, yet could not escape the shadows that ensnared her. She was incapable of forming an effective escape, her movements confined to a mere square meter. Witnessing this, when Hong's countenance paled, and she cried out, "Qinzhong, so this was your trap?" The Jiuzhou head shouted, "Qinzhong, you are engaging in entrapment." Entrapment? Qinzhong merely shook his head, dismissing the childish accusation with disdain. He pointed towards Wenhong, and a second sphere of absolute darkness materialized, swallowing her as well. Wenhong's voice echoed from the dark domain, "Ah, Qinzhong, I am from the Wen family. How dare you treat me this way?" Qinzhong calmly replied, "In Dangzhou territory, openly using supernatural abilities to attempt abduction and coercing citizens is unacceptable, regardless of your family background." Wenhong, exasperated, retorted, "You are merely a branch bureau chief. My grandfather will not let you off." In response to Wenhong's threat, Qinzhong unleashed a photon blade, which sliced into the dark domain that ensnared her. A short, piercing scream immediately emanated from within the darkness, abruptly ceasing. Qinzhong then scanned the remaining Taoists, celebrities, and the 4 members of the Jiuzhou group. Without further ado, their only option was to flee. They had to escape this monster immediately. Almost simultaneously, the group erupted into a sprint, scattering in different directions. Yet, Qinzhong leisurely raised his hand once more. Dark Domain Absorption X44 humanoid shadows of darkness materialized in an instant from various angles, precisely entrapping the 4 Jiuzhou members. The young celebrity was not spared either, ensnared like an insect trapped in amber. Among them, only the Taoist was the most cautious, having quietly retreated to the aircraft the moment Qinzhong appeared. Now, he was aboard the craft, preparing to flee. However, in the next moment, Qinzhong's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was inside the aircraft, standing directly behind the Taoist. Photon Quantum Leap transforms oneself into a photon state, instantaneously relocating to a bright area within a range of 100 meters, requires prior marking of a light source. The Taoist turned in shock, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, Qinzhong provided him no time to ponder, single-handedly pulling the Taoist out and subjecting him to dark domain absorption. From Qinzhong's emergence to the suppression of all 5 factions, totaling 8 individuals with abilities, barely 30 seconds had elapsed. The scene was left with 8 swirling humanoid shadows in the air. Jin Yang stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this is overwhelmingly powerful." Jiang Qi's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had anticipated Qinzhong's strength, but had never imagined it would be so formidable. According to public records, there were indeed S-class powers in the East, such as Li Jianjin, the leader of the Xinchan Jiao, and Shi Juadashi, the abbot of the Lai Temple. But Qinzhong was certainly not one of them. If Qinzhong were A-class, then how powerful must S-class be? Was the disparity between B-class and A-class truly so vast? Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss earlier and had not exposed himself. Previously, when signing the Lingxi agreement, Jiang Qi had grown suspicious. He noted that the agreement constrained intentional and voluntary leakage of information, with no means to restrict passive situations such as coercion or memory reading. If Qinzhong did not wish for him to divulge information about Penglai, he would not have allowed him to sign only one Lingxi agreement. After all, if the Lei Shuangsha could conceive a plan to have Jiang Qi lead a team into Penglai, Qinzhong would certainly have thought of it as well. Thus, the only explanation was that Qinzhong intended to use him as bait. This reasoning made perfect sense. By signing the Lingxi agreement, Jiang Qi could not actively divulge information about Penglai, so for other factions to acquire such knowledge, whether through forcibly extracting his memories or persuading him to lead them into Penglai, they would have to approach Jiang Qi directly. This afforded Qinzhong the opportunity to fish for information. It was precisely because he had anticipated this possibility that Jiang Qi had urged Jin Yang to drive him back to Lushan as soon as he exited the bureau, seeking to leave Dangzhou, a place fraught with peril. Later, the news of his departure from Dangzhou reached the Lei Shuangsha with astonishing swiftness, further validating Jiang Qi's suspicions. Thus, throughout the fierce battle with Lei Shuangsha, Jiang Qi refrained from employing his trump cards. He neither utilized the Shun Ku nor the toxic water within it, for he harbored doubts about being under Qinzhong's watchful gaze. Otherwise, with the Shun Ku as his shield and the poison as his lethal strike, he could have effortlessly vanquished the two without sustaining a scratch. However, he was compelled to rely solely on overt means. Nonetheless, he was resolute that, despite the likelihood of suffering severe injuries, he would undoubtedly survive. This was a scenario that the various factions could not permit. They sought his secrets, not his life. His existence held no value for those celestial beings. Ultimately, the outcome confirmed his predictions. At this juncture, having resolved all troubles, Chen Zhong finally turned his gaze towards Jiang Qi. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "To be able to stand, quite impressive. Your constitution exceeds my expectations." Chen Zhong indeed exploited Jiang Qi, just as the head of Jiuzhou had indicated. He was indeed fishing with a hook. But what of it? In extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary actions. Now that Peng Lai had descended upon the world, all eyes were fixated here. In the face of such a tempest, personal gains, grievances, and even lives were trivial. If one day he could exchange his own sacrifice for sufficient strategic value, he would not hesitate to do so. This time, leveraging Jiang Qi to catch so many fish was, in his view, an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Furthermore, his fishing targets included not only other factions, but Jiang Qi himself. Firstly, he wished to ascertain whether Jiang Qi still harbored aspirations for Peng Lai. Should Jiang Qi align with other factions, it would indicate his desire to enter Peng Lai, which Chen Zhong would not tolerate. Secondly, he sought to determine whether, under the siege of numerous forces, Jiang Qi might be compelled to reveal some undisclosed, potentially Peng Lai-related trump cards. Although Professor Zhang and his colleagues asserted that Jiang Qi had not obtained anything else from Peng Lai, what if he had? Chen Zhong did not doubt Professor Zhang. He simply preferred to verify for himself. Judging by the results, Jiang Qi indeed had not acquired anything additional from Peng Lai and had passed his test. At an opportune moment, Jiang Qi displayed a flicker of realization. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Director Chen, have you been here for some time? So, you have been using me all along? Employing a somewhat reserved lengthy agreement in my life to catch these big fish?" Chen Zhong's expression remained unchanged, and the last vestige of doubt within him dissipated. It was only natural for Jiang Qi to arrive at this conclusion. Failing to do so would have seemed abnormal. Having interacted with Jiang Qi, Chen Zhong was aware of his intelligence. If Jiang Qi had not articulated this thought, it would have led Chen Zhong to believe that Jiang Qi was merely performing. Such a scenario would imply a level of cunning that was both intricate and alarming. However, that was impossible. He stated, "Maintaining order and eliminating hidden dangers necessitates certain sacrifices. Some hidden pests will not reveal themselves unless sufficient bait is cast." A flicker of anger crossed Jiang Qi's eyes. 3 parts were genuine, while 7 parts were an act. "So, I have become a necessary sacrifice?" Chen Zhong, unperturbed, replied, "You may blame me, but this is not the time for such discussions. You are gravely injured and require immediate treatment. We will converse further post-treatment." With that, he did not afford Jiang Qi the opportunity to speak. Instead, issuing commands through his internal communicator, "The target has been secured. The threat has been neutralized. Teams 1 and 2, proceed to the scene immediately. Additionally, dispatch 2 medical teams. There are 3 injured on site." Soon, the medical teams arrived, and Jiang Qi was assisted onto a stretcher. Jin Yang wished to accompany him, but Jiang Qi stopped him, saying, "Bring the truck over." Jin Yang suddenly remembered, his concern causing him to panic. The shrimp corpse was still in the vehicle, and it was imperative that it not be lost. Chapter 50. A world upturned after Jiang Qi was lifted onto the stretcher. The agents of the Yi Guanju began to clear the scene. Ying's corpse was placed in a specially designed body bag. Kuei was fitted with custom handcuffs and a headband, and along with others ensnared in the dark domain, was escorted into separate sealed vehicles. Before boarding, Kuei's bloodshot eyes fixated on the stretcher bearing Jiang Qi, filled with deep-seated hatred. Jiang Qi, lying on the stretcher, paid no mind to the impotent fury. Meanwhile, Jin Yang was incensed, flipping Kuei the bird and unleashing a torrent of invective. Kuei, incensed further, crackled with electricity, almost breaking free to strike down the two. The agent escorting him merely pressed the button on Kuei's headband, causing Kuei to scream in agony and the electric charge to dissipate. Chen Zhong did not linger much longer. After giving his deputy a few instructions regarding follow-up work, he boarded a vehicle with his entourage, heading towards Han's Manor. In the outskirts of Dengzhou, at Han's Manor, Shun Xinchan had long lost his previous composure and satisfaction, his countenance darkening to an almost dripping state. He had received reports of the events at Songtao service area through the portable communicator carried by Ying. He learned of Ying's demise, as well as the emergence of other factions and, subsequently, of Chen Zhong's involvement. Jiang Qi, Chen Zhong. Shen Xinchan muttered these two names, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as his fist struck the mahogany table with force. He realized he was finished. The true assets he relied upon were the Lei Ying Shuang Sha. Now, with one dead and the other captured, his years of careful management were in ruins. Now, even if he returned to Xianyang, his standing in the family would likely plummet. Little bastard, lowly scum, beast. Shen Xinchan cursed vehemently, cursing Jiang Qi before turning his ire towards Chen Zhong, gatekeeper. Hound, do you think you're working for whom? Yet, he was ultimately not a complete fool. After a brief bout of rage, fear began to take precedence. Since Chen Zhong had orchestrated this trap, he would undoubtedly not be content with merely capturing Ying and Kuei. He would surely follow the clues back to him. Remaining in Dangzhou would be akin to being a turtle in a jar. He had to leave immediately. He then summoned Han Lao. Han Lao entered respectfully, still unaware of the unfolding events. Young Master Shun, what instructions do you have? Shen Xinchan feigned calmness, saying, Han Lao, prepare a flying vehicle at once. I must leave Dangzhou immediately. Now, at once. Han Lao felt a chill run down his spine. He was no fool. Shen Xinchan had just sent subordinates to handle matters. Yet now he demanded an immediate departure in such a panicked state, indicating a monumental blunder had occurred. Tentatively, he asked, Young Master Shun, what exactly has transpired? Could you share it with me, so that I might devise a plan? Perhaps we can negotiate. Enough nonsense. Shen Xinchan growled, his gaze fierce. I told you to arrange the flying vehicle immediately. Do you not comprehend? I must depart at once. He found it laughable that Han Lao would think to negotiate for him. What could he offer to negotiate with? Han Lo, witnessing the murderous intent in Shen Xinchan's eyes, dared not speak further, hastily bowing, yes, 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 I shall make the arrangements right away. At this moment, Han Lao was filled with regret, realizing he had likely backed the wrong horse. However, even so, he did not dare neglect Shen Xinchan. He understood Shen Xinchan's background. Such a character, even if embroiled in immense trouble, would have someone to handle it behind the scenes. After Han Lao departed, Shen Xinchan remained disquieted. Each second of waiting felt like being fried in an oil pan. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the flying vehicle was ready. Yet at that moment, a commotion erupted at the manor's entrance, followed by a procession of vehicles emblazoned with the Yi Guanju insignia, moving in unimpeded. Subsequently, a squad of elite agents from the Yi Guanju disembarked, quickly taking control of the scene. At last, from the foremost vehicle, Chen Zhong stepped down. He came to a halt and inquired, Young Master Shun, are you prepared to depart without notice? Shen Xinchan's expression soured, and he barked with an air of feigned bravado. Chen Zhong, what do you intend to do? Chen Zhong replied, Shen Xinchan, you directed your subordinates Ying and Kuei to openly employ high-threat abilities in public areas, attempting to kidnap and coerce citizens, resulting in injuries to innocent parties and extensive damage to public facilities. Please accompany me back to the Anomaly Management Bureau for an investigation. Shen Xinchan, refusing to concede, retorted, Director Chun, one must speak with evidence. I do not know any Ying or Kuei. Moreover, even if there is a misunderstanding, does it necessitate your esteemed self to personally summon me? Shaking his head, Chen Zhong signaled to an officer beside him. The officer promptly raised his wrist, projecting a light screen that began to display a series of evidence confirming Shen Xinchan's acquaintance with Ying and Kuei in various contexts. Shen Xinchan countered, what does this prove? It merely indicates that I know them. The law emphasizes the presumption of innocence. You possess no direct evidence to prove I orchestrated this. Chen Zhong asserted, whether you instigated this is not for you to determine. We shall see after the investigation. As he spoke, two officers approached Shen Xinchan from behind. Having already locked onto him, Shen Xinchan, flustered, exclaimed, Chen Zhong, is this how you show disregard for the Shun family's reputation? Chen Zhong responded, here, there exists only law and regulation. Your father, grandfather, and acquaintances have no bearing on this case. Now, will you walk with me, or shall I escort you? Taking a deep breath, Shen Xinchan suddenly forced a smile, adopting a sycophantic tone. Uncle Chun, why must we make this matter so absolute? I understand the Anomaly Management Bureau in Dangzhou is facing budget constraints. If you could make it convenient for me to return, our Shun family could offer substantial support. Do you not wish to advance further? Assisting others is also assisting oneself. Chen Zhong, unimpressed by his obsequious demeanor, waved his hand and commanded, "Take him away." The two officers swiftly moved in and restrained Shen Xinchan. Realizing his bribes had failed, Shen Xinchan's expression fell. "Chen Zhong, do not presume to overstep. Just because you're a district director does not make you extraordinary. I tell you, if you dare to act against me today, you will be slapping the Shun family's face. You will be humiliating my grandfather and many uncles from the Xianyang." Chen Zhong maintained an impassive demeanor, stating, "My duty is to uphold the law. If your father, grandfather, or uncles believe my methods are improper, they are welcome to come to Dangzhou and discuss it with me." Chen Zhong. With that, he disregarded Shen Xinchan further. As Shen Xinchan was escorted onto the vehicle, he shouted at the last moment, "Chen Zhong, I hope you remember what you said today. You will pay for your actions. I will make you beg to be released." Bang! The vehicle door slammed shut, sealing Shen Xinchan's voice inside. Chen Zhong cast a final glance at Han Lao. At this moment, Han Lao, trembling like a leaf, pleaded, "Director Chen, I have done nothing. All of this was forced upon me by young Master Shun." Chen Zhong regarded him from a position of authority, his expression unyielding. Han Jingshan, providing a venue, assisting in planning, and failing to report knowledge, you shall also be taken in. As he spoke, two officers unceremoniously seized Han Jingshan. Simultaneously, his son and daughter-in-law were apprehended from various locations within the villa and brought onto the vehicle as well. Chen Zhong's handling of the Han family was decisive and ruthless. Encapsulated in 4 words: confiscation and extermination. Families like the Han, entrenched in local power and acting as the pawns of greater forces while engaging in illicit activities with untraceable wealth, were numerous in Dangzhou. They thrived on the patronage of the influential, undermining order. Previously, Chen Zhong had been unable to intervene, but this time, with the arrival of Peng Lai, he intended to uproot these forces entirely. Indeed, Shen Xinchan was not wrong. The Anomaly Management Bureau in Dangzhou was facing financial strain. However, Chen Zhong would procure these ill-gotten gains himself, which would suffice to fund the Bureau's operations. Chen Zhong re-entered his vehicle, instructing to the Bai family. For the next half-day, Chen Zhong visited several families and enterprises in rapid succession. The once illustrious households and businesses were forcibly breached, and key members were handcuffed and taken away. The swiftness of the operation resembled autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, leaving no time for reaction. Yet, such frenzied actions provoked unprecedented backlash. The first to respond were other local systems in Dangzhou. Chen Zhong's actions had, in some respects, overstepped his authority. This mirrored the past 5 years, during which the Anomaly Management Bureau's continuous growth began to encroach upon the jurisdiction of traditional law enforcement. However, the Bureau's unique nature and formidable force rendered the traditional departments unable to voice their grievances. Soon after, resistance from the city and provincial levels followed suit. Multiple phone calls flooded into Chen Zhong's personal terminal, demanding an immediate cessation of his actions. Some calls originated from Xianyang, subtly suggesting unity and urging leniency towards the young men who had erred, hinting at the release of Shen Xinchan and Wenhong. Yet, Chen Zhong remained unmoved. He had already drawn the bow and could not turn back. He was prepared to face all repercussions. Now, with Peng Lai's arrival, he needed to restore order thoroughly, clearing obstacles for future developments. Certain hornets' nests must be stirred. Certain pressures must be endured. Certain old grievances must be settled. Notify all units. Chen Zhong commanded his deputy beside him. Continue to expand the search radius. Place all recently arrived manifestors in Dangzhou under surveillance. Should any unusual activities arise, there is no need for warning. Apprehend them immediately. If there is any resistance, they may be shot on sight. Understood, Director. The deputy promptly accepted the orders. When Chen Zhong finally returned to the temporary command center, it was already past midnight. In the office, only he remained. After a while, the red, securely encrypted communicator on his desk finally rang. Almost instantaneously, Chen Zhong straightened his posture and answered the receiver. "This is Chen Zhong." On the other end, a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, responded, "Young Chen, your actions have stirred quite the commotion. Even Xianyang has taken notice." Several old-timers have called me, indirectly advocating for leniency. Even through the phone, Chun Zhong instinctively inclined his body slightly and replied, Director Zhou, the circumstances compel me to act. With the manifestation of Peng Lai, the chaos has emerged, and the entrenched issues in Dengzhou require immediate rectification. I may have acted somewhat abruptly, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. The only person to whom Chun Zhong could address in such a manner was the director of the Anomaly Management General Bureau, Zhou Jinyu. Zhou Jinyu replied, Rectifying issues and maintaining order cannot be termed as trouble. Young Chun, you're doing the right thing. Those old-timers are merely pests. I have never regarded them as significant. Go ahead and act without hesitation. We established the Anomaly Management Bureau not to instill fear in you. Hearing these words, Chun Zhong felt his weariness and sense of isolation dissipate. He expressed his gratitude. Director Zhou, I understand. Zhou Jinyu continued. Support is en route and will arrive in Dengzhou tomorrow afternoon to fully cooperate with your actions. What you need to do is to stabilize the situation and ensure that the necessary cleanup is thorough. Chun Zhong affirmed, yes. Director Zhou, rest assured. I shall ensure the task is completed. Remember to rest. I trust in your determination and capabilities. Zhou Jinyu concluded before ending the call. Upon hanging up, Chun Zhong rose, his resolve fortified. He would forge Dengzhou into an impregnable fortress. Afterward, he exited the office and approached Jiang Qi's resting quarters. At that moment, Jiang Qi had received treatment and was recovering well from his injuries. He possessed a formidable physique with a constitution score of 160, granting him an extraordinary ability to heal. While an ordinary individual might require 3 to 4 months to recover from injuries that would leave permanent scars, for Jiang Qi, complete recovery could be achieved in merely a week. Furthermore, with the treatment from the Yiguan Bureau, this time could be reduced to 3 days. At this moment, Jiang Qi had yet to sleep. He was meticulously reflecting on the series of events that transpired that day. Upon the entrance of Chun Zhong, he propped himself up with his arm and slowly sat upright. His gaze towards Chun Zhong was composed, devoid of any fury from being utilized. Chun Zhong pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, his demeanor more akin to an equal conversation than an interrogation. He stated directly, You are now aware of the secret of Peng Lai, and given the abilities you have demonstrated, you have become the focus of various factions. Are you truly not considering joining the Yiguan Bureau? It is at present the option that guarantees your safety. Jiang Qi shook his head, replying, Director Chun, I appreciate your regard. Perhaps I will consider in the future, but at this stage, I have no such intention. Chun Zhong nodded in acknowledgement, saying in that case, You should depart tonight. I have taken measures to neutralize the forces in Dengzhou. There is no one who dares to show their face now. Leaving at this moment is the best course of action. He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Once the support from the headquarters arrived the following day, uncertainties would proliferate, and it would likely become more challenging for Jiang Qi to leave effortlessly. Ultimately, Jiang Qi had played the role of bait competently this time, demonstrating both value and temperament. Although Chun Zhong was known for his ruthless methods, he was not devoid of kindness and held a certain admiration for Jiang Qi deep within. He did not intend to discard Jiang Qi after using him. Rather, he was willing to provide this young man with a choice within the confines of the rules. Additionally, he remarked, I will do my utmost to conceal your identity. Once the exploration of Peng Lai commences, your significance will diminish. After delivering these words, Chun Zhong ceased to speak further and promptly exited the infirmary, delegating the subsequent handover arrangements to others. Jiang Qi sat alone on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed. Had Chun Zhong truly allowed him to leave so easily? Was this visit merely to confirm his willingness to join? There were no ulterior motives or hidden tests. Jiang Qi found himself increasingly perplexed by Chun Zhong's character. His methods were ruthless and calculated, yet at times, he appeared to exhibit moments of protection and gentleness. Nevertheless, Jiang Qi remained vigilant. After a while, there was a knock at the door. It was the same Li Ganshi he had encountered previously, wearing frameless glasses, who entered. She said, Mr. Jiang Qi, Director Chun has informed me that you may leave, but there are some formalities to address. Jiang Qi gathered his thoughts and inquired, What formalities? Chapter 51. Chun Zhong's gift. Li Ganshi replied, There are several key items. First, regarding your subsequent treatment and rehabilitation arrangements. Given the accelerated recovery of your injuries, you will only need to regularly use the specialized healing agents we provide and no further intensive treatment is necessary. The agents have been prepared for you and will be delivered shortly. Jiang Qi nodded, responding with a simple, thank you. Li Ganshi continued, second. Based on the critical intelligence you provided regarding the secret realm of Penglai, as well as your cooperation in eliminating unstable factors in subsequent operations, you have made a significant contribution. Director Chun has approved your designation as a Level 2 contributor to the Yiguan Bureau. She handed Jiang Qi a certificate and a badge bearing the insignia of the Yiguan Bureau, explaining, with this designation, you will enjoy certain privileges within the Eastern Land, such as priority passage and border crossing rights. Additionally, your immediate family members will be included in our basic protection monitoring, shielding them from unnecessary interference by external forces. Jiang Qi accepted the certificate and badge. Although the notion of having cooperated in eliminating unstable factors was somewhat passive rather than voluntary, the benefits were tangible, especially the potential protection for his family, which was indeed what Jiang Qi needed at present. This complicated his perception of Chun Zhong further. He asked Li Ganshi, could you briefly explain the criteria for being awarded the contributor status? For instance, the levels and general standards. Certainly, Li Ganshi replied. Currently, the Yiguan Bureau's contributor system is divided into 5 levels, from level 5 to level 1, as well as the honorary title above that. The evaluation criteria consider various factors, including the value of the intelligence, operational assistance, and research achievements. Generally, attaining level 3 contributor status typically requires providing critical clues or significant assistance during a pivotal event. Level 2 contributor status usually indicates that one has supplied crucial intelligence capable of influencing regional dynamics or played an indispensable role in significant operations. Your contribution this time has met the Level 2 standard in terms of intelligence value and operational cooperation. Jiang Qi nodded. It seemed that the Level 2 contributor status held considerable weight within the Yiguan Bureau. Li Ganshi continued, third, considering the unique nature of the items you possess, and to ensure your return journey is smooth and discreet, Director Chun has decided to formally allocate the seized He Yin flying device from this operation to you for personal use. She presented a property transfer document to Jiang Qi. The flying device has been inspected and processed by our technical department. Its location tracking has been completely erased, and all other modules have been replaced with secure versions. The relevant ownership documents are ready. You merely need to sign. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi felt a stirring in his heart. Chun Zhong had directly gifted him a flying device. He took the property document from Li Ganshi and examined it closely, noting that the terms were clear and devoid of any hidden traps. He cautiously inquired, why is Director Chun doing this? Li Ganshi smiled and replied, consider this a special reward for an outstanding contributor. Jiang Qi pressed on, is this in accordance with procedure? Li Ganshi replied matter-of-factly, of course. This falls within Director Chen's authority. Really? Jiang Qi had his doubts. Although he was not part of the system, he understood that any official institution had stringent regulations regarding asset disposition. It was certainly not standard procedure to so readily allocate a seized flying device to another party, especially one acquired from the hands of the infamous Lei Yingshuang Sha. Chun Zhong had no rightful authority to dispose of it. This realization offered Jiang Qi a clearer understanding of Chun Zhong's character. Chun Zhong adhered to a personal set of principles. Within this framework, he could pursue objectives by any means necessary, viewing others as mere pawns, ruthless and unyielding. Simultaneously, within this set of principles, he was willing to break boundaries. For instance, he had directly exercised his authority to gift Jiang Qi what should have been temporarily withheld, the He Yin. Impressive, iron-fisted, yet, in certain respects, utterly unrestrained. All right, I understand. Jiang Qi no longer lingered on the procedural issue. The reality was that he required a safe, efficient, and discreet means of transportation to leave Dengzhou. This thoroughly processed He Yin was undoubtedly a timely boon. He took the electronic pen and signed his name on the property document, stating, please convey my gratitude to Director Chun. Rest assured, I will relay it, Li Ganshi replied. Now, Mr. Jiang Qi, please follow me. The flying device is already stationed at the designated takeoff and landing area. Jiang Qi nodded. All right, thank you. Soon, he and Li Ganshi made their way outside. Jin Yang was already waiting for them, evidently having received notification. At that moment, he gazed at the He Yin before him, eagerly rubbing his hands together, appearing quite foolish. Beside Jin Yang, there was another figure, Hong Yiya. At this moment, she appeared as a prisoner, flanked on either side by two agents from the Yi Guanju, constrained by specially designed handcuffs and leg irons, her face etched with frustration and humiliation. Jiang Qi was puzzled. What was she doing here? Officer Li explained. One of her abilities is metal shaping. According to Director Chen's instructions, she can modify the exterior and paint of the aircraft to ensure a significant distinction from its previous appearance, rendering it unrecognizable. Jiang Qi understood, realizing that Hong Yiyao had been brought here to work, a testament to the meticulousness of the Yi Guanju. Moreover, they were making full use of available resources. Officer Li turned to Hong Yiyao. Hong Yiyao, I hope you recognize the situation and cooperate in completing this exterior modification. Do not be uncooperative. Hong Yiyao felt extremely aggrieved. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Hong family, yet had been reduced to performing such menial labor. If news of this reached Xianyang, her reputation would be utterly tarnished. However, considering that the situation was beyond her control and that Shenzhong showed no favoritism, even intending to use their lives to fill the ranks in Penglai, she became unusually compliant. A wise woman does not suffer immediate losses. She managed to force a sweet smile and eagerly nodded. I will cooperate. I am more than willing to assist. Officer Li, rest assured, Jiang Ji's matters are my matters. I promise to fulfill the task. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Qi with starry eyes. Jiang Ge, feel free to tell me how you wish to modify it. Yayao can accomplish anything. Jiang Qi observed Hong Yayao's demeanor at this moment. Earlier in the day, she had carried herself with an air of superiority, determined to reclaim her power. Now, however, she was submissive and excessively flattering. The contrast was amusing. Jiang Qi disregarded her theatrics and candidly voiced his demands. Soon, under Hong Yayao's manipulation, the aircraft began to flow, reshape, and remold with precision. Akin to a piece of dough, the entire process took less than 10 minutes, and a completely transformed aircraft materialized before everyone. If the previous black kite resembled a fierce and swift raptor, the current form appeared as a dark dragon poised to soar. Hong Yayao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Flattering, it's done. Jiang Ge, do you find it satisfactory? Clearly, modifying such a large aircraft was no trivial task for her. Officer Li conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that no potential hazards remained, and nodded to Jiang Qi, indicating that everything was in order. Jin Yang gazed at the newly transformed aircraft, exclaiming, Qi Zi, it looks amazing. Let's give this new ride a name. Jiang Qi had no particular attachment to naming, replying, you can name it. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang instantly perked up. He stroked his chin and pretended to ponder for a few seconds, saying, how about Jiangyang? Sound impressive, right? Jiang Qi nodded. That's fine. We shall call it Jiangyang. Subsequently, Jin Yang requested Hong Yayao to add the characters Jiangyang to the tail wing of the aircraft. Hong Yayao felt another wave of exasperation. Now she had to carve letters too? Did they truly consider her a free laborer? Yet, she still managed to smile. Using her ability to inscribe the characters Jiangyang in a vigorous and somewhat artistic manner on the tail wing. After completing this task, Hong Yayao was escorted back, while the cargo of shrimp corpses and the clock mechanism were transferred onto the Jiangyang. Finally, Officer Li stated, Mr. Jiang, all matters have been resolved. I wish you a smooth journey. Jiang Qi solemnly replied, thank you. He then boarded the aircraft with Jin Yang, and the cabin door slowly closed behind them, sealing off everything from Deng Zhou. Chapter 52. Return to Lushan. As Jin Yang entered the cabin, he was as excited as Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, his eyes darting around in awe. Wow, this ceiling light. Wow, this control panel. Wow, this observation deck. Qi Zi, this is ridiculously cool. Jin Yang fancied himself a former spendthrift, indulging in caviar and discarding designer underwear. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he acknowledged his previous ignorance. He was nothing but a country bumpkin. It could only be said that, even among the wealthy, there were disparities. Jiang Qi also exhibited a flicker of surprise as his gaze swept across the cabin. Inside, several enormous, curved screens dominated the primary view, not ordinary displays, but screens capable of projecting holographic content, immensely costly. The cabin walls were seamlessly crafted from a silver-gray material. The space was vast, divided into several functional areas. The front housed the main cockpit and command area, offering an expansive view, Adjacent was the working area, equipped with a scenic bar and a smart observation window approximately 15 meters wide. Beside the bar, there was also a small refrigerator and a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. The middle section served as a living and resting area, furnished with a bed, a sofa, and an exceedingly expensive custom aviation massage chair. The rear section functioned as a cargo and equipment area, where the shrimp corpses and clock mechanism were placed. Additionally, there was a communal bathing room and a separate lounge. Jiang Qi was astounded, surveying the surroundings. Whose aircraft is this? The cost, along with the interior decorations, must exceed 100 million, right? Even the wine is from Romani Conti. It's extravagant, Jiang Qi concurred. The previous owner clearly had a taste for luxury, perhaps even more than Jiang Qi. At that moment, a slightly electronic-sounding female voice chimed in. Greetings, gentlemen. I am a navigation intelligent assistance system of Jiang Qi. Code name, Shaoxing, welcome aboard. I have detected new occupants. Would you like to proceed with identity binding and authority confirmation? Jiang Qi inquired. Is it AI? Yes, replied Shaoxing. I am the onboard AI system. You may call me Shaoxing. Observing this, Jiang Qi stepped forward. Proceed with binding. Shaoxing, please present the ownership documents. Jiang Qi displayed the signed ownership documents. A gentle blue light scanned over them, and Shaoxing announced, document verification successful, meeting the highest authority binding conditions. Please proceed to the main control seat. Place your palm on the sensing area and look directly at the iris scanner to complete the final identity binding and system activation. Jiang Qi approached the main control seat. He noticed a palm-shaped recess glowing softly on the control interface. A small aperture emitted a red scanning beam. Without hesitation, Jiang Qi placed his right hand on the sensing area while raising his gaze to the scanning aperture. Biometric binding in progress. Palm print, vein information, and iris characteristics recorded. DNA sample collection and analysis ongoing. After a while, Shaoxing's voice returned. Congratulations, you have completed the binding. You are now the highest authority owner of Jiang Qi, and all system functions are now available to you. You may issue commands to Shaoxing at any time through voice or gestures. May I ask how you would like me to address you? You may set a simple title such as Master, Commander, Admiral, or a custom name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. His mind began conjuring titles such as Supreme Cosmic Emperor, the most handsome gentleman in history, the most handsome master of the world, and the last hope of humanity, all of which were utterly ridiculous. Jiang Qi directly ignored Jiang Yang's antics, stating, just call me Captain. Confirming command, title set as Captain, Shaoxing responded promptly. Captain, do you have any instructions at this moment? Jiang Qi instructed, list all your functions, display the detailed structural model of this ship, its performance parameters, and the usage instructions and precautions for all equipment. Instantly, a massive screen nearly occupying the entire front cabin wall unfolded before Jiang Qi, showcasing a clear and organized display. Function list, navigation system, stealth system, detection system, defense system, assistance system, living system. Beside it was a three-dimensional structural model of Jiang Qi, along with various data and so forth. Jiang Qi meticulously perused the information, and after a moment, he digested the essential details and instructed, Shaoxing, plan the route back to Lushan, activate the autopilot function, and enable passive alert mode. At the same time, automatically submit our entry application and identification code to the air traffic control along the way. Shaoxing responded, command received. Flight path planned, autopilot activated. Passive alert mode engaged. Entry application automatically generated and sent. Estimated flight time, 1 hour and 15 minutes. The aircraft trembled slightly before ascending smoothly and vertically into the sky. Upon reaching the predetermined altitude, it began to speed towards Lushan. Jiang Qi added, activate level 1 stealth mode. Shaoxing replied, level 1 stealth mode activated. Jiang Yang, astonished, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Qi, impressive. You got the hang of it so quickly. Truly remarkable. Jiang Qi replied modestly, it's nothing. It's all autopilot. You could do it too. He then instructed the Jiang Yang to initiate the environmental simulation function for a sunny beach. Soon, simulated sunlight poured in, transforming the walls and ceiling into a scene of ocean and sand, accompanied by the sounds of crashing waves and the scent of sea breeze. The intelligent sofa adjusted its form, morphing into a more relaxed beach chair mode. Jiang Qi poured 2 glasses of chilled cola from the bar, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Jianyang. Jianyang exclaimed, "666." He reclined in the beach chair, sipped the refreshing drink, and said with satisfaction, "Now, this is life." Jiang Qi remarked, "There are many functions aboard. I'll give you advance permissions to explore your leisure while I take a short rest." Jianyang suddenly remembered Jiang Qi's injuries and quickly said, "All right, Qi, you rest. I'll call you when we arrive." Jiang Qi nodded and closed his eyes. However, instead of resting, he reflected on this journey to Penglai. This trip had its rewards, but also numerous hidden dangers. The benefits included an enhanced mastery of Yugui, a minor upgrade to Yugui itself, as well as the acquisition of shrimp remains, shell fragments, and their contents. Of course, it also included the Jiangyang. As for the risks, he feared he had already entered the sites of various powers. Nevertheless, it was not a significant concern, as Chen Zhong had said. With the Bureau of Anomalies exploring Penglai, his importance would greatly diminish. His subsequent plan was to return to Lushan and utilize the rewards from this journey to significantly enhance his capabilities. He also began to develop a clearer direction in his mind. Chapter 53. The Path to Strength Enhancement from the words of Professor Zhang and others, as well as information compiled online. Jiang Qi discerned a distinct difference between himself and other manifestors. Unlike others who grasped one or more abilities almost instantaneously upon awakening, Jiang Qi found that while the initial strength and number of abilities varied greatly among individuals, they possessed an inherent advantage. The weaker individuals, like Yihua from Professor Zhang's archaeological team and Yin Shuyan, who perished in Penglai, had only 1 or 2 abilities, which upon awakening were merely at the sea level. In contrast, formidable individuals like Chun Zhong and the rumored leader of the new interpretation sect, Li Jianjin, as well as Master Shiju from the Rulai Temple, were said to awaken with 4 or 5 powerful and practical abilities, starting at least at the B level. As their mastery and understanding of their abilities deepened, their strengths surged, reaching A level or even S level. The prevailing consensus regarding the disparity in awakening abilities was that it related to the individual's brainwave patterns. The more intense, vigorous, and orderly the wave during awakening, the more likely one could tap into more powerful rules, thereby manifesting stronger and more diverse abilities. This so-called wave has different interpretations across various cultures, philosophies, and sections. Taoism regards the wave as the primordial spirit mentioned in classical texts, suggesting that enhancing the wave involves refining the primordial spirit and harmonizing one's essence, energy, and spirit to align with the natural Tao and cosmic laws. Buddhism interprets it as the level of awakening of one's mind nature, asserting that enhancing this inner fluctuation is a process of dispelling ignorance and revealing one's true nature to unlock supernatural abilities. In contrast, Indian philosophy explains it through the unity of Atman and Brahman and the concept of Kundalini energy, positing that the intensity of the wave reflects the depth and strength of the connection between the individual's soul and the cosmic essence. Of course, Western interpretations also vary. However, these explanations are diverse and still lack a more scientific basis. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, had not acquired a broad definition of abilities. He had merely gained the gift of immortality bestowed by Yu Gui, along with a rudimentary ability to control water. This control was basic and primitive, usable only when water was present, incapable of conjuring water from thin air or manipulating water within living organisms. He could only manage some unclaimed water. To draw a simple analogy, while other manifestors wielded a sword and immediately mastered various sword techniques, such as the Dugan 9 swords, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and the Golden Snake sword technique, each with its own unique wonders, Jiang Qi could only wield a sword without any real technique. In essence, he believed the core reason for this difference was that he had never truly absorbed the flower. The flower had been absorbed by Yu Gui, and he had only taken in what Yu Gui had filtered. Thus, his path towards strength enhancement would involve researching how to develop his own techniques. An hour later, Jiang Qi and Jianyang finally arrived at Lushan. Under Xiaoxing's autopilot, the Jiangyang docked in a multifunctional parking area. It was now 2 a.m, and Jiang Qi said to Jianyang, "Let's sleep here tonight." "Absolutely. This is way more comfortable than home." Jianyang readily agreed, having long praised the comfort of the Jiangyang's interior, especially being together with a friend. Many boys, during their school years, often wish to stay over at a friend's house, viewing it as a step forward in their friendship. Furthermore, when staying over, the parents from both sides typically intervene less, granting greater freedom to the youths. They could huddle in one room, chatting about their favorite athletes, the latest games, and which girl in class was the prettiest. A pure joy. During high school, Jiang Qi often stayed at Jin Yang's house. Now, 5 years later, though times and people had changed in that moment aboard the ship, Jin Yang felt as though he had rediscovered that initial feeling. Next, Jiang Qi messaged Jiang Lu to inquire about her situation. Shortly, Jiang Lu replied, stating that after being picked up by the school, they returned to Lushan and were being protected. After all, they were among the first to emerge from Penglai, making them highly valuable and the target of many. For the time being, Xiao Lu and her companions would likely be confined to the school, assisting in various investigations and research tasks, thus experiencing some restrictions on their personal freedom. However, Jiang Qi felt somewhat reassured, knowing that at least his sister was safe under official protection. After concluding the communication with Jiang Lu, Jiang Qi reclined on the transformable sofa. The intense battles and subsequent relaxation after exiting Penglai, causing him to drift into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next day, Jiang Qi awoke at 10 o'clock. After a night of rest, he noticed that his injuries had improved significantly, his physique of 160 points rapidly healing. He sliced some meat from the giant shrimp stored in the refrigerated cargo hold. Although the shrimp had been dead for several days, it still emanated a vibrant energy. The ship was equipped with a smart kitchen, and Jiang Qi placed the shrimp meat into the designated ingredient entry, selecting the cooking method and flavor. The kitchen swiftly completed the preparation, and the tantalizing aroma of the giant shrimp wafted through the entire cabin. Jin Yang was roused by the enchanting aroma, his fingers tingling with anticipation and his mouth watering. Jiang Qi was presenting a large platter of perfectly pan-fried shrimp, showcasing an inviting pale pink hue, and encouraged, "Give it a try." Without a hint of hesitation, Jin Yang eagerly seized a fork, skewering a generous piece and shoving it into his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, this is unbelievably delicious." He felt a warmth spreading throughout his body, as if a wave of heat surged within him. Jiang Qi advised, "Go ahead, eat more. It might aid in awakening your latent abilities." Jin Yang gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "A true brother. I have never regretted following you in this life." Jiang Qi retorted, "Just eat." The two then indulged voraciously. The shrimp was also beneficial for Jiang Qi, aiding in his recovery from injuries. He distinctly felt a tingling sensation at the wounds on his back, indicating a significant acceleration in the healing process. However, as an ordinary person, Jin Yang soon reached his limit, watching Jiang Qi consume the shrimp with an unyielding appetite, like an insatiable abyss. The greatest torment in life is to be full while the delicacies remain. After their meal, it was time to address the pressing matter at hand. Jin Yang shifted his focus to the figure of Zhong Shi, lying dormant in the warehouse. How could they awaken her? Chapter 54. Let us talk. Recalling Li Gan's words, Jiang Qi suggested, "Let us try soaking her in water." "All right, watch me." Jin Yang replied enthusiastically. With determination, he placed Zhong Shi in the bathtub and filled it with water, but to his dismay, there was no change in her condition. She showed no sign of absorbing the water. 10 minutes passed, yet nothing had altered. Why isn't this working? Jin Yang added some nutrient solution, only to find that Zhong Shi remained unresponsive. At that moment, he resembled a horticulturist or breeding expert confronted with a perplexing challenge, stroking his chin with furrowed brows, pondering, could she truly be beyond saving? Jiang Qi mused, it seems that merely supplementing with water and nutrients will not suffice. At this juncture, he ventured into the cargo hold, with Jin Yang following curiously, asking, "What is going on?" Earlier that morning, Jiang Qi had noticed some vegetables in the cargo hold wilting, the leaves turning yellow. Initially attributing it to prolonged storage, he hadn't paid much attention. However, upon re-evaluating in light of Zhong Shi's condition, he discerned something unusual. The degree of wilting exhibited a distinct gradient. The vegetables closest to Zhong Shi were more deeply yellowed than those farther away. This was undoubtedly not a natural occurrence. Jiang Qi formulated a plan in his mind. Reviving her might not hinge on water, but rather on wood. He instructed Xiao Xing to navigate the Jiangyang to a nearby forest, where he positioned Zhong Shi beneath a tree. allowing her back to lean against the trunk for contact with the tree. Jin Yang scratched his head, uncertain, and inquired, Jiang Qi, will this work? Just leaning her against the tree? Jiang Qi replied, let us give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than a transformation unfolded. The once lush tree behind Zhong Shi seemed to be drawing vitality at an alarming rate, the trunk visibly drying out, and the vibrant green leaves rapidly yellowing, wilting, and falling to the ground in a flurry. In stark contrast, Zhong Shi began to change. Her parched, cracked skin, reminiscent of old bark, rapidly transformed into a supple, smooth, and fair complexion. Her dry hair, starting from the roots, quickly regained its rich blackness and thickness, shimmering with an enchanting luster in the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, she morphed from a grotesque corpse into a young woman brimming with vitality and elasticity, as if a withered flower had suddenly bloomed anew. Jin Yang gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Wow, the effect is astonishingly immediate. Jiang Qi himself displayed a hint of surprise. Then, Zhong Shi's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Qi and Jin Yang, who were crouched before her. At that moment, she appeared disheveled, her tattered clothing revealing glimpses of her smooth, fair skin and alluring curves, exuding a captivating beauty as if she had just materialized from the forest. Innocent and unaware of the world, Jiang Qi signaled to Jin Yang, who promptly tossed a generously sized coat to Zhong Shi. As she donned the coat, her movements were deliberately slow, as if to flaunt her exquisite form, teasing both Jiang Qi and Jin Yang. Jiang Qi remained impassive, while Jin Yang awkwardly averted his gaze. His ears tinged with crimson. Zhong Shi noted their reactions, quickly adjusting her attire and surveying her surroundings before turning to Jiang Qi and asking, did you save me? Did you bring me out of the fog? Where's this place? She vividly recalled the despair she felt while trapped in the mist, her sanity fraying as time passed with no exit in sight. Her abilities had proven useless in the fog, and she had initially intended to rely on Jiang Qi and the others, only to find herself abandoned in isolation, ultimately resorting to her final life-saving skill, Muhua. Muhua. When faced with lethal threats such as extreme toxins, intense radiation, or near-fatal injuries, 1S cells rapidly transform into dense lignified fibers, entering a state of suspended animation, with metabolic rates plummeting to 1/30th of normal. In this state, the lignified fibers can isolate external harm, locking in toxins and radiation, thus preventing further injury. Upon revival, an energy equivalent to that of a mature tree is required, and afterward, one enters a 30-day period of weakness during which this ability cannot be reactivated. Although she had employed Muhua, it was not an omnipotent solution. If she remained in that state for 10 days without being revived, she would perish. Moreover, Muhua was rather impractical. Without companions nearby, using it equated to a slow death. Even if someone stumbled upon her, they would be unaware of how to revive her. Had it not been for her dire circumstances, she would never have resorted to such a skill. Now, having survived against all odds, she felt a lingering fear, but more so, a profound relief at being granted a second chance at life. Jiang Qi replied, I brought you out of the fog. You are currently in Lushan City, Wuling Province. Zhong Shi blinked, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. So, we are no longer in danger? Jiang Qi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Wonderful. Zhong Shi's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She swiftly rose, brushing off the dust from her coat, and cheerily declared, I am deeply grateful for this life-saving grace. Such kindness shall not go unacknowledged. If the opportunity arises, I will surely repay you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she strode away confidently, all the while contemplating, I can never return to Dengzhou. The organization will not spare me. Yet, perhaps this near-death experience is a blessing in disguise. I can escape under the guise of death. I cannot remain in Shanghai province either. Ah, Lushan sounds promising. I've heard there are some intriguing opportunities near Maoshan. Perhaps I shall test my luck there. Or I might simply fly far away, Southeast Asia, Anghua, anywhere I can roam freely. I am now unburdened by debts, having shed my former life. The sky is vast for birds to soar, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. My days of fortune are finally upon me. Upon hearing Zhong Shi's dismissive remarks, Jin Yang was infuriated, shouting, Hey, after all the effort we put into saving you, this is your attitude? Don't you understand gratitude? You opportunist. Oh, don't be angry now. Zhong Shi continued her steps without pausing, not even glancing back, casually waving her hand as she spoke. I have mentioned before that I will repay you. So, please remember my Wylian number 176 XXXXXXXX. I will add you later, and we can discuss in detail. Just then, a dark and murky drop of water silently brushed past her earlobe and landed precisely on the ground not far ahead. A faint hissing sound of corrosion followed. What transpired next was truly shocking. The area around the drop's landing point rapidly transformed into a lifeless gray as all the plants lost their vitality. And even the soil and stones appeared devoid of life, ultimately turning into a haunting ash. Zhong Shi's expression stiffened instantly, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Unable to move an inch, Jiang Qi appeared before her in an instant. He had anticipated this cunning merchant's trick. Observing Zhong Shi's pale complexion, he calmly stated, "Let us converse." Chapter 55. Zhong Shi's organization. Zhong Shi quickly donned a smile, her demeanor becoming exceedingly compliant. "Let us talk. I'm all ears," she said, posing as a dutiful listener. Jiang Qi continued, "Firstly, during our time in Dangzhou, you raised the price and deceived us out of 5 million. Secondly, I rescued you from the mist of Peng Lai and revived you. You cannot simply walk away from this." Zhong Shi stammered, "Well, that 5 million was not really a deception, was it?" At the time, the Peng Lai secret realm had just emerged, and the Yiguan Bureau was surrounded like a fortress. I provided an exclusive channel, not to mention the one-time shielding magnetic strip. My initial quote of 5 million was a bit steep, but it cannot be considered a scam, right? The more she spoke, the more she felt justified, muttering, "Besides, we did end up entering, didn't we?" Jin Yang could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Pa, don't give me that. Initially, you told me it was 3 million. When we met, you raised it to 5 million. Zhong Shi's gaze shifted uneasily. "I didn't say anything then. It's normal for prices to fluctuate daily." Before she could finish, another drop of toxic water materialized, hovering ominously at her forehead. The destructive energy it contained sent shivers down her spine. She promptly closed her mouth and raised her hands in surrender. "Let us speak civilly. Let us speak civilly." Jiang Qi manipulated the misty water, uninterested in engaging in futile debate. "Originally, we agreed on 3 million, but you raised it to 5 million. You need to return the additional 2 million. Furthermore, considering I rescued you from the mist and revived you, that amounts to 8 million. In total, you owe me 10 million. Repay the sum, and you may leave." Zhong Shi's eyes nearly bulged out. 10 million, she exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Not even if I die." Jiang Qi's gaze turned icy, and the misty water drew closer. "After all these years as a cunning merchant, deceiving others, do you truly have no savings?" Zhong Shi stepped back several paces, panic-stricken. "I genuinely have none. My money is all gone. Just before entering Peng Lai, I was raided by that old bastard, our president. All the savings I painstakingly accumulated over the years were seized by him. I truly have not a single cent left. Otherwise, do you think I would want to enter that cursed place? It was the president who forced me in, hoping I could find something to atone for my sins." Jiang Qi studied her, assessing the veracity of her words. After a moment, he said, "Show me your account. If what you say is true, you should have the transaction record from that time." Zhong Shi immediately activated her wrist device, displaying her accounts to Jiang Qi. Indeed, on the day they entered the Peng Lai secret realm, several conspicuous large transfers were noted. All her major accounts had been drained, with funds transferred to the same institutional account. The total amounted to a staggering 40 million. "See, are you clear now?" Zhong Shi's voice was filled with indignation. "All the hard-earned savings I accumulated over the years, swallowed whole by that old man. I am truly left with nothing, not even 10,000. I currently cannot even scrape together a dime." Jiang Qi was taken aback by Zhong Shi's utter destitution. However, considering the 40 million in her previous account, it was evident she had not always acted with integrity. What a pity, Jiang Qi thought. He continued his inquiry. "What was the reason? Your boss wouldn't simply do this without cause." Zhong Shi launched into an impassioned account of her innocence, detailing the darkness of the organization she had joined and the cruelty of her boss, carefully omitting any mention of her own deceit that had led to her assets being confiscated. "Why? Because I inadvertently discovered that the president was trafficking the organs of those with extraordinary abilities. Once the energy is absorbed, It cannot be extracted and transferred to others. Hence, they devise another plan to acquire the organs, blood, and even bone marrow of the extraordinary. They sought to gain a sliver of extraordinary ability through organ transplantation, or at least to delay aging and enhance physical fitness. Where there is demand, a corresponding market emerges. I witnessed a transport once, with a still beating heart in a refrigerated container, said to belong to an extraordinary being capable of controlling flames. Pre-ordered at an exorbitant price by a wealthy, aging man who hoped to regain his vitality. Although I, Jiang Qi, am a black market intermediary involved in gray industries, my bottom line has not sunk to such depths. This is no longer about profit. It is inhumane. Her tone was resolute and righteous. I continued my investigation, but just before entering Penglai, I may have inadvertently left traces. The president summoned me immediately, not directly addressing the investigation, but instead using the excuse of suspicious fund flow, accusing me of embezzlement, and forcibly freezing and transferring all the funds from my accounts. At the same time, he coerced me into entering Penglai, believing I knew too much and hoping I would perish there. Jin Yang exclaimed in shock, just to gain extraordinary abilities to live a few more years. They can resort to such measures? Are they even human? His gaze toward Jiang Qi shifted. Initially, he had perceived her merely as a simple merchant, but now he recognized a flicker of humanity within her. Jiang Qi sighed at the opportune moment. Now, do you understand? Knowing such secrets, one either sinks into corruption or faces elimination. The previous price hike was also born out of desperation. It is exceedingly difficult to maintain one's integrity within the organization. Jiang Qi regarded Jiang Qi, but did not fully trust her words. First, he did not believe she was the innocent, righteous person she portrayed. It contradicted her behavior. Furthermore, if she truly were such a person, she could not have amassed over 40 million. Good and honest individuals do not earn vast sums, especially in gray markets. Secondly, if that organization had indeed determined she was investigating them, silencing her would have been the most prudent choice. Why would they spare her life and allow her to enter Penglai? Did they not fear she would be captured by the Yiguan Bureau on her way to Penglai and subsequently report them? There were logical inconsistencies. Lastly, Jiang Qi instinctively felt distrustful. Jiang Qi was the type of person who adapted her words to suit her audience. Her statements required a healthy degree of skepticism. However, her account of organ trafficking seemed unlikely to be entirely fabricated. He inquired, "Is there any truth to these organ transplants? Can the recipients genuinely acquire extraordinary abilities, or at least delay aging and enhance their physical condition?" Jiang Qi replied, "Of course it is effective. Otherwise, why would those in power flock to it? In the realm of extraordinary abilities, the organs through which these capabilities manifest are referred to as Yuan Qiguan. For instance, the eyeball enables the wielding of X-ray vision, while the palm can unleash psychic shockwaves. These organs are truly invaluable treasures. Upon transplantation, the inheritor indeed stands a chance of acquiring a fragment of the original power. Other parts of the extraordinary individual's body, such as blood, bone marrow, and even certain enhanced muscle tissues, although not organs of manifestation, still possess an extraordinary vitality. Known as Wuxing Qiguan, transplanting or infusing these does not usually result in the acquisition of superpowers, yet can effectively delay aging and enhance physical constitution, thus rejuvenating many elderly individuals. Moreover, apart from direct transplantation, my prior organization also engaged in tiered packaging and smuggling these out of the country, selling them to foreign institutions for illicit research. Jiang Qi inquired, "Are there many organizations like yours?" Jiang Qi replied, "Not too many, yet not too few." Jiang Qi refrained from pursuing this topic further. Although it cast a shadow over him, he recognized it was beyond his current reach. The profit chain behind it was likely vast beyond his imagination. Jin Yang expressed his dismay, exclaiming, "This is too dark, treating humans as mere materials." Jiang Qi observed Jiang Qi's reaction, her face adorned with a disarming smile, and tentatively remarked, "So, I've disclosed everything. May I take my leave now?" As she spoke, one of her feet began to shuffle backward. Jiang Qi shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Wait, you lack funds. So you'll stay and work until you've repaid 10 million. Huh? Jiang Qi momentarily froze, taken aback by the prospect of labor. She had never anticipated this option. Was her imminent freedom about to vanish? She attempted to negotiate. Jiang Qi, you must be jesting. Do I appear to be a reliable worker? Perhaps you should let me go. I assure you, once I regain my footing, I will return your investment with interest. Jiang Qi said, you have no bargaining position. If you refuse, you will remain here, or, as you mentioned, extraordinary individuals are treasure troves, capable of being dismantled into yuan qiguan and huoxing qiguan. I believe someone will be willing to pay for these. Zhong Shi extended her palm. Stop. Wait. She had not anticipated that her earlier explanation would be so swiftly turned against her. The retribution came too swiftly. She exclaimed, please don't mention that. It's too frightening. I agree, all right. Gazing at Jiang Qi's handsome visage, she felt a pang of despair. He seemed harmless and quite playful. Yet his cunning thoughts were alarming. Jiang Qi nodded and said, in that case, please introduce your abilities without reservation. Present your extraordinary individual identification. I require verification. While secretly cursing this cunning boy, Zhong Shi reluctantly began her introduction. She possessed 4 abilities: plant manipulation, which accelerates plant growth, such as causing seeds to bloom and bear fruit instantaneously or entangling targets with vines. Life perception, allowing her to read environmental memories by touching plants. Life factor, from which she extracts growth hormones from plants to expedite her own wound healing, and the recently demonstrated woodification. That is all there is. As for the extraordinary individual ID, she manipulated her wrist device, displaying an electronic identification interface with anti-counterfeiting markings, clearly showing her basic information and ability records. However, her records only contained plant manipulation, life perception, and life factor, evidently concealing woodification as a trump card for her survival. Had Jiang Qi and Jin Yang not witnessed it firsthand, she likely would not have revealed woodification voluntarily. The 3 skills of plant manipulation, life perception, and life factor had earned Zhong Shi a C rating. You know how it is. People tend to embellish their record a bit. She chuckled. Jiang Qi examined Zhong Shi's extraordinary abilities, while he felt neither disappointment nor excitement. It was clear that her combat capabilities were rather limited, with only plant manipulation holding significant value. Overall, her fighting prowess was weak, leaning more towards functionality. However, her extensive experience and insights, gained from years navigating the black market and the extraordinary community, were undoubtedly more valuable. Jiang Qi then asked, will your organization seek you out? Do they possess means to track your location? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shi's casual demeanor shifted. She replied, under normal circumstances, they should believe me to be dead. In a place like Penglai, those who enter rarely emerge, which is precisely their expectation. Furthermore, my wrist device is personal, and I have long concealed all other electronic devices in the fog. They have not left any electronic traces on me. As long as I do not make my presence known, there is no need for them to expend effort searching for a presumed corpse. Moreover, with the emergence of Penglai and Dengzhou, it has become a focal point of national attention. They are too preoccupied to concern themselves with me. Of course, there is a primary reason Zhong Shi did not disclose. The organization remains unaware of her investigation into organ trafficking. She had previously lied to Jiang Qi, claiming she was punished for deceiving higher-ups and embezzling organizational assets. The organization confiscated all her belongings and forced her into Penglai. The punishment was already executed, and they would not actively seek her out. Jiang Qi listened attentively to her analysis and said, I hope your judgment proves correct. Additionally, should you attempt to flee, I will ensure that your existence and my covert investigation into your organization are disclosed. You wouldn't want to be hunted by your organization, would you? Zhong Shi opened her mouth, no? His words implied he had discerned that the organization was unaware of her investigation. Or had she revealed a flaw? A chill ran down her spine as she awkwardly chuckled. Jiang Qi, your words imply that I am here. Where could I possibly run to? Moreover, what I am investigating is true. The organization is indeed aware of my inquiry. The truth is irrelevant. Jiang Qi interrupted her. I merely wish to convey that I harbor no ill intent towards you. You did indeed deceive me, and I did save you. When I discovered you in the fog, I could have abandoned you, yet my upbringing instilled in me the inability to stand idly by in the face of death. I may become exceedingly cold-hearted in the future, but at that moment, I could not. However, I am not a selfless savior. Having rescued you, I expect equivalent value in return. Yet when you awoke, your immediate choice was to depart. That was your error. Now we have settled this. Since you lack funds, you shall work for me until you have repaid your debt. Is that not fair? Furthermore, as an extraordinary individual, earning 10 million should not be overly difficult. Zhang Shi's expression was quite complex, ultimately conceding. You are correct. I indeed share the blame. Just recovering from woodification, my mind was still muddled, and I only thought of escaping to rid myself of the previous mess. 10 million. I accept. I will work to repay you. Excellent. With this matter settled, Jiang Qi spoke no further and turned ahead towards the Jiangyang Hao. Let us go. It is time to leave. Only then did Zhang Shi notice a flying vessel parked nearby. She was astonished. She recalled that Jiang Qi and Jin Yang had not possessed this vessel earlier. Had they had it, her attitude towards them would have been entirely different. If they had this flying vessel, she would have been far more ruthless. However, now that she saw the flying vessel, her prospects suddenly appeared bright. Working for Jiang Qi now seemed filled with enthusiasm. Once aboard, Jiang Qi instructed Xiaoxing to set up a tracking program and alarm system within Zhang Shi's wrist device, which would simultaneously connect to both Jiang Qi's and Zhang Shi's wrist devices. This tracking program is capable of monitoring biological signals. Should the wristband move more than 5 meters away from Zhang Shi, or if Zhang Shi departs from the Lushan area, it will automatically alert Jiang Qi's wristband. Zhang Shi looked bewildered, questioning whether even a gentleman must be wary. She resolutely assured that she would never attempt to flee, emphasizing her strong adherence to the spirit of contracts. Yet, Jiang Qi merely cast a nonchalant glance in her direction, signaling Xiaoxing to continue with the setup. Once completed, Jiang Qi set Zhang Shi down in the city, instructing her to find a place to settle down and to create a false identity. As Zhang Shi walked away, Jin Yang turned to Jiang Qi and inquired about their next destination. Jiang Qi replied calmly, "First, we shall go to your home." "To my home?" Jin Yang's expression appeared somewhat unnatural, his gaze flickering as he instinctively averted his eyes from Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi noticed his unusual demeanor, but chose not to address it directly. In fact, during Jin Yang's trip to procure the 5 million in Dangzhou, Jiang Qi had already sensed something amiss. However, the urgency of rescuing Xiao Lu had taken precedence, leaving little room for further contemplation. Jiang Qi clarified, "Indeed, we are going to your home. It has been quite some time since I last saw Uncle and Auntie." The Jiangyang vehicle soon arrived at an aging neighborhood within Lushan City, a stark contrast to Jin Yang's previous residence in a luxurious villa district. Jiang Qi glanced at Jin Yang, who awkwardly explained, "We moved here last year. The previous place was too large and felt empty." Jiang Qi refrained from commenting, though he harbored certain suspicions in his mind. Shortly thereafter, they parked in a nearby lot, with Jin Yang leading the way upstairs. Upon ringing the doorbell, Jin Yang's mother opened the door. "Is that you, Yang?" she began, only to be taken aback by the sight of Jiang Qi standing behind her son. Her expression transformed into one of incredulous joy. "Xiao Qi, you've returned?" "Auntie." As Jiang Qi regarded Jin Yang's mother, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him. In the past, Jin Yang's mother had been meticulous in her appearance, fashionable and exquisite, exuding a youthful innocence despite being over 40. However, now the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were pronounced, her complexion dull and sallow, dressed simply in home attire, appearing no different from an ordinary woman. Jin Yang's mother scrutinized Jiang Qi, noticing his tall stature and the remnants of his youthful visage from 5 years prior, albeit with a newfound maturity and resolve. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly burst into tears. Jin Yang, startled, fumbled for words. "Mom, why are you crying?" "Xiao Qi is fine. He's here now. Isn't he?" "It's nothing," Jin Yang's mother replied, wiping her tears. "I just couldn't help but reminisce about the past. It's been so many years since I've seen Xiao Qi. I've always been concerned." Jiang Qi offered, "Auntie, everything will be all right." This seemed to provide her with some solace as she dabbed at her tears and said, "You're right, Xiao Qi. Now, come inside. Don't just stand at the door." She instructed Jin Yang to fetch water and fruit for Jiang Qi, then excitedly called into the house, "Old Jin, come out and see who has arrived." Jiang Qi's gaze swept across Jin Yang's home. The space was modest, simply furnished, a stark contrast to the opulence of the past, yet immaculately tidy, emanating a warm, familial atmosphere. A white cat lounged in the corner, grooming itself without a care. Shortly, Jin Yang's father emerged from the study. Upon seeing Jiang Qi, he too paused momentarily before striding forward and clapping a hand on Jiang Qi's shoulder, his eyes glistening with emotion. "You rascal! Not a word from you in 5 years. We asked Yang, but he stammered and wouldn't say a thing." Jin Yang's father had changed considerably. Once among the wealthiest in Lushan, he had commanded the business world with confidence and poise. Yet now, he appeared older, his vitality dimmed, burdened by an invisible weight of worry. Nevertheless, his face brightened upon seeing Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi recalled the past, when Jin Yang's mother would often buy him clothes alongside her son, inviting him for meals and inquiring about his well-being. Jin Yang's father frequently offered him wise counsel from an elder's perspective. "Uncle, I apologize for leaving without notice 5 years ago," Jiang Qi said. "It's all right. What matters is that you're back," Jin Yang's father replied. "You young people have your own paths to forge." Following this, Jiang Qi inquired about the events of the past 5 years. Jin Yang's voice turned bitter as he confessed, "Xiao Qi, my family is in decline." Through Jin Yang's father's reluctant narrative, Jiang Qi learned what had transpired within the Jin family over the past 5 years. The Jin family once operated Jinbang Education, a leading extracurricular tutoring institution in Lushan and even the province, boasting numerous branches. However, calamity struck. The world abruptly transitioned into an era of supernatural abilities. Social attitudes shifted rapidly. Parents no longer fixated on their children's academic performance, and students ceased to aspire to attend prestigious universities. Corporations began to prioritize abilities over educational credentials. Achieving supernatural powers became the new golden ticket, the fastest route to social ascension, enticing countless individuals to become manifestors, regardless of past academic failures or personal shortcomings. Acquiring abilities promised a bright future, lucrative offers, and the favor of capital. Manifestors were even granted educational privileges, with institutions like Harvard establishing preferential admission pathways and lowering SAT score requirements for them. The notion that education could alter one's fate had devolved into a farcical joke in the face of this new reality. No one cares about the top scores anymore, sighed Jin Yang's father. Now, every parent and student is solely focused on how to awaken their supernatural abilities. Our courses, which once had students queuing to enroll, saw interest dwindle to almost nothing within half a year. A brand new awakening industry emerged, expanding at an unprecedented rate, encroaching upon the existence of traditional education. Programs such as prenatal education claim to enhance fetal brainwave frequencies through specific high-frequency music, charging exorbitant fees, yet countless individuals flock to them. Despite the significant dangers revealed in the aftermath, leading to many birth defects and subsequently banned in Donglu, they remain popular abroad. Camps for consciousness training proliferated, masquerading as programs to unlock brain potential. However, the most significant threat to traditional education came from sects like Maoshan, Kunlun, Lao Junshan, Lingshan, and Sufu, which announced their intention to accept disciples. Countless young people abandoned their studies to pursue asceticism. Nowadays, Kunlun, Lingshan, and Sufu have surpassed prestigious universities, becoming elite institutions. Amidst these upheavals, Jinbang Education's operations collapsed entirely. Parents prefer to invest their money in these elusive awakening opportunities rather than traditional academic tutoring. Branches shuttered, teaching staff disbanded. And in a desperate bid to maintain and repay previous expansion loans, the Jin family's mansion and assets were liquidated. The sports car, a birthday gift for Jin Yang on his 18th, remained registered in his name, carrying sentimental value, and was retained despite its sale yielding little benefit to the larger situation. Jiang Qi inquired, "Uncle, have you considered a transition? Perhaps shifting towards training related to awakening abilities?" "We have considered it, but it was too late." Jin Yang's father responded with resignation. "Initially, we recognized the impending crisis, but at that time, as you know, there was no unified understanding. Everyone knew that becoming a manifestor was advantageous, but how does one achieve that? Some individuals have come into contact with flowers and acquired extraordinary abilities, yet many others have perished as a result of such encounters. What underlying pattern exists? Why is this so? No one knows. The opinions among scientists are inconsistent. However, during this time, various educational institutions began to introduce courses such as Guoxue Foundation classes, Taoist wellness courses, and superhuman tutoring sessions, hiring renowned individuals with abilities to lend their names for promotional purposes. These are nothing but scams. Countless children, believing they could inherit the flowers, underwent training, while their parents spent exorbitant amounts to send them on journeys across the country in search of fortune or to pre-purchase flowers from the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Yet, what was the outcome? Those fortunate enough to obtain flowers discovered they were incapable of inheriting them and met their demise. Jin Yang's mother added, "Your uncle is a man of integrity, having never engaged in unscrupulous dealings. We cannot pursue a path of deceit and exploitation, profiting from the suffering of others." Jin Fu continued, "It was not until 2 years ago when Professor Aiden Wu proposed that the ability to inherit flowers is related to the brainwaves of individuals that these institutions faced reckoning and subsequently shut down. Jiang Qi had not experienced those tumultuous 5 years, but could easily imagine the chaos that ensued during the initial emergence of extraordinary abilities, rife with scams and gray areas. Ultimately, it was the 18-year-old prodigy Aiden Wu who brought an end to it all." Jin Fu sighed. By that time, the financial chain of Jin Bang was already precarious. "I made one last gamble, utilizing the remaining funds to assemble a project team, hiring highly paid experts in brain science and psychology, aiming to develop a scientific, systematic, and side-effect-free course to stimulate brainwaves." His tone was laden with irony. "We conducted our research according to the strictest standards, only to arrive at a conclusion. Brainwaves are largely fixed after a child develops self-awareness, and there exists an upper limit, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance them through external training, let alone reach the standards for inheriting flowers. Those so-called awareness training methods, whether through listening to specific music, practicing meditation, or engaging in various peculiar mental exercises, could only generate temporary fluctuations in brainwaves and could never surpass the upper limit to form stable and powerful waves." Jiang Qi inquired, "Uncle, are you saying that current awareness training is also a scam?" Jin Fu affirmed, "Indeed. The awareness training industry on the market is essentially an intelligence tax, albeit a safer one, as it does not result in fatalities and is challenging for the government to regulate. Moreover, these training institutions are clever, occasionally featuring a few children who have already met the standards and promotions, attributing their success to themselves to attract more enrollees." Jiang Qi mused. No wonder Jin Yang had resigned himself to reality, no longer harboring dreams of becoming an extraordinary individual. It turns out that the so-called awareness training is all a facade. Gamma waves cannot be enhanced through acquired means. Jin Fu lamented, "Waves are innate. Intelligent individuals naturally possess higher waves and are born to become extraordinary, while those less intelligent have inherently lower waves and are destined to remain ordinary. Once I recognized this, I completely relinquished my ambitions. I could have, like other institutions, continued the awareness training business with a clear conscience, but I refused. As you can see, I ended up bankrupt." He concluded with a sigh, "Shao Qi, truly, when the times abandon you, they do so without a word of farewell." Jiang Qi fell silent, the atmosphere in the room growing heavy. Suddenly, he recalled why Chuan Hao had failed to inherit the flower. It was because his waves were low. And why were his waves low? Because he was inherently less intelligent. It was precisely because of this that he had plunged into the bright lake during the early days of extraordinary abilities, when all theories were still incomplete, and information was unclear, to touch the flower, leading to his immediate demise. It was a closed loop. Jiang Qi then inquired how Jin Yang had acquired the 5 million, reasoning that given the circumstances of the Jin family, they should not have been able to produce such an amount. Jin Yang replied, "That money was left to me by my parents as a safety net, hoping I could start a business and eventually rise again. However, considering my intellect, being neither clever nor extraordinary, I believed entrepreneurship would lead to ruin. Instead, I thought it wiser to invest in you, and besides, Xiao Lu is my sister. I cannot stand by and watch her suffer." Jin Fu waved his hand, signaling his son to refrain from further elaboration. He turned to Jiang Qi and said, "Xiao Qi, Yang has informed us about Xiao Lu's situation. Money can be earned again, but a person's life cannot be trifled with. Now that Xiao Lu is safe, we need not discuss anything further." Jiang Qi solemnly asked, "Uncle, how much debt do you still owe?" Jin Fu responded with a bitter smile, disclosing a staggering figure, approximately 200 million, of which 150 million is corporate debt, primarily related to bank mortgages and some public debts. along with 50 million in personal loans that I guaranteed under my name. Legally, company assets are separate from the personal assets of shareholders. In the event of corporate bankruptcy, only the remaining assets under the company's name can be pursued, and even if the company cannot meet its obligations, it does not concern the shareholders. This is why many business owners can remain wealthy even after their companies fail. However, there is one exception. If a business owner has personally guaranteed part of the company's loans to sustain operations, when a company fails to repay, the bank will pursue the business owner personally until the debt is settled. The Jiang family is currently facing this situation. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qi fell into a thoughtful silence. Even repaying 50 million would be an insurmountable burden for the Jiang family at present. Jin Yang forced a smile, saying it's all right. Easy. Whether we have money or not is all the same. The only significant change is that you have lost your wealthy friends. He half-jokingly asked, "You won't despise me, will you?" Jiang Qi replied, "Do not entertain such thoughts." After a while, Jiang Qi called Jin Yang outside, and the two of them returned to the Jiangyang ship, where Jiang Qi first divided 30 pounds of shrimp meat, intended to take it back for Jin Fu and Jin Mu. Then he took some photos and sent them to Zhong Shi, asking her to settle things and look for buyers in the black market to sell some of the shrimp meat, shells, and limbs. To help the Jin family through this difficult period, Jiang Qi stated, "I will find a way to help repay your family's debts." Jin Yang was taken aback, repeatedly shaking his head. No, that's 200 million, not a small sum. How could I let you bear such a heavy burden? I will find a way myself. Jiang Qi regarded him and asked, "What can you do?" "Rest assured, I have obtained many valuable items from Penglai, not just this shrimp carcass. I will sell a part of it to help your family repay that 50 million first, allowing your parents to live comfortably. As for the rest, whether it is repaid or not is of no consequence." As he spoke, Jiang Qi immersed his consciousness into the shank shell, retrieving a luminous pearl to show Jin Yang. "Wow!" Jin Yang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the moonlight-like brilliance of the pearl. "Where did you conjure this from? It even emits light?" Jiang Qi replied, "I told you. The harvest from Penglai is not limited to this. I have several such items." Jin Yang became excited, exclaiming, "Qi Zi, you are truly my good brother, my true brother. From now on, my life belongs to you." Jiang Qi remarked, "Your life is of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Now let us head back." Chapter 57. Registration at the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. Having arranged everything, Jiang Qi and Jin Yang returned to the Jin residence, carrying the shrimp meat. Upon seeing what Jiang Qi had brought, Jin Yang's mother initially thought it was a gift from him, playfully chiding him for being overly courteous. However, when she opened the bag,